Chapter 451 You are worthy of it. After noticing that they acted like lickers rather than black fans, several people looked a little unhappy. This woman is a demon. The kind that is specifically designed to confuse people. Jiang Qiao sat on the sofa. She glanced at several people, slowly said, "Sit down." Several people stood still. Jiang Qiao didn't mind. She took out a document from her bag. She said, "This is for you." But before she finished speaking, one of the 5 black fans interrupted her coldly. "Ms. Jiang, you should take this kind of thing back. We don't want it." Jiang Qiao paused, glanced at her, raised her eyebrows, and said with interest, "Oh? You said you don't care before you even see what it is?" Another person took over. In a rather sarcastic tone, "Ms. Jiang, I think you should not waste your time. It is impossible for us to become your fans. If you really want to win, you have to rely on your personality charm to convince us." "Oh, sorry. I forgot that you don't have such a thing as personality charm." It was the first time that Jiang Qiao encountered such a sarcastic troll in real life. She said. After a few seconds, she chuckled, took out the document, and put it on the table. However, none of the 5 people looked at it. Jiang Qiao looked at them, curled her lips and said, "Why do you hate me? Do you need a reason to hate someone?" She pointed at the documents on the table and asked a few people, "Really don't you want to see what this is?" The black fan gave her 2 words mercilessly, "Hee." Jiang Qiao. The netizens in the barrage were laughing like crazy. This is the first time I've seen a celebrity and a hater face off. These haters are really tough. They didn't give any face at all. Ha ha ha. You have ambition. That's what we should do. Ignore her. You are worthy of it. Cool. Jiang Qiao is only capable of this. As long as you don't accept her things. She can't do anything about it. She's going to call me daddy. Slap her in the face. In the following time, no matter how Jiang Qiao tried to get them to talk, they ignored her. The conversation couldn't go on. And Jiang Qiao was naturally helpless. Seeing that Jiang Qiao had no other options, these black fans simply took back their phones, sat on the sofa, and casually browsed Weibo, waiting for the last bit of time to pass. They interacted with netizens who encouraged them, and also checked the news of the stars they really liked. Jiang Qiao crossed her long legs, propped up her head and looked at them. She held the phone in her other hand, gently turning it. Her red lips curved, and she didn't know what she was thinking. After a while, her phone vibrated, and Jiang Qiao opened WeChat, which was a voice message from Ming Siren. She wanted to transfer the text, but her finger accidentally touched it, and then a lazy male god voice came out from the phone. "When will you come back?" The man voice was casual and sexy, and it was transmitted to people's ears through the phone, easily stirring people's heartstrings. Whether it was the people in the villa or the netizens in the barrage, they were all silent at this moment. What the matter with this male god voice that makes people pregnant? The new fans were still in a daze, while the old fans were so excited that they typed the 3 words Ming Dad on the public screen. Jiang Qiao replied him immediately, then put away the phone, and got up to get the document. "You really don't want to read it?" No one paid attention to her. Jiang Qiao lowered her eyes and smiled. "Okay." Chapter 452 Daddy. She took the document from the table, and stood up and walked out. Seeing her action, the 5 people were stunned for a moment, and then looked at each other. Has she given up? Seeing her like this, the netizens on the barrage had the same reaction. They quickly filled the screen with, "Jiang Qiao. Call me daddy. Don't leave, call me daddy. Stop her, let her call me daddy." Seeing that the barrage was full of comments calling me daddy, these black fans reacted quickly, and one of them immediately called her. "Wait." Jiang Qiao had already walked to the door of the villa. Hearing this, she paused slightly, and turned around. The black fan looked at her and said, "Ms. Jiang, have you forgotten something?" Without waiting for Jiang Qiao to speak, she sneered. "We haven't heard that word yet." When she said this, the others laughed. They looked at her leisurely, waiting for Jiang Qiao to say that word. Jiang Qiao looked at the expressions of these people, weighed the documents in her hand, and still didn't speak. Just as they were about to continue mocking, just at this moment, one of them's phone rang. The black fan was stunned for a moment, looked down at her phone. Considering the current situation, she didn't answer it, but just hung up. However, the other party sent several messages in succession. "Bebe, go to Weibo. Quick! Our brother is in trouble. It's urgent, go!" When she saw the words, "Our brother is in trouble," the girl named Bebe felt her scalp numb instantly, and her brain was about to explode. For star-chasing girls, this is the sentence they fear the most. She didn't care that Jiang Qiao was there, and was still live streaming, and immediately went to Weibo. Then she saw an official Weibo post from a well-known luxury brand. Veggie, welcome at Xiaoyu to become the global spokesperson for the Veggie brand. Xiaoyu Veggie for a full 5 seconds. The girl didn't move at all. Her star-chasing friends were still sending her messages like crazy. This is fucking luxury. And it a global brand spokesperson. Our brother is awesome. Ah. Fuck, everyone in the group is going crazy. I'm going crazy too. If the rival fans dare to say something to us again, we will use our global spokesperson to smash those bitches in the face. Ha ha ha. I'm so fucking happy. Bebe had trouble breathing because of excitement. She swallowed, clicked on her idol Weibo, and saw Xiaoyu reposted the brand official announcement. She was so excited that she almost cried. Her idol finally stood up. But the next second, she saw the person her idol tagged. Xiaoyu V. I am very happy to be the global brand spokesperson of Veggie. At the same time, I would like to thank Miss Jiang Qiao, CEO of East Vision Film and Media, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, Miss Qiao Qiao at Jiang Qiao. At this time, her sister called her again. Bebe's hands trembled, and she subconsciously pressed the answer button, and then she heard her sister's trembling voice. Our brother was able to get this resource thanks to Jiang Qiao, the boss of East Vision Film. This sister is so handsome. She gives resources as soon as she says she will, and endorsements as soon as she says she will, and in a high-end global endorsement. I declare, she will be my idol from now on. More importantly, our brother future development will all depend on her. For our brother future. Sister, you must think twice. The villa was very quiet, so her sister's voice was very clear in her ears. Bebe slowly raised her eyes, and looked at Jiang Qiao standing at the door. She was holding a document in her hand, and as if she noticed her sight, she raised her eyes, and smiled at her. Under the light, her skin was cold, white and delicate, and her face was bright and moving. What is a powerful female CEO? A female boss? She realized. Bebe's lips began to tremble. She felt that the bag contained no ordinary documents, but perhaps the future of her brother. Asking a star-chasing girl to give up the resources that her brother had at her fingertips. That was tantamount to asking her life. She could eat coarse food and suffer grievances, but her brother must shine on the stage. This woman, her action, was simply murderous. The phone was hung up. Bebe subconsciously took a step forward. Ms. Jiang, call it, since you dare to bet. You should accept the loss. The 4 black fans beside her were still mocking Jiang Qiao. You dare not take responsibility for what you did. Right? Are you so cowardly? Jiang Qiao glanced at Bebe standing next to her, rolled her eyes, curled her lips and smiled. She said, okay, then I will call. She opened her red lips slightly. Not only the 4 black fans, but also the netizens on the barrage looked at her expectantly. The black fans' eyes were full of mockery. Ha ha. What about the promise that the face-slapping personality will never fall? Just as Jiang Qiao was about to utter a syllable, a female voice suddenly interrupted Jiang Qiao's voice and shouted directly, Dad! The villa was very empty. The powerful voice of Dad still echoed in the air after it was called. The air was dead silent. The netizens in front of the live broadcast screen froze instantly. The other 4 people slowly turned their heads and looked at the black fan who called Dad. Bebe was still yelling. Her voice was broken. Crazy for Dad Jiang. Crazy for Dad Jiang. Banging against the wall for Dad Jiang. Black fans. Question mark. Are you crazy? They were incredulous. Bebe said to Jiang Qiao, from now on, you are my destiny. I love you. She made a heart shape with her hands on her chest. For black fans. There is a traitor among us. Their scalps were numb, and they immediately pulled the girl aside. Do you know what you are doing? You. Bebe didn't even raise her eyelids, and said with a wooden face, wait, you will do it too. Jiang Qiao crossed her arms, looked at them leisurely, chuckled, and said, 1, before the remaining few people could react to what the 2 said. Their phones began to vibrate one after another. Next, the netizens saw that the black fans who had just faced Jiang Qiao and looked so arrogant showed shock, disbelief, surprise, and tangled expressions on their faces, and finally turned into a complicated expression. They looked at Jiang Qiao, opened their mouths, and finally shouted at her loudly, Dad! Netizens, damn! Jiang Qiao laughed out loud. She leaned against the door, She looked like she had expected them to do this. She spoke slowly, as if she was teasing a child. Good boy. Xiao fans in the live barrage were already excited. Xiao Jia ah. I say it again, my Xiao Jia face-slapping personality will never fall, never fall. She cried. I will always like her woo woo woo. Chapter 453 The World of the Rich. What happened? What happened? I just went out for a little while. The black fans were also confused. What happened suddenly? It was only a few minutes. The 5 black fans they chose rebelled collectively. But they were not confused for long, and soon found out the reason. Click on the hot search. The hot search list is very lively at this moment. High-end luxury brands have officially announced celebrity spokespersons. Big-name directors have decided on the leading actors, and there are all kinds of brand cooperation and fashion resources. All of them are glittering with gold edges. Everyone can feel its heavy gold content across the screen. The haters looked at the resources that were bought with money, and their typing hands were shaking slightly. Is Jiang Qiao crazy? How much money does this cost? So she gave all these resources to the idols of these haters? It would be strange if these haters didn't call her dad. Despicable Jiang Qiao, didn't you say you wouldn't use money to attack people? She didn't use money to attack these haters, but she attacked their idols, which is more deadly than giving them money directly. Jiang Qiao move directly caused the 5 black fans to rebel. And they shouted, Dad Jiang. Don't be too happy. The black fans were so angry that they flocked to Jiang Qiao Weibo to protest. It was agreed that the black fans should be willing to follow you, instead of throwing money at you. This doesn't count. Facing these people accusations, Jiang Qiao lazily posted a Weibo. Jiang Qiao v. Oh? Aren't the 5 of them willing to follow me? The 5 former black fans immediately came and frantically refuted. Who said that? Who said that? Jiang Qiao is my daddy, my real daddy. Who is trying to sow discord between our ironclad relationship? We will be your fans forever. Do you want me to show you my heart? Daddy? Looking at these 5 completely shameless lickers, the black fans. They call him so affectionately. Have you forgotten how harshly you scolded him in the past? Xiao fans are almost dying of laughter. Very good, as long as the money is in place, there is nothing you can't call daddy. Jiang Qiao's series of actions became a hot search. Some netizens who had never criticized her saw this kind of scene for the first time. They were shocked by the resources on the hot search list. How come for this woman? Those top resources are like cabbages in the supermarket. She can take whatever she wants and give it to whomever she wants? Everyone was shocked. But at the same time, they couldn't help but watch with relish and were attracted to her unconsciously. This kind of rich and beautiful female CEO is really too charming. This bet ended with Jiang Qiao victory. Jiang Qiao haters were very angry, but they could do nothing about her. They even saw everyone recommending their idols under Jiang Qiao comments and begging the father to give them some resources, and they couldn't help but secretly recommend their idols. It's okay if they can't get rid of her, but it feels so fucking bad that they have to beg her. The entry if I become a fan of Jiang Qiao, I lose is still at the forefront. Every day, someone brings up this topic to increase popularity. Although the haters have been slapped in the face, they still don't have a good impression of Jiang Qiao. However, Jiang Qiao doesn't really care about the opinions of those black fans. She updates Weibo at her own frequency, posts photos, and sometimes holds a lottery. All up to her own whim. Jiang Qiao v. I can't use up a lot of skincare products I stocked up before. If I keep going like this, they will expire. Do you want them? Giving things that are about to expire to others. You really can do that. She's still a white, rich and beautiful girl. This character is not fucked up. I don't care. We ha. I don't care +1. Do you think everyone is poor? There are still a lot of nitpicking people below. During this period of time, the black fans are still persistent. Jiang Qiao has seen a lot of them, and she just ignores them. She took her phone, switched to the camera mode, took a picture of the pile of skincare products, and posted it on Weibo. A few words were attached in a simple and neat way. Retweet, and you get it. The haters clicked on her photo, and were about to make some mockery, but the next second, when they saw those things, they shut their mouths instantly. The skincare products in the photo are all high-end skincare products, but those skincare products that others can only buy after saving several months' salary are stuffed into a large cabinet in her place, many of which have not been opened. The number is amazing, and there are rows of lipsticks accidentally exposed next to them, occupying an entire wall. A whole wall. Anti-fans. This is not the best way to flaunt your wealth. Other netizens saw this and screamed. Is this the world of the rich? Wow. I treasure that essence like my life, but in her case, it is just shoved in the corner like garbage. I feel the gap between people. I'm so jealous. Hit me. Hit me. Please. The number of reposts increased crazily, and everyone looked at the skincare products in the photo and couldn't control their hands from reposting. Jiang Qiao was generous enough, seeing that some girls seemed to like the comments very much. Her slender white hands typed directly on the keyboard. Please send me the address. She went down one by one and replied to countless people. Those girls didn't expect that she would really reply to them. Seeing her say that, they immediately felt an invisible pampering and were so excited that they almost screamed. Jiang Qiao came out of the room, walked into the living room, and curled up on the sofa. The living room was brightly lit. She was resting today, and her whole body was filled with a lazy atmosphere. There was a ragdoll cat, and the golden retriever she brought back from abroad by her legs. She leaned there lazily, with a leisurely expression, crossed her legs, and her slender white and tender feet swayed gently, showing her leisure. She chatted with netizens casually. Yes, I can't use them all and they will break. Yes, I give it away if you forward it, feel free to forward it. The lipstick next to it? It okay to use, it suits your skin tone, I give you a few sets if you want. The female fans immediately. After playing for a while, Jiang Qiao felt her eyes were a little tired. She was happy to spend money, so she said goodbye to everyone and left Weibo. Jiang Qiao v. Bye, that it for this time, the prize will be drawn tomorrow. After Jiang Qiao left, netizens watched Jiang Qiao give away gifts for half an hour without blinking. From the time she went online to the time she went offline, they roughly calculated and found that she had given away gifts worth about 7 million yuan in total. Netizens. She just gave away gifts casually, as if it was a game, and gave away millions of yuan. Among them, the most excited ones were Jiang Qiao female fans. One female fan couldn't help but post on Weibo that, do you think Jiang Qiao is a little sweet? Chapter 454 Ming Siren. I will tell you after you die. As soon as this was said, everyone immediately echoed, +1, I have wanted to say this for a long time, she is so sweet, sexy, beautiful, rich, etc. I am willing to bend over backwards for her. Giving away sets of lipsticks, he is such a domineering CEO, my boyfriend has never been so nice to me. Wow, to be honest, I am a passerby who wants to become her fan. No matter how controversial she is, Jiang Qiao popularity is still increasing. On Saturday, Ingya Films held a film press conference. As a colleague, Jiang Qiao, who is also one of the investors, was naturally invited. In the villa, Jiang Qiao hugged Ming Siren's arm, looking up at him. You really won't go with me? This film happened to be invested by Ming Company. She had originally thought that she could attend with Ming Siren, but she didn't expect that this person didn't plan to go at all. Ming Siren sat on the sofa, his long legs crossed elegantly. He held a financial magazine in his hand, turning a page from time to time. Hearing this, he lazily hummed. Jiang Qiao leaned over, humming, why? Ming Siren lowered his eyes to look at the words on the magazine. His peach blossom eyes half closed, and he lazily replied, I'm tired. I don't want to go. You don't have to do anything. You just need to stay with me. Ming Siren said without raising his eyelids. That tiring too, he said. I get tired whenever someone talks to me. Jiang Qiao. She kissed his face and said softly, but I want you to go with me. Hearing this, Ming Siren turned his head and glanced at her. The woman had curved eyes, a fair and delicate face, and when she met his gaze, she immediately smiled at him, bright and charming. Ming Siren looked at her for a few seconds, then stretched out his hand. When Jiang Qiao thought he was going to hug her, the man lifted her off him. A light and cold sentence, no. Jiang Qiao. She frowned. What if I insist that you go? Ming Siren snorted lazily. Kill me. She could see that this man had no intention of going out this week. Damn Ming Siren. The doorbell rang outside the door. Jiang Qiao snorted, ignoring him, and went to open the door. It was the team that was styling her tonight. Ms. Jiang Qiao, good evening. Jiang Qiao smiled and made way. Come in. In the villa, Jiang Qiao sat on a chair, letting the stylist do her hair. She glanced at the man sitting on the sofa. Ming Siren was dressed casually. He didn't know when he made a pot of tea for himself. He looked like a retired old man who wanted to relax and rest during the weekend. Jiang Qiao. This man is really... She didn't look at him anymore. Out of sight. Out of mind. After a while, the stylist finished Jiang Qiao hair. She glanced at her, with undisguised amazement in her eyes. She took the mirror and handed it to Jiang Qiao, and asked with a smile, "Can you take a look?" When Jiang Qiao saw the look in other people's eyes, she knew the effect might be good. She took the mirror and looked at it. After seeing this, even she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly. 2 years ago, she was still following the style of a cold fairy, and her makeup was also light. But today, the makeup artist gave her a bright red lip and a big wave, which made her look like a demon, and had an aggressive and bright feeling. Even Jiang Qiao felt that she was pretty. She curled her lips, put the mirror down, glanced at the man who was still reading the financial magazine, and said, "See Ran? Come and see if I am pretty." The man did not even raise his head. "Yes. Look at me." He turned a page of the magazine. "Pretty. Jiang Qiao." She stared at him. "You? At all? Didn't look at me?" Ming Siren propped up his head, and said lazily with a smile, "My Qiao Qiao is always pretty." Listening to this insincere compliment, Jiang Qiao, she found that, ever since Ming Siren chased her, this bastard has been getting more and more perfunctory with her. Not only has he never shown his affection, he has been so low-key in the past 2 years that all the new employees in his company think he has no girlfriend. He has less and less sense of crisis. Jiang Qiao narrowed her eyes. She got up from the chair and walked upstairs. "I tell you, if Ming Siren is gone." She was angry. The stylists looked at each other in bewilderment. "This Miss Jiang Qiao is angry. Right? Is that right? Is that right?" They glanced at a man sitting on the sofa who had not yet realized the seriousness of the matter. They coughed lightly and reminded him, "Mr. Ming, Miss Jiang Qiao seems angry. Do you want to go and see her?" Ming Siren then raised his eyes, his eyebrows slightly raised, and asked, "What wrong?" They told him what Jiang Qiao was angry about just now. After listening, Ming Siren couldn't help but chuckle. "Why? She is beautiful." Listening to the man's doting and gentle tone, the attitude that Jiang Qiao is naturally the most beautiful, the stylist team was immediately touched. Shit! Ming father is worthy of being Ming father. Su De is natural. However, Jiang Qiao didn't seem to get the meaning, so they wanted to remind him. But they just said a few words and heard footsteps coming from upstairs. Several people heard the sound and looked forward at the same time. They saw Jiang Qiao, who had just gone upstairs in anger, changed her clothes and came down. She was wearing high heels, holding her skirt in one hand, holding the handrail of the stairs with the other hand, and her chin slightly raised. She just walked down. When they saw what she was wearing, everyone took a deep breath. The woman was wearing a long skirt with a high slit. The back was hollowed out, revealing the beautiful back line, and her wavy long hair fell on her shoulders. As she walked, her snow-white long legs were looming, tempting and charming, like a demon in the prosperous age. The stylist paused, and subconsciously looked at Ming Siren. Ming Siren's eyelids twitched, and the magazine in his hand fell from his hand. Jiang Qiao glanced at the man who finally set his eyes on her, and hummed in her heart. She had never worn this skirt since she bought it. It was the most expensive, and the most exposed one in her wardrobe. She had never found a chance to wear it before. But now, Jiang Qiao walked to the living room, lifted her long wavy hair, and asked the stylists, "How do you like this skirt? Does it match this hairstyle?" How could it not match? It's simply stunning. If she wears this outfit, it will definitely be a famous scene on the red carpet in the entertainment industry in the future. Weibo will definitely explode tonight. But they looked at Ming Siren again. The man reached out, picked up the magazine from the ground, and put it on the table. Then he stood up. Chapter 455. Ming father is going to explode. They watched his movements and felt a chill. Whether Weibo would explode or not was another matter. Ming father was definitely going to explode. In the quiet space, Ming Siren's footsteps were particularly clear. He came to Jiang Qiao and looked down at her. The man was tall and had long legs. His posture was elegant. He looked at people in a dangerous way. He stretched out his hand and hooked his fingers through a lock of her long hair. His voice was lazy and lotsy. "You're wearing this skirt today?" Listening to his words, the people watching could not help but tremble. If Mr. Ming was angry, it would be quite scary. However, Jiang Qiao was not afraid at all. Not only was she not afraid, she also raised her face and smiled at him with curved eyes. "Honey, am I beautiful?" Ming Siren stared at her with his peach blossom eyes. After a few seconds, he said slowly, if you change into another one, I think you will be more beautiful. Didn't you say that I am beautiful at all times? Jiang Qiao smiled. You don't even want to look at me? Then I won't force you. I wear this one today. Jiang Qiao looked at Ming's siren expression, stretched out her hand and gently hooked his neck. Her red lips were charming. Her face was bright and seductive. Her thin and hot breath sprinkled on his ears. And she deliberately blew into his ears. Anyway, my dear boyfriend doesn't look at me. Doesn't care about me. He won't mind what I wear. Okay? Ming siren. Shit! Jiang Qiao let go of him and looked up at the man expression. She coughed lightly, then glanced at the time and said in a pretentious manner, Oh, it's time, I have to go first. Without waiting for Ming siren to speak, she took a step forward, kissed him on the lips. Her voice was as soft and sweet as ever. Don't you want to have a good rest? Then you should stay at home today. There was already a driver waiting outside. Jiang Qiao walked out of the villa quickly, opened the car door and got in. The moment she sat in, she saw the man walking out of the villa with a sullen face, and almost laughed out loud. She rolled down the car window and blew him a kiss. Bye, darling. Ming siren had already walked out, reaching out to pull the car door, his forehead veins throbbing. Jiang Qiao, wait for me. Jiang Qiao directly raised the car window and told the driver, drive. She looked at the man still standing at the door and felt refreshed. She sat up straight and snorted. Damn Ming siren. She can't cure him. Ming siren looked at the car that was getting farther and farther away and finally gradually disappeared from his sight. He turned around and entered the villa. He took the phone and dialed a number while walking upstairs. The voice was low and cold. Prepare the car. I'm going to Yao movie press conference. Looking at the man going upstairs, several people in the styling team thought silently. He was anxious. He was anxious. He finally got anxious. This press conference of Yao Pictures was full of stars, and this movie Behind the Silence cost hundreds of millions, and took 2 years to shoot. It has maintained a high popularity since the beginning. From the director to the script to the leading actor, every link is very meticulous, and the audience also has great expectations for it. I am really looking forward to this movie. In this era of traffic, it is so hard to find a good movie made with heart. The leading actors are all good actors, especially the national treasure actor Feng Tao, who is my idol. In this era where the eyes are poisoned by the bad acting of some traffic stars, netizens finally waited for a reliable big-budget movie, and they were all very excited. At the movie press conference that day, countless netizens squatted in front of the live broadcast. The leading actor Feng Tao, who took the tough guy route, is the idol of many male audiences. So there were not only star-chasing girls that day, but also many male netizens. Before the press conference started, some fans were already discussing it. I heard that Jiang Qiao was also invited. I am looking forward to what kind of dress this beautiful lady will wear. Please, what does Jiang Qiao have to do with the bright and beautiful Han Xier? The leading actress of this movie is the beautiful Han Xier from abroad. She is also a very popular actress abroad. Not only does she have many fans abroad, but she also has many fans in China. Moreover, she has amazing fighting power. A large number of people today came to see her. I am not a fan of Han Xier, but to be honest, when Han Xier is here, all the female stars here are foot-washing maids. Don't bring bad things to our Xier. Our sister is beautiful on her own. TSK, how can you be so unpatriotic? Besides, Jiang Qiao should not be bad. Didn't you see how good she is without makeup in the live broadcast? If they are in the same frame and compared in beauty, it is not certain who will win. +1, Qiao's sister will definitely beat Han Xier. As for the above remarks, it immediately attracted the dissatisfaction and ridicule of Han Xier fans. What does it have to do with patriotism? She is just beautiful. What else can you say? Has Jiang Qiao press release not ended yet? Can you stop praising her? I heard her fans say that she beat this and that before, but now they even say that she beats Han Xier. Do they have any self-awareness? I still say that if I'm her fan, I lose. When the word Jiang Qiao is mentioned, whether at the comments section or the barrage, it immediately becomes bloody. Can you please stop arguing and watch the live broadcast? Amidst the noise, Yao film press conference finally began. The first person to enter was the film male lead Feng Tao. The man who seemed serious on the big screen was much more approachable in private. She put her arm around the waist of Shen Huan, who played her daughter in the film, and walked onto the red carpet. The actress Shen Huan beside him glanced at the hand on her waist, and frowned slightly. She said nothing, but forced a smile, and walked forward with him. Some people expressed doubts about Feng Tao not walking with the female lead Han Xier, but walking on the red carpet with the second female lead. However, they thought about Han Xier's popularity, and thought it would be okay if she was the last to appear. So they didn't take it seriously. Several actors followed. Soon, a luxury car stopped in front of the red carpet. The door opened, and Han Xier got out of the car. The number of comments suddenly increased, and the surrounding fans immediately began to cheer loudly. Han Xier waved to everyone and walked onto the red carpet. She wore a black tube-top dress, clearly going for a sexy and bright style. Look at Han Xier's face. Jiang Qiao fans dared to say that they beat her. They are really overestimating themselves. Han Xier is so beautiful. I like this kind of bright and sexy beauty the most. Am I the only one who thinks that without the beauty filter? Han Xier's appearance has declined a bit. The one in front is 10,000 times more beautiful than Jiang Qiao porridge and side dishes. Just as the people in the barrage were arguing, a black car slowly drove over. Chapter 456 Stunning Enchantress. The staff standing nearby saw this, quickly stepped forward, and when the car stopped, immediately reached out and opened the door for her. Who is it? Why is it such a big show? Isn't our Xier the finale? What is the organizer of this press conference doing? Will they do anything? Han Xier fans on the barrage just made a dissatisfied voice when they saw the person in the car get out. They looked up, and when they saw who was coming, they were slightly stunned. The first thing that caught my eye was a leg. A white and slender beautiful leg that could attract everyone's attention. The woman bent down slightly and got out of the car. With this movement, her long wavy hair fell from her shoulders, revealing her beautiful and seductive back line. Jiang Qiao's skin was naturally cold white, without a single flaw on her body. She seemed to have her own soft light when she stood there. She was wearing a backless long dress. From this angle, you could see her slightly deep spine groove. That kind of Snow White and sexy temptation, moving down little by little, aroused people's nerves a little dazed. The camera zoomed in at this moment. Jiang Qiao raised her eyes. The woman's red lips were open, her skin was white, the beautiful cat eyes were slightly raised, and her eyes were full of charm, bright and attractive. She seemed to know that someone was looking at her through the camera. She raised her eyes slightly, tilted her head and smiled gently at the camera, said, "Good evening." Red lips and white skin, she was radiant. A gorgeous demon. The barrage suddenly became very quiet at this moment. The people watching in front of the screen, whether they were men or women, when they saw this scene, all opened their eyes wide at the same time. Immediately afterwards. Fuck. It's Jiang Qiao. Fuck. 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 Why is she so beautiful in this outfit? Fuck. These legs. This back. This face. Fuck, I'm dead. What wrong with Jiang Qiao? What kind of sexy beauty is this? There was a shocking voice on the barrage. Seeing Jiang Qiao's sexy outfit, everyone was shocked, and among them, male netizens were the most excited. They originally came to see Feng Tao, the idol with great acting skills, but they didn't expect to see such a peerless beauty. This kind of high-level sexiness directly touched them. And these men expressed their love for simplicity and roughness, and directly said barrage, "Fuck, who is this? She is much prettier than the woman just now." Hearing someone say this, Han Xier fans were so angry that their faces turned blue, and immediately began to post comments crazily. Bullshit! How beautiful is it? How many internet trolls did Jiang Qiao hire? The more exposed, the better? Ugly. 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 Not beautiful at all. Pa! However, at this moment, Han Xier walked a little slower because fans asked for autographs. She returned the paper and pen to the fans, and was about to go in. Just at this moment, Jiang Qiao walked up to her, and the camera directly included the two of them. So, Jiang Qiao has long legs, a thin waist, and straight shoulders, a cold white complexion, and a very beautiful bone structure. Compared with her, Han Xier, a foreign actress known for her bright and sexy appearance, has a darker complexion, a bigger face, and her whole person immediately looks dull and tasteless. Ha ha! This is a public execution. She is not as tall as Jiang Qiao, her nose is not as straight as Jiang Qiao, and her figure is not as good as Jiang Qiao. This is your goddess. How dare Han Xier fans step on Jiang Qiao? Jiang Qiao was the first person on the list of female stars, who were least willing to take photos with her. The killer in the same frame as her. 2 years later, she has become even more ruthless. Chapter 457. You are so beautiful. It may not be obvious when you look at them alone, but when the two are compared in the same frame, the huge difference. Even Han Sierra fans can no longer say that Jiang Qiao is ugly. Both of them are bright and beautiful, but when Jiang Qiao appears, Han Sierra halo is instantly taken away. The whole person seems to be covered with a layer of gray cloth, and everyone can only see Jiang Qiao. What is a real sexy beauty? This is it. Under the guidance of the staff, Jiang Qiao walked into the press conference. Jiang Qiao's stunning appearance did not subside until she entered the press conference. Some male netizens searched for her Weibo account and quietly followed her, while female netizens made a gif of her appearance of more than 10 seconds and posted it online. Only the black fans were still mocking her. But no matter how much they mocked her, they could not stop the enthusiasm of netizens. Jiang Qiao was destined to be the subject of everyone's discussion tonight. At the same time, in the car, Ming Siren held his phone, staring at the live broadcast screen that had become a hot search. In the screen, the woman was wearing a backless dress, long legs and a thin waist, bright and beautiful. His eyes fell on her beautiful white back, delicate butterfly bones, sexy spine grooves, large patches of exposed skin. Ming Siren only felt his temples throbbing. He slid his slender fingers on the screen, exited Weibo, and then dialed a number directly. As soon as the call was connected, he heard his low, cold and sexy voice. Take it off the hot search for me, immediately. The PR department already knew what happened, and hurriedly responded, yes. Mr. Ming. Ming Siren hung up the phone and called Jiang Qiao again. The call was connected, but only a long waiting tone could be heard. She didn't answer his call. Ming Siren. He dialed again with a blank expression. This time it rang twice, and the other party hung up on him directly. The air was quiet. The driver secretly looked at the man's face through the rearview mirror. Ming Siren didn't raise his eyelids, and his lazy voice sounded dangerous at this moment. He said, "What are you looking at? You don't want to work anymore?" The driver immediately turned his head away, thinking aggrievedly, "I made my girlfriend angry, and she got angry at him." Ming Siren continued to call. This time, when the call was about to be disconnected automatically, the other side finally answered slowly. The careless voice, the prolonged tone, there was a deliberate emotion in it. "What are you doing?" "Brother Siren, I'm busy here." Ming Siren. He turned his head to look at the passing scenery outside the window, reached out to loosen his tie, his Adam apple rolled slightly, his voice, as lazy and sexy as always, was a little hoarse at this moment. "Qiao Qiao." Jiang Qiao raised her chin slightly, and replied proudly, Ming Siren half closed his eyelids, and the light and shadow passed over his handsome and gentle face, making his face more delicate and perfect. He whispered, "Come out first." "Huh?" "Jiang Qiao, I asked you to accompany me, but you didn't. Today, everyone else has a companion, but I don't. It's my fault. You didn't think you were bad just now." Without waiting for Ming Siren to speak, she sighed lightly. "Since you don't want to come, I find someone on the spot. It's not a big deal." As soon as she finished speaking, Ming Siren heard a male voice from her side, saying, "Ms. Jiang Qiao, you are so beautiful today." Ming Siren, ? Chapter 458. How dare you be mean to me? He felt his temples throbbing even more violently. His voice lowered, called her, "Qiao Qiao." "Thank you." On the other end of the phone, Jiang Qiao's voice was charming and charming. You don't need to look at her, or even just listen to her voice. You can imagine how seductive and bright she looks at the moment. She said softly, "What your name?" Ming Siren was so angry that he laughed, leaned back, reached out and gently pulled his tie, wrung his eyebrows, and was already in a very agitated state. "Come out. You hear me?" Jiang Qiao snorted faintly, looking like a disobedient and arrogant cat. When she heard what he said, she even exclaimed, "You are still mean to me at this time?" Ming Siren. He closed his eyes. "Jiang Qiao, I say it again. I'm busy with Brother Siren. I won't talk to you anymore. Bye." Then, without waiting for Ming Siren to say anything else, she hung up the phone. Ming Siren listened to the busy tone on the other end, and didn't react for 2 seconds, saying, "Hello? Jiang Qiao?" He lowered his eyes, glanced at the phone page that was hung up, and his face suddenly became gloomy. The driver held the steering wheel with his hands, looked at the man's face at the moment through the rearview mirror, and couldn't help but tighten his back. Terrible. Damn terrible. The only person in the world who dared to make Mr. Ming angry so unscrupulously was Miss Jiang Qiao. But Mr. Ming couldn't do anything about this little devil. He could not help but speed up a little. On the other side, at the conference venue, Jiang Qiao hung up the phone, threw the phone into the bag she was carrying, her cat eyes curved cunningly, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. In front of her, the man looked at the sexy and seductive woman, and felt like there was a crazy jumping deer in his chest. Seeing Jiang Qiao lift her eyelids and look at him, he was shocked, and hurriedly answered the question she had just asked him, saying, "Ms. Jiang Qiao, my name is." Jiang Qiao waved at him, although she was smiling. But her attitude was very distant. "Nice to meet you. See you later. See you later." The man was stunned, and watched her walk forward. After saying that, he swallowed his throat, thinking silently, but haven't they just started to know each other yet? Jiang Qiao casually gathered her long hair, and walked to the rest area. In front, Feng Tao, a powerful tough guy actor, was chatting with someone. Next to him was Shen Huan, who played his daughter. He put his hand on Shen Huan's shoulder, and looked very relaxed. Shen Huan's face was not very good. She stepped aside, and wanted to leave. She said politely in a low voice, "Teacher Feng, I'm going to the bathroom first." She was about to leave, when Feng Tao slid his hand down, and hugged her waist. He moved closer to her and said, "Wait." He introduced her to the man he had just greeted, Mr. Zhao. "This is the actress Shen Huan who played my daughter in the movie. She has a very good acting skill. Xiao Shen. This is Mr. Zhao. You have to trouble Mr. Zhao to take care of you in the future." The two shook hands, and got to know each other. Shen Huan hurriedly said politely, "Hello, Mr. Zhao." The other party smiled and said, "Little Shen is very beautiful." Feng Tao's hand was still on Shen Huan's waist, and he did not leave. He introduced Shen Huan to the big shots present. Shen Huan wanted to leave several times, but was stopped by him. His expression was a little stiff. Jiang Qiao crossed her arms, and watched this scene from the side, with a faint expression. At this time, a staff member looked around and finally confirmed Jiang Qiao's position. He walked a few steps quickly to her and said, "Mr. Jiang." Jiang Qiao glanced at it, and replied lightly, "What wrong?" But the next second, the staff member suddenly took out a shawl, and said hesitantly, Are you cold? Why don't you put it on?" Jiang Qiao glanced at it, and almost laughed out loud. She snorted softly, picked up the shawl with 2 fingers and looked at it, raised her eyes and glanced at him, and asked slowly, "Is this what Ming Siren asked you to send to me? Isn't that President Ming?" Jiang Qiao smiled, fixed her eyes on the shawl, and took a look at it. "Mr. Ming said he will be here soon, so you should put it on and wait for him for a while." "He finally came?" Jiang Qiao raised her eyebrows, then rolled her eyes, and threw it to him lightly, and said willfully, "I don't want to put it on." The staff member, Jiang Qiao, heard her say in a relaxed tone, "I look so beautiful like this." He raised his head, and met Jiang Qiao's eyes, and the other charming eyes curved, and deliberately asked him, "Right, be beautiful?" This staff member had never seen such a scene before, and hurriedly lowered his head. He felt that if he dared to answer, President Ming would definitely twist his head off. At this moment, Jiang Qiao was like a little goblin who was deliberately making trouble, with the aura of a little devil that broke through the screen. But if anyone dared to show bad intentions to her, she would definitely be the first one to kill him. After Jiang Qiao threw the shawl to him, she walked towards the press conference venue. The movie press conference was about to begin. Her seat was in the front row, there was no one on the left, and the media people who came to interview her were behind. The organizer came to greet her in a low voice. Jiang Qiao tilted her head, and responded lightly from time to time. Her mood was not too high. Under the introduction of the host, the main creators of this movie came on stage. Although Han Xier and Feng Tao played lovers in the movie, maybe because of the language barrier, the two did not interact much on stage, but Feng Tao kept actively cueing Shen Huan, and the two played a few small games to mobilize the atmosphere. Jiang Qiao crossed her long legs, her high heels swayed gently, her eyes fell on the stage. Feng Tao had been holding Shen Huan's hand. She watched the scene calmly, with a slightly restrained expression. The whole process was still being broadcast live online, but after Jiang Qiao's stunning appearance at the beginning, there were obviously no explosive points in the following segments, and everyone's emotions calmed down a lot. Most of the topics in the barrage revolved around this movie. From time to time, the camera gave Jiang Qiao, who was sitting in the front row, and the barrage that passed by was all praising her beauty. Seeing that Jiang Qiao looked bored, the organizer next to him asked nervously, Boss Jiang? Are you bored? Jiang Qiao stared at Feng Tao on the stage and replied, not bad. Just as netizens were discussing the movie, 2 comments suddenly appeared on the barrage. Fuck. I can't stand it. Can this old man Feng Tao take his hands off the waist of goddess Shen Huan? Isn't he disgusting? Feng Tao sexually harasses. Feng Tao sexually harasses. Feng Tao sexually harasses. Chapter 459 Sexy and Coquettish Woman. As soon as these 2 comments were posted, the live broadcast room was immediately in chaos. What were the previous 2 comments saying? Crazy? Why did 2 crazy dogs enter the live broadcast room? Get out. Please? But after those 2 comments passed, the comment environment did not calm down. In the next few minutes, as if someone organized it, different IDs, countless identical comments filled the screen. The content is all about Feng Tao's sexual harassment. Seeing this copy-paste text, the first to go crazy are Feng Tao fans. As an actor, whether in appearance or in his usual personality, Feng Tao is a representative of a tough guy and a good man, and a considerable number of male fans like him. At this moment, their idol was insulted, and they immediately got angry. Harass your mother? Do you have eyes? Teacher Feng Tao has been praising that woman named Shen Huan. Didn't you see? Putting a hand on the shoulder is sexual harassment? I don't know what good for me. Fuck, is this woman crazy about wanting to be famous? Other netizens watching the scene immediately smelled something was going to happen. They immediately clicked on Weibo, and found that the term Feng Tao sexually harassed Shen Huan was on the hot search. But this term obviously did not just appear now. Before the live broadcast began, Shen Huan fans had already started to hype this term. Obviously they were well prepared. Clicking on the hot Weibo, the first one was a long Weibo post by Shen Huan fans. She listed Feng Tao 10 sins, and detailed Feng Tao behavior of sexually harassing Shen Huan, a female actress in the same crew, for a long time in the name of care. Pictures speak louder than words. The details are very clear. When you click on the pictures, any woman can feel the strong discomfort. And under the comments, Shen Huan fans provided more detailed examples. During the filming of the movie, in the hotel where they lived, Feng Tao knocked on Shen Huan's door several times at night, on the pretext of discussing the script. The netizens who originally thought that Shen Huan was hyping it up, saw this, and suddenly became silent. Speechless. This is obviously sexual harassment. How disgusting. Knocking on a female celebrity door in the middle of the night. What there to say? I feel sorry for Miss Shen Huan. A senior in the film industry like Feng Tao, a celebrity like Shen Huan would not even dare to refuse. However, Feng Tao fans obviously don't buy it, especially some men with weak empathy, who don't think that in the entertainment industry, putting an arm around the shoulder or waist is sexual harassment, but think that Shen Huan is hyping it up, and they just start talking. That it? That it? That it? He turned over and hugged her twice. And didn't do anything. Okay? Can you please not make it seem like he raped her? She didn't show any resistance, see? She seemed to be enjoying it. Didn't she? She really good at making a scene, but Hans here isn't much sexier than her, haha. If Mr. Feng Tao really wanted to do that, he would have chosen her. There were a lot of such voices, and soon, the comments were full of their ridicule. When the live broadcast was halfway through, the incident had already become a hot topic on Weibo. Feng Tao's status as a senior is there, and sexual harassment is a matter of opinion. Most netizens think that Feng Tao is too high to do such a thing. Most of them stand on his side, and put the blame on Shen Huan and his fans. Shen Huan doesn't have too many fans, and he was suppressed. Other female netizens felt uncomfortable, but they couldn't refute anything. They could only watch Feng Tao fans mock them. The press conference was still live, and whenever Shen Huan appeared, the barrage was full of Feng Tao fans' weird comments. Jiang Qiao sat in her seat, with a cold expression. On the stage, Feng Tao was talking about his mental journey while filming the movie. At this time, someone came over and whispered something to him. Feng Tao's brows suddenly frowned. With his reaction, the netizens in front of the screen almost immediately guessed that it was something that happened on Weibo. Feng Tao's face was very ugly and gloomy. He seemed to want to leave directly, but he thought of something and stopped again. After calming down for a few seconds, he said to the media reporter, I just heard from my assistant that something happened on Weibo. Today is the press conference for the movie Behind the Silence. I didn't intend to talk about my private affairs here, but the so-called sexual harassment hat is too big. I absolutely dare not wear it. I have lived for 50 years. And I am old and I am being splashed with such dirty water. At this point, Feng Tao shook his head and smiled awkwardly. When the people on and off the stage heard him say this, they hurriedly opened Weibo and saw the term Feng Tao sexual harassment on the hot search. The venue suddenly became noisy. Xiaoshen is more than 20 years younger than me. I have always treated her as my daughter, and never thought that such a misunderstanding would arise. Xiaoshen. Feng Tao looked at Shenhuan. Come here. Shenhuan didn't know what was going on yet, and walked over in a daze. Feng Tao put his hand on her shoulder and asked with a smile, Do you also think I am sexually harassing you? His joking tone clearly showed that he thought this was unreasonable. And everyone present laughed. Who would do that in public? Today netizens are just too sensitive. Shenhuan fans are so stupid. How can Shenhuan continue to make it in the film industry? In such a public place, with so many cameras facing him. Feng Tao sexually harassed her? Does he think everyone is stupid? It's so funny. This woman hype has failed. Hearing Feng Tao question, Shenhuan froze. She pursed her lips tightly, and Feng Tao's hand on her shoulder gently stroked her. Again and again. She felt his breath spraying on her face. It was like a nightmare. Shenhuan nails dug deep into her palm. Feng Tao's hand fell to her waist, like an elder comforting her, passing the warmth to her, smiling and encouraging her. Don't be afraid, say it, clarify the misunderstanding with everyone. Shenhuan fans in front of the screen were so angry that they wanted to smash their phones. At this moment, they could feel their sister helplessness through the screen. Female netizens watched, frowning, feeling that this scene made them, as women, very uncomfortable. Feng Tao was too close. The atmosphere was tense. Shenhuan received a look from her agent. She turned pale. She could only say, Teacher Feng didn't. Bang! Just as Shenhuan was trying to speak, a sound suddenly came from the quiet venue. Feng Tao screamed in pain. His chest hurt. He and everyone else looked at the mineral water bottle that hit him and rolled to the ground. It was very quiet all around. Everyone looked along the horizontal path of the smash. They saw a sexy and charming woman sitting in the front row. She was lazily holding up her head. She was the one who smashed the water bottle just now. Chapter 460 Queen Aura. Facing the gazes of the crowd, she spoke slowly, with the attitude of a leisurely and unbridled boss. Take your dog paws off her, old thing. Shenhuan was shocked, and suddenly raised his head. As Jiang Qiao words fell, the venue suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. On the internet, through the network cable, younger netizens attacked Jiang Qiao at will with their keyboards, as if she was not much different from themselves. But in real life, even if these bigwigs who have resources, and have a lot of say in the industry, dare not speak out after Jiang Qiao said this. She is the biggest investor, the father of Party A, and the object that these so-called senior actors have to praise. Although Jiang Qiao did not show it obviously at the moment, these shrewd people could see that she was unhappy at a glance, and immediately shut up. No one dared to say anything to offend her, for fear that the father anger would burn them accidentally. Among them, Feng Tao, who was directly called an old thing by her, froze, laughed awkwardly twice. Jiang. Mr. Jiang? Are you talking to me? Old thing. He looked at the host and his team, as if he wanted them to help him out. Mr. Jiang is really a joker. However, the host directly avoided his gaze, and the people in his team looked at Jiang Qiao who was talking. Their faces turned pale, and they hurried to find the organizer to stop Jiang Qiao. I was panicking. How did they provoke her? It still lived now. Jiang Qiao still maintained that posture, crossed her long legs, and tapped her high heels leisurely. She looked smiling, but her words made the listeners' scalps numb. Do I look like I'm kidding you? Her cold eyes fell on his hand that was holding Shenhuan's shoulders. Feng Tao felt as if the place where she was looking at was splashed with sparks. His eyes darkened, but he didn't move, pretending to be calm, and said, What does Mr. Jiang mean by this? Let me put my hand down. You don't think I'm sexually harassing Xiaoshen, do you? Jiang Qiao said in a faint voice. You think you didn't? Feng Tao was immediately annoyed and said, I have always treated Xiaoshen as my own daughter. How could I have such a dirty thought? Please don't slander me. Mr. Jiang. The barrage, because of Jiang Qiao's sudden action, was instantly in chaos. What going on? What going on? Is Jiang Qiao helping Shenhuan? Fuck. This is awesome. Just interrupting the live press conference because of someone you don't like. Is this the courage of the investor dad? To be honest, I also think it a bit disgusting that Feng Tao has been hugging Shenhuan. Shenhuan fans didn't expect such a turn of events. They sat up with a start. holding their phones, staring at Jiang Qiao on the screen, their eyes burning. When Jiang Qiao heard Feng Tao words, "Don't slander me," she laughed softly. The woman's beautiful cat eyes were seductive, and she stood up from her seat. Her graceful figure and backless dress were eye-catching enough. The staff of the organizer beside her saw her stand up and subconsciously wanted to stop her. She lowered her voice and said, "Jiang, President Jiang, today is our movie press conference. Do you think you should not?" Jiang Qiao glanced at the other person indifferently. She didn't say a word, but the staff member heart skipped a beat, and he stepped aside tremblingly. The so-called Queen Aura. Jiang Qiao stepped on high heels and walked up to the stage step by step. Her steps were elegant, without any mess. Everyone in the audience looked at her unconsciously. The woman's steps seemed to step on people's hearts. She finally stood in front of Feng Tao and looked straight at him. A few seconds passed. Even Feng Tao felt weak in his heart because of her gaze. Jiang Qiao's eyes fell on his hand, and she said lightly, "I asked you to let her go, didn't you hear me? Boss Jiang?" Seeing him like this, Jiang Qiao didn't waste any words with him. She just hooked her finger at the two security guards standing in the audience, and said softly, "You two, come here." The two people who were called were stunned. After looking at each other, they immediately went on stage. Jiang Qiao raised her chin and threw a few words to them. "Drag him down." The two people knew what Jiang Qiao was like, just by looking at her boldness and the fact that no one in the whole venue dared to stop her. They knew her identity. Without any delay, they pulled off Feng Tao's hand on Shen Huan. Feng Tao subconsciously struggled and resisted. The security guards were afraid that this tough guy would fight back, so they took the initiative and directly pressed him to the ground. Feng Tao, a senior in the film and television industry, was directly pressed to the ground. This scene. There was an immediate commotion at the scene. The flashes of the cameras in the hands of the media reporters flashed frequently. Tomorrow headlines are here. Jiang Qiao was also a little surprised that the security personnel directly pressed Feng Tao to the ground. But it was just surprise. Soon she laughed. It was clear that she was gloating and fearless, and wanted to make trouble. She walked forward, glanced at his hand on the ground, and stepped on it with her high heels. Her voice was slow. "Oh, do you treat her as your own daughter?" She crossed her arms, looked down at Feng Tao, whose face was red because of embarrassment, and sneered, "I still treat you as my own son. Why don't you call me Dad?" Someone at the scene couldn't help laughing. Jiang Qiao seemed to be obsessed with being someone else's father, using the identity of a senior as a cover to take advantage of other girls. "Your own daughter? I have never seen a father who would always put his arm around his daughter's waist and shoulders. Old pervert." Jiang Qiao said it very bluntly, especially the last three words, not afraid of offending anyone. Now Feng Tao team couldn't sit still, and they didn't care about waiting for the organizer to persuade Jiang Qiao. They immediately went on stage and said hurriedly, "Mr. Jiang, there may be some misunderstanding here. Teacher Feng character is obvious to everyone in the circle. Feng Tao agent is very smart. He knows that Jiang Qiao is not easy to mess with." He looked directly at Shen Huan, who looked weak, and said with a smile, "Mission? Teacher Feng has been wronged. Do you want to explain? We will have cooperation in the future. It's not good to make things so awkward because of a small misunderstanding. Right?" This speech was full of threats, inducements and reproaches. Shen Huan was very soft-hearted. She believed that no matter she was considering the future or under pressure from all sides, she would be sensible and make things small. Everyone looked at Shen Huan. The netizens in the barrage were also waiting for her words. To put it bluntly, she was the real boss. If she said there was no sexual harassment, then Jiang Qiao would be meddling in other people's business. Chapter 461. Who is he? Under the gaze of the crowd, Shen Huan's eyelashes moved and looked at Jiang Qiao. As if she noticed her gaze, Jiang Qiao looked at her. Unlike the arrogance and indifference when facing Feng Tao, this beautiful and almost enchanting woman looked at her without any aggression. She didn't know what she was thinking of. Her eyes curved and smiled at her. The gentle and sexy beauty smiled at her. Shen Huan clearly felt that her heart beat faster unexpectedly. After a few seconds, she turned her eyes away gently, pursed her lips, and then said firmly in a voice that everyone could hear, "There is no misunderstanding, Mr. Feng. No, Feng Tao often sends me harassing messages, knocks on my door in the middle of the night, because of his senior status. I have never known how to deal with it. Recently, he has become more and more aggressive, ignoring my rejection, and has repeatedly done things to me that are beyond the relationship of senior. I feel very disgusted. As soon as Shen Huan said this, it immediately caused a commotion at the scene. The netizens in the barrage were even more shocked. No one expected Shen Huan to admit it personally. After all, she is a female star, and it will not be good for her to offend such a senior. It will be very difficult for her to get involved in the film industry in the future. Feng Tao, who was still pressed to the ground, heard Shen Huan's words and immediately refuted and scolded, Xiaoshen, don't talk nonsense. Today is the movie press conference. Do you want to ruin this movie we worked so hard to shoot? Do you know how much loss will be caused to everyone because of your irresponsible words? This sentence really touched people's hearts. Shen Huan heard it, and his eyelashes trembled slightly. Jiang Qiao glanced at Feng Tao on the ground, and laughed lazily, with me here. What can she do even if she is ruined? Shen Huan was stunned, and then suddenly raised his eyes to look at Jiang Qiao. Jiang Qiao looked at Feng Tao, exerted a little force on his feet, and said casually, with the momentum of a queen, shut your mouth. Huh? At this moment, the netizens in front of the screen, both male and female, were instantly struck by the woman's handsomeness. Am I the only one who thinks Jiang Qiao is a bit handsome? Is this a bit, Oblast? Okay. Fuck Queen. Shen Huan fans were even more excited and crazy, jumped up at once. Jiang Daddy. With Jiang Qiao words, Shen Huan heart warmed slightly, her eyelashes fluttered slightly, looking at her assistant in the audience. Her assistant quickly brought her bag over. Shen Huan took out her phone from her bag. She switched to the WeChat page and showed the chat history with Feng Tao to the camera. These are the messages Feng Tao has been sending me. He says some suggestive words to me every night. Can't this be used as evidence of sexual harassment? The camera zoomed in. The message page was full of harassing messages from Feng Tao. The language was full of ambiguous words. And in the most recent message, there was a selfie of Feng Tao wearing only a bathrobe, which was full of suggestive meaning. Not only female netizens were shocked, but even Feng Tao fans, who had been making excuses for him, were speechless. Feng Tao's image as a tough guy and a good man completely collapsed. The scene became extremely quiet. Feng Tao had nothing to say, and his face instantly became extremely ugly. The team was also panicked. They could not think of any public relations methods for a while, and they just hurriedly said it all a misunderstanding and hurriedly protected Feng Tao from the stage. The media people were not willing to let go of this news, and immediately picked up their equipment and chased after him. Flashes flashed frequently. The scene was in complete chaos. A good movie press conference suddenly turned into this. The organizer staff were almost going crazy. Several leaders had received the news and rushed over. Seeing Jiang Qiao standing on the stage and watching the excitement leisurely, they went dark in front of their eyes. They immediately stepped forward and said, Mr. Jiang, how could you? They saw from the corner of their eyes that it was still being broadcast live, and immediately scolded, why don't you turn off the live broadcast? You think the incident is not big enough? Netizens were watching the exciting part, and suddenly someone said this, and they immediately posted comments. Don't turn it off. Don't turn it off. I want to see Qiao Jia fight 3 people alone. Who is this fat guy? You are so arrogant that you will be exposed. I tell you. Let me see the follow-up. But the leader has spoken, and the staff dare not disobey. Ignoring the protests of netizens in the comments, they immediately turned off the live broadcast. However, although the live broadcast was turned off, the scene was in chaos at the moment, and someone had quietly taken out his mobile phone to start recording. The leaders lowered their voices and said to Jiang Qiao, Boss Jiang, you also invested in this movie. What good will it do you if things turn out like this? Feng Tao has caused such a scandal. He will definitely be boycotted by netizens. By then, the movie will probably lose all its money. Moreover, it was Jiang Qiao who took the initiative to cause trouble this time. By then, she will definitely bear the largest part of the compensation. For a little star, she has to pay so much money. Why? Thinking of this, the leader glanced at Shen Huan standing next to Jiang Qiao. Frowning, Shen Huan clutched the phone. Looking a little embarrassed, Jiang Qiao put her hand on her shoulder, and she leaned against her lazily, as if she had no bones. Hearing this, she raised her eyelids and asked casually, What? Can't I afford it? Several leaders were immediately choked up in their chests. Yes. Yes. You have money. You have money. You are the richest. Okay. Shen Huan couldn't help but glance at Jiang Qiao, and hesitated. Jiang Qiao patted her shoulder, then stood up straight, and asked with a smile, "Do you think Feng Tao can still survive in this circle?" Several leaders of the organizers were already desperate. Look, they want to deal with Feng Tao again after dealing with them. This father is not comfortable if he doesn't do something every day. In their hearts, they gnashed their teeth at this person. But on the surface, they still replied, with Dongsher Films suppressing him, "I'm afraid no one will dare to use him anymore." Jiang Qiao looked innocent, and asked them, "You don't know how to use it either?" Several people smiled, "No." Jiang Qiao, really? That great. Several people. Jiang Qiao walked out with them. As soon as they reached the door, one of the leaders suddenly said, "Mr. Jiang, Ming is also one of the investors of this movie. You made Mr. Ming lose so much all of a sudden. Should we take the initiative to contact him and have a good talk about this matter?" He had just finished speaking when Jiang Qiao raised her chin and snorted coldly, her voice sounding particularly clear and loud. "Do I have to take the initiative to contact him? Who is he?" The air was quiet. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly heard footsteps coming from the door in front of her. She raised her eyes and saw the slender man with a handsome face walking in from the door. Jiang Qiao. Chapter 462. Jiang Little Drama Qiao. It was dark outside. Ming Siren walked out of the darkness and stepped into the bright meeting room. He was wearing a suit, and his figure was tall and straight, and his eyes were fixed on Jiang Qiao, and his dark eyes stared at her without blinking. Obviously, he had heard what she had just said. Jiang Qiao met Ming Siren's eyes, paused for a moment, and then raised his eyebrows indifferently, and that expression clearly said to him, "You heard it. So what can you do to me?" Ming Siren saw her attitude, but he didn't have any special reaction. His bony fingers touched the buttons of his suit and unbuttoned them one by one. His movements of unbuttoning were elegant and sexy, but the dangerous aura emanating from his body could be felt by everyone. The men next to him coughed lightly and said very tactfully, "Boss Jiang, it seems that Boss Ming has something to say to you. Let's talk about it later. Let's talk about it later." After that, the men immediately fled. Jiang Qiao said disdainfully, "Ha, what are you afraid of?" Ming Siren took off his coat while walking, and when he came in front of Jiang Qiao, he had already taken off his suit jacket. The distance was very close, but Jiang Qiao had no intention of retreating at all. She raised her chin, crossed her arms across her chest, and looked straight at him with her aura, clearly showing the attitude of a proud queen. But Ming Siren was too tall. Even if she was wearing high heels at the moment, it was difficult for her to keep her eyes level with him. Especially as he got closer, her head couldn't help but tilt up. From a distance, she doesn't look like a queen at all. Jiang Qiao. Shit! Ming Siren lowered his eyes slightly, looking at Jiang Qiao who was standing there, and reached out to put the coat on her. Jiang Qiao was wrapped by him, and immediately struggled like a proud cat, twisting and resisting. "I don't want to wear it." Ming Siren ignored her resistance, buttoned her up one by one, and he didn't say anything. His eyes were downcast, and he was silent but full of the feeling of a man possessiveness of a woman. And he was full of sweetness. Jiang Qiao's movements gradually slowed down. Her eyes fell on Ming Siren's face. Looking at his expression at the moment, she could clearly feel his jealousy. She blinked her eyes and deliberately said, "Didn't you say you wouldn't come? Didn't you say you were tired?" Ming Siren raised his eyelids and glanced at her. His tone was emotionless. "Did you have fun?" Jiang Qiao couldn't help but curl up her lips and nodded, "Of course." Ming Siren adjusted her collar, covering her tightly. Hearing her say this, he remained silent. Jiang Qiao stared at his expression, twisted her body to free her hand, unbuttoned the button he had just fastened, took off her coat, exposed her beautiful back, posed for him, and deliberately asked him, "Am I sexy? Am I pretty?" The combination of handsome men and beautiful women is eye-catching, and Jiang Qiao's outfit is even more eye-catching. Two young men carrying props passed by, and when they saw this scene, their eyes fell on Jiang Qiao's cold, white and delicate skin. Their eyes were fixed on her. Ming Siren's eyelids jumped, and he pulled the woman into his arms. He glanced at the two men coldly. The two young men were so scared that they lowered their heads and walked away. Ming Siren looked down at Jiang Qiao, and his tone was more angry than ever. "Jiang Qiao, if you do it again..." Jiang Qiao couldn't help laughing. Her face was buried in his chest, and her shoulders were shaking with laughter. She raised her head again, blinking her beautiful cat eyes at him. "What did I do wrong?" She blamed him instead. "Why are you so mean to me? You didn't accompany me to the movie press conference, and I came here alone. I didn't say anything. And you still blame me for being mean? Ming Siren looked at her like this. And he really hated her. Especially when he thought of her exposing so much and being seen by countless people. His temples were throbbing with pain. He wrapped his coat around her, and didn't care about her reaction. He just picked her up horizontally, and walked out with a cold face. Jiang Qiao let him hold her, hugging his neck, looking at his tight jawline, smiled and said, "Are you anxious? Are you angry? Will you accompany me in the future?" Ming Siren ignored her. Jiang Qiao chuckled softly, "Hey, I'm asking you, Brother Siren." The driver was waiting outside, and when he saw the two people coming out, he immediately stepped forward and opened the car door. Ming Siren threw her in. It was a bit exaggerated to say throw. But compared with the gentleness before, it was obviously a bit rough. It was enough to see his emotional ups and downs at the moment. Jiang Qiao was not hurt, because even at this time, the man could control his strength. But she screamed in pain. She glared at him with her beautiful cat eyes, so rough. "Brother Siren." "Ming Siren." The driver looked back quietly. Ming Siren pursed his lips and sat in, slammed the door, and said in a low and cold voice, "Drive?" The driver coughed lightly, answered, and quickly started the engine, and increased the speed. On the way, Ming Siren's phone rang. He slid his finger lightly, and pressed the answer button without raising his eyelids. "Hello?" Jiang Qiao immediately leaned over to listen, but he pressed her head, and pushed her aside. "Mr. Ming, the live broadcast has spread too widely, and Miss Jiang Qiao's appearance is particularly outstanding. Although the hot search has been removed, the photos have spread online now, and it may be difficult to delete them all. In fact, the internet is about to explode, all with all kinds of news about Miss Jiang Qiao." Ming Siren tilted his head to look at Jiang Qiao. When she met his gaze, she smiled immediately, with curved eyes, and a bright smile, with a proud attitude of "I am beautiful, I will let everyone know that I am the most beautiful." That look made it impossible to get angry. Ming Siren was so angry that he laughed. He loosened a button, leaned back, with his peach blossom eyes half closed, after a while said, "Okay, I know." After hanging up the phone, his slender white fingers gently stroked the phone, his elbows rested on the car window, seemingly thinking about something. Jiang Qiao moved closer to him little by little, her slender white and soft hands crawled onto his slender and tight thighs wrapped in suit pants, gradually moving upwards. Ming Siren lowered his eyes, and glanced at her hand. Jiang Qiao's voice was soft and gentle, with an obvious threat. "Do you dare not accompany me next time?" Ming Siren did not speak. Her hand had moved up along his thigh, passing his waist, poking him, and asked, "I'm asking you." Brother C ran. He grabbed her hand. The car soon arrived at the villa where the two lived. The driver said to the two, "Mr. Ming, Miss Jiang Qiao, I leave first." Ming Si ran hummed in a deep voice, pulled Jiang Qiao out of the car, and slammed the door. Chapter 463 Teaching the Little Prey a Lesson. Jiang Qiao was dragged into the villa by him. She couldn't keep up with her pace. As soon as she entered the door, she was directly pushed against the door panel by him. The man looked down at her, and his voice was very low. It sounded low and sexy in the ears. "You want me to deal with you? Is it?" Jiang Qiao blinked. Some people obviously neglect their girlfriends, and finally let her go to the press conference alone, and now they are saying that they want to deal with me. Is this how you act as someone's boyfriend? Ming Siren's eyes fell on her face, and after a few seconds, he nodded. He took his hand off her waist, and stared at her with his dark eyes. His Adam apple rolled slightly, and his fingers fell on his suit. With a light flick, he threw the expensive suit jacket on the ground. The slightly cool night air invaded her all of a sudden. Jiang Qiao lowered her head and took a look. Before she could react, she heard the man in front of her with a hoarse voice. "I was wrong about this matter. I apologize to you." He leaned over and said slowly, "Forgive me." "Huh?" Jiang Qiao was finally satisfied when she heard him say that. She snorted and raised her eyes. "That good enough. But if you do this again, I won't forgive you easily." Ming Siren stared at her, touched his back teeth with the tip of his tongue, and chuckled. Dangerous emotions rolled in his dark eyes. But his voice became more gentle and moving. "Okay." His eyes moved down inch by inch, landing on her lips. The man slowly said, "I want to apologize to you." Jiang Qiao had completely relaxed. Her eyes curved. She raised her eyebrows, and put her hand on his shoulder. "Oh? How do you want to apologize? Tell me." Ming Siren lifted his eyelids and glanced at her, but asked something else. Are your feet tired? Jiang Qiao had been wearing high heels for such a long time, and she felt a little tired. She nodded, a little. Ming Siren picked her up, his eyes always fixed on her, and said softly, Then I take you upstairs to rest. Jiang Qiao was happy now. She stretched out her hand and pinched his face. She said lovingly, That good? Ming Siren smiled, said nothing, and carried her upstairs. Some people will be so arrogant if they are not taught a lesson. Jiang Qiao was carried to the bedroom by Ming Siren. He put her on the bed and said with a burning look, I run you a bath. Jiang Qiao nodded. Her attention was already on her high heels. She waved her hand casually. Go ahead. The man's eyes were dark and unpredictable. He looked at her for a few seconds before turning around. His back was tall and straight. Jiang Qiao massaged her calves for a while, put on soft slippers, and the man just came out of the bathroom. He stood not far away. His eyes fell on her figure in a backless long dress, looked at her for a while, and called her name, Qiao Qiao. Jiang Qiao looked up. Ming Siren said, Come here. She walked over, and the man's eyes looked at her from top to bottom, and finally his eyes fell on her beautiful waist, and he reached out and pulled her over. The slightly warm fingertips fell on the skin of her waist, and his eyes at the moment. Jiang Qiao suddenly felt an indescribable feeling. She couldn't help but ask, What wrong? Ming Siren raised his eyes, leaned forward slightly, and said in a lazy and casual tone, I always forgot to praise you. His peach blossom eyes curved, and he said casually, Qiao Qiao is so beautiful today. Everyone amazing eyes. Could not match his words at the moment. Jiang Qiao's heart was instantly overjoyed. Her eyes curved, and she immediately tiptoed to kiss him. Ming Siren held her head with his hands, responding to her kiss, but the kiss was short-lived. Jiang Qiao was still a little reluctant. He separated from her, facing her confused and somewhat dissatisfied eyes. Ming Siren smiled and said, Let's take a shower. Jiang Qiao pursed her lips. Okay. She took the clothes on the bed, just as she was about to go in, turned her head to look at him again, blinked, and deliberately seduced. Let's take a shower together. Brother Siren? Ming Siren looked at her quietly, without saying anything. Seeing his reaction, Jiang Qiao did not say anything, but raised her eyebrows, and went into the bathroom. Ming Siren glanced at the bathroom door, and began to slowly untie the watch on his wrist. He leaned there, with a tall and slender body, with his eyes slightly lowered, with the meaning of wanting to teach his little prey a lesson overflowing from the screen, elegant and dangerous. Half an hour later, Jiang Qiao came out of the bathroom. Her little face was flushed, her hair was tied into a bun. She came out wrapped in a bathrobe, with sparkling eyes. I'm done. Ming Siren raised his eyelids and glanced at her. Jiang Qiao's heart beat faster when he saw her. His dark eyes stared at her, and he walked towards her step by step, as if he was stepping on her heart, holding her hand, and stroking the back of her hand with his fingers, and his voice was lazy and casual. Is that so? Having been with him for so long, Jiang Qiao easily read the meaning of his eyes at this moment, walked a few steps towards him, and took the initiative to put her arms around his neck. Ming Siren lowered his head and kissed her. Jiang Qiao retreated step by step, and he slowly stepped forward, and finally Jiang Qiao had no more room to retreat, and fell on the bed. The man's arm fell on the side of her face, and he looked down at her. After a few seconds, he lowered his head. The temperature in the room gradually rose. Just when Jiang Qiao was about to lose her mind, she suddenly felt her hands being slowly clasped on her head. She opened her eyes. Ming Siren's clothes were still neat, white shirt and black trousers, and he looked lazy and elegant. He met her gaze, took his tie slowly, and then tied her hands up in circles. Jiang Qiao? ? She was stunned for a moment, still a little bit in trance, looked, and then spoke again. Her voice was still a little hoarse, sounding a little soft and sticky. What? Ming Siren lowered his head and kissed her face. His peach blossom eyes were gentle and smiling, said slowly, Be good, brother will tell you right away. He smiled very gently, but Jiang Qiao felt a chill rising from behind. Her eyelashes moved. Ming Siren? Ming Siren responded softly, in a lazy tone. Jiang Qiao's eyelids twitched. What are you going to do? He tied her tightly to the head of the bed, looking down at her. His warm fingers fell on the side of her face. After a few seconds he said, Didn't I say, I will apologize to you tonight? Ming Siren's eyes fell on her as if it was real, but his eyes looked so bad, laughed lazily. Let me think. How should I serve my sister Xiao Xiao tonight? Jiang Qiao heard the word serve, and immediately wanted to run, but he pressed her directly on the bed, warm breath sprinkled in her ears. Where are you running to? Chapter 464. Let me see how powerful you are. Jiang Qiao had her hands tied by him. She felt the weight and breath of the man. The feeling of being restrained by force was frightening. She felt that things were going to get serious. But she still said stubbornly, "It obviously you who went too far. You are still going to bully me now?" He supported his hands on the side of her face, maintaining a posture that would not let her run away and would not hurt her. He glanced down at her fair and delicate earlobes, freed up a hand to loosen her bun, and said in a somewhat nonchalant voice, "It a boyfriend-girlfriend thing. Can that be called bullying?" The long hair suddenly fell down, falling on her delicate shoulders, with a slightly damp and cool temperature, and at the same time, there was a sudden rise of a heart-throbbing ambiguous feeling. She couldn't help but tremble slightly. Jiang Qiao felt his eyes on her. She didn't need to look to know how aggressive that look was. She paused for breath, said in a muffled voice, "If you dare to treat me badly, I will never talk to you again." He immediately chuckled, the low laughter drilled into his ears. The voice was light and seductive. "Oh? What the extent of the badness that you ignore me?" Jiang Qiao didn't say anything. Ming Siren lowered his head to kiss her ear, and lowered his eyes, and said lazily, She felt that the ear he touched was particularly itchy, and unconsciously moved to the side, but it seemed that no matter how she moved, she couldn't escape from his breath, and she was very nervous. She yelled at him, "Ming Siren." The man glanced at her, and said in a very leisurely tone, "I'm here." Jiang Qiao. He was propped above her body. His fingers gently lifted her long hair that fell on one shoulder. His smiling tone seemed very leisurely. "Why are you calling me brother?" The feeling of not knowing what he was going to do next was the most annoying. She knew he was looking at her, and the slow and methodical energy he was going to use on her was too obvious. Jiang Qiao pursed her lips. She suddenly turned around, facing him directly. When Ming Siren saw her action, he raised his eyebrows in surprise, waiting for her to speak. Jiang Qiao principle is to never be timid. She moved her eyelashes, looked at the man's sexy and handsome eyebrows, closed her eyes, said, "I know, okay, you come." She didn't even open her eyes, and even raised her chin, with a particularly awesome tone. "Let me see how good you are." Ming Siren looked at her, turned his face away, after a while, still couldn't help, suddenly laughed. The laughter that came out of the man's throat was deep and joyful. He asked, "What do you know?" Jiang Qiao snorted. Ming Siren's beautiful peach blossom eyes seemed to have crushed countless stars. He laughed softly. "Tell me about it." Jiang Qiao wanted to glare at him, but as soon as she opened her eyes, she met his gaze. The man's eyes were dark and deep, and they were visibly getting darker, as if they were soaked in ink. Jiang Qiao closed her mouth involuntarily. He slowly approached her. His eyes fell on her lips. After a few seconds, he said slowly, "You said this." Before Jiang Qiao could react, the next second, he lowered his head and kissed her. At the same time, the teasing tone reached her ears. "I show you how powerful I am." Jiang Qiao's series of magical operations at the film press conference caused a huge response on the internet. The first was the stunning appearance. The woman was wearing a backless long dress. She was so bright and beautiful, and directly beat Hans here, who was going for the sexy route. Chapter 465. This sister is too cool. Looking at the animated picture, netizens immediately commented, "This comparison is too tragic." To be honest, I don't like the sister's constant marketing, but her face and figure are really perfect. Hansier's face, after removing the filter, her appearance has dropped significantly. This comparison picture has been spread abroad, and now almost everyone on the foreign internet is praising Jiang Qiao, a face that really brings glory to the country. Fuck, is what the above person said true? I go check it out. Under that animated picture, the comments were full of admiration for Jiang Qiao beauty. Especially when they learned that the comparison pictures had been spread abroad and foreign netizens were also amazed at Jiang Qiao beauty. Some people even couldn't help but feel a sense of superiority. No matter whether Jiang Qiao is now popular with netizens, but when they are united against the outside world, the feeling of beating outsiders by our own people is simply too good. Some bloggers translated the comments of foreign netizens, and without exception, they were all amazed at Jiang Qiao's figure and appearance. Everyone watched with great interest, as if foreign netizens were praising Jiang Qiao, they were praising them, and their favorable impression of Jiang Qiao could not help but increase a few points. And tonight Jiang Qiao's hot search is far from over. After Jiang Qiao's backless dress was praised by everyone, Then the big news of the press conference of the movie Behind the Silence followed. Feng Tao sexually harassed Shen Huan. When Shen Huan showed the chat records, the netizens were shocked and immediately felt very disgusted with Feng Tao. And Feng Tao actually dared to threaten Shen Huan, scolding her that her actions would ruin the movie that everyone worked so hard to shoot. Just when everyone was disgusted with him, they heard Jiang Qiao lazy words, "I'm here. So what if she ruins it?" Everyone looked at the beautiful and sexy woman in the live broadcast replay, and they were instantly attracted by her. To be honest, this sister is too cool. And in a large wave of praise, there was even a magical comment. Did you notice that when Jiang Qiao stood there, the big bosses around her didn't dare to say a word? The sense of déjà vu of a beautiful boss was amazing. This kind of scene that can clearly feel the difference in status directly hit the netizen sweet spot. There were too many outstanding shots of Jiang Qiao tonight. Her appearance, the words she said, her attitude towards sexually harassing male stars, each of them has its own points to attract fans, especially the video edited by a female fan who worked overtime, which directly caused a sensation in the fan circle. My CP is the best in the world v. Everyone come and see. This sister is so beautiful, this face, this waist, I am dead. I am dead. This editing video is very good. The cover is Jiang Qiao charming and bright face, especially the shot of her coming out of the car tonight, that kind of arrogant aura of relying on beauty to commit crimes, which directly beat everyone in seconds. The extremely high-definition images, each frame is a beauty attack, and with the music, this video clip was forwarded tens of thousands of times in a short period of time after it was released. The two words Jiang Qiao are popular in themselves, and the marketing account promoted it spontaneously. This video clip quickly went viral. And in this video clip, there are several very interesting comments. Wait! Did you notice the look in Miss Shen Huan's eyes? She looked at Sister Qiao with sparkling eyes, just like a puppy. I support this couple. Jiang Qiao is really cool and cool, ah. The new generation of the lesbian circle has appeared. Chapter 466, The World is Not Straight. Looking at these comments, everyone watched the video again carefully, and indeed found that when Jiang Qiao defended Shen Huan's eyes were fixed on her, and there was undisguised admiration and worship in them. Netizens were touched by the sweetness at the same time. Domineering female president versus soft and sweet little actress. Everyone who found this new CP was flying. Jiang Qiao and Shen Huan entry was on the hot search, and they unexpectedly attracted a wave of fans. The next morning, in the quiet villa, Ming Siren was trapped between the wall and Jiang Qiao. He lowered his eyes and glanced at the woman, who was looking at him with a tense face. His peach blossom eyes were smiling. And he said casually, "What are you going to do?" Jiang Qiao didn't say anything. Her beautiful cat eyes stared at him angrily. She was wearing his white shirt. And with her movement, the white shirt stretched up, revealing two straight and slender legs. On the body wrapped in the white shirt, the snow-white skin occasionally exposed, vaguely showing traces of ambiguity. Ming Siren let her do it, leaning against the wall, looking lazy. He lowered his eyes to look at her. Chuckled, "Are you not going to let me go?" Jiang Qiao's voice was fierce. She said loudly, "Don't you have anything to say about what happened last night?" Ming Siren frowned and thought for a few seconds. He looked quite serious. Then his eyes fell on her face. He said slowly, "If you have to say it." He paused, then laughed softly. "It pretty good?" The moment Jiang Qiao heard this, she was shocked. Ming Siren! The man was wearing a black shirt and black trousers, and his aura had a hint of abstinence and coldness. He hummed lazily. "I'm here. This bastard, this bastard." Jiang Qiao looked around, trying to find something to hit him with, but couldn't find it, so she was so angry that she reached out and hit him. "You bastard." How could Ming Siren take her little strength seriously? But there was no time now. He grabbed her hand. "Brother has to go to work, be good, don't make trouble." He wanted to pull her away. How could Jiang Qiao let him go? She pushed him against the wall, and looked up at him. "If you don't apologize to me, don't even think about leaving today." Ming Siren looked at her leisurely, and said, "It really strange. Someone was very arrogant yesterday, and said she wanted to see how powerful I am. Why is she asking me to apologize to her now?" Jiang Qiao's head was almost on his chest, and she said in a naughty manner, "I don't care, you just have to apologize to me." Ming Siren chuckled, stretched out his hand to lift her away. His strength made it easy for him to lift her. Jiang Qiao immediately jumped on him, two thin white long legs directly wrapped around his waist. "Anyway, don't even think about leaving." Ming Siren looked at this koala-like woman, lifted her up, walked out of the bathroom with long legs, walked to the table, took the watch and put it on. Jiang Qiao hugged his neck and waist, looked up and saw that he was indifferent, immediately leaned over and bit him, while the man was tying the watch, smiled. He was completely the kind of lazy and indulgent person who watched his girlfriend act calmly. Jiang Qiao's chest rose and fell twice. She immediately jumped off him, walked to the bed in 3 or 2 steps, covered herself with a quilt, wrapped herself in it. Ming Siren looked at his arrogant cat who was in a bad mood, leaning against the table, without raising his eyelids. He said lazily, Qiao's sister looks good in a backless long skirt. Will you wear it in the future? Jiang Qiao buried her head in the quilt, hearing this. She immediately said, I will wear it when I have the chance. Wear it every day. His tone was arrogant and rebellious. Ming Siren put on his watch, walked to the bed, and reached out to lift the quilt wrapped around her. Jiang Qiao noticed it, and immediately wrapped the quilt tighter. Ming Siren glanced at her, and lifted it up directly without any reaction. His slightly cool fingers fell on the back of her neck and pinched her. What did you say just now? Say it again? Jiang Qiao lay on the bed, her head leaning to the side. He pinched her again. Jiang Qiao, ah! He suddenly chuckled, leaned down, and kissed her ear. How cute! Jiang Qiao ignored his compliments. Ming Siren looked at her quietly for a few seconds, then his voice lowered. By the way, I have one more thing to ask you. He moved closer to her, and then his ambiguous and seductive tone gently drilled into her ears. Is my brother powerful? Reacting to the meaning of his words, Jiang Qiao's ears were instantly filled with heat. She immediately turned around, and took the pillow, and threw it at his face. You are so annoying. Ming Siren caught the pillow and chuckled. The man stood tall beside the bed, with clear finger joints and a lazy and sexy posture. No matter how you look at him, he is attractive. You should have a good rest at home today. Ming Siren walked to the clothes rack, took his coat and put it on. I go to the company first. Jiang Qiao lay on the bed again, buried her face in the pillow, and said in a muffled voice, No need to see you off. Seeing her attitude, Ming Siren couldn't help but curl his lips, turned his head to pick up the car keys on the table, and walked out with long legs. Jiang Qiao's beauty hit remained on the hot search list. In one night, various video clips appeared on the internet. Especially after discovering that she and Shen Huan had a sense of CP, the editing masters tried to make videos of Jiang Qiao and other female stars. The results showed that, no matter what type of young lady, they all had a strong sense of CP with Jiang Qiao. Especially under Jiang Qiao's bright and flamboyant face, the aura of other female stars would appear weaker. So, after just one night, Jiang Qiao had the nicknames of the General Attack of the Lesbian Circle and the Human Wrench. My CP is the best in the world. I edited a video again. I didn't sleep last night. I was crazy about Jiang Qiao's perfect appearance. This time I made a video about Qiao Jia harem. Everyone come and have a look. This video is called Today I Will Let You Know What a Domineering Female President Is. Also known as The World Is Not Straight. As soon as this video was released, the comments below were full of people saying that they were turned gay, and everyone called their husbands too happily. Jiang Qiao didn't go on Weibo for just one day. When she logged in again, she found that her private messages and comments were all incomprehensible. Whoa! Husband. 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 When will you marry me? You are so handsome and beautiful. I am willing to bend over like a mosquito coil for you today. Even an iron cage cannot hold a chicken made of water like me. Please, come on to me. Jiang Qiao looked at her account. After confirming that she was not on Ming Siren Weibo, she showed a black question mark face. What going on? She took a screenshot of her private message, and then posted a Weibo. Chapter 467 Who is your husband? Jiang Qiao v. Question mark. Who is your husband? I am not your husband. The picture is a screenshot. Seeing the content of these private messages, everyone was laughing to death. Ha ha ha. This generation of netizens is too coquettish. They actually sent these to Sister Qiao. Questions from a straight woman. Sister Qiao, why did everyone call me husband overnight? Whoa. I don't care, husband, you are my husband. Don't you know how so you are? Why did we ask your husband to reflect on himself? Serious face. Although she didn't know why they suddenly acted like this, Jiang Qiao also knew that these words were not malicious. She looked through the hot searches from the beginning, while reading. She made up for the internet words she didn't understand. After a while, she finally understood what was going on. In the spacious and bright living room, Jiang Qiao's long legs were on the table. She leaned back and understood. So they were just praising her beauty? Jiang Qiao v. That right. I am the big boss. She is the best. Seeing this comment she posted, netizens instantly laughed like crazy. Haha, yes. Yes. You are the big boss, you are the big boss. Oh my god, how can you be so cute? You are so confident. I bet 50 cents, she definitely doesn't understand what this word means. +1 from the above. Haha, suddenly I feel that Jiang Qiao is so cute with her silly and cuteness. The charming appearance, the domineering personality, and the silly and cute side that is revealed unconsciously. This contrast immediately makes netizens very cute. After everyone pushed her Weibo response to the top of the trending list, more and more netizens were touched by it. For a while, her Weibo posts were full of comments like Jiang Qiao is so cute. In a short period of time, Jiang Qiao began to attract fans crazily. But seeing this, the black fans finally couldn't sit still. Netizens are really forgetful. They don't even remember her crazy marketing a few days ago? It a hot search every day. I'm convinced. I blocked her. But Weibo still keeps pushing me. She is indeed rich. Capital is really awesome. It beautiful. Domineering. And a general attack. As I said, I lose if I become a fan of Jiang Qiao, but this time, these black fans did not give much support. The sense of couple with various female stars, her own cute points, and her interaction with netizens without any airs, have invisibly influenced the views of passers-by on her. Except for some people who have great malice towards Jiang Qiao. Most passers-by are just following the crowd and blackening her. Now that I know Jiang Qiao a little better, I find that this young lady is not only beautiful and rich, but also cute. What is there to blacken about such a person? I feel that she has many advantages. I understand why she was so popular at the beginning. Actually, there's no need to blacken her so much. Right? She didn't want to market herself in the first place. My brother is a self-media person. It was the marketing account that took the initiative to repost her posts. I'm just superficial. Ha ha ha, I received the lipstick she sent me. It really a big brand. It's soft-spoken, anyway. I won't blacken her again. Among them, there are some people who were more assertive and posted this. The movie Behind the Silence was invested by Jiang Qiao, but when she saw the leading actor of the movie sexually harassing the actress, she directly ruined the show. We had a great time watching it last night. But do you know how much money she has to pay just because Jiang Qiao defended Shen Huan? Yes, that right. I know you are going to say that she doesn't care because she has money, but who would complain about having too much money? She could have completely ignored Shen Huan, after all. Shen Huan had nothing to do with her, but she did not hesitate to smash the press conference. I won't say anything else, just say this kind of courage. How many people have it? You are smearing her. What qualifications do you have? If you were her, to be honest, could you do it like her? As soon as this long paragraph was published, some netizens fell into deep thought. Being rich doesn't mean not caring about money. The more capital comes, the more indifferent it is. This has always been the consensus in the circle. Everyone is happy to ship the couple, but if you think about it, if Jiang Qiao hadn't come forward to defend her, now Miss Shen Huan still can't get rid of the sexual harassment of the senior in the entertainment industry. Jiang Qiao is very worthy of fans in terms of character. Everyone seems to think that she has money, and subconsciously ignores her losses. Seeing this sentence, especially Shen Huan fans, I really agree with it. Seeing that his comments were gradually being pushed up by netizens who agreed with him. The netizen who made the comment added another sentence in his comment. One more thing. Jiang Qiao lost 9 figures. Even if Qiao Jia is rich, she actually lost a lot. When netizens saw this, they subconsciously counted on their fingers. 1, 10, 100, 1,000. 10,000. 100,000. When they finished counting with 9 fingers, everyone instantly took a breath. 100 million. This number is really, I dare not even think about it. But for Shen Huan, Jiang Qiao just spent all this money lightly. Some people suddenly felt that they were overestimating themselves. People with a monthly salary of a few thousand were pointing fingers at people who spent hundreds of millions casually. Are they crazy? The voices of the black fans were gradually suppressed. Netizens seemed to have reached a consensus. At least in this matter, Jiang Qiao did not have any black spots. On the contrary, she was very worthy of everyone's support. Without the black fans' interference, everyone happily started to support the couple. Especially because Jiang Qiao spent a lot of money on Shen Huan, the two were gradually teased by netizens as the billion-dollar couple, and the number of CP fans was still increasing. However, seeing this name, A CP fan who has not spoken in the past 2 years, who seems to have no presence, felt uncomfortable. A big fan directly opened the microphone. Today is also a day to shed tears for Xiaojia Beauty. To be honest, I have been holding back for a long time. I can't help it anymore. A paragraph of words without a beginning or an end, but it instantly attracted many people to echo. In fact, it can't be considered many after all. This CP fan super topic is already very cold, but after all, the original large base is there, so the number of comments at this moment still looks very impressive. I can't help it +1, it's so wronged. I have never been so wronged. Those messy cult pairs, how can they compare with us? But now everyone only knows you and CP, and they don't know us at all. I want to say it again, the official pairing is the best in the world. The official pairing is the best in the world. Do these people look down on my Chiaren CP? Odd Chiaren CP fans, let me see your hands. Seeing you and CP, the CP fans who have always been Buddhist finally couldn't sit still. They immediately rushed into someone's Weibo, which was almost overgrown with grass due to not updating for a long time, and commented crazily, "Ming Dad, where are you?" Chapter 468, Godly Boyfriend. Declare sovereignty. Show affection. Let's stand up. Xiao Ran CP fans. However, Ming Siren latest Weibo update was 2 years ago. Although the number of comments was terrifying, there were almost no latest comments from netizens. That right, he never posted selfies, and his Weibo ID was still a string of weird letters. After Jiang Qiao stopped using Weibo in the past 2 years, he asked people to delete all traces of his existence on the internet, and became the low-key and noble Ming Group president Ming Siren again. If the older generation of netizens don't come out to take screenshots and popularize science in the future, newcomers won't even be able to find his basic information. Ming Dad, someone is breaking up your relationship with Xiaojia. Can you stand this? I can't stand it anyway. A lot of people like Xiaojia again. Ming Dad, can you not have a sense of crisis? Xiaojia is a hottie. Warning. That little devil can attract a bunch of rivals in love for you in a few days. It's time for you to show off. Woohoo. Husband, can you please show up? As a fan, I just want to see your face. In the next few days, Xiao Ran CP fans commented and sent private messages crazily, even to the official Weibo of Ming Group, but no matter how they urged, Ming Siren's Weibo did not move at all, and the fans checked and found that this man had never been online, and they even suspected that he had uninstalled Weibo. Xiao Ran CP fans were completely desperate. He was low-key. This man became low-key after catching up with Xiaojia. But looking at this Weibo account that still only follows Jiang Qiao, Xiao Ran CP fans couldn't help but sigh. Xiaojia found a boyfriend of a god. When Xiaojia needed him, he took the initiative to help her slap her in the face. Xiaojia was no longer active on the internet. He immediately resumed his previous style of behavior, low-key and loyal, rich and affectionate. The more people think about it, the more jealous they become. Their official couple sweetness is obviously much sweeter than the artificial sweetness of other cult couples. Okay. It's a pity that they lack the opportunity to be recognized by the new generation of netizens. Xiao Ran CP fans couldn't help but tag Jiang Qiao at Jiang Qiao, are you there? Beautiful girl? Would you like to take your outdated boyfriend with you? At Jiang Qiao, baby, show your affection with Ming Dad? I really want those people to see Ming Dad. Let those people feel what a godlike face is. Level 10 online surfing enthusiast Jiang Qiao did see the fans tag, but her focus was on other things. Glancing at the man sitting on the sofa reading a document, Jiang Qiao immediately walked over and sat down next to him. She looked at his elegant and handsome profile and said, "Si Ran." Ming Si Ran eyes were still on the document in his hand. Hearing this, he hummed nonchalantly. What wrong? Jiang Qiao eyes sparkled. Do you know that you are out of fashion? The man curled his lips when he heard this and ignored her. Only she cared about this kind of thing. Jiang Qiao wore a suspender dress, which was simple and beautiful. She saw that the man next to her was always looking at the document. With an indifferent look, she leaned over, curved her eyes, and asked cutely, "Do you need a little sister to take care of you?" Ming Siren finally turned his gaze to her, looking at her fair and delicate face, raising his eyebrows, smiling in his peach blossom eyes, slowly asked, "Miss?" Jiang Qiao raised her arm and bumped him. "We are who we are." She obviously looked generous, and said that it was okay for her to let you take advantage of her popularity now that she was famous. Ming Siren chuckled, and asked lazily, "Oh? We are who we are." Jiang Qiao lifted her legs on his legs, and shook him coquettishly. Do you want it? Do you need it? Ming Siren threw the document on the table, grabbed her soft and delicate calf. His slightly cool fingers fell on her skin, rubbed it lightly. His tone sounded lazy and light. Compared to this, I would rather you take me in bed. After a pause, he raised his peach blossom eyes, smiling and speaking, Miss Jiang Qiao. She immediately raised her hand to pinch him. Is there nothing else in your mind except this? Is that right? Ming Siren held her hand, let her lie in his arms, leaned back, lazily leaned on the sofa, half closed his eyes, smiled softly. Well, who makes the young lady so beautiful? Jiang Qiao immediately leaned over and bit his lips. Her voice was vague and soft. Asshole Ming Siren. Ming Siren didn't plan to be active on the internet. Jiang Qiao naturally wouldn't force him, talking about their sweet love in a low-key manner. In Dongshi Film and Media Company, Jiang Qiao was wearing a professional suit, and her hair was simply tied up, and her appearance was capable. The secretary came in from the door, and saw the woman standing in front of the French window, and making a phone call. She was wearing a serious professional suit, and this kind of clothes did not detract from her appearance, but made her figure more curvy and charming. When she walked in, Jiang Qiao just hung up the phone. Mr. Jiang, this is the information of some selected artists. Please take a look. Jiang Qiao took it, and flipped through it casually. She was planning to sign a few more artists recently, and Dongshi Films also needed a batch of fresh blood. After reading a few pages, Jiang Qiao didn't look up and said lightly, well, it's not bad. If you are satisfied, I will contact them to come and take a look at it this afternoon. Okay, go ahead. The secretary responded and left. Everyone in the circle knew Jiang Qiao capital. Just look at the current development status of Suzan and Yutsungen. If they can be signed by Jiang Qiao, they will not have to worry about the rest of their lives. Therefore, there were many artists who came to Dongshi Films in the afternoon, even some first-line idols who have become popular. Jiang Qiao looked at several artists in a row. She held her head, and lazily selected the ones she thought were good. It was 5 o'clock. She looked at the time on her watch, and said to the assistant standing beside her, okay, let's stop here today. She was going to go back to her parents' house with C. Ran for dinner in the evening, and she was going to go to the mall to pick out some gifts later. Yes, the assistant answered. Jiang Qiao stood up, did some simple finishing work, and went downstairs. She had just driven out of the company, and wanted to put on her headphones, when someone suddenly came in front of her and stopped her directly. Jiang Qiao reacted very quickly, and stepped on the brakes. Luckily she didn't hit anyone. She frowned, looked at the person who stopped the car in front, and lowered the window. What going on? The person who stopped the car was a woman, who was also a little scared, and hurried over to apologize. Sorry. Mr. Jiang, I'm Jiang Yin agent, we're late. Jiang Yin? Jiang Qiao raised her eyes, and then saw a thin and tall boy wearing a hat and a black mask, standing beside him. Chapter 469 Revealing Muscle Lines. Jiang Qiao searched in her mind, and in the artist information given to her by the secretary, it seems that there is such a person. She is not familiar with the stars who have emerged in the past 2 years, but according to the secretary, this Jiang Yin seems to be the most popular among the traffic idols. She retracted her gaze, held the steering wheel with her hands, and said lightly, I'm off work now. If you have anything, please contact my secretary. She prepared to drive. The agent knew that she was trying to shirk responsibility, so he quickly stopped her and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. The filming just now delayed us, and there was a traffic jam on the road, so we are late. Jiang Yin has great potential, and is very interested in East Vision Pictures. Let him talk to you. Jiang Yin bent down, staring at her with his eyes exposed outside the mask, and said, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Qiao glanced at the agent who was pleading, and then at Jiang Yin, who had good looks, and thought for 2 seconds, and said, I have a little time on the way. If you don't mind, get in the car. Thank you. Mr. Jiang, thank you. Mr. Jiang. The agent's face was instantly full of surprise, and he turned his head to urge Jiang Yin, go quickly. Jiang Yin went around to the passenger seat, but just as he opened the car door, he heard the woman's pleasant but distant voice, sit in the back. Jiang Yin paused, he said nothing, closed the passenger door, opened the back door, and sat in. After getting in the car, Jiang Yin took off his hat and mask. Jiang Qiao glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Jiang Yin was very young, about 20 years old, with an earring on his right ear, and his facial contours were sharp, and you could tell at a glance that he was a face that was very popular with girls. The appearance is okay. Jiang Qiao tapped the steering wheel, her eyes fixed on the road ahead. Why do you want to join East Vision Films? While Jiang Qiao was observing Jiang Yin was also looking at her. The woman had a pair of beautiful cat eyes. He watched her live broadcast from beginning to end, and of course he knew how beautiful she was. And in real life, she was even more dazzling and aggressive. There was a fragrance in the car, very faint, obviously the smell of her body. Jiang Yin was silent for 2 seconds, and then he said, East Vision can give me the best resources. This is true. But I didn't expect him to say it so bluntly. Jiang Qiao curled her lips. There are indeed a lot of resources. But whether they are given to you depends on whether you are qualified. What can you do? Sing? Or act? A little bit. Not even a little bit. Jiang Qiao was a little tired, holding the steering wheel with one hand, and resting her other hand on the window, supporting her head, and said lightly, Suzan and Yu Song are not just good at a little bit. They are all leaders in the industry. Jiang Qiao was a very good driver, and she unconsciously increased her speed. Jiang Yin saw it, and stared at her figure with only a little bit of her clothes showing, and said, If I knew everything, I wouldn't need your training. This was... Jiang Qiao smiled. It was quite interesting. Chatting with him casually, they arrived at the mall unknowingly. Jiang Qiao stopped the car, looked back at him, and paused. I'm going to buy something now. Do you want to take a taxi back? I go with you. He put on his hat and mask again. Jiang Qiao raised her eyebrows, but didn't say much, and walked into the mall in high heels. At this time, there weren't many people in the mall. Jiang Qiao walked to the counter to choose something. Jiang Yin followed her silently. Jiang Qiao looked at a watch, and thought it was suitable for her boyfriend, and bought it without hesitation, followed by a credit card, and a gift for her parents. She bought very quickly. Basically she could tell whether it was suitable after just a few glances, but it seemed to be a woman nature to love shopping, and Jiang Qiao couldn't stop herself from looking at it. She chose 2 ties, and asked subconsciously, blue or gray? Jiang Yin turned his head, and saw the woman's fair face. She had the exquisite feeling of a rich lady all over her body. After a few seconds, he said blue. Jiang Qiao didn't seem to hear what he said. After looking at it for 2 seconds, she asked the salesgirl to pack it all for her. The blue one was for Siran, and the remaining one was for her brother. So what are your plans next? Where do you want to develop? Jiang Qiao chatted with Jiang Yin, and asked the staff to help her carry the pile of things to her car. Jiang Yin was tall and wore a mask. Even though he was covered tightly, he still looked like an artist. Although there were not many people in the mall, he still attracted occasional attention. Jiang Qiao had almost finished shopping, and did not intend to be watched here. So she went directly to the parking lot. It took less than 40 minutes from shopping to returning home. Jiang Qiao walked to her car, opened the door and sat in. Jiang Yin also sat in the back seat. Jiang Qiao was going to go directly to her parents' place. When she saw him coming up, she couldn't help but say, You get off first. Before she finished speaking, her cell phone suddenly vibrated. Jiang Qiao answered the call, and put the earphones into her ears. Hello? Dad? She drove the car out of the parking lot, talking to Mr. Jiang on the phone. Jiang Yin sat quietly in the back, looking at the rearview mirror. The woman had fair skin and beautiful face. Her voice was very pleasant. She noticed his gaze, and swept her eyes over, seducing him unconsciously. Jiang Yin's mind was a little empty. Now everyone in the circle knew that Jiang Qiao was rich. Such a beautiful woman with resources. If it was such a person. He pursed his lips. He doesn't mind. Jiang Qiao arrived at a relatively open place, and stopped the car. Boss Jiang seemed to have a lot to say on the other end of the phone. She listened patiently, and responded from time to time. It was very quiet behind her, and Jiang Yin seemed to be non-existent. Jiang Qiao, okay. Dad, I know that if for now, I be there soon. After a pause, she asked, Is Ren here? The other end said something. Jiang Qiao responded, Okay, I hang up first. She hung up the phone, lowered her eyes, and sent a WeChat message to Ming Siren, editing the content with her fingers, and said calmly without raising her head, Jiang Yin. Right. I know about your situation. Wait for my news later. I will go back to my parents' place later. Can you take a taxi back by yourself? After editing the content, she sent it to Ming Siren. Ming Siren lazily replied with a voice message, and Jiang Qiao leaned close to her ear and listened to a few words. She smiled slightly. She was about to reply to him again, but suddenly realized that there was no movement behind her for a long time. She couldn't help but look back. Why don't you leave? But when she saw the scene behind, her voice suddenly stopped. The phone in her hand fell to her knees with a snap. The light in the back seat of the car was a little dim. The man took off his clothes without knowing when. He had black hair and black eyes. He sat there and looked at her quietly, revealing the thin muscle lines on his body. Jiang Qiao. Hack him. Chapter 470. Sister, you can do whatever you want to me. Jiang Yan's lips were thin. When he met the woman's gaze, his throat moved, and he said hoarsely, Sister. Hearing this, Jiang Qiao's eyelids twitched fiercely. The shock at this moment was completely different from Ming Siren's lazy call of her sister before. In the car, Jiang Yan paused, lowered his head slightly, and looked a little embarrassed. It's the first time I do this. Jiang Qiao. His Adam apple rolled, looking at her beautiful and delicate face, he said softly, I will never cause you any trouble in the future. Unlike his slightly cold appearance, he looked obedient at this moment, just like the kind of boyfriend that a rich woman wants to support. Jiang Qiao's hands began to tremble. No matter what you ask in the future, I will cooperate. Seeing that Jiang Qiao did not move, Jiang Yan stared at her, slowed down his breathing, leaned forward, reached out his hand to her, and spoke again, Sister, you can do whatever you want to me. When the finger was about to touch Jiang Qiao, the woman screamed, and almost climbed onto the steering wheel. The words had played in Jiang Qiao's mind. She shouted, Don't come over. Jiang Yan had already leaned over. Hearing this, he paused. Jiang Qiao was still alive, but her eyes were dead. She stared at the street ahead. Put on your clothes now, and get out of here. Jiang Yan's face froze. In this circle, it's not uncommon for rich women to keep young men. He thought that with his conditions, she shouldn't refuse. He asked tentatively, Is there anything I didn't do well? Jiang Qiao. Sister. Jiang Qiao, get out of here. Get out of here. The car was very quiet, and the air was silent. Jiang Yan paused for a long time. Looking at Jiang Qiao's current state, she seemed to really not want to accept him. It was hard to describe the feeling in his heart. Jiang Yan was silent for a moment, and said nothing more, and began to dress silently. Jiang Qiao heard the sound of dressing behind her, and felt her temples throbbing. Not long after, Jiang Yan put on his clothes. He put on a hat, without a mask, and his tone was obviously disappointed, and said to her, Sister, I'm leaving. Jiang Qiao. Sister. Your mother head? After waiting for a few seconds, Jiang Yan saw that Jiang Qiao did not keep him. His fingers tightened slightly, opened the car door, and turned around to get out of the car. Jiang Qiao looked through the rearview mirror, and saw the man walking away, looking back every few steps. She restarted the car. She stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the car rushed out quickly. Jiang Qiao did not go back to her parents directly, but went directly to the car wash. While dialing the driver number, she said to the clerk who came out immediately, Wash this car inside and out for me. Wash it clean. Okay, Miss Jiang. After answering the driver call, Jiang Qiao said, Come and pick me up. This is. She gave the driver the address, with obvious irritability. Half an hour later, the driver arrived, put all the gifts in the car. Jiang Qiao was like a proud cat with its fur all over her body, opened the car door, and got in. Go home. After all this, when Jiang Qiao arrived at her parents' house, it was almost dark. Ming Siren arrived earlier than her, and was standing in the yard grilling something at the moment. He had obviously just come from the company, taking off his coat, wearing a spotless white shirt and black trousers, with his sleeves rolled up, revealing his slender and beautiful wrist lines. Next to him was Jiang Zilan, the man leaning against him and talking to him, holding a can of beer in his hand. Dressed casually, with long straight legs that were pleasing to the eye. The two of them just stood there, and it was pleasing to the eye. Jiang Qiao finally had her eyes cleaned. Hearing the voice, they looked at her. Ming Siren curved his lips. His voice was low and pleasant. I baked it for you. Come here. Jiang Qiao put down the gift, walked towards Ming Siren, hugged him from behind, and said softly and coquettishly, Boyfriend. Jiang Zilan looked at this scene, and said with disdain, Are you guys annoying? Ming Siren smiled lazily, without raising his eyelids. Brother Zilan. Just say it if you are envious. Not wanting to pay attention to the two people, Jiang Zilan turned and went upstairs. Ming Siren held Jiang Qiao's hand, without looking back, and said softly, "I thought you would arrive earlier than me. What wrong? Did you encounter any problems on the way?" Suddenly, the scene he saw in the car popped up in his mind. Jiang Qiao eyelids jumped. No. Nothing happened. Ming Siren raised his eyebrows, turned his head to look at her. "Why are you so nervous all of a sudden?" "Am I nervous?" Jiang Qiao forked a piece of apple from the fruit plate on the table next to him and took a bite. "Ha ha ha. Ha ha." Ming Siren flipped the baked food in his hand, chuckled. "You." Jiang Qiao quickly forked a piece of melon and stuffed it into his mouth. "Dear. Eat fruit." Ming Siren bit the fruit. The next day, Jiang Qiao took out Jiang Yin information from the information of a group of artists as soon as he arrived at the company, and threw it to the assistant. "Remove him." The assistant was stunned for a moment. And then she looked down and saw Jiang Yin name. Jiang Yin is a very popular traffic star these days. And even in Dongshi, there are many female fans of his. I don't know why President Jiang wanted to get rid of him without hesitation. However, as an assistant, she would not question her boss order. And she whispered yes. But now the female employees in the company will be disappointed. Except for the occasional annoyance when she thinks about it. This strange thing did not cause any impact on Jiang Qiao. The days passed peacefully. Until 3 days later, Saturday night, the time period with the largest traffic on Weibo. A piece of news suddenly appeared on the hot search. The title was very explosive, and as soon as it appeared on the hot search, it had the tendency to set off the internet. Jiang Qiao keeps a male star. Seeing this title, the netizens who were just immersed in Jiang Qiao's gorgeous beauty and had not recovered were stunned. Keeping a male star? Really? They quickly clicked in and saw several candid photos hanging on the hot search. In those photos, Jiang Qiao's face was captured particularly clearly. She seemed to have entered the mall. The man next to her wore a hat and a mask, and covered himself tightly. It was hard to guess who he was for a moment. But even so, he was still tall and handsome. Fuck. Is it really Jiang Qiao? Jiang Qiao actually keeps a man? That a bit awesome. Awesome. Should I say she is a rich woman? But who is this man? Are you sure this is a keepsake? But if we only look at the pictures, he looks a bit like a young wolf dog. Chapter 471. As a woman with a lot of popularity in the entertainment industry, the news that Jiang Qiao keeps a male star immediately attracted the attention and discussion of netizens. The marketing account that posted this set of pictures saw the netizens' inquiries and directly responded. At Entertainment Gossip Group V, and this male star is quite famous. Jiang Qiao is really quite impressive. Male star. These two words quickly ignited the curiosity of netizens, and they immediately asked, who is the male star being kept? Where the front face? So exciting. Your circle is so messy. Let me see whose house is about to collapse again. I feel that her character is a bit broken. I thought Jiang Qiao would not do such a thing. I didn't expect it to be so him. The above, a rich woman like Jiang Qiao, what's so strange about supporting one or two male stars? Only men are allowed to support but not women. As long as the two of them are willing, it's not the netizens' turn to say anything. The various voices on the internet were extremely lively, but in the eyes of Qiao fans and Qiao Ran CP fans, these comments all showed the expression of an old man looking at his phone on the subway. What kind of bullshit are these people talking about? Xiao Jie is keeping a man? What a joke. Come on, isn't this just a shopping photo? There's no intimate action at all. How come you immediately assume that Xiao Jie is keeping a man? I'm laughing my ass off. I'm putting it here. Who keeps a man? My Xiao Jie can't possibly keep a man. She has a boyfriend. Okay? Really? Stop spreading rumors. Xiao Jie can't possibly keep a man. Do you think my father is dead? Old fan said, this is really the funniest joke of the year. Xiao fans were speechless about this sudden news, but it was not the case for new fans. Seeing these people swear that Jiang Qiao can't possibly keep a male star, they immediately started to mock. What's so funny? Even if she has a boyfriend, she might break up. It's been a few years. Who can resist the temptation of a little wolf dog? I find Jiang Qiao old fans are quite funny. No one thinks there's anything wrong with Jiang Qiao supporting a male star, but you have to deny it. This rich old lady is so cool to play around as she pleases. Not only will she lose the favor of passers-by if she denies it at this time, she might even get slapped in the face by the real owner. 2 years have passed. Your real owner may have already abandoned Ming Daddy, and liked the little wolf dog instead. Who is Ming Daddy? He sounds so old, hee hee. Can he be more likable than a little wolf dog? Looking at these comments, Xiao fans and Xiao Ran CP fans rolled their eyes to the sky. He feels so old? Can he be more likable than a little wolf dog? This is Ming Daddy. The elegant and noble, super rich, super good-looking, top-notch wealth and top-notch appearance male god-level figure. Comparing him with a little wolf dog, comparing them together is an insult to Ming Daddy. Okay. These comments are too funny. Old fans can't even get angry. These people have been too deeply poisoned by the second-rate talent show stars in the circle in the past 2 years. They have never seen a real male god. If Ming Father shows up at this time, I guarantee that they will all call him husband. When Jiang Qiao is added, these two fathers in the same frame will be the real beauty era. Okay. If these two can start another live broadcast, Qiao fans can't help but get excited when they think of that scene. Unfortunately, Ming Father is very low-key now, and Xiao Jia never shows off their affection, which makes these netizens talk nonsense without knowing anything. Xiao fans are really depressed. Just when Xiao fans were planning to throw old photos from 2 years ago in front of these people to open their eyes, microscopic netizens discovered the identity of the male star with Jiang Qiao. User Yuzi is here, WTF. Something big has happened. Everyone come and take a look. Is this man with Jiang Qiao Jiang Yin? Oh my god. My hands are shaking. But this outfit is obviously Jiang Yin private clothes. The earrings are also what he often wears. This figure and dress are obviously Jiang Yin style. Fuck, I'm dead, my house collapsed. The Weibo post by the user Jiang Qiao's sponsorship of a male star quickly became popular, especially because she also mentioned Jiang Yin name. Jiang Yin fans saw this Weibo post in the square as soon as they refreshed the page. This instantly made them furious. Sister, if you are blind, go get treatment. Said he is Jiang Yin? I laughed out loud. My brother's schedule is full this week. He has been busy with various variety shows. He doesn't even have time to drink water. Don't cue him. Don't throw this kind of dirty water at my house. A certain rich woman has no self-respect and supports whoever she wants. My brother net worth is there. She can't afford it. Little idols don't get involved in this kind of thing. I take Jiang Yin away first. When Jiang Yin fans saw someone throwing dirty water at Jiang Yin, they immediately started to curse. However, this user edited the Weibo again, added some comparison pictures, magnified various details, and instantly increased the credibility. Passers-by netizens didn't have a fan filter, and were immediately surprised. Isn't this Jiang Yin? WTF. It's really him. So he's being kept by Jiang Qiao? Oh my god. Jiang Yin has a tattoo on his ankle. Everyone pay attention. The man who's with Jiang Qiao also has one. Stop talking nonsense. How rich is Jiang Yin? Does he need to be kept? Upstairs? No matter how rich your brother is, he's not as rich as Jiang Qiao. As for the melon that Jiang Qiao's kept male star is Jiang Yin. Everyone discussed it more and more heatedly. And soon the two words Jiang Yin became a hot search. However, Jiang Yin has many girlfriend fans. Seeing that Jiang Yin and Jiang Qiao were tied together in the hot discussion area, the big fans immediately began to organize and control the comments. Before long, the hot discussion area was full of Jiang Yin fans' comments on Jiang Yin works. But controlling the comments does not mean that everyone will not discuss this matter. The combination of popular traffic and rich young lady is too eye-catching. Netizens are still discussing it with great interest. At this time, the marketing account released another picture. This picture is clearer than the previous one. And the face of the man next to Jiang Qiao is also revealed. At Entertainment Gossip Group V, the male protagonist makes a brilliant appearance. Can you tell who he is? This is just a warm-up. We still have a few photos. What the two did was really exciting. Below is the picture provided by the marketing account. Seeing what the marketing account said, netizens were busy looking at this picture. And when they saw the man face in the photo, Jiang Yin fans suddenly felt their eyes go dark. The man face was angular, with a slightly cold temperament. It was definitely Jiang Yin. Chapter 472 Ming Siren is an old man. In order to prove that the two had an ambiguous relationship, this marketing account quickly posted a slightly blurry candid photo on Weibo. As soon as this candid photo was released, it immediately caused an explosion on the internet. Because in the photo, Jiang Yin was in the car, and he had nothing on his upper body. What no wearing? Netizens went crazy instantly. Excuse me. What did I see? In the car. Did they start doing that in the car? Fuck, this photo is so informative, it shocked my whole family. Jiang Yin and Jiang Qiao are actually having an affair, and it's so explicit. This fact shocked the netizens, especially Jiang Yan's girlfriend fans, who simply couldn't accept it. Impossible, this photo must be photoshopped. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Please calm down, my brother has a bright future, he's not short of money and he's handsome. Let's take a step back. He doesn't have any woman he wants. Why would he choose to be kept by a woman? Because of this photo from a marketing account, the internet went haywire. For a while. Terms such as Jiang Qiao and Jiang Yan relationship, Jiang Qiao openness, Jiang Qiao cheating, Jiang Qiao and Jiang Yan sex in the car, etc. quickly became hot searches. Since this photo was released, netizens have focused more on Jiang Qiao than Jiang Yan being kept. After all, the fact that a rich lady is so open that she can have sex with a young male star in the car is, even now, a very controversial thing. In comparison, the discussion of Jiang Yan being kept has decreased a lot. If there are too many melons, the attention of netizens will be distracted. Jiang Yan big fans, or professional fans, are very smart. Seeing that Jiang Yan's face was photographed too clearly, and there was no way to wash it off, while hurriedly contacting the studio to find a solution, they quickly mobilized fans to control public opinion. They changed the direction of the control. When this kind of news appears on the internet, netizens usually attack women first. You can see from the current comments that, basically they are saying that Jiang Qiao is really good at playing, subverting impressions, eye-opening, etc. And there are very few people who say Jiang Yan. Some Jiang Yan fans used small accounts to pretend to be passers-by and started to lead the rhythm. By the way, am I the only one who thinks this is a bit strange? Jiang Qiao is indeed rich, but with Jiang Yan conditions. There is no need for him to be supported. How can a man who is not short of money always be willing to flatter and please women? There must be something else. Sisters, have you ever thought about it? Jiang Qiao is powerful, and Jiang Yan is just a small star. If Jiang Qiao forces him to be with her, he won't even have room to resist? Fuck. Does the above mean that Jiang Qiao has a hidden rule over Jiang Yan? Then this melon is getting more and more interesting. It's terrifying to think about it. If that's the case, I really pity the handsome guy. No matter how beautiful Jiang Qiao is, if she threatens and forces him, what the difference between her and those greasy middle-aged men? They whitewashed Jiang Yan by saying that Jiang Yan had a promising future and didn't need to be kept, and deliberately slandered Jiang Qiao for relying on her wealth and power to force a young man to develop a relationship with her. For a while, Jiang Qiao was described by these people on the internet as a lustful woman who relied on her status and resources to monopolize young men. After a while, some netizens were really brainwashed. Because Jiang Qiao helped Shen Huan a few days ago, she won a lot of goodwill on the internet. The haters could not black her, and they were holding their breath. Now seeing the public opinion develop like this, they are the ones who are jumping the most and immediately started to fan the flames, praising her as a domineering female president. Does she really think she is a domineering female president? She has done all kinds of things. And Jiang Yan is really miserable. If it were me, I would definitely not dare to resist. Given Jiang Qiao's status, Jiang Yan would definitely have no future if he went against her. It is said that Jiang Yan family is not well off, and he must cherish everything he has now. Fuck. With that said, he is really miserable. The weak can always inspire more sympathy, not to mention the combination of opposite sex, handsome men, rich conditions. Jiang Yan was directly whitewashed by public opinion as a contemporary beauty, strong and miserable, while Jiang Qiao was the bad woman who robbed and robbed. Seeing all this, Qiao fans were all so angry that they laughed. Fuck, I really can't help it. A fellow like Jiang Yan, is he worthy of my father Jiang taking him away by force? Can you please stop flattering yourself? Sorry, a man like Jiang Yan is not even worth it for free. Do you know what level of men she rejected before? Jiang Yan didn't even accompany her to carry shoes? I'm really convinced. When the two fathers are low-key, all kinds of monsters and ghosts come out. If it were in the past, fellows like you would never have made it to the hot search. Because Jiang Qiao and Ming Siren are low-key, their fans are extremely angry when they see these slanders. When I think of the names that were put together with Jiang Qiao before, they were all super male gods like Ming Siren, Wu Xia, Han Jin, and Jiang Zilan. Now, Jiang Qiao is put together with a little idol like Jiang Yan. It's okay to put them together, but they are still forcibly taking them away. Jiang Yan doesn't like the setting of Sister Qiao. Qiao fans, I have never suffered such a big injustice. However, The comments of Qiao fans at this moment just happened to become the target of these people. I don't know where Jiang Qiao's fans get this inexplicable sense of superiority. They always talk about Ming Daddy and praise him. As a result, Jiang Qiao forced the young handsome guy to have sex with him in the car. Is your Ming Daddy really that good? Does Jiang Qiao have to force others? Ha ha ha. They are anxious. They are anxious. And they are touched. The arrogant and cold little wolf dog versus the old bastard like Ming Daddy, who doesn't know what he will grow up to be. If I am Jiang Qiao, I will also choose the little wolf dog. Lala. Seeing those 3 words, the fans were almost choking and couldn't breathe. Awesome. These people are so fucking bold. At this point, Qiao fans are too angry, but calm down. They no longer slam these people, and even tacitly do not post photos of Ming Siren, but take screenshots of all the comments that insult Ming Siren and send them to him expressionlessly. Private messages, comments, including under the official Weibo of Ming Group. Ming Dad, someone calls you an old man, can you stand it? Ming Dad, it because you don't show affection with Qiao Jia, all kinds of CPs are flying around. They even doubt Qiao Jia feelings for you. I can't stand it. This is bullying to the point of being too much. How can we not fight? Oh, everyone. Stop urging. Maybe after 2 years of not seeing each other, our Ming Dad has really become an old man? Chapter 473, if you think so, ha ha ha. I am dying of laughter. The account above is gone. TSK. Even if the appearance of our father Ming has dropped 10,000 times in the past 2 years, and he has really become an old man, that is still beyond Jiang Yan's reach. If he can't reach +1, how can you just tell the truth? This matter on the internet has caused a sensation. When the public relations of Ming and Jiang saw this, they immediately called the 2 COs. However, Jiang Qiao and Ming Siren were not in China. Ming Siren bought an island and planned to visit it with Jiang Qiao and spend a few days there. When the company called, they were still on the cruise ship. Ming Siren was taking a shower in the bathroom, and his mobile phone on the bed kept vibrating. Jiang Qiao was working on the computer, and when she heard the sound, she looked up and said, Siren, your phone is ringing. A man's casual voice came from the bathroom. Please answer it for me. Jiang Qiao put down the computer, picked up the phone, and answered absent-mindedly. What the matter? Hearing her voice, the PR manager of Ming Group was stunned. Ms. Jiang? Where is Mr. Ming? Jiang Qiao took the computer again and looked at the information. He is taking a shower. Tell me if there is anything. I will tell him later. The PR manager on the other end of the phone paused, and then said, There is a news on the internet, saying that Miss Jiang, you have kept a male celebrity. Jiang Qiao didn't react at first. Her attention was still on work. When she realized what the PR manager said, she raised her eyes, frowning. What? I'm supporting a male celebrity? That what the internet revealed. There are photos, it already on the hot search, you can take a look. Jiang Qiao frowned, took her phone, clicked on Weibo, and saw the first hot search, which was so popular that it was purple. The entry next to it was, Jiang Qiao and Jiang Yan exercise in the car. Jiang Qiao, ? She slid her finger down, and then she saw the photo of the 2 people exercising in the car that was leaked by the marketing account. In the photo, Jiang Yan had nothing on his upper body. The paparazzi deliberately found the angle. The ambiguity between the 2 overflowed the screen. It was obviously the day when her eyes were burned. Jiang Qiao. Shit! Miss Jiang Qiao? The PR manager called her. Jiang Qiao came back to her senses, and said lightly, remove the hot search, delete the photo, and send a lawyer letter to each of these marketing accounts. Yes. After hesitating for a moment, the PR manager asked, is this fake? Jiang Qiao sternly scolded, nonsense. The PR manager apologized quickly, coughed lightly. Do I need to tell Mr. Ming? Now it was Jiang Qiao's turn to feel guilty. She glanced in the direction of the bathroom, lowered her voice. There is no need to tell him. You can call me on my phone for follow-up calls. The PR manager sneaked with her and replied, yeah. Okay. Just after hanging up the phone, Jiang Qiao's phone rang again. She picked it up and saw that it was from Jiang Public Relations Department. Jiang Qiao explained a few things and asked her assistant to check the video in her dashcam. Just after she finished giving these instructions, the bathroom door was open from the inside. She looked up and saw Ming Siren, who had just come out of the shower. The man's hair was still wet. While wiping his hair, he asked casually, who called? Jiang Qiao's eyelids jumped, and she subconsciously hid her phone behind her. It a nuisance call. Ming Siren glanced at her, raised his eyebrows. What are you hiding? Jiang Qiao said with a stern face. Did I hide it? It was you who scared me. Ming Siren took the phone from her hand, flipped it twice casually, and didn't care much, really? Jiang Qiao saw him flipping through the phone, and was afraid that he would accidentally see some news. So she hurriedly said, well, it getting late. Let go to bed quickly. Ming Siren. After she said this, he looked her up and down. His eyes were very strange, and in Jiang Qiao questioning eyes. He paused, and then slowly said, okay. Since you think so. Jiang Qiao. Ming Siren took off his clothes slowly, resigned to his fate, looking like he was going to be ravaged by her again, sighed softly. I didn't expect that I couldn't rest even when traveling. Jiang Qiao. Ming Siren. He didn't raise his eyelids, speaking lazily and sexy. Be good, don't be so anxious. Wait for brother to take off his clothes first. She couldn't bear it any longer. Be a decent person. He glanced at her lazily, then spoke nonchalantly. How can you behave as a decent person? Before he could say the remaining words, Jiang Qiao covered his mouth. The man looked at her with his eyes downcast. His eyelashes were thick, and his chuckle was sexy and pleasant. Online, the public relations departments of the two companies were extremely efficient. Before long, all the posts about Jiang Qiao and Jiang Yin were deleted. The hot searches were also removed, and there was no negative news about Jiang Qiao. These new netizens watched Weibo, with hundreds of thousands of comments being deleted, and marketing accounts with millions of fans being bombed. Now they finally saw the power of money. Although the post was deleted, netizens were still enthusiastic about discussing such a big news, especially when Jiang Qiao blatantly deleted her negative news. Her good impression of her because she helped Shen Huan dropped again. Jiang Qiao never closed comments on Weibo, and these haters immediately rushed to comment. Keep all the comments praising you. Delete all the comments scolding you. Then it seems that netizens were right about this matter. If you don't feel guilty, why do you remove the trending search? Please let go of the handsome guy in the entertainment industry. Go find your old bacon surnamed Ming. Okay? Please. Also been paired with other female stars. You don't deserve it. Manual goodbye. Come out and respond. Don't harm the handsome Jiang Yin. Old woman. The comments are disgusting. The netizens' attacks are all on Jiang Qiao. Jiang Yin has become the sympathetic party. At midnight, Jiang Qiao received the video taken from the dashcam sent by her assistant. She took a look, and then took her phone to scan the insults in her Weibo comments, put on a coat, and while Ming Siren was still asleep, she sneaked out of bed. Before closing the door, she glanced at the man lying on the bed, and seeing that he was sleeping peacefully, she closed the door coquettishly. The waves hit the cruise ship, making a slight sound. Jiang Qiao walked to the first floor of the cruise ship, found a bright place, set up her phone, and then started a live broadcast. At this time, most netizens were still awake, and as soon as Jiang Qiao started the live broadcast, netizens quickly rushed in. Chapter 474 Stop Scolding. Jiang Qiao was dressed casually, with her hair loosely tied up and a piece of clothing on her body, revealing her delicate collarbone. The light made her skin look as white as jade, and she was still impeccably beautiful in the camera. The passers-by who came to watch the fun saw her like this, and the ridicule on their lips disappeared immediately. No matter what, every time you see her, you will deeply realize that this sister is too beautiful. However, Jiang Qiao beauty did not play any role in the black fans and Jiang Yin fans, who still insulted her. Jiang Qiao leaned her head back in a somewhat idle manner, watching these harsh comments, with no expression that showed any emotion. Removed the trending search very quickly, and still dared to live stream? Shameless, I feel sick just seeing you. Please Jiang Qiao. Let the young handsome men in the entertainment industry go. Please Jiang Qiao. Let the young handsome men in the entertainment industry go. When Jiang Qiao saw this, her red lips curled slightly, and her fans knew she was coming again when she saw this expression. This sister can do anything, and she is the best at quarreling. Sure enough, the next second, everyone heard this woman say slowly, I let the young handsome guys go, and they be yours? She stretched out her voice, the kind of bad woman tone that deliberately provoked them. Have you been staying up late to get the rankings and data, and delayed your brother from finding you a sister-in-law? Netizens. This sentence, let alone the star-chasing girls, even ordinary netizens would be so angry that their lungs would hurt instantly. Jiang Yin fans were even more furious, and they wanted to rush into the screen and pull Jiang Qiao hair. You want to say you are our sister-in-law? Bullshit. Stop dreaming. Okay. Will Jiang Yan like you? You still have the nerve to force others? You still dare to be complacent here. Jiang Qiao. You are so disgusting. If you don't take advantage of him, will he like you? Jiang Qiao leaned forward slightly, looked at these comments, and said lightly, you are really stupid. She said lightly, I have money, beauty and figure. If your brother doesn't like someone like me, how can he like you? As this sentence fell, there was another strange silence in the live broadcast room. And then Jiang Yan fans exploded. Is Jiang Qiao crazy? She dared to confront netizens. Doesn't she know that she will never be able to survive in the entertainment industry if she mocks them like this? They immediately started typing and scolding. And Jiang Qiao aroused their anger to the point of 70%. Only Qiao fans were calm. That it. 2 years have passed. And Qiao's ability to mock is getting better and better. Jiang Qiao propped up her head and watched the haters and Jiang Yan fans scolding her. There was no expression on her face. However, when they were scolding her more and more excitedly, she slowly took her phone and called up the video taken from the dashcam. There are many people prettier than you. Do you really think you are a fairy? Pa! Why are you silent? Uh-huh. There is nothing to say. You are just a cheap woman. You just have a little money. You dare to dream of our brother. I will scold you every time you come out. Sister, this is the first time I've done something like this. Just when these people were cursing, a man's voice came out of Jiang Qiao's phone. The air was quiet. Everyone was stunned. What is this? And Jiang Yan fans typing hands suddenly stopped. As fans, they can naturally recognize the voice of their favorite idol. They raised their eyes suddenly and looked at the phone screen. Jiang Qiao's face was still aggressively beautiful. She seemed to be able to predict the fans' reactions. When they saw it, she gently turned the phone and the screen was aimed at the live broadcast camera. So, Jiang Yan fans saw their idol on Jiang Qiao's phone. Jiang Yan took off his clothes and sat in the back seat of the car. Jiang Yan fans. Jiang Qiao smiled at the camera, which was obviously to anger them on purpose, and her attitude was quite bad. Oh, what should I do? You will probably be angry again next. Jiang Yan fans didn't care about Jiang Qiao's weird attitude at the moment, and stared at the phone screen. A bad premonition suddenly came to their minds. They shook their heads. No. No. Definitely not. This is the first time I've done something like this. I won't cause you any trouble in the future. Hearing this, Jiang Yan fans suddenly felt a little nervous. Then they saw in the video that Jiang Yan took the initiative to reach out to Jiang Qiao. No matter what you ask for in the future, I will cooperate, sister. You can do whatever you want to me. Pa! The glass hearts of Jiang Yan fans suddenly shattered at this moment. Jiang Yan fans, fuck. In just a few dozen seconds of video, it was clear that it was Jiang Yan who took the initiative to ask Jiang Qiao for unspoken rules, rather than Jiang Qiao forcing him to have him. The fans' house collapsed completely. The black fans did not expect this to happen. The words that just mocked Jiang Qiao seemed to have turned into slaps, and slapped them hard in the face. And at this time, Jiang Qiao not only did not stop, she also stabbed these people's hearts, and turned on the hardcore mocking mode. Poor people, you will never know how proactive your brother will be to rich people like us. I have a secret relationship with your brother? Do you think your brother deserves it? Do you think your brother likes you? They just want your money. Netizens, stop scolding. Stop scolding. Qiao fans are holding their phones, listening to Jiang Qiao words that hit their hearts. They are almost dying of laughter. She is worthy of being their Qiao's sister? When these people scolded her, they should have thought of the result today. When has this sister ever suffered a loss? Because of the video Jiang Qiao brought out, Jiang Yan fans were in complete chaos. There were all kinds of comments. The haters were slapped in the face, and they were angry and mad, and started to attack Jiang Qiao randomly. If you don't give him a chance, will he get in your car? To put it bluntly, you have that intention. Why are you pretending? I don't believe that you didn't feel anything when a handsome guy like Jiang Yan took off his clothes and sat in your car, otherwise you would have kicked him out long ago. I think the young handsome guys in the entertainment industry should be more careful. Maybe it was because of the exposure that Jiang Qiao threatened Jiang Yan to shoot this video. What going on? Jiang Yan didn't say anything, so who knows? Fuck you. You found a blind spot. Jiang Qiao looked at these comments and sneered. Don't you agree? Then watch it again. Jiang Yan fans, who were attacked by crazy attacks, hadn't recovered from the injury yet. When they heard Jiang Qiao words watch it again, they immediately said, Jiang Qiao haters, I hack you. Chapter 475 at Ming Father. The sound of the waves. In the dimly lit room, Ming Siren turned over, his slender hands fell on the other side of the bed. He subconsciously wanted to hug Jiang Qiao, but he didn't want to hug nothing. With a frown, Ming Siren slowly opened his eyes. The room was very quiet. There was no Jiang Qiao on the side of the bed. Ming Siren sat up. His voice was a bit sexy and hoarse because he had just woken up. His brows frowned, and said, "Qiao Qiao?" There was no response. And it was midnight. Ming Siren got off the bed. His slightly long hair covered his eyebrows. And he casually brushed it up. After confirming that there was no trace of Jiang Qiao in the bedroom, he reached out and turned the door, and walked out with long legs. At this moment, in the bright space, Jiang Qiao was still broadcasting live. She sat at the bar, with a bottle of red wine at hand. She was in high spirits at the moment. The longer she broadcasted, the more energetic she became. Especially when she saw the black fans being driven crazy. She became more excited. Her beautiful cat eyes were cunning and bright. And her voice unconsciously raised a few points. "I really don't like your brother." "Handsome guy?" I laughed. "You really have never seen a handsome guy. You won't even take this guy even if he given to me for free." The haters started to mic passionately. "I've seen arrogant ones. I've never seen such an arrogant one. Jiang Yan is not even a handsome guy. He really good at bragging. He won't even take him even if he given to me for free. It makes me laugh to death. It as if she can find someone more handsome than Jiang Yan, ha ha ha." Jiang Qiao poured herself another glass of red wine. She shook it, took another sip, seeing what the hater said, sneered, "Since you've been slapped in the face a few times today, I won't call my dear to provoke you." The sleepy fans opened their eyes immediately after hearing this. "No. Sister. Please wake him up. What are you pretending to be? Darling. You said it as if there really is such a person. Now find someone more handsome than Jiang Yan, and I will immediately perform handstand eating shit for you." Jiang Qiao ignored these black fans, and continued to talk to netizens. She was in high spirits, and looked like she would argue with black fans until dawn. Ming Siren just arrived at the corridor, and heard Jiang Qiao's voice coming from the second floor of the cruise ship. He paused slightly, and then walked over. Looking down, I saw Jiang Qiao sitting at the bar, holding her phone, and talking to netizens. Ming Siren looked at her for a few seconds, raised his eyebrows, and his hand slipped into his trouser pocket, then walked down slowly. "Jiang Qiao. He obviously stayed in my car, and didn't leave. And he took off his clothes directly." At this time, a barrage of comments suddenly floated over. Did Jiang Yan take off all his clothes at that time? Jiang Qiao glanced at it. Anyway, she would delete the live broadcast after it was broadcast. And tomorrow morning this topic would be completely cleared from the internet by public relations. So she didn't have any concerns at the moment. And she spoke directly, "Yes. He took off all his clothes. Not a single piece was left." Ming Siren, who had just walked downstairs, suddenly stopped. From this position, Jiang Qiao's mobile phone camera just captured Ming Siren's figure. So, the netizens saw a tall and slender man appear in the camera. His eyes were fixed on Jiang Qiao, and his expression showed no joy or anger. The fans who were just disappointed because Jiang Qiao refused to let Ming Siren into the camera were shocked instantly, and sat up from the bed. "Ah! It Ming Father! It Ming Father whom they haven't seen for 2 years." Instantly, there was not a single complete sentence in the barrage. It was all the groundhog screams of Qiao fans. And compared to the old fans who had seen Ming Siren a long time ago, these new fans who had no idea of Ming Siren's identity were completely confused. From their perspective, they just saw a super handsome guy suddenly appear in the camera. Both in terms of appearance and temperament, they were close to perfect. Who is this? Who is this? At this moment, whether it was Jiang Qiao's haters or Jiang Yan's fans, they all forgot about what happened before, forgot to scold Jiang Qiao, and asked who this was. However, their inquiries were soon drowned out by the shouts of Qiao's fans. The comments were too lively. After Jiang Qiao finished her sentence, she took the wine glass next to her and took a sip. Then she looked up at the comments. Before she could see what these people were saying, she didn't hold the phone with the video of Jiang Yan taking off his clothes firmly. It fell from her hand, and hit the ground with a bang. She sighed softly, put down the wine glass, got down from the bar chair, and bent down to pick it up. But before she touched it, a slender white hand took the lead and picked up the phone. Jiang Qiao froze. Her eyes slowly fell on the familiar and beautiful fingers of the man. Her pupils began to tremble, and she felt guilty. She raised her eyes, and saw the man's beautiful jawline, beautiful lips, high nose bridge, and above that, the perfect peach blossom eyes. But the man didn't look at her at the moment. His attention was all on her phone. He lowered his eyes slightly, and it was hard to tell the emotions on his face at the moment. It Ming's siren. After the excitement of Qiao fans, they suddenly realized what was going on at the moment, recalled what Jiang Qiao said just now, and saw the weird atmosphere at the moment, instantly. Qiao fans, ha ha ha. It started. Qiao Jia daily car accident has begun. She going to be scolded? She going to be scolded? She going to be scolded by Ming father again? Ha ha ha. Qiao Jia. Who was so crazy just now? Now I can feel her nervousness through the screen. If I had known this would happen, what did you just say? Manually dog head to save life Qiao Jia black fans. Now is the time for you to take revenge. Click to see Qiao Jia admitting defeat online. However, Jiang Qiao black fans didn't notice this at all at the moment. Their attention was only on Ming's siren. Shit, who is this handsome guy? The screen went black in a few seconds. Ming's siren lifted his eyelids and glanced at Jiang Qiao, then took her fingerprint to unlock it. Jiang Qiao coughed lightly, touched the back of her head, said in a very obedient tone, "Are you awake?" Ming's siren ignored her, his white fingers tapped on the screen, replayed it, and lowered his eyes to look at the video. The progress bar was pulled to the beginning, from where Jiang Yan started to take off his clothes, and then Jiang Qiao turned her head back and found that he was naked. The air was quiet. Jiang Qiao was completely sober at this moment. She saw Ming's siren expression, put her head closer, said with curved eyes, "See Ran?" Ming's siren didn't say anything. She reached out and pulled him, hooked his hand, said softly, "Dear, dear." Ming's siren raised his eyelids and glanced at her. He smiled lazily. "Who is your dear?" "Jiang Qiao." Chapter 476, I just want to ask you if you are handsome or not. Pretty fans, ha ha ha. Pretty fans laughed like crazy instantly. These two have the old taste. And those netizens who don't know the truth are still asking, who is this super handsome guy? But no one pays attention to them. At this time, the black fans are envious of Ming's siren gorgeous beauty, and at the same time, they don't forget to blacken Jiang Qiao. Hee Jiang bitch finally overturned. Come here and call me dear when a handsome guy comes. Isn't it embarrassing to be denied in person? Ming's siren eyes returned to the video on his mobile phone, watching the man in the video taking off his clothes, and reaching out to touch Jiang Qiao. His beautiful peach blossom eyes narrowed, and the aura around him was cold and dangerous. He frowned slightly, and asked Jiang Qiao in a low and pleasant voice, "Who is this person?" Jiang Qiao looked at his expression, and said in a brisk voice, "Just a little star. I have already dealt with it." Her cat eyes were curved, and her little claws stretched out to scratch Ming's siren, and her head came close to him, trying to get away with it. "Why are you awake? Did I wake you up?" Ming's siren confiscated the phone, and remembered the appearance of the male star in it. He glanced at Jiang Qiao at this moment, and his eyes lowered slightly, falling on her hand that was pulling his sleeve. 2 seconds later, he stretched out his hand to pull her claws away, raised his eyebrows, and said lazily, "Don't touch me, Jiang Qiao." Her black and white eyes widened slightly, and her tone was very incredible. "Can't I touch you?" She immediately rushed over, bit his lips. "I won't." Ming's siren hugged her waist, a man with a lazy and casual temperament, no matter how much he told her not to touch him, at this moment. A smile still appeared in his eyes unconsciously, such a gentle and seductive gesture, enough to make every woman heart beat. The haters who had just attacked Jiang Qiao were suddenly speechless. Even though the man said no, his attitude towards the woman in front of him was clearly indulgent and doting. His intimacy with her was written in his eyes and eyebrows. Qiao's fans were proud. They knew the mental activities of the haters without thinking. They typed slowly on the keyboard. "Oh, sorry, let me introduce you. This is the dear one our Qiao mentioned, the handsome father Ming, Qiao's real boyfriend." Are Jiang Yan's fans hurt? Do you know what a true godlike face is? Sister Qiao's boyfriend looks like this. Do you still think she will forcefully take your brother away? Are you embarrassed? Is my father Ming handsome? Is he handsome? Is he handsome? I'm just asking you guys if he's handsome, ha ha ha. He's actually Jiang Qiao's boyfriend. Jiang Yan's fans and Jiang Qiao's haters looked at the man in the live broadcast, and they felt their hearts were instantly pierced. Is there anything more despairing than the stunningly beautiful man they just spotted being a couple with the woman they hate the most? The key point is that even through the screen, one can clearly feel his doting on that woman. The haters looked at the arrogant attitude of Jiang Qiao old fans, and were so angry that their lungs hurt. But the key point is that they can't say he is not handsome against their will, because this man is so perfect in both facial features and temperament, and there is no flaw to be found on his body. Where did Jiang Qiao find such a top-notch man? Ming Siren held Jiang Qiao's hand, glanced at her mobile phone on the bar, and asked lightly, "Is the live broadcast over? Are you still talking?" Chapter 477 Perfect Life. Jiang Qiao thought of what she had just said, and hurriedly shook her head. No more. No more. The man curled his lips. Then turn it off and go to bed. Jiang Qiao responded, walked to the bar, looked at the bar comments, and then said to her fans, "Good night. Everyone. Goodbye. Sister Qiao. Good night. Good night. Good night." Dad Ming to Jiang Qiao said goodbye to them, and then reached out to turn off the live broadcast. During this live broadcast, Jiang Qiao clarified the scandal of Jiang Yan's unspoken rule, and slapped those black fans in the face. Qiao fans were satisfied, but the black fans and Jiang Yan fans were ashamed, and they were unwilling, but could not say anything more. And the most eye-catching thing in this live broadcast was Ming Siren's sudden appearance. It is well known that Jiang Qiao is rich and beautiful, but she also has such a stunning boyfriend. What kind of perfect life is this? Black fans have nowhere to mock, and can only comment sourly under the Weibo praising Jiang Qiao. It's just that her face is a little prettier. Why is it so unbelievable? Besides, what the use of a man being so good-looking? The most important thing is his own strength. This kind of person, who looks like a pretty boy, haha. But unexpectedly, this comment was directly responded to by Qiao fans crazily, and it topped the list of popular comments. Appeared. The person who means Daddy Gigolo finally appeared. This scene seems familiar. I was actually looking forward to what they said. What going on? Me too. The IQ of this group of black fans never disappoints me. Ha ha ha. I am dying of laughter. There is really no cure for stupidity. The reason why Ming Dad is called Ming Dad is because he is also a dad. Have you heard of the president of Ming Group? Yes, looking out from the window, the tallest building is owned by his family. You call Ming Siren a gigolo with no strength, then there is no one with strength in the world Ming Siren. The black fans who heard the full name of Ming Dad for the first time went to check Ming Group. Then, black fans. They suspected that these Qiao fans deliberately didn't tell Ming Siren about his identity. She is rich and beautiful, her boyfriend is rich and very good looking, Jiang Qiao is really poisonous. Thinking of the words they mocked her, it was as if they were sending their own faces to Jiang Qiao to be slapped. Black fans immediately shut themselves up. Qiao fans were so happy to be slapped in the face, they were just walking sideways in front of black fans. This matter has been a fuss on the internet for a few days. Jiang Yan has not responded, and in fact, he doesn't need to say anything. The evidence released by Jiang Qiao is enough to prove that he actively asked for unspoken rules 100 times. Jiang Qiao and Ming Siren relaxed on the island for a few days before returning to China. And each of them returned to work. Jiang Qiao had been thinking about making an interesting variety show since she returned to China. But she had never found a theme. Just when she had no idea, Mulan, the dimple girl, called her and invited her to be a guest on a variety show. Jiang Qiao thought that she was free anyway, so she agreed. The variety show shot by Mulan was quite popular, and its ratings ranked first among the same type. Every Monday, there were many loyal viewers waiting in front of the screen, and it was live broadcast, so netizens could directly participate in the interaction. When Mulan called Jiang Qiao to invite her, many netizens saw it, but many people opposed it. Chapter 478 Jiang Qiao Hardcore Appearance. Why is Jiang Qiao everywhere? I'm really fed up with her. +1. Do you think everyone will like her? Is she a winner in life? I still say, if I become her fan, I lose. Liwa's sister seems to have received help from her before. Jiang Qiao wants to be famous so much, she can't refuse as a sister, please understand. Not all Jiang Qiao fans can't stand it. It's Liwa's sister who took the initiative to call Qiajia. Is there any need to be so malicious towards her? That right, it's not her fault that she rich, beautiful, and has a handsome boyfriend. The netizens are too sour. Haha, the previous one. Is it not okay to simply dislike her personality? Jiang Qiao hasn't arrived yet. A lot of people on the barrage started to curse each other, but in this way, it has also increased the popularity of this variety show invisibly, and it has received extra attention before it even started. The variety show that Mulan participated in was filmed in a beautiful mountain village. The program team selected a family for each guest. The stars will integrate into the program little by little as family members. The process is warm and healing. Although it is slow-paced, the guests performed very well. And the editing was perfect, so it is quite interesting. At the beginning of today's program, the program team first used aerial photography to show a section of the elegant and quiet scenery of the mountain village in the early morning. Mulan is helping the younger sister in the family tie her hair. The little sister has a pair of big eyes and a chubby face. As soon as she appeared, netizens were touched by the cute comments. Tian is so cute, come here and kiss your sister. Dimple's sister is also so sweet, the two of them feel so warm. This family is relatively poor, and in order to match the character of the eldest sister, Mulan also braided her hair and changed into more simple clothes. Tian, a friend of your sister will be visiting today, are you happy? Tian's eyes lit up, turned her head, and asked her in a baby voice, is it brother Sujan? Sujan came in the last issue, Tian likes him very much. Mulan shook her head, no. It another beautiful sister. Tian blinked, her face full of disappointment. When will brother Sujan come? Barrage, woo woo woo. I like brother Sujan too. Who doesn't like the gentle and shy movie emperor? One person wrote in blood, asking for the movie emperor Sujan to come again. Hee hee. Jiang's wedging was ignored by Tian, which was comfortable. Mulan touched Tian's head. Brother Sujan is busy with work. This sister is brother Sujan's boss. Tian. Don't you want to meet her? Tian pursed her lips and asked hesitantly, is she as good as Sister Mulan? Mulan smiled. This sister is much better than me. Just as she was talking, a voice came from outside, and Mulan's eyes lit up. Maybe that sister is here. Tian. Let go and see. The camera turned to the outside, and many people gathered on the road without knowing when. Mulan walked out with Tian in his arms, and he couldn't help but feel confused when he saw the scene. Why are there so many people? Before she could figure it out, she saw several black cars coming from the end of the road. When they got closer, Mulan could see clearly that they were not just a few cars, but dozens of them. They were coming from the end of the road in a mighty procession, and it seemed that there was no end. The people in the mountain village had never seen such a scene before, and they all gathered around to take a look. Mulan's eyelids twitched, and she suddenly had a bad premonition in her heart. Then she saw the most expensive luxury car stop not far from her, followed by a bodyguard in a black suit who hurried forward and respectfully opened the car door for it. At this moment, the comments were all question marks. Mulan's pupils began to tremble. After the bodyguard opened the car door, she saw a woman with "I'm rich. I'm super rich" written all over her body, bending down and walking out of the car in this austere atmosphere. Her good sister had delicate makeup and snow-white skin. She wore a high and tight long skirt and a pair of high heels on her feet. The high heels were so expensive that they could only be worn on the red carpet. She didn't take off her sunglasses, raised her chin slightly, and scanned the people present. After confirming her position, she smiled at her with curved lips. Hi, sister. Mulan. The people in the barrage laughed like crazy instantly. Ha ha ha. Fuck. Jiang Qiao is really hardcore. Doesn't she know that our show is about the hardship of the mountain village? What the hell is this fashionable girl wearing that makes her want to walk on the catwalk in the next second? The farmer who was holding a bowl next to her was stunned, this sense of disharmony that burst out of the sky. My God. I can't take it anymore. I'm really dying of laughter. Miss Mulan performed a petrified show for everyone. Mulan tied 2 braids, and she was still wearing that kind of small floral dress. Under the crowd onlookers, she walked over with Tian in her arms with a complicated expression and said hesitantly, Sister, you are wearing this. Isn't it a little too high profile? Jiang Qiao didn't even take off her sunglasses. Hearing her words, she curled her lips. Really? Mulan looked at this woman with a slightly smug expression, as if to say, uh-huh. Of course, I have to be high profile when I appear. What the hell are you talking about? Mulan. The barrage was still going crazy. Uh-huh. Fuck. Sister Qiao is so cute. I really admire her. Look at her. She's still very proud. She actually still very proud. Mulan is about to kill someone now. I'm really laughing to death. Jiang Qiao lifted her hair pretentiously, and then seemed to have just noticed Tian in Mulan's arms, looking through the sunglasses at Tian's big eyes. Jiang Qiao curled her lips proudly, looking at her chubby little face. She couldn't help but reach out her hand, pinched her chubby face, and said lazily, Hey, this human cub is pretty cute. Tian looked at Mulan. And then at the fancy and delicate nails that Jiang Qiao had just made that were almost poking her face. Her mouth pursed. And then, with a wow, she cried, "Oh my god! Jiang Qiao." Mulan. Although Tian is the youngest, she has always given people the impression of being cute and strong. Since the show started, she has never cried. Unexpectedly, Jiang Qiao scared her to tears as soon as she came. Mulan hurried to coax Tian, but Tian would be fine if she didn't cry, but once she started crying, she couldn't be coaxed, and her wailing could be heard throughout the village. Jiang Qiao snorted, "Why is she crying? Hasn't she seen a beautiful woman?" Mulan. "Please shut up." The netizens in the barrage couldn't hold it anymore. Ha ha ha. Fuck, I can't hold it anymore. I really can't laugh anymore, Jiang Qiao. Please forgive me. What kind of high-energy scene is this? I'm almost laughing to death in just a few minutes. Chapter 479, What is the setting of this sister? Amidst Tian loud crying, Jiang Qiao walked into the mountain village with an expressionless face and high heels. Because of this appearance, not only Mulan was confused, the program team was even more panicked. As soon as Jiang Qiao walked into the room prepared by the program team, everyone felt that the room seemed narrow and cramped. Some people just had their own aura, not to mention that Jiang Qiao's face was almost written with the words "I am very rich." Mulan finally coaxed Tian. The little girl didn't dare to look at Jiang Qiao. She buried her head in her shoulder and choked from time to time. Jiang Qiao looked around Mulan residence for a few times. Then her eyes were on Mulan clothes, and she couldn't help but laugh. "Sister, you are so ugly." Mulan. She put Tian on the bed, then took out a set of clothes from the closet and handed it to Jiang Qiao. "You have to change too." Jiang Qiao looked at the village girl outfit Mulan gave her, and smiled slightly. "Then you might as well kill me." Mulan ignored her, grabbed her and went to a place where there were no cameras, and put on the village girl outfit for her while Jiang Qiao screamed. After about 10 minutes, Mulan came out first. She clapped her hands, then turned to Jiang Qiao and said, "Don't hide, come out." The netizens on the bullet screen had been looking forward to it since Mulan took out the clothes and came out. Now they were waiting for Jiang Qiao to come out with their eyes wide open. After more than 10 seconds, the woman inside came out hesitantly. When the netizens on the bullet screen saw her appearance clearly, they burst out laughing. She was wearing a floral top and big red flower trousers. Mulan had forced her hair into a braid. Just now, she was a fashionable girl in a tight skirt and high heels, and she wanted to walk on the catwalk. Now she turned into a country girl in a second. The production team also had intentions. The clothes they brought were the most rustic, and they were particularly mean to paste a photo of Jiang Qiao when she just got off the car next to her. Ha ha ha. Isn't this me in the city versus me in the village during the spring festival? Too real. I'm Jennifer in the city, and Li Tsuehua when I go home. TSK, but I don't have a pretty face like her. To be honest, I'm still pretty in this outfit. I'm definitely the prettiest in the village. God damn. The prettiest in the village. Ha. Jiang Qiao looked at herself in the mirror, and disdain was written on the corners of her eyes and eyebrows. I'm too ugly. Mulan ignored the conceited woman. Seeing that it was getting late, he pulled her along. Let go, catch some loaches. When Tian heard this, she stopped crying and immediately got off the bed with her short legs. She followed the two men to the paddy field. However, she still didn't dare to talk to Jiang Qiao and followed Mulan closely. Seeing this scene, some haters began to find faults. To be honest, it has been quite funny since Jiang Qiao appeared. But our show is not a comedy show. Look how scared she made Tian. I hope she leaves as soon as she finishes recording this episode. To be honest, forget about the other things. What I care about is that a rich lady like Jiang Qiao probably doesn't even dare to catch loaches. Right? Don't let her scream later. I hate that kind of thing. +1 to the previous one. I beg her not to be startled. It will only make me hate her more. Jiang Qiao and Mulan walked to the paddy field, where other guests were already catching loaches. Mulan told Jiang Qiao the technique of catching loaches, and then walked down with Jiang Qiao. After all, these stars are not familiar with the world of water. In order to make the guests feel more relaxed, most of the loaches were put in by the program team on their own initiative. All of them were fat and big and easier to catch. When the other guests caught it, the program team showed a shot of the loach in the basket. It was pitch black inside the basket, and the loach was darting around. The female netizens in front of the screen looked at that, and got goosebumps instantly. Mulan was holding the tools. She was actually a little scared. But showing fear in front of the camera was equivalent to being blackened. So she didn't reveal any emotion on her face. She turned to look at Jiang Qiao, wanting to ask her how she was. When she turned her head, she saw Jiang Qiao staring at the paddy field without blinking. Her eyes focused and concentrated. That look. How to describe it? A bit like a cat staring at a small fish. The next moment, Jiang Qiao stretched out her hand and scooped up a loach steadily and ruthlessly. Her beautiful cat eyes were shining, and she turned her head and said to her, "I caught it." Mulan was stunned by her smile. Oh no, it was a heart-thumping feeling. However, her heart-thumping didn't last long, because the next second, she saw her sister, who always wore haute couture when she came to the mountain village, suddenly pinch the dirty and ugly loach from the net bag with her bare hands. Mulan, shocked. Netizens commenting on the comments. ? Her eyelids twitched, but Jiang Qiao continued to be proud like a cat, as if she wanted to show off the loach directly in front of her. She was wearing rain boots and walked towards her step by step. "Look, I caught it." Mulan. Seeing Jiang Qiao approaching her, Mulan could no longer hold back and said, "Don't come over." Jiang Qiao blinked twice and then seemed to realize something and soon showed her signature bad woman smile and shouted at the top of her voice, "No, I have to treat you." She quickened her pace and walked towards her in a few steps. Mulan screamed, threw away the net bag, turned around and ran. "Help!" Everyone in the program team laughed out loud, and the other guests next to them couldn't help laughing when they saw this scene. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. The haters who had just mocked Jiang Qiao looked at this arrogant big star, who looked down on everyone in the last second. And the next second, she could catch loaches with her bare hands without any burden. And they were full of questions. Honestly, what wrong with this sister? I also want to ask, shouldn't she be frightened and screaming at this time, and then be ridiculed by everyone? What the matter with grabbing it with bare hands? Isn't she a rich lady? What kind of setting is this sister? I want to ask. Ha ha ha, I laughed so hard watching this variety show today that my face hurts. Ah, Jiang Qiao is so cute. So cute. So cute. Jiang Qiao old fans were extremely calm about this scene, and casually posted a comment. You can search for the famous scene where she used to pull a snake with her bare hands if you are interested. This sister is not afraid of snakes. She is still afraid of a small loach? Seeing Jiang Qiao old fans say this, some netizens who were aroused by her personality couldn't help but search for that famous scene. Then he came back, ha ha ha. What the hell? This girl is really a treasure. Right? At this time, a black fan silently posted a comment like this. What should I do? This black fan said, I seem to have fallen in love with this woman who is just the right amount of pretentiousness. Chapter 480. My phone is dirty. As this black fan said this, several more comments echoed in the barrage. Me too. Why did I black her in the first place? Think carefully, she doesn't seem to have done anything excessive. I really love this character. Hee hee, you were fooled by this woman in just a few minutes, you acted all this in front of the camera. Okay? Be clear-headed. Yeah, it just catching a loach. Zhou Ningning in the last episode can do it. Many female stars can do it. It's not necessary to praise it so much. Right? Jiang Qiao. Mulan and others have caught enough loaches, and they are going back to prepare lunch. The two of them were covered in mud, so they went to the pool to wash. The program crew didn't give Jiang Qiao a special shot, but Jiang Qiao was a shining star. Very eye-catching. They originally planned to shoot the scenery, but the photographer camera fell on her unconsciously, and the audience attention was attracted by her. After Mulan finished washing, Jiang Qiao also washed. The woman's skin was like a piece of snow-white cold jade. She washed her hands and then rinsed her feet. Her white and small toes were pink and cute. She changed into flip-flops, and her toes curled up lightly. The netizens who commented on the barrage felt their hearts tremble. The director forced us to have foot control. Right? I'm a girl, but I couldn't help but say I'll lick it first. Jiang Qiao is really fair. Jiang Qiao didn't notice these shots. She had nothing to do after washing, and glanced at Tian Tian next to her. Tian Tian squatted beside the loach basket and watched. Unlike adults, children are particularly curious about these creatures. She wasn't afraid either. She blinked her eyes, and looked at the loaches in the basket, and even wanted to reach out and touch them. Jiang Qiao walked over. She looked at the loach scurrying around inside. After a while, she couldn't help but say, this scene must not be seen by my boyfriend. he will definitely go crazy. Boyfriend. Mulan glanced at Jiang Qiao, the woman's eyes curved. The word boyfriend came out of her mouth, sweet and natural. Mulan was caught off guard by her show. Where her torch? When she mentioned it like this, netizens in the barrage also thought of the man who made a stunning appearance that night. Ming Siren. The president of Ming Group. When they thought of that man who not only looked extremely handsome, but was also the person in charge of Ming Group, the feeling that he was so charming that he was about to overflow the screen. Everyone was immediately jealous. If they couldn't get him, then at least let them see more of this handsome guy. Ming Siren appearance that day was captured by countless people and saved as wallpaper. Jiang Qiao was so lucky. Mulan watched Jiang Qiao unconsciously show off their affection, and this woman said that she couldn't let her boyfriend see these things. He would go crazy, turned around and took out her mobile phone, and brought the camera very close to her, and took a few photos. The light was bright and multi-angle, and even the lines on the loach body could be seen clearly. As a big capitalist, the program team certainly didn't dare to take her phone. Mulan suddenly had such a thought in her mind. Ming Siren. Danger. At this time, in the Ming Group building, on the top floor, a tall and straight man in a suit was sitting in the conference room. He lowered his eyes slightly. His expression was indifferent, and from his brow to his lip line, everything was exquisite. After the marketing manager finished his report, the man hummed, and he was about to say something, but the phone on his hand lit up, and he didn't intend to pay attention to it. But when he saw Jiang Qiao's name, Ming Siren reached out and took it. He leaned back, curled his white fingers slightly, loosened the tie around his neck. He touched the screen with his other hand, clicked on the WeChat message Jiang Qiao sent her. Miss me? Kiss. Kiss. Ming Siren's facial features softened a bit, and his peach blossom eyes were rippled. Ming Siren was always cold in the company, but when he showed such an expression at this moment, he touched the hearts of all the girls in the room, and everyone guessed who sent him the message. It was that bright and arrogant young lady, the CEO's girlfriend. Jiang Qiao's phone vibrated, and she received Ming Siren's reply. Yeah. Seeing his reply, she raised her eyebrows, and then switched her phone to selfie mode and took a few selfies. The camera zoomed in, and netizens were able to see her selfies. Even with the death front camera of Apple, it did not damage her beauty at all. Barrage. Okay. I know. It turns out that my ugliness is not because of the phone, but because of me. Under the camera, Jiang Qiao managed to make her rustic clothes look fresh and pastoral. Ming Siren received a reply, and when he opened it, he saw Jiang Qiao's selfie. Am I pretty? He curled his lips. While replying, he signaled the executives to continue with the next report. It was no problem for him to do two things at the same time. Jiang Qiao sent him several selfies in one breath. Ming Siren started to look at the top one, and his heart slid down carelessly. In the camera, the woman smiled like a flower, bright and brilliant. Just as a smile appeared on his lips, he was caught off guard when a dark picture of an ugly loach suddenly jumped into his eyes. His hand suddenly trembled. Jiang Qiao posted very quickly, and her photo was quickly pushed up on the screen, replaced by these densely packed high-definition loach pictures. The executive, who was making a report, just mentioned a set of data, when suddenly there was a loud noise, and he looked up in confusion, and saw Ming Siren's phone thrown to the ground by him, and the man held his forehead with his hand, and he looked like he had been greatly mentally attacked. Everyone looked at each other nervously, and didn't know what had happened. Ming Siren's assistant saw the phone thrown at his feet, and subconsciously bent down to pick it up. But Ming Siren said directly, "Don't pick it up." The assistant was stunned. Ming Siren said expressionlessly, "My phone is dirty." After Jiang Qiao sent the message, she didn't receive a reply from her boyfriend for a long time. She laughed so hard that her shoulders trembled. Why is her brother Siren so cute? Mulan was too lazy to watch her show her affection here. Seeing that it was time, she said, "Qiao Qiao, please help me watch Tian Tian for a while. I'm going to make lunch." Mulan is a very good cook, and she has gained a lot of fans with this. Jiang Qiao responded, and glanced at Tian Tian. The little girl also heard what Mulan said, and shrank back, obviously looking afraid of her. Jiang Qiao. She blinked, and then hooked her finger at her. "Little girl, come here." What does Jiang Qiao want to do to Tian Tian again? Didn't she see that the children were afraid of her? Come on, Tian Tian. Don't pay attention to Jiang, bitch. I'm rooting for you. Tian Tian met Jiang Qiao gaze, but did not go over. and continued to retreat. Chapter 481, He is my brother. Jiang Qiao called her twice again, but the little girl still didn't come. So Jiang Qiao lost her patience. She lowered her head and continued to play with her phone, ignoring her. Who doesn't have a temper? She doesn't like her, then she doesn't like her. Besides, she is non-R&B, she has to be liked by everyone. Originally, netizens thought that Tian didn't like Jiang Qiao. Even if Jiang Qiao didn't use all kinds of skills to capture her, at least he would be creative to amuse the audience and leave a good impression on everyone. Who would have thought that she would just leave the kid alone? The haters immediately found a reason to vent. Look! Her true colors are revealed. She doesn't even have this little bit of patience. After all, she in front of the camera. She should pretend a little. Right? Too cold? Tian is about to cry. I feel bad. I hate people who are heartless and cold to kids the most. The haters were venting their anger on the barrage, but more people were enjoying it. Seeing the haters venting their anger like this, they immediately started to attack them. What wrong with kids? Do kids need to be coaxed and licked everywhere? Tian looks like she afraid of Jiang Qiao. Why does Jiang Qiao have to rush forward? Does Jiang Qiao think she is cheap as you guys? I love this arrogant queen character the most. Fuck love and kindness, love whoever you want, I love myself the most. +1, strongly agree, compared to some female stars' force love character, I still prefer this kind of distance one. I didn't feel that before, but this point of Jiang Qiao really touched me. I became a fan on the spot. Jiang Qiao didn't know that her behavior was being discussed in the barrage at this moment. Her phone rang quickly. She saw that it was a video call from Ming Siren. Jiang Qiao smiled immediately, because Mulan asked her to help take care of Tian. She didn't answer the call anywhere else. She tapped the answer button with her finger. Then she saw the man's gloomy and beautiful face. Ming Siren had returned to his office. He was sitting in his seat. He changed his phone and looked at Jiang Qiao's expression of obvious gloating. His tone was low and sexy. He tickled his ear. You need to be punished. Right? Jiang Qiao had already thought of how to explain. I'm sorry. Brother C ran. I wanted to send you my selfie, but I accidentally clicked on the photo of Loach. We went to catch loaches today. I thought they were cute, so I took a few photos. I didn't mean it. It would be weird if Ming Si Ran believed her. He looked at her sunny face, smiled lazily, nodded, and said in a leisurely voice, Really? I tell you when you come back. Jiang Qiao. Tian was ignored. She stood there for a while. Children of this age are naturally curious. Jiang Qiao ignored her, but she became curious about her and moved slightly towards her. Jiang Qiao saw it but didn't care. She continued to talk to Ming Siren. Tian quickly got closer, and then she saw Ming Siren on the screen, who was video chatting with Jiang Qiao. The man had peach blossom eyes, a lazy temperament, and a slightly smiling look that made people's hearts beat. Then this baby, who was only in the single digits of age, fell in love with him. Tian stretched out her short chubby hand, pointed at Jiang Qiao's phone, and said in a baby voice, What a handsome brother. Barrage? Tian. You are only 4 years old, what are you talking about? Ha! I found out that Tian is obsessed with looks in the last episode. Didn't you notice that she was sticking to Suzanne the whole episode? Wow. Ming father is not a very good-looking brother, he is a god. Jiang Qiao heard this and glanced at Tian. But she ignored her, and even moved the phone towards herself. Unexpectedly, after seeing Ming Siren, Tian became bolder. She seemed to find that Jiang Qiao was not so scary. She walked a little closer to her, afraid that Jiang Qiao didn't hear her. She repeated to Jiang Qiao, a good-looking brother. Jiang Qiao. She glanced at Tian, and after a few seconds, when Tian wanted to repeat herself, she interrupted her in a rather arrogant tone, sneering, He is not your brother. He is my brother. After Jiang Qiao finished speaking, the netizens on the barrage were silent for a long time. Then a burst of ha broke out and swiped the screen. Ha. So this is what you care about. Sister Qiao is childish. Why are you competing with a little kid for favor? Look at her smug look. I am dying of laughter. Tian. This sister is really scary. Ming Siren over there heard the noise here and asked, What wrong? Jiang Qiao snorted. A little girl said you were pretty. Tian had already come over. The little person squeezed next to Jiang Qiao, and the two of them appeared in the camera. Very cute and soft. She was very obsessed with looks and took the initiative to say, "Hello, brother." Jiang Qiao was about to put the phone away, but it was too late. Ming Siren had already seen Tian Tian. His eyes softened, and he leaned forward slightly, getting closer to the camera. He said, "Hello," in a gentle tone that was unique to children. Jiang Qiao's eyelids jumped, and she wanted to hang up the phone on the spot. Unlike treating adults, Ming Siren treats children extremely, specially, and very gently. Perhaps it is related to his previous experience. He sponsors orphanages and helps children. If his patience with other people is 7 points, then his patience with children can be 70 points. He is even better than her. Netizens don't know what Jiang Qiao is thinking at this moment. Ming Siren's gentle voice came out, and they were instantly melted. I wish I could turn my soul into Tian Tian right there. This voice, this look, does such a gentle man really exist? It was also the first time that Tian Tian heard someone greet her so gently. She just thought this big brother was nice. Brother Suzhong was gentle enough, but she didn't expect this brother to be even gentler. She subconsciously stretched out her chubby hand to reach the phone in Jiang Qiao's hand, and asked in a baby voice, "When will brother come here?" Before Ming Siren answered, Jiang Qiao opened her chubby hand with a snap. Of course, she wouldn't hit her with much force, but the action of stopping her was still very obvious. "Don't touch her," she said expressionlessly. Tian Tian was hit. With a snap, she pursed her lips. Woo! But in order to say a few more words to her handsome brother, she forced herself to hold back the cry that was about to come to her mouth, and even leaned over with her small body to complain, "Brother, she hit me." Jiang Qiao. Ming Siren had already seen what Jiang Qiao was doing, and when he heard Tian Tian's complaint, he gently corrected her. "It not her, it my girlfriend." Chapter 482, he coaxes his girlfriend. As soon as he said this, the netizens in the barrage were instantly attracted. Ah! Fuck, I was instantly attracted. I finally understand why Jiang Qiao old fans were so excited to see him. I just want to ask what kind of god is this man who gently corrects even in front of children and emphasizes the status of a girlfriend? When Tian Tian heard this, her big black and white eyes blinked. She didn't quite understand what a girlfriend meant, but it was enough for her to be happy when a good-looking brother talked to her. The fat boy put his hand on Jiang Qiao's hand, and continued to chat with Ming Siren in front of the video camera. Unlike when she was with Jiang Qiao, when she was with Ming Siren, Tian Tian was very talkative. She was the one who asked questions, one after another. When Ming Siren talked to the little girl, he was very gentle. He would answer even the most boring questions. Jiang Qiao just watched the two of them talking to each other, one with a soft voice, and the other with a slow and gentle voice. Look, she anxious. She anxious. She going to be anxious. Ha ha ha. Why are you jealous of the little girl? The sense of substitution is too strong. This jealous king doesn't like little girls chatting with my boyfriend, but I don't dare to show it, because people will say I'm petty. Jiang Qiao looks very unhappy, but she should be embarrassed to argue with a little girl. As soon as this barrage was posted, Jiang Qiao slapped Tian Tian's little fat paw away from her hand the next second. Standing up with the phone in her hand, ignoring Tian Tian's anxious look at her, she said fiercely, "I'm hanging up." Tian Tian can't see the good-looking brother anymore, pulling her clothes, raising her head and shouting, "Brother, brother." Jiang cold-blooded and childish Qiao pulled her hand away. "He is not your brother." Undisguised jealousy and possessiveness. Netizens. "Sister, you are worthy of it." Jiang Qiao walked towards the kitchen alone. The video call was not hung up yet. Jiang Qiao said, "What are you talking about with a child?" Ming Siren had heard the whole process, hearing the words. He chuckled and said nothing. Seeing him like this, Jiang Qiao immediately said, "Goodbye." She reached out to hang up the call, but before her hand touched the red hang-up button, she heard the man say with a smile, "Wait." Jiang Qiao paused slightly. Then she heard him say slowly, "Sister Qiao Qiao is much cuter than the little boy." Jiang Qiao's delicate eyebrows were slightly wrinkled. Hearing this, she almost didn't pause for a second, and said as a matter of course, "Of course I am cuter. Isn't this something everyone knows? What the hell are you talking about? Are you trying to coax her now? It's too late." And he actually said this fact that is already known to everyone. Ming Siren just listened to her arrogant and confident tone, and couldn't help but chuckle. The man in the camera lowered his eyes, and looked lazy and idle. He paused for a few seconds, and then spoke casually, "Really? I thought you didn't know. In my heart, no one can compare to you." The man's low and gentle voice slowly came into his ears, and it made people feel numb. Jiang Qiao looked at the man in the video, bumped into his gentle and smiling eyes, and her heart beat faster. She was instantly coaxed by the smooth hair. Her beautiful cat eyes curved into a happy arc, and her voice suddenly became lighter. Actually, I'm not in a hurry to hang up. Can you say a few more words? Ming Siren responded with a low and sexy chuckle. The cameraman saw that Jiang Qiao was angry at first, so he didn't dare to go up and shoot, but Jiang Qiao was wearing a microphone, so this conversation between her and Ming Siren was played very clearly. Netizens in front of the screen listened to the noble and elegant father Ming whispering to coax his girlfriend, that simple and gentle sentence, but it overflowed the screen with care and pampering. Honestly, he is too good. Right. Ming Siren is indeed Ming Siren. He is really amazing. Oh my god, no words can express my feelings right now except awe. What to do? I really like the interaction between the two of them, that sweet. Warm feeling is too good. Netizens were caught off guard and ate a lot of dog food, sitting in front of the screen, and couldn't help twisting their bodies and smiling like an auntie, originally watching this episode with a critical mindset, but they were unexpectedly impressed by Jiang Qiao. Not only that, but also attracted fans by Qiao Ran and this couple. Jiang Qiao only filmed one episode, so she would only stay here for a day and a half. After lunch, other guests came to Mulan's place as guests. The director arranged tasks, and all the children brought by the guests were given to Jiang Qiao to take care of. Jiang Qiao took them out to play. These children were older than Tian Tian, actually. They didn't need to be taken care of, and most of them were boys. Just make sure they didn't get hurt. Tian Tian had a friend, and she was very energetic, running around everywhere. Jiang Qiao sat under a shady tree and watched them. After a while, a cute little boy with a chubby face ran over. He looked at Jiang Qiao and asked her, "Can you drive?" Jiang Qiao raised her eyebrows and said, "Of course I can." "Really?" The boy's eyes lit up. Jiang Qiao smiled and said, "I'm not bragging." She put her hands on her knees and said, "I'm a professional racing driver. What can't she do? She the best." The little boy immediately called the other children, and then ran over to hold Jiang Qiao's hand. "Sister, please drive us for a ride." Jiang Qiao let him lead her, and curled her lips. "Okay." She originally planned to ask the bodyguard to drive a car for her, but the child said enthusiastically, "I have a car at home. You can drive mine." Jiang Qiao had no objection. She followed him along the dirt road, and a few happy little tails followed behind her. After walking for about 7 or 8 minutes, the group arrived at the boy house. Jiang Qiao asked the boy, "Do you have car keys? Go ask your family for them." "Car keys?" The boy thought about it and nodded. "The car keys are at home." He asked Jiang Qiao to wait outside, and he ran home quickly. While waiting, Jiang Qiao looked around and felt a little strange. He didn't see the car. After more than 10 seconds, the boy ran out and stuffed the car keys into Jiang Qiao's hands. "Let go!" Jiang Qiao held the heavy iron rod in her hand. She was confused for a while. She blinked her eyes. It was only then that she realized something was wrong. She asked, "Where is your car?" The little boy showed his teeth happily and pointed to a piece of scrap metal in front of him, which Jiang Qiao thought was garbage, and said, "That it?" Jiang Qiao turned her head and saw an old hand-crank tractor parked majestically there. Chapter 483. I lose if I become a fan of Jiang Qiao. I lost first. Jiang Qiao. At this time, the netizens in the barrage had already laughed like crazy. Ha ha ha. What a mess Jiang Qiao went through today. Jiang Qiao plus naughty kid plus hand-crank tractor. To be honest, this combination can really make me laugh to death. Everyone pay attention. Everyone pay attention. The daughter of a rich man with billions of assets is going to drive a tractor. Manual dog head. She just said very arrogantly that she is a professional racing driver. I guess she never thought that she would drive this car. Children who don't know what a hand-crank tractor is can buy to it. Click on the video to get a whole day of happiness. Because of the sudden request of this naughty kid, the netizens in the barrage instantly became energetic. Even Jiang Qiao determined haters couldn't help laughing at her confused face. What the hell is going on? At this moment, on the dirt road in the mountain village, Jiang Qiao was holding the crank, with a complicated expression on her face. In front of her, a few little kids looked at her eagerly. The chubby boy was named Su Yang. He tugged at Jiang Qiao's sleeve and said, "Sister, take us for a ride." Jiang Qiao held a crank and subconsciously touched her face. I didn't know you wanted me to drive this car. As she finished her words, the other children started chattering. Sister, can't you drive this car? No way. No way. Sister, didn't you say you were a racing driver? I thought you were great. But I wasted my time. Jiang Qiao. These little bastards are really Yin and Yang. Even the cameraman couldn't help laughing. Jiang Qiao glanced at him, and then said with a stern face, What can I do? She walked towards the tractor with the crank, looked at it for a few times, paused her movements, and then tried to insert the crank into a certain place. The cameraman reminded, Sister Qiao, the crank is not inserted there, it in front. Jiang Qiao. Several little kids had already followed, gathered together to watch her. Jiang Qiao pretended to be calm, quietly took out her phone from behind, and played the instructional video of the hand-cranked tractor. She watched it very seriously, but the more seriously she was, the more the netizens laughed. Ha ha ha. Shit, Sister Qiao. Are you really going to drive? Sister, are you crazy? Don't forget that a few hours ago, you were wearing a high-end outfit, looking like you could walk on the red carpet at any time, and now you're driving a tractor? Friends, please pay attention, even though she's driving a tractor, but the way you look at her is the look of a professional racing driver before a race. Fuck the look of a professional racing driver before a race, I'm really laughing to death. With Jiang Qiao's learning ability, no matter what it is, she can basically learn it after watching it once. She watched the teaching video once, then threw her phone into her pocket, and started the car confidently. The most difficult part of the hand-cranked tractor is the process of starting it. Jiang Qiao shook her hands, and then inserted the crank. In the next 10 seconds, whether it was the netizens or the naughty kids, they watched this beautiful and rich woman speed up her hands. And then in a fierce operation, accompanied by the black smoke and a huge roar, she started the hand-cranked tractor. The sound was so loud that the whole village could hear it. The neighbor dog rushed out and kept howling at the tractor. The whole scene was extremely chaotic. Among them, Jiang Qiao was the only one who had no expression on her face. She waved to those little rascals and said in a straightforward manner, Let go. The naughty kids cheered and climbed into the tractor bucket. Jiang Qiao sat down on the seat and stepped on the accelerator neatly, and the tractor sprang out with a bang. The neighbor dog chased after the tractor and barked wildly. Jiang Qiao forgot to pick up the cameraman, so the cameraman ran anxiously after the dog. The netizens who commented on the barrage were so amused by this amazing scene that they burst into tears. Countless ha-ha instantly filled the screen. I thought it was funny, but I didn't think it would be this funny. She actually knows how to drive. Oh my god, I never stopped when she started to shake the tractor. My mom thought I was crazy. Don't mention it, this picture is really rustic and cool. It reveals a bit of handsomeness in the funny. Jiang Qiao, you are really good. Thumbs up. God damn rustic. Ha ha ha. You really have enough. Mulan and other guests were doing the task. In the harmonious and healing atmosphere, they heard a series of bangs, and they turned their heads in surprise. Then, they saw the driver Jiang Qiao driving her tractor with sparks and lightning. Behind her was a dog, and a cameraman who was exhausted. Everyone. When Jiang Qiao passed by them, she raised her hand, and greeted them in a very cool way, and shouted, Are you busy? Before the others spoke, she didn't care whether they answered or not, turned the steering wheel, and drove her tractor away with a bang. Mulan closed her eyes. This sister is really a genius. The netizens in the barrage were already laughing so hard that they couldn't breathe. On that day, the variety show hadn't finished airing yet. The video of Jiang Qiao driving a tractor had already become a hot search. A big V blogger directly posted on Weibo, click on the video, and gain happiness. The video edited the high-energy moments of Jiang Qiao participating in this variety show, especially when she started the tractor. The blogger suddenly made a ghost, replaying the scene of Jiang Qiao shaking the tractor with a serious face, and adding music to it. The funny index instantly increased several times. Countless big verses followed suit and forwarded it. Even some people who didn't like Jiang Qiao would inevitably see her tractor driving animated picture when scrolling the homepage. With the words of talented netizens, it was hard not to laugh. Netizens were crazy about this cute and domineering, high-handed and occasionally silly woman. At this time, some people directly started a topic. I lose if I become a fan of Jiang Qiao. I lost first. A netizen directly listed the moments when he became a fan of Jiang Qiao and made a collection. Only half of the show was over, and the number of netizens who became fans of Jiang Qiao increased linearly. Jiang Qiao hadn't read Weibo yet, so she wasn't too clear about what happened online. That evening, this episode of the show reached the last wave of sentimentality, and several guests sat together, singing with guitars. When the atmosphere was harmonious, there was a sudden noise outside, and then an assistant ran in, saying anxiously, "Director, something happened." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a woman crying heartbreakingly outside. Chapter 484. Can she please stop causing trouble? The room suddenly became quiet. Several guests were stunned and couldn't help but look outside. The assistant was sweating and explained the situation very quickly. Xiao Shuyang just went out to play and accidentally fell into the pit where we were setting up props. There were several pieces of wood standing in the pit, one of which went straight into his chest. It is mother who crying now. The director's face changed and he stood up all of a sudden. What did you say? When these words came out, not only the director was shocked, but the others were also shocked. Especially one male guest, who quickly put down his guitar and ran out. Su Yang was the family member arranged by the director for him. He had been with him as his brother for the past few days, and had already developed feelings for him. At the same time, Jiang Qiao also remembered that this little Su Yang was the chubby little boy who asked her to take him for a ride today. Has he got into trouble? Jiang Qiao also immediately followed the others out. Originally, the shooting of this episode of the variety show was about to end when the guests played and sang songs. But unexpectedly, such a situation suddenly occurred. The lazy netizens were suddenly shocked. Xiao Shuyang is as popular as Tian Tian. When they heard that he was in trouble, everyone was also stunned. Did I hear it right? The wood was directly inserted into Xiao Shuyang's chest. This can't be true. Oh my god. No. No. I'm going to cry. How could this happen? The netizens were extremely shocked. And the shooting scene was in chaos at this time. Although the child fell into the pit because of playfulness, the pit was dug by the program team after all. If something happened to Xiao Shuyang, the program team would not be able to escape responsibility. Of course, everyone is concerned about the safety of Xiao Shuyang. The program group brought a medical team here to shoot. At this time, Xiao Shuyang was lying in the ambulance for emergency treatment. The doctor and several nurses were busy, and the doctor was covered in blood. But the medical team was only there to prevent the guest from having a headache or a small accident. Such a big wound could not be treated by them alone. The doctor only did emergency treatment. He hurried out and said anxiously, "His condition is too serious. He must go to the hospital as soon as possible. He also needs surgery. We can't handle it alone. We have to leave quickly." But as soon as the doctor said this, Xiao Shuyang's mother collapsed first. The nearest hospital is the township hospital. And you can't save him? The township hospital is even worse. They won't accept him at all. But to get to the best hospital in the city, it takes hundreds of kilometers. And it takes several hours on the road. Her son's current condition is simply unbearable. Xiao Shuyang's mother thought about this clearly. Her face turned pale, and she trembled violently. She grabbed the director's clothes tightly, and tears flowed down her face. "Please think of a way. What should I do with my son?" The director tried to comfort her. "We will find a way. Don't worry." The doctor called the director aside, avoiding Su Yang's mother, and whispered, "The most important point is that the wood is very close to the heart. If there is a bump on the road, it is very likely that..." The doctor didn't say the rest, but the meaning was very clear. When the director heard this, he was so anxious that he was sweating all over his head. He took out his cell phone to make a call. At this time, he saw the camera was still filming, so he hurriedly stopped it. "It's time. Stop filming." The netizens in the barrage had just heard about Xiao Shuyang's situation and were anxious. Before they could see the result, the filming was interrupted and commercials began to play. Now everyone was anxious. The audience who complained and asked about the situation almost blew up the phone. The live broadcast was interrupted for only 5 minutes, and the leaders above called and asked to continue under pressure. The matter was completely out of control. It was dark, but the small courtyard was brightly lit. The director and the doctor were still discussing the plan. Xiao Shuyang's mother's voice was almost hoarse from crying. Mulan looked at this scene, and her heart tightened. She murmured, "How could this happen? The child who was so lively before suddenly encountered such an accident. It was really hard to accept." Jiang Qia frowned, said nothing, and walked over. In front, the director was discussing a solution with the doctor. He was so anxious that he kept looking at his watch. Even if it would take a long time to drive over, he couldn't care less. If he hesitated any longer, Xiao Shuyang would be in greater danger. He couldn't hold on for much longer in his current condition. The director wiped the sweat off his head. A decision must be made as soon as possible. Jiang Qiao had already walked over and said, "Director, what the situation?" However, the director of the program group was in a hurry. He didn't care about her at this time. When his cell phone rang, he immediately answered it. "Hello, yes, the child is in danger now, you." While he was on the phone, he turned around and walked away. Jiang Qiao turned to ask the doctor. The doctor had just finished explaining to the director, and was in a hurry to check on Xiao Shuyang's condition. He didn't care about Jiang Qiao. At this time, a nurse passed by and bumped into Jiang Qiao, and the things in her hand almost spilled. She was busy, and became even more impatient at this time. She subconsciously said, "Hey, don't block the way." Jiang Qiao stepped aside. Others were too busy to notice the scene. But the netizens who had been idle couldn't help it. "Fuck. I'm so angry. Jiang Qiao, can you please stop getting in the way? Can she please stop causing trouble? Is Jiang Qiao sick? Why is she trying to get close to everyone when everyone is so anxious? I give up. Does she lack a sense of presence? My initial good impression of her has been worn away. Stupid thing, I will always hate you. Please get out of my way." Jiang Qiao action undoubtedly added fuel to the fire of the anxious netizens. For a while, the barrage was full of insults against her, and these words were much more radical than before. And Jiang Qiao had no idea what those people were saying about her. In a hurry, she grabbed a nurse, who was about to leave, and asked about the situation. Her action made the netizens who were already angry with her furious to the highest point. She is crazy. She will be pissed off sooner or later. Why drag the nurse? Please, please, please stay away from them. Because of her behavior, even some passers-by did not come out to speak for Jiang Qiao, and the good impression they had had for her all day seemed to have disappeared all of a sudden. Jiang Qiao understood the current situation in just a few words. She let go of the little nurse, turned around and walked towards the director of the program group, who had just finished a phone call and decided to carry Xiao Shuyang into the car. But before he could speak, he saw Jiang Qiao walking towards him. This time, Jiang Qiao spoke before he could speak. She said, "I dispatch a plane." Chapter 485. A handsome and lovely woman. As Jiang Qiao finished her words, the scene suddenly seemed to be quiet for a moment. The overwhelmed director held his phone, and when he heard Jiang Qiao words, he suspected that he had heard it wrong for a moment, and was stunned. "What did you say?" Jiang Qiao repeated patiently, "I said, I will dispatch a plane. Little Su Yang cannot be affected by turbulence, and time is critical now. Taking a plane is the safest and most efficient way." The director was stunned by these sudden words. When he reacted, he was shocked. He couldn't help but take 2 steps forward and said anxiously, "Really? Is it really possible? But I heard that if you want to replace large aircraft from other routes, you need to get the consent of the airline headquarters. You need to ask the company headquarters for permission to call large aircraft." Headquarters? Jiang Qiao had already taken out his mobile phone. When he heard her words, he frowned and said lightly, "I'm here. Why do I need to ask the headquarters?" The director was stunned for a few seconds, and then realized the other identity of the woman in front of him. She seemed to be the CEO of Joe Airlines. He got goosebumps all over his body. Jiang Qiao words shocked not only the program director, but also the netizens who were madly insulting Jiang Qiao. They suddenly stopped typing. Just like the director, everyone in front of the screen stared at the woman who was on the phone. The noisy night seemed to be quiet all of a sudden. The woman was slender, and she was standing not far away and talking on the phone. This beauty-loving woman had already changed out of the clothes Mulan gave her. Of course, she was not as ostentatious as when she came. She wore a simple long skirt and flip-flops. Her ankles were slender, and she wore a thin anklet. Her skin was white. At this moment, she lowered her head slightly, looking fresh, clean, sexy and charming. The whole picture vividly explained what it meant when beauty and high power merged together. The woman gave people a sense of surprise at this time, which was greater than at any other time of the whole day. Netizens slowly swallowed their saliva. "Send a plane over here. Is she serious? Suddenly I don't know what to say. Awesome. Fuck." For a moment, more than half of the comments on the screen were gone, and netizens suddenly didn't know what to say, and just typed those words dryly. They actually complained about Jiang Qiao being in the way just now, but Jiang Qiao was looking for a solution for Xiao Shuyang. How could they forget? She is such a rich person, But she was too approachable this day, which actually made them misunderstand that she is no different from them. The passerby netizens who reacted instantly became excited, and immediately typed, "The netizens just scolded her." They scolded her for meddling in other people's business. "You bunch of idiots, this guy is obviously the father. Fuck, a big shot of this level, the netizens don't praise him but scold him. Aw fuck. Jiang Qiao is awesome. I'm a fan. I'm going to be Jiang Qiao's diehard fan today. She's so handsome. This is the first time I've seen such a privilege being used. It's so domineering, I'm so excited." Jiang Qiao called, gives instructions, and the airline made a plan in the shortest possible time. She asked the doctor to come over, gives them a few more instructions as required, and then patiently waits for the plane to arrive. The chaotic scene suddenly calmed down. Everyone seemed to have found a backbone, and suddenly felt at ease. When Su Yong's mother heard that a big shot was going to send a plane to her son to take him to the hospital, she rushed over immediately. She held Jiang Qiao's hand tightly, and was so excited that she couldn't speak. Jiang Qiao's beautiful eyes stared at her, and her voice was soft and gentle, with the power to soothe people's hearts. "Be strong. You will have to accompany Su Yang to the hospital later." The woman's voice was gentle. This woman, who was arrogant and seemed a little childish during the day, made people feel extremely reliable and full of security at this moment. Such contrast blends harmoniously in her body, not at all abrupt, but only makes people feel full of charm. Su Yong's mother nodded immediately, unable to stop sobbing. Thank you, thank you. The netizens in the barrage didn't know what to say. Jiang Qiao is really so handsome and cute that people have nothing to say. At this moment, I don't know how many netizens silently turned to her fans. After comforting Su Yong's mother, the next step is to pack up and prepare, and then wait for the plane to arrive. Seeing Jiang Qiao approaching, Mulan couldn't help but hug her. "Qiao Qiao, you are so cool." Jiang Qiao smiled. "It's just a small thing. As long as little Su Yang is okay." In the following time, the doctor took measures for Su Yang, and several people carefully lifted her off the stretcher and drove to the landing site. Jiang Qiao made 2 phone calls on the way. She was very low-key, but the photographer still recorded the scene of her making phone calls. "I will arrive at your hospital around 10 o'clock. Yes. Let prepare in advance. Is Director Lee here? The child is seriously injured. He may be needed as the surgeon." The woman's voice was very soft. She sat in the back row and arranged the next things in detail. She also arranged some problems that everyone could not think of in a hurry. She properly paved a way for Xiao Shuyang to save his life. At this time, everyone felt the meaning of the 4-word CEO more realistically. Jiang Qiao is not just blessed with a good family background and good conditions. Even if these external things are put aside, her other abilities are far more than 100 times better than those black fans and keyboard warriors. Jiao Airlines asked a leader with rich flying experience to temporarily fly the plane, and chose the altitude that is least affected by air currents, to send Xiao Shuyang from the remote mountain village to a large hospital. 40 minutes later, the plane landed at the airport. According to Jiang Qiao arrangement, there was already an ambulance waiting there, and in the shortest possible time, Shuyang was sent to the hospital. The whole process was quick, neat and orderly. At this time, the haters dared not say a single sarcastic word. When Xiao Shuyang arrived at the hospital, the director and the experts of the department were waiting at the door, and simply confirmed Xiao Shuyang's condition. The next step was various examinations and preoperative preparations. Xiao Shuyang's mother had never seen such a scene before. She watched various experts and leaders rushing to discuss plans in the middle of the night to save her son. She was even more grateful to Jiang Qiao for arranging all this. If it weren't for her, Shuyang would probably die today. From the beginning of Shuyang's accident, the reactions of netizens, the performance of the program director, and then Jiang Qiao's insistence on directly dispatching a plane, everything that happened during this period, after fermentation, firmly occupied the major news lists. Chapter 486 Brother has been prepared for a long time. Especially Jiang Qiao's various performances, which can be called a large-scale fan-attracting scene. Whether it is her appearance, personality, ability, even those netizens who once said that she always marketed and hated her, after understanding the whole process, have to admit that this woman is really attractive. After deciding the operation plan for Xiao Shuyang, President Li personally performed the operation on him. This operation touched the hearts of countless netizens. 3 hours later, Director Li came out and announced the success of the operation under everyone's nervous gaze. Wow! I'm about to cry. It feels like we saved little Su Yang together. So touching. Stop dreaming. What do you mean by together? What else did you do besides talking a little more? It was Jiang Qiao who saved him. Okay? That right. I have to say. It all thanks to Jiang Qiao this time. I hope everyone can be kinder to her in the future. No matter what others do. I'm a fan of her this time. After a busy night, the matter finally calmed down. And Jiang Qiao was still at the top of the hot search list. And the marketing accounts collectively promoted it. Jiang Qiao Weibo was flooded with praise from countless netizens. At 9 o'clock the next morning, netizens found that Jiang Qiao responded to this incident on Weibo. Everyone thought that Jiang Qiao would be sentimental and enhance her great image, thereby attracting more fans. However, Jiang Qiao only posted one sentence in response to the comments praising her. Jiang Qiao v. This heart-stealing thief came uninvited. She didn't know where she stole the emoticon package from. The watermark at the bottom had been stacked for more than 10 layers. The accompanying picture was a panda head sitting on the sofa with its legs crossed and smiling evilly. She seemed to be saying that of course I'm the best, overflowing the screen with pride. This kind of emoticon is funny to begin with. And it's even funnier when it's posted by Jiang Qiao. Netizens who were ready to cry suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, Jiang Qiao. You're so annoying. Sorry. Let me explain to you. Jiang Qiao meant that you don't need to praise her so much. She just did what she should do. And was able to help. Forget it. I can't make it up anymore. She just wants you to continue praising her. And that's it. I'm dying of laughter. Can you be a little more low-key? Sister. Whoa. What should I do? She's so cute. Even the prepared old fans were caught off guard by her cuteness. How come she's getting sweeter and sweeter in the past 2 years? Sister Qiao. Did you grow up eating cuteness? There was a harmonious atmosphere on the internet. In the afternoon, Jiang Qiao went to see little Su Yang. The little boy had woken up, but after all, he had undergone such a major operation, he still looked very weak. Su Yang's mother had told him what happened, and he also knew that it was this beautiful sister who saved him. He moved his fingers and said slowly, "Thank you, sister. Sister saved me and can drive, so amazing." Jiang Qiao touched his head and said gently, "When you get better, sister will take you for a ride again." The little boy nodded and said, "Okay." After a few words, he fell asleep again because of exhaustion. Su Yang's mother sent Jiang Qiao out and kept saying thank you. Jiang Qiao comforted her softly and left the hospital. After that, little Su Yang's body slowly recovered, and Mulan continued to shoot variety shows. This matter was completely over. A few days later in the evening, Jiang Qiao drove to Ming Siren Company after finishing work. They made an appointment to have dinner together. Ming Siren hadn't finished his work yet, and executives came to report and ask for instructions one after another. Jiang Qiao listened to the man sitting behind the desk giving instructions. His voice was low and pleasant. Her 2 slender legs were crossed, and she was wearing high heels, which swayed gently, looking leisurely and comfortable. When everyone left, Ming Siren's eyes fell on her, and all he saw was Jiang Qiao chin propped up, looking at him with a smile. He lowered his eyes slightly, and stood up from behind the desk while adjusting his sleeves, walked to her with long legs, put his hands on the armrest of the sofa, leaned down, and said in a low and lazy voice, "What are you looking at?" With this action, Jiang Qiao was almost held in his arms, and his breath filled the air, and his handsome eyes and eyebrows were everywhere. Jiang Qiao did not evade or retreat at all. Her lipstick-coated lips curled up slightly, and her voice was soft. "You." At this time, the sunset was in full bloom outside, and the whole office seemed to be covered with a layer of warm light. The woman's skin was cold, white and delicate, and she looked very lovely. Ming Siren stared at her for a few seconds. With a smile in his eyes, he leaned over and kissed her on the lips, and moved away a little, but only a few millimeters, and their breaths could smell each other. He said, "It's your birthday soon. What gift do you want?" Jiang Qiao raised her eyebrows slightly, but she had forgotten about it. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and she curled her lips and said, "Let me think." The voice changed. She stared at him and blinked. "Why don't you do a striptease for me? I suddenly want to watch it." After the word striptease fell, Ming Siren looked at her inscrutably. The air in the office seemed to be a little quieter in an instant. Jiang Qiao then saw the man move, then stood up straight. His bony fingers fell on the top button of his shirt. His eyes were drooping. His posture was lazy and casual. He chuckled softly. "You said it earlier, brother is ready." Jiang Qiao. Will she ever have the chance to see him embarrassed again in this life? She stood up, tugged at the man's hand, which had already unbuttoned 2 buttons, and snorted, "Let go to eat." Ming Siren let her hold his hand. His gentle and handsome face was filled with an indulgent smile. As soon as he reached the door, Ming Siren's cell phone in his pocket vibrated. He took it out and took a look, then slid his finger lightly and pressed the answer button. "Grandpa, what the matter?" Jiang Qiao glanced at him. Mr. Ming was in high spirits and said in a loud voice, "You should be off work now. Accompany me to the airport to pick someone up. Your Grandpa Lin has returned from abroad." Ming Siren frowned slightly. "Now?" Hearing the meaning of his words, Mr. Ming said, "What wrong? Do you have something to do now?" Ming Siren held the phone in one hand and held Jiang Qiao's hand in the other, and responded, "Yeah, I'm going to have dinner with Qiao Qiao." "Qiao Qiao is here too?" The two of them were very close, so Jiang Qiao could easily hear Mr. Ming's voice through Ming Siren's phone. After Ming Siren said she was here too, Mr. Ming's voice obviously rose a few degrees and said happily, "Then let Qiao Qiao come too, so we can discuss when you will get married. You two are not young anymore. How long do you plan to delay?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Qiao, Ming Siren looked at her with a smile. "Getting married?" Chapter 487. Can she call me dear if she didn't catch him? Jiang Qiao's nerves jumped, and she immediately leaned over and kissed his chin and rubbed him coquettishly, and her voice was so soft that only the two of them could hear, "Brother C ran, brother C ran." She put her hands together and looked at him pleadingly with a pair of smart cat eyes. "I'm not ready yet. Next time. I go next time, please, okay?" Ming Siren lowered his eyes and glared at her, just watching her act like a spoiled child with him like crazy. He squinted slightly, moved the phone a little further away from him, and asked her nonchalantly, "Next time? When is the next time?" His expression at this moment clearly indicated that if she dared to talk for too long, he would take her to his grandfather's house right now. Jiang Qiao's eyes rolled slightly, and her red lips moved slightly. 3 months. Before she could finish the word after, she saw Ming Siren holding the phone to his ear with a smile, and she immediately changed her words. This month. Ming Siren got a satisfactory result, and touched her head with his empty hand. At the same time, Mr. Ming had been waiting there for too long, and he became impatient. "Hello? Siran? What are you doing?" Ming Siren replied nonchalantly, "Qiao Qiao has something urgent to do, so she can't go. Maybe next time." Ming old man snorted. At such an old age, how could he not see that these two people were perfunctory to him? He snorted coldly. "Since Qiao Qiao has something urgent to do, it seems that you can't have dinner. Come and accompany me to the airport to pick someone up." After that, he didn't wait for Ming Siren to say anything else, and simply hung up the phone. The atmosphere in the office was quiet. Ming Siren, Jiang Qiao. The candlelight dinner for the two of them was ruined. Jiang Qiao looked at Ming Siren, who had a rare depressed expression, and laughed. "The old ones are still the best," she said softly. "Then go, and come back early." Ming Siren held her hand, not so willing to go. "Before you go." He lowered his eyes slightly. His black eyes stared at her deeply. His voice was lazy and sexy. "Let your brother kiss you for a while first." Ming Siren drove himself to the old house to pick up Mr. Ming, and then drove to the airport. On the way, Mr. Ming sat in the back seat of the car, looked at Ming Siren in front of him, snorted, and said with contempt, "It's been so many years, why haven't you caught Qiao Qiao yet?" Ming Siren took off his suit jacket, now wearing a spotless white shirt, looking gentle and handsome. He rested his elbow on the car window to support his head, and held the steering wheel with one hand. Hearing this, he said lazily, "Can she call me dear if I don't catch her?" "What the point of calling you dear? I won't marry you anyway." He stared ahead, and said lazily, "Why rush?" Mr. Ming sneered, "Yes, this matter is in Qiao Qiao's hands. It's useless for you to rush." Ming Siren. After scolding Ming Siren, Mr. Ming leaned back, and finally felt comfortable. The car arrived at the airport soon after. Ming Siren opened the door for Mr. Ming, and said lightly, "Why haven't you mentioned this Grandpa Lin before?" "The family immigrated to a foreign country a long time ago, and has been living abroad. Your Grandpa Lin is old, so he wants to come back to visit." Ming Siren said nothing more. Not long after, an old man about the same age as Grandpa Ming walked out of the airport, accompanied by 2 bodyguards. The two had not seen each other for many years, and it was inevitable that they were a little excited when they met. Ming Siren knew that Grandpa Ming had a bad heart, and said at the right time, "Grandpa, let's get in the car first and talk about the old times." Old Master Lin turned his gaze to Ming Siren, and said to him, "This is This is Siran, my grandson. Old Master Lin suddenly realized, looked at Ming Siren, and nodded. I have heard that you, an old man, have raised a good grandson. As expected, he is really handsome. Ming Siren can be boasted in every aspect. Old Master Ming was not modest, and smiled and accepted it. Then he asked, did you come back alone this time? No. My granddaughter came back with me. But she had a quarrel with me when she came back. So she didn't take the same flight with me. How old is your granddaughter? She just turned 20. And she very disobedient. Having said that, Mr. Lin's expression still couldn't hide his kindness. The two old people got in the car. Ming Siren still drove himself. Mr. Lin looked at him through the rearview mirror, nodding constantly. After a while asked, does Siren have a girlfriend? Ming Siren hadn't spoken yet. Mr. Ming had already seen what he meant, smiled. Why, you want to introduce him? Mr. Lin smiled, and didn't hide it. See, Ran is so outstanding. If I can let my granddaughter be his girlfriend, that would be great. Ming Siren said politely, Grandpa Lin, I have a girlfriend. After a pause, he said gently, and we are getting married soon. Is that so? Old Lin didn't expect that he had a girlfriend. When he heard Ming Siren say this, he seemed a little disappointed inside. My granddaughter is not so lucky. Young people nowadays have their own ideas. Maybe your granddaughter will look down on me as your grandson. Why are you so anxious? That being said, but Elder Lin also knew that this was Elder Ming words of comfort. For someone like Ming Siren, how could he look down on him? He laughed dryly twice, and didn't mention it again. In the evening, after meeting with Elder Ming, Elder Lin returned home. Before returning, he had asked someone to clean up the house. At this moment, the villa was very clean. He looked at the bright living room, and asked the butler who came to greet him, is Yao Yao back? Yes, the eldest lady has just arrived. Old Lin said nothing and walked in. Lin Jiao had just come back. She was dressed in black, looking very capable, wearing a hat on her head, and from this angle you could see her small chin. At this moment, she was holding a game console in her hand, and the characters in it were passing levels quickly. The woman moved her fingers lightly, and her movements were very neat. I met Mr. Ming grandson today. Old Lin walked over. He is very handsome, and he started managing Ming when he was a teenager. Now Ming Group can have such a development, all thanks to him. Lin Ziyu didn't say anything, and her attention was still focused on the game. Seeing that she didn't seem very interested, Old Lin sighed. Yao Yao, your father is too useless. I don't plan to hand over the company to him. I will rely on you in the future. But you are alone after all. Have you ever thought about what kind of boyfriend you will find in the future? She tapped the screen a few more times, and it finally showed that she had passed the level. If you look closely, you will find that the time she spent broke the record of this game. However, she didn't feel surprised. She put down the game console, looked at Old Lin, and said in a light tone, you want me to find a boyfriend like Ming Lao grandson? Chapter 488, so this L is Jiang Qiao? It a pity that he has a girlfriend. If he didn't. Speaking of this, Lin Lao paused and looked at Lin Ziyu. She raised her head slightly, and her pointed chin was followed by soft red lips. Looking at his granddaughter's beautiful appearance, Lin Lao's eyes lit up slightly, and hope ignited in his heart again. But you young people are not stable, and it's hard to predict emotional matters. Yao Yao, if you are willing, I can help you to find a girlfriend. Ming Siren is very good. If he can help Yao Yao manage the company in the future, he will be relieved. Hearing what Mr. Lin meant, Lin Jia took the game console and said coldly, I'm not interested. After that, she picked up her bag and went upstairs directly, without looking at Mr. Lin's face. When she arrived in the room, Lin Jia took off her hat and threw it on the table. There was no light in the bedroom. She took out her mobile phone from her bag. As soon as she took it out, the mobile phone vibrated. She looked at the caller ID on it, and then pressed the answer button. Yao, DX Racing Club wants to put the photos you took at the racing competition on the official website for promotion. Do you think it okay? Lin Jia frowned slightly and said, Promotion? The person on the phone said quickly, the boss has helped us a lot. And that photo didn't capture your face, just your profile. So, I send you the photo, and see if it works. Not long after hanging up the phone, Lin Jia received another WeChat message on her phone. The woman in the photo was wearing a racing suit, leaning on the racing car, with her long hair blown by the wind, showing only her profile. It was a very low-key and beautiful photo. Lin Jia thought for 2 seconds, then tapped the screen with her finger, typed a few words on it, replied, "It's up to you." The person on the other end of the phone knew that she sent this message to agree, and hurriedly contacted the DX Racing Club to inform the news. On the same day, the DX Racing Club's official website replaced the original picture with this one of Lindsay. A woman with long hair, leaning on the racing car, has a slim figure, and is extremely cool. Although it was only a side profile photo. The woman had a slender neck and a high nose bridge, and was clearly beautiful. A few days passed after that, and the days passed relatively peacefully. Jiang Qiao was also thinking about the theme of her new variety show, and she didn't post on Weibo much. On Saturday afternoon, a netizen who was interested in racing clicked on the official website of DX Racing Club while browsing the web, and saw the photo. Coincidentally, this person was also a fan of Jiang Qiao, and a big fan. He looked at it carefully for a while, and then posted it in the super topic. A man with a bunch of garbled characters v. To be honest, doesn't the woman in this picture look a bit like our Qiao Jia? Jiang Qiao fans have been increasing recently, and the super topic is very lively. As soon as this Weibo was posted, it attracted many replies. Isn't it a bit like her? Isn't this our Qiao Jia? Isn't this Qiao Jia? Where did the picture come from? I haven't heard of any activities that Jiang father has attended recently. Qiao Jia is really pretty, I save it first. Save the picture +1. Seeing that everyone in the super topic replied like this big fan took a closer look at the picture, and the more he looked at it, the more he felt that they looked alike. He replied to fans' comments. A man with a bunch of garbled characters v. I saved this picture from the official website of the DX Racing Club. Can Sister Qiao drive a racing car? I'm not sure if this person is really her. Didn't Sister Qiao say that she is a professional racing driver? Although she drives a tractor, haha. The above brought back my memories, I laughed so hard. That should be the case. Our Sister Qiao appearance is not something that anyone can imitate. Why did Sister Qiao take photos for the official website of the racing club? Can Sister Qiao really drive a racing car? Are there any old fans who know? Please come out and tell us. This old fan doesn't know if Qiujie can drive a racing car. She has never shown it in public, but it's not surprising that Qiujie can. She's the best. This photo was taken with great feeling. As soon as it was posted in the super topic, it received unanimous praise, and some fans who saw this photo posted in Jiang Qiao's super topic naturally thought that this person was Jiang Qiao, and directly clicked save. The fans who didn't know the truth passed it around, and I don't know when this photo was really recognized by fans as Jiang Qiao herself. When they posted this photo with a topic in the square, Mulan, who was surfing the internet, also saw this photo. Jiang Qiao fans didn't know whether Jiang Qiao could drive a racing car, but Mulan knew. She saw a woman who looked very similar to Jiang Qiao in both figure and profile, and was wearing a racing suit, forwarded by Jiang Qiao fans. She thought it was Jiang Qiao without even thinking about it, so she liked the Weibo post that praised her good sister. With her like, the first fan who posted this picture felt relieved. He was a fan, and he didn't know much about his idol's life. He was not sure if this person was Jiang Qiao. However, Mulan was Jiang Qiao's good friend. How could she not know who this person was? It was such a magical information gap that when she came to her senses, this photo had been put on the hot search with Jiang Qiao's name. Jiang Qiao has been very popular recently because of her fan-attracting performance on that variety show. She saved Xiao Shuyang and attracted a lot of fans. Any slight movement would be easily discussed. The reason why she was on Weibo hot search this time was that a marketing blogger posted a comment about this photo. Entertainment 8 Sister V, to be honest, once the gap between people is too big, there will be no more jealousy towards that person, only envy. Jiang Qiao is really great, beautiful and rich, cute and down-to-earth. I personally like this most about her. Even her deliberate pretense is super cute, and she can drive a racing car. I like her so much. P.S. By the way, this racing car photo is really beautiful. Everyone agreed with this. But most netizens noticed one thing. Jiang Qiao can also drive a racing car? It feels really amazing. The sports of rich people are so simple and unpretentious. Look at the environment. Isn't this the DX Racing Club? Is Jiang Qiao also related to the DX Club? Look, there is an L on the body of the car she is leaning against. DX Club just participated in an international competition some time ago and won the championship. In particular, a female player in the team performed particularly well, which caused a sensation in the circle for a while. However, the other party was very low-key and refused to reveal his identity. His name was only referred to as L. So this person is Jiang Qiao? Of course. L. Isn't that Jiang? Chapter 489 Shameless in Establishing a Persona? Fuck, Jiang Qiao has such a big alias. What a shame. Even netizens who don't pay attention to these things have heard of the reputation of DX Racing Club. And now everyone finds out that Jiang Qiao is not only a member of that club, but also the one who made a sensation in the entire racing circle in the international competition. How can they not be shocked? It wasn't long after the incident with Xiao Shuyang. Now is the time when everyone has the highest favorability towards Jiang Qiao. The comments are almost all admiring and praising. Occasionally, there are a few sour haters, who are also attacked by the crowd, humiliated hundreds of times, and dare not say a word more. Whether it was the hot search comments or the square, there was harmony. It was the first time for Qiao fans to experience this feeling of good times after 2 years. Seeing everyone praising Jiang Qiao, it even felt unreal. But this good time did not last long. Just when everyone was admiring and appreciating Jiang Qiao racing, the official account of DX Racing Club suddenly posted a Weibo, DX Racing Club V. You even lost your face in order to establish your personality? Can you get the honor of winning an international competition? Do you know which direction the car door opens? How dare you snatch the honor of others? I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen such shameless people. I have really learned a lot. At Jiang Qiao is very popular, and DX Racing Club has many fans in the circle. As soon as this Weibo was released, it almost immediately attracted the attention of many people. Especially, the content released by this official Weibo account was so impolite. It directly tagged Jiang Qiao Weibo, and it was almost like pointing at her nose and scolding her for being shameless. As soon as this Weibo was posted, everyone was full of questions. What does it mean? Snatching someone else's honor? What is this official Weibo account talking about? Thinking this way, everyone hurried to ask. Why are you cursing at people randomly? Isn't Sister Qiao a member of your club? Why do you say that about your own players? What do you mean by snatching someone else's honor? Whose honor did Jiang Qiao snatch? Please explain it clearly. Why is it a character setting? What does it mean? Let not talk about anything else. Is this a Weibo account managed by the staff? Why is it so fierce? To be honest, is it scary? Everyone smelled the smell of a big melon and asked questions one after another. The official account also responded to the netizens' inquiries. But the attitude was still very bad and arrogant. DX Racing Club V. Damn our own team members. She is not a DK member at all. The woman in the photo is not her at all. Who knew she would directly use other people's photos to establish her personality? It really disgusting. Regardless of the tone of this official account. When netizens understood what this person meant, they were stunned. The woman in the photo is not Jiang Qiao. Really? But if the woman in the photo is not Jiang Qiao, then why do Jiang Qiao fans show her off, and tell others everywhere that this is Jiang Qiao? Are they sick? They lie to establish a perfect image, and they tell lies that can be easily exposed. Are Jiang Qiao fans so obsessed? Just to get netizens to praise her, are they treating everyone as fools? Netizens who have been brainwashed into believing that Jiang Qiao is beautiful, kind, and talented also follow suit and praise her, and feel that their IQs are being rubbed to the ground by them. I am speechless. Are Jiang Qiao fans crazy? Stop scolding the fans. Would the fans dare to dance so happily without the master instruction? Maybe the fans are still kept in the dark. I am convinced. It turns out that the person in the photo is not her. Then the winner is not her either. Of course it is not her. Jiang Qiao can drive a racing car. I think she can only drive a tractor. Jiang Qiao fans were also confused. When they saw the official Weibo of DX Club saying that the person in the photo was not Jiang Qiao, they broke out in cold sweat. How could it be? If it wasn't Jiang Qiao, how could Mulan, who is Jiang Qiao friend, like it? And the letter L is marked on the racing car. Isn't this the initials of Jiang Qiao last name? Let not talk about how much the person in the photo looks like Jiang Qiao. Just talking about so many coincidences, if it wasn't Jiang Qiao. How can we explain so many coincidences? What going on? As if we know what Jiang Qiao fans are thinking, DX Racing Club posted another Weibo. DX Racing Club V. Let reply together. The woman in the photo is not Jiang Qiao. The L on the racing car is not the initials of Jiang Qiao last name. It's just because L last name is Lin, and she just turned 20 this year. Because she has a low-key personality, I won't say much about other things. I just hope that everyone will not be deceived by a certain woman, and also don't use our club for hype. We feel disgusted. Smile. Jiang Qiao family background is well known. No one expected that this club would be so tough. They directly confronted Jiang Qiao on the public platform. But thinking about it, it suddenly became clear. People who dare to play racing are usually rich or noble. Especially, most of the players in this DX club are rich second generations. They must not be afraid of Jiang Qiao, so it's not surprising that they are so tough. At this time in the DX racing club, the young man threw his mobile phone on the table and cursed softly. His companion who watched the whole process put away his phone and said, "You don't need to curse so badly on the internet. It will affect the image of our club." The man sneered, obviously not caring about it. Seeing him like this, his companion frowned and continued, "We are all in the same circle. There is really no need to make it so awkward. What if it causes trouble for our family? Why are you so cowardly?" The man glanced at him disdainfully. "You are just a woman. What can you do to me?" That Jiang Qiao, with Jiang family behind her. "Even if I don't care, can our family not care? What if we have to ask her family for help in the future? Why are you so talkative?" The man interrupted him impatiently, stood up, dressed in a trendy outfit, took the hat and put it on his head, and said coldly, "If she didn't usurp Jia on her, would I say that about her? She the most disgusting woman." The companion was silent, knowing that once it came to Lin Jia affairs, this person would not listen to anything. Since the DX Club official account posted a few microblogs like that, the internet has a different evaluation of Jiang Qiao, but this matter has nothing to do with Jiang Qiao herself from beginning to end. She was scolded very unfairly. Qiao fans saw that Jiang Qiao was attacked because of their carelessness, and they felt very uncomfortable. They thought of a solution as quickly as possible, adhering to the principle of not continuing to attack Jiang Qiao, and humbly apologized to netizens and DX Club. Sorry, this matter has nothing to do with Xiao Jia, it was our fans who made a mistake. Xiao Jia did not establish a personality, it was all a misunderstanding." Chapter 490 Jiang Qiao defends her shortcomings. "We are here to say sorry to you, sorry. Xiao Jia is innocent, don't scold her. If you want to scold us, we are blind and made a mistake. I'm sorry, but this matter really has nothing to do with Jiang Qiao. I hope your words can be a little gentler. Xiao Jia really doesn't need to be scolded by you for no reason. Because the side profile of the woman in the photo is too similar to Jiang Qiao, the fans admitted their mistake, and apologized carefully and sincerely. But their apologies were not forgiven by the DX Club, but were severely humiliated and ridiculed. DX Racing Club V, did you admit your mistake? I saw an old sow at the door that looked like her. Why didn't you admit it was your Xiao Jia? I've seen stupid people, but I've never seen such a stupid one. The fans are as shameless as the real owner. Stop barking at me, get lost. DX Racing Club V, Jiang Qiao fans are quite interesting. They were so happy when they were stealing other people's honors, now that they were exposed. They immediately knelt down and said sorry. What else is this? If not cheap? DX Racing Club V, driving a racing car? I think with her IQ, she can only shake her tractor. Smile. The official WeChat account of this club posted 3 sarcastic messages in a row, each of which was full of malice, especially under the last one. He even attached a gif of Jiang Qiao shaking a hand-crank tractor. Before, netizens made this gif because they thought Jiang Qiao was cute and funny, but this club posted such a gif at this time, and accompanied it with such words, which was very sarcastic, and netizens looked at it, and just thought Jiang Qiao was funny. I feel embarrassed for others again. It's really embarrassing. She can't drive a racing car, but she still steals other people's honors. She is ridiculed but can't say anything. She is a rich girl, and is already envied by netizens. What is Jiang Qiao doing? Does she have to be all-powerful? She is so embarrassed. Looking at this, Qiao fans feel uncomfortable. I've said it before, you can scold them. But don't scold Jiang Qiao. Doesn't this person understand? What does this have to do with Xiao Jia from beginning to end? Even if the idol paid for the fans' behavior, is this mistake so unforgivable that it's necessary to curse them like this? The fans were holding their breath and couldn't let it out. They felt very uncomfortable. The Weibo post posted by DX Racing Club was on the hot search, and the most offensive post received more than 20,000 comments on the hot search. The apology of the fans was also responded to by netizens in a sarcastic way. Apologizing now? What did you do before? Even your idol can admit his mistakes. He must have been ridiculed. Speechless, he got carried away after a few compliments from netizens, and wanted to take all the honors on himself, without even considering whether he deserved it. For a while, because of the sarcasm of this club, Jiang Qiao and his fans became the object of ridicule. Jiang Qiao only found out about this the next day, when DX Racing Club became a hot topic. At that time, Qiao fans had been ridiculed by tens of thousands of netizens, and even the super chat was full of teachings and ridicule from haters. In the face of these, Qiao fans had to humbly apologize to them with a smile, in case the matter escalated, and they were accused of being poor fans, which would affect Jiang Qiao's popularity. Seeing this, Jiang Qiao was so angry that she laughed. She thought it must be a big deal to make them willing to be insulted and ridiculed by this group of people, but it turned out to be just this little thing. It's just a case of mistaking someone for someone else. This racing club, wouldn't it be enough to clarify it? Scold a bunch of teenage girls, really giving him face. Jiang Qiao is a very protective person. She can temporarily ignore someone mocking her, but she can't push her fans who love her to the ground and humiliate them. She went straight to Weibo. Jiang Qiao v. Interesting, I was thinking how big of a deal it was to scold him so harshly. A small prize won in a small racing competition, and he's so proud of it, and even if I give you this rubbish, you Jiang dad won't even want it. At DX Racing Club. At first, DX Racing Club confronted Jiang Qiao head-on, and now Jiang Qiao fought back directly. Because her fans were scolded by this club, she was completely irritated, and she immediately turned on the irritable mode as soon as she posted on Weibo. Then she went to the fan group, and comforted them, and told them that they didn't need to apologize. Jiang Qiao v. I am very happy that you like me, but chasing stars is for your own happiness, not to apologize for idols and be scolded. I am responsible for my actions, and I can bear it. It is a misunderstanding, just clarify it, and you don't need to lower yourself. I hope that you will grow up happily from me in the future, rather than feel embarrassed and humiliated. Jiang Qiao has not communicated much with her fans, and this is the first time she has spoken such a long paragraph to her fans. Seeing this, all the fans, whether new or old, will cry. The most touching thing for fans is that their idols can understand what they do. And she not only understands them, but also protects them. She told them, there is no need to lower yourself. She does things. She takes on responsibilities. She can bear them. Every word seemed to contain them under her feathers. She sheltered them from the wind and rain. Woo, I cried. Sister, I love you so much. Don't worry. Sister Qiao, we know what to do. We will love ourselves well, and then love you. Ah. Stand up. That enough apologies, humble ass. Our Sister Qiao is the best. Type the word Sister Qiao is awesome on the public screen. The fan group was completely boiling because of Jiang Qiao words. Qiao fans swept away the previous lethargy and re-energized. It was their misunderstanding. So they can apologize. But they will not accept insults. DX Racing Club is nothing. And other netizens are nothing. Give them face one by one. Jiang Qiao saw their reactions, curled her lips, exited the fan group, and switched to the Weibo page. At this time, DX Racing Club also responded. The official account directly commented under her Weibo post, DX Racing Club v. Small prize? I laughed out loud. You got slapped in the face, and you're talking about a small prize. I'm really ashamed for you. Can you stop it? Have you won a few small prizes like this? Oh, maybe you have, but that not called a racing champion. Is it a tractor championship? The replies under this comment are all haha. Jiang Qiao looked at the reply from this official account, squinted her eyes, and typed slowly, Jiang Qiao v. Don't believe it? Okay, make an appointment. I show you what kind of champion your father is. In the DX Racing Club, the man sneered. Still stubborn? Then today, come here if you have the guts. Chapter 491 Brother. Do you like women? Jiang Qiao saw this, and did not reply. She put her phone aside, dialed the internal number, and asked her assistant to adjust her schedule for today. Online, netizens watched Jiang Qiao and the club talk about a fight and set a time. Everyone, looking at this, is Jiang Qiao going to race with them? Jiang Qiao knows how to drive a racing car? This kind of rich family should have learned a little bit, but even if she can drive, how can she compete with the people in the professional racing team? Isn't she just waiting to lose? As for Jiang Qiao meeting with them, and letting them see what kind of champion she is, everyone is not optimistic. At this time, the official account of DX Racing Club also revealed its true identity under the inquiry of netizens. He was not a staff member who managed this account, but the boss of DX Racing Club, named Gao Qi, and also a professional racing driver. Netizens searched and found out the awards won by this man named Gao Qi, although he did not win as many awards as the woman codenamed Elle in the club. He was also a very capable person. After watching his introduction, and thinking about Jiang Qiao's shameless attempt to compete with him, netizens felt even more hopeless. Jiang Qiao had a lot of work to do today, and when she was done, there was not enough time. She quickly got up and walked out with her bag. If she was late at this time, the other party would think she was scared. She hurried out, and just as she opened the office door, she almost bumped into someone. The other party helped her steady herself, and said in a naturally low and cold voice with displeasure, "What the hurry?" As soon as Jiang Qiao raised her eyes, she met her brother's impeccable face. She was slightly surprised. "Brother? Why are you here?" Jiang Zilan frowned and looked at her anxious look, and said, "What? Is there something? Something urgent." Jiang Qiao remembered, and didn't bother to say anything more to her brother. She walked around him and walked out. "A bastard scolded me. I'm going to deal with him." Jiang Qiao, who was always at the forefront of the fight, had just taken 2 steps when she was pulled back by Jiang Zilan. The man frowned and lectured her. "Do you do this all day long?" Jiang Qiao seemed to be strangled by fate. She turned around and retorted, "Who doesn't have some hobbies?" Jiang Zilan. She broke free from his hand and ran to press the elevator button. Jiang Zilan followed her, walked over with his long legs, blocked the door, and entered the elevator with her. "Brother, you want to come with me?" Jiang Qiao looked at him. Jiang Zilan glanced at her and said in a faint voice, "Why don't you give me some time now? What do you want from me? Your birthday is coming up soon? What do you want?" Jiang Qiao snorted twice and said dissatisfiedly, "Why do you and Ming Siren ask me what I want? Can't you think about what I want? I've already told you. So what the surprise?" Jiang Zilan put one hand in his pocket and raised his eyebrows slightly, but said nothing. The man had broad shoulders and narrow waist, long straight legs, and a height of 1.88 meters was particularly superior. He was wearing a 3-piece suit today, strict and abstinent, and his cold and icy temperament made people dare not approach him. Jiang Qiao glanced at him. She hadn't noticed him just now, but seeing his appearance now, her eyes widened slightly. She said in surprise, "Brother, what wrong with you today? Did you go on a blind date? He too handsome." Jiang Zilan glanced at her, not wanting to pay attention. As soon as the elevator door opened, he walked out with long legs. Jiang Qiao took a few quick steps to catch up, and leaned over. "Honestly, brother, why don't you fall in love?" There was a driver waiting at the door. When he saw the 2 people coming, he immediately opened the door for them. Jiang Zilan bent down to get in the car. He sat in the back seat, with a cold temperament, and his 2 long legs wrapped in suit pants were slender and strong. Jiang Qiao got in the car, and continued to talk. "Will you wait until I marry Ming Siren? You don't have a girlfriend yet?" Jiang Zilan grasped the point, curled his lips, and glanced at her. "Do you want to marry Ming Siren?" Jiang Qiao blinked twice, her cat eyes curved, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. "He has been chasing me for so long, I can't let him stay single forever." "Right? He is so old now." Jiang Zilan was about to laugh. "Is he very old?" Jiang Qiao, "Anyway, he older than me." Jiang Zilan snorted lightly, and said nothing. The air in the car was quiet. The scenery outside the window flashed by. Jiang Qiao stared at Jiang Zilan's smooth and beautiful profile, and hesitated to speak. Jiang Zilan didn't raise his eyelids, and said lightly, "If you have something to say, just say it." Jiang Qiao was quiet for a while, then moved closer to him, and spoke in a very low voice, "Brother." Jiang Qiao hesitated for a few seconds, and then asked, "Do you like women?" After saying this, Jiang Zilan, the driver in front of him, choked suddenly, and looked at him in disbelief through the rearview mirror. Jiang Zilan glanced at the driver indifferently, and when the driver was frightened and looked away, he turned his eyes to Jiang Qiao. His eyes narrowed slightly, and there was danger in them. The man smiled and said, "Why do you ask this suddenly?" A chill suddenly rose behind Jiang Qiao. She coughed lightly, and the words "I suspect you" on her lips turned into, "It. That? Siran?" "Yes. It's Siran who has always suspected you. I just want to ask." Jiang Zilan's eyes fell on Jiang Qiao's face, and after a few seconds of scrutiny, he spoke slowly. "Oh? Did Siran always suspect that I don't like women?" His tone even sounded very gentle. But Jiang Qiao shuddered, silently moved away from him, nodded slightly, and whispered, "Well, that what he said?" Jiang Zilan smiled, turned his head, and gently turned the watch on his hand. Then go back and tell him today. And ask him to come to me tomorrow. I have something to tell him in person. Jiang Qiao. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Jiang Zilan glanced at her and said in a dangerous tone, "Did you hear it?" Jiang Qiao nodded immediately, like a chicken pecking at rice. Jiang Zilan sneered, raised his hand to loosen his tie, and his eyes and eyebrows were cold. Ming Siren. He is very good. Very good. Jiang Qiao, it over. It over. The car was driving quietly. Jiang Qiao was thinking about how to tell Ming Siren about this when she got home today. She felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. But, since she had asked so many questions, Jiang Qiao glanced at Jiang Zilan and simply asked, "So do you like women?" Jiang Zilan paused while pulling his tie, and laughed at her. Turning his head, his eyes seemed to contain frost and snow. He raised his eyebrows. "What do you think?" Jiang Qiao was startled, and quickly expressed her loyal attitude. "I like it. I like it. I know you like women the most." Jiang Zilan. Chapter 492. Jiang Zilan, Forever God. He looked away, with a cold voice, said lightly, "Shut up." Jiang Qiao put her hands on her knees, sitting like a primary school student, and said, "Okay." In the following journey, Jiang Qiao was as quiet as a chicken, not saying a word. Soon, the vehicle drove to the destination. At this time, DX Racing Club owner Gao Qi was broadcasting live. This was strongly requested by netizens, and everyone was looking forward to such a good-looking and lively scene. Since Jiang Qiao came back, the entertainment industry has become more and more lively. Fortunately, Gao Qi always responds to requests. He thinks it is fun to let the whole network watch Jiang Qiao embarrass herself. The racetrack is empty. There are a few young men standing or sitting there, accompanied by hot beauties. They are all racing. They have money at home, can afford it, and are good at it. So they are naturally popular with girls. Netizens also like to see handsome men and beautiful women together. Gao Qi set up the live broadcast, glancing down at the screen. It was his first time to play this. He was not very skilled, tooted, looked back, and asked impatiently, "How do I use this thing?" Among the beauties accompanying the young men, there was an internet celebrity who was very familiar with this, and immediately stepped forward and said in a sweet voice, "I help you, I help you." As soon as he started the live broadcast, the netizens who had been waiting for a long time immediately rushed in, and the first thing they saw were handsome men and beautiful women. "Wow, do you have any requirements for appearance in DX Racing Club? If you don't look good, you won't let me in. Right? I'm so feasting my eyes. So many handsome guys. I'm also supporting DX Racing Club this time for appearance. Gao Qi looks good. Although he not the standard handsome guy, his facial features are pretty decent. His temperament is a bit ruffian. His clothes are very trendy. He good at racing and he rich. So he a very attractive guy in the eyes of girls. His friends are also of similar style to him. They are the kind of people who get a lot of attention when they go out. Female users account for a relatively large proportion of the users on the internet. So most of the time handsome guys always get more attention and kindness than beautiful girls. At this moment, with the blessing of freshness, many people stood on Gao Qi's side. Time passed by minute by minute. Gao Qi looked at the door from time to time, and frowned every time he looked. He glanced at his watch. What the situation? Why haven't you come yet? Is she playing tricks on us? The companion beside him put his hand on the woman's shoulder and laughed faintly. Don't you dare to come because you are scared. Gao Qi. To be honest, why are you arguing with a woman? It not glorious to win her. I'm arguing with her? Gao Qi sneered disdainfully. Didn't she tell me to pick the time? She was so arrogant on the internet. But she was so useless in real life. How dare she compare with Lin Jia? But she overestimated her, thinking that she would come if she said so. Little did she know that this kind of woman who keeps posting press releases on the internet to establish herself, but has no real ability, would not feel the slightest shame even if she doesn't keep her word. I wait for her for another 5 minutes. If she doesn't come, forget it. Gao Qi sneered. When netizens saw this, they were also surprised. What happened? Jiang Qiao didn't come. No way. Sir, this is too embarrassing. Dare to provoke others without strength? Well, I am a fool to expect her. 5 minutes passed quickly, the racetrack was empty, and there was still no sign of Jiang Qiao. Gao Qi completely lost his patience, stood up and planned to turn off the live broadcast, and said to netizens, that woman didn't come, you all saw it, I waited for her for so long, you should know whether she is guilty or not, just like that, I will turn off the live broadcast. The comments were all about dissatisfaction with Jiang Qiao. Gao Qi glanced at them, twitched his lips, and prepared to turn off the live broadcast. As soon as his hand touched the phone, footsteps were heard in front of him. Gao Qi subconsciously raised his head. At the same time, the netizens in the comments also heard the woman's provocative words. "Your father is here." Netizens. They were familiar with this voice. Gao Qi's hand paused slightly, and he looked at the woman walking in front of him, his eyes cold. At this time, the surroundings seemed very quiet, especially all the women present. But their eyes were not on Jiang Qiao, but on the man beside her. Their eyes were straight, almost looking at him without blinking. Jiang Zilan was with Jiang Qiao. The man was wearing a high-end suit. His watch was exquisite and low-key. His expression was a little careless, but it was difficult to hide the temperament that seemed to be emitting cold air from head to toe. Noticing the gazes of these women, he frowned slightly, and glanced over with a bit of coldness. The woman who was struck by his eyes screamed in her heart, and left the young man next to her in a second. She held her female companion hand tightly for recognition, and whispered, "Oh my God, what a handsome man." The female companion next to her also kept her eyes on Jiang Zilan, and murmured, "This is really life-threatening." No matter how fashionable Gao Qi and his companions were dressed, no matter how handsome their facial features were, how could they be a match for a man of Jiang Zilan level? Not to mention that impeccable face, even that noble and cold temperament. These young boys could not compare to them in the slightest. Gao Qi and his companions had their first taste of being beaten by a man, and by a man appearance. Their faces turned black when they looked at the women who were obviously amazed. Their expressions became even colder. When Jiang Qiao arrived, she saw the eyes of these people on the man next to her. Especially the eyes of these women were passionate. Of course, she knew what these people were thinking. Her eyes lit up instantly. Her cat eyes were as beautiful as diamonds, and they sparkled with pride. Did you see it? Her brother, always a god. Jiang Qiao leaned over, whispered to the man beside her, "Brother, I bring you out for honor." Jiang Zilan glanced at her, his voice was as indifferent as ever. "Are you bored?" Jiang Qiao straightened her neck, but proudly, "I just like being bored." Jiang Zilan curled his lips, and said indulgently, "Hurry up and finish, I treat you to dinner tonight." Jiang Qiao's eyes suddenly curved into small crescents. "Okay." As they said this, the two had already walked closer, from the angle of the netizens commenting on the comments. Jiang Qiao and Jiang Zilan could not be seen. All I could see were the expressions of Gao Qi and the others. My heart was as curious as if it had been clawed by a cat. What happened? Is Jiang Qiao here? Show us now. Move the camera. Quickly. Who did these people see? Has my sister Qiao beauty shocked them to this extent? Chapter 493. This is too cool. But no one paid attention to them, whether it was the people from the racing club, or Gao Qi. Their eyes seemed to be glued to the two people who were walking over. Jiang Qiao looked at Gao Qi. Before she came, she had asked her assistant to do a simple check on this person for her. She already knew almost all his information. At this moment, she raised her eyebrows and said, "Gao Qi." Huh? How do you want to compete? Gao Qi's eyes fell on Jiang Qiao's face. His eyes moved, and then he sneered. How do I want to compete? He was so arrogant that he seemed to think that she would follow him no matter what he said. Run 3 laps, whoever reaches the finish line the fastest wins. Can you do it? Here, he suddenly paused, looked at her and said, "Should I say you can do it? Don't throw your life away here, our club is small, and we can't afford to pay if someone dies in an accident." Beside him, someone had already taken the initiative to take a photo of the two of them with his phone, and the woman figure was included. She was wearing a formal suit for work, with a slender waist, fair skin, and as beautiful as ever. Really, Qiao Jie? She really here? Is she really going to compete with Gao Qi? I'm a little scared. If you ask me, what the point of her competing with a professional racing driver? It'd be so embarrassing if she gets slapped in the face. When Jiang Qiao heard Gao Qi's words, she twitched her lips, she ignored him, rubbed her wrist, and said casually, "Don't worry about that." Jiang Qiao went to change into racing clothes, and Gao Qi was about to go, and his companion beside him muttered to him, "Do you think Jiang Qiao and Ji Yao look alike? I felt they looked alike when I saw the photos and videos. And now that I see them in real life, I feel they look alike even more. In fact, it is not surprising that Jiang Qiao fans mistook Ji's photo for Jiang Qiao. If it weren't for the photo of Lin Jia, they would have seen it a long time ago. They wouldn't be able to tell the difference in the photo with only a side profile. Gao Qi frowned. How do they look alike? Not at all. Jiao is much prettier than her. Okay. His companion knew that she regarded Lin Xiao as a goddess. So she didn't refute him. Okay. Let's stop talking. They don't look alike. Go change your clothes. Jiang Qiao and Gao Qi went to change into racing suits. Gao Qi companion, who was holding a mobile phone and was responsible for live broadcasting, had nothing to shoot. Just when he was bored, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the man who came with Jiang Qiao and decided to shoot him. After all, he came with Jiang Qiao. He had learned photography, and now seeing such a handsome guy, his old habit came back. He was very particular about shooting from the bottom up little by little. Precious leather shoes, 2 slender and straight long legs wrapped in suit pants, a little bit up, narrow waist and wide shoulders, rigorous 3-piece suit, tight and slender neck, and then up, revealing cold white skin, smooth chin, and beautiful lips. The netizens who commented on the comments were all stunned. Originally, they were planning to watch the racing, but who would have thought that they would be caught off guard and see such a beautiful picture? Netizens. Continue. Continue. Fuck, who is this? Come with Jiang Qiao? Who is this? The guy taking the photo pulled the camera up. I'm so anxious. The netizens who commented on the video were so excited by the sudden beautiful scene that they even forgot about the car race for a while and frantically urged the person taking the photo. The guy taking the photo was very satisfied with the effect. Just when he was about to pull the camera up, but before his phone camera moved, he looked up and met Jiang Ziling's cold gaze. The man holding the phone trembled suddenly. Although he didn't say anything, his cold aura was enough to kill people. Now, even if he was brave enough, he didn't dare to continue to do stupid things. The guy who took the photo felt the danger and instinctively moved the camera to another direction. Let's just forget it. The aura of this handsome guy is too strong. Netizens who were about to see his face, but the screen was turned away, almost gasped. What the hell? However, netizens did not feel depressed for too long, because Jiang Qiao and Gao Qi were back. Jiang Qiao was wearing a racing suit. Her hair was neatly tied into a ponytail, revealing her fair and small face. Looking bright and cool, she stood below. Her eyes met Jiang Ziling's gaze in the seat. Her round cat eyes curved, and she immediately smiled at him. He. Jiang Ziling. No matter how cold and indifferent he was, he couldn't help but turn his face away at this moment, and a smile flashed across his eyes. Successfully making her brother laugh, Jiang Qiao happily made a yeah gesture to herself. Hopefully her brother can spare Ran life tomorrow. The women who had been looking at him from time to time saw that the man's facial features softened, with a smile in his eyes, and in an instant, the girls' hearts were touched. Women, so damn handsome. The racing cars are all of the same type, so fair. Jiang Qiao looked at the 2 cars, and habitually walked over to check. Looking at her behavior coldly, Gao Qi sneered. It like she really knows how to do it. But she really good at pretending. I just drive this one. She patted the blue car. Gao Qi didn't bother to look at her, and walked straight to the other black car. Jiang Qiao put on her helmet, opened the door, and got in. It started. He. Just wait, and see how Gao Qi beats Jiang Qiao. I feel like I've seen the ending. Qiao Jia. Just be careful. 2 cars got on the track. One blue and one black, attracting attention. Netizens didn't have much expectation for the result of this race, and basically just waited for Jiang Qiao to lose. The next second, accompanied by a gunshot, the 2 cars rushed out at the same time like arrows from a bow. In an instant, the netizens who had just lazily watched this scene suddenly sat up straight. What going on? Gao Qi will not say anything. Is Jiang Qiao's speed serious? Gao Qi was also surprised. His hand holding the steering wheel trembled slightly, and he cursed in a low voice with gritted teeth. Gao Qi companions who were watching the scene also stood up at the same time and walked closer to the racetrack. Didn't they say this woman couldn't drive a racing car? How come she was faster than Gao Qi? Looking at the blue car that was so fast that Gao Qi was so slow, several people looked at each other and were completely dumbfounded. More importantly, Jiang Qiao had never raced on this track before. It wasn't that they deliberately didn't let her get familiar with the track, but they didn't think she could beat Gao Qi. What the point of letting an outsider get familiar with the track? But who would have thought that she could still beat Gao Qi under such circumstances? What the hell is this devil? Netizens paused, then immediately typed. Fuck. Fuck, Jiang Qiao can drive a racing car? She actually can drive a racing car. I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy. This is too cool. Right? It's fine if she can drive, but she drives so well? What going on? At this time, someone silently posted a comment. She seemed to say she was a professional racing driver when she was driving a tractor. But no one believed it. As these words floated over, netizens were silent. After the silence, they typed frantically, but at that time, everyone fucking thought she was joking. Okay. I thought she was bragging. A professional racing driver? She just said it so casually. After saying she was a professional racing driver, she then drove a tractor, and it was a fucking hand-crank tractor, which made bang 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 sounds. Who would believe she was a professional racing driver? Netizens were instantly amused by the 3 words bang bang bang. Goddamn bang bang bang. It was vivid. Okay. Chapter 494 Impotent Rage. Jiang Qiao has excellent driving skills. Every angle seems to be precisely calculated. The car is speeding on the track, easily suppressing Gao Qi. Gao Qi tried to overtake her several times but failed. But Jiang Qiao seemed to have enough room, no matter how you look at it. The netizens in the barrage were stunned, and those who had previously criticized Jiang Qiao were completely speechless. In the stands, Jiang Zealand had a calm expression, no emotion. Next to him, several women were talking in low voices, looking at him from time to time, and finally agreed. A woman with a relatively light makeup, pushed by her companions, walked a few steps towards him. She held a cup of iced coffee in her hand, hesitated for a moment, looked at her companions, and walked towards him with a red face. Jiang Zealand heard a soft female voice beside him. Hello. He turned his head and looked at the person who came. The woman was given a cold look by him, and her heartbeat was instantly disrupted. She mustered up the courage to whisper, "It's a bit hot today. Would you like some iced coffee?" Jiang Zealand looked at her and slowly frowned. The women around looked at this scene and held their breath involuntarily, especially since this man looked so powerful and difficult to approach. They felt nervous just by looking at him. Before Jiang Zealand spoke, Jiang Qiao had already finished 3 laps. She finally reached the finish line with a head high, winning easily. "Open the door, get out of the car." Jiang Zealand turned his head and glanced at her, then said without any emotion that he didn't need it, and directly walked past the woman and prepared to leave. The woman paused. He rejected her too quickly, and without hesitation, there was no time for her to react. When she reacted, she hurried over to stop him, her face flushed. "Wait, can you tell me your phone number?" As they blocked each other, the iced coffee in her hand accidentally spilled, staining the man's expensive suit. The woman's face changed slightly, and her originally red face turned pale. She hurriedly said, "Sorry. Sorry. I didn't mean it." As she said that, she wanted to wipe it for him. Jiang Zealand stepped aside, avoiding her hand, and said in a low and cold voice, "Where is the bathroom?" The woman was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly pointed him the way. Jiang Zealand directly stepped over her and left. The woman bit her lip, and dared not to stop him. Jiang Qiao had just gotten out of the car, and had only taken 2 steps, when she saw her brother being stopped by a woman. Without saying a word, the woman coffee was poured on him. Heh. This man who attracts bees and butterflies. He went to clean up. Jiang Qiao was used to this kind of thing, and waited patiently on the side. Behind him, Gao Qi got out of the car. He slammed the door shut, took off his helmet, and looked gloomy. Jiang Qiao's beautiful big eyes immediately rekindled their light. She said, "Someone is anxious. Someone is anxious. Someone is anxious." Gao Qi stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Turning back, he looked at Jiang Qiao angrily. Jiang Qiao smiled and mocked, in competent rage. Gao Qi. Shit! Some of Gao Qi's companions couldn't help laughing, and laughed out loud. It was particularly clear in this quiet space. Gao Qi's face turned blue, and he turned back and glanced at them coldly. Jiang Qiao felt relieved after being slapped in the face. Her eyes looked around the scene, and finally her sight fell on the person who was holding a mobile phone and broadcasting live. She walked over immediately. The young man was filming her, and saw Jiang Qiao walking towards him. He was stunned. Chapter 495. Do you like it? The woman had no makeup on her face. Because of the car race just now, she was a little hot. Hair was on her forehead. Eyes were bright. Lips were rosy. She was so beautiful that it made people excited. She asked him, "Are you live streaming?" The young man moved his throat and he nodded subconsciously. Jiang Qiao, let me see it. The next second, he handed over the phone obediently. Jiang Qiao took the phone and looked at the barrage. The netizens in the barrage were praising her at this time. She curved her eyes and said immediately, "Yes, I am the one who is pendant." Ha! Yes, 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 you are just so cool, you are just so cool. Xiao Xiao. Give your mom a hug. Wow. You are so cute. Fuck, my Xiaojia finally has a mother fan, but to be honest, I also want to be a mother fan recently. Xiaojia is so cute recently. Are those who support Gao Qi still complaining? This Xiao fan feels good. What perfect personality. My Xiaojia is obviously a face-slapping personality. Okay. Jiang Qiao has a bright appearance, but when she looks at people with a smile, there is no sense of distance. She has a natural temperament that makes people approach her. Not only netizens feel good, some of Gao Qi's companions are also infected, and can't help but come over to talk to her. The whole venue seemed to have become Jiang Qiao home court. Gao Qi saw the scene, and his face suddenly became even uglier. At this time in the bathroom, Jiang Zilan simply cleaned up, then took the watch on the sink and put it on, and walked out. In the corridor, a woman wearing a hat came, dressed in black, low-key and cold. The two passed by. Lin Zhao walked forward a few steps, then her footsteps paused slightly, and slowly stopped. Turning her head, the man's back was tall and straight, and he quickly disappeared from sight. After Jiang Qiao finished chatting with netizens, she looked up and saw her brother walking over with an unhappy look on his face. Her heart skipped a beat, and she immediately returned the phone to the man, and leaned over, saying cheerfully, "Brother." Jiang Zilan glanced at her. "Is it over?" "Yeah," he said lightly, then let go. Jiang Qiao observed his expression, leaned over, and asked cutely, "Brother, was I great just now?" The man said nothing, and walked outside with her. After getting in the car, Jiang Zilan took off his suit jacket as soon as he got in, and leaned back in the seat with his eyes closed to rest. He had a narrow waist, a cool temperament, and a slightly raised Adam apple that stretched out a sexy line, which was perfect from any angle. "Jiang Qiao, brother, are you in a bad mood?" Before Jiang Zilan could speak, she continued, "I'm super sweet when you chat with me." Jiang Zilan, be quiet for a while. Jiang Qiao talked a lot because she was guilty. She observed Jiang Zilan's expression, blinking her big eyes. The car drove all the way to Jiang Qiao Villa and stopped in front of the door. Jiang Qiao turned her head to look at Jiang Zilan, and saw that he seemed to have fallen asleep. She breathed a sigh of relief, and was quietly preparing to get out of the car. But before she opened the car door, a man's low and cold voice came from behind. "Ask Ming Siren to come over tomorrow." Jiang Qiao back stiffened immediately. Jiang Zilan still closed his eyes, without even lifting his eyelids. "Did you hear it?" Jiang Qiao swallowed her saliva, nodded honestly. I heard it." That night, Ming Siren came back from get off work. He was about to open the door, just stretched out his hand. Before he moved, a sound of footsteps came from behind the door, then the door was pulled open from the inside, and then Jiang Qiao's beautiful and bright face appeared. "Dear, are you off work?" Ming Siren paused slightly. His eyes fell on Jiang Qiao's face. Before he said anything, his peach blossom eyes were already smiling, his fingers hooked the key, raised his eyebrows, and his voice was low and lazy. "Why, did the sun rise from the west today?" Jiang Qiao's cheeks were white and delicate, and her little appearance was so lovable. She curved her eyes and said, "Do you like me calling you that?" Ming Siren walked in and said lazily, "Call me husband again." Jiang Qiao ignored him, and walked over to take his coat, and hung it up for him. Ming Siren adjusted his sleeves, looking elegant and noble. His eyes fell on the busy woman, and he snorted and laughed. "Tell me, what do you want?" Jiang Qiao turned around immediately, and said righteously, "Look at what you said. Am I that kind of person?" Ming Siren curled his lips. "Aren't you?" Jiang Qiao licked her lips, walked a few steps forward, and stood in front of him. "Have you noticed anything different about me today?" Ming Siren's eyes fell on her, glanced at her a few times, then reached out, hooked the apron strap on her body, raised his eyebrows, and said, "This?" Jiang Qiao was wearing an apron at the moment, with a bit of the eroticism of a married woman, turned a few times in front of him, and asked him expectantly, "Do I look good? Do you like it?" Ming Siren, "Yes." After a pause, he said casually, "I like it better if you don't wear anything inside." Chapter 496 Honey, try it next time. Jiang Qiao. Ming Siren's slender white fingers rested on his tie, lightly hooked it, tugged it open, in a lazy tone, lifted his eyelids and glared at her. Honey, try it next time. Jiang Qiao. She immediately twisted him. Ming Siren chuckled and grabbed her hand, squeezed her palm, leaned over and kissed her. This kiss was a little uncontrollable. Ming Siren pushed her against the wall. Jiang Qiao hooked his neck. Her legs were a little weak from his deep kiss. When they separated, her face was completely red. She was breathing lightly. Her black and white eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of mist. Her eyeballs moved slightly. She swallowed and began to praise him. Wow. Brother Siran. It a pity that only I know your textbook-level kissing skills. Ming Siran lowered his eyes, looking gentle and sexy, and he reached out and flicked her forehead. What nonsense. Jiang Qiao covered her head and cried out, it hurts. Ming Siren's hand slid down, grasped her slender wrist, expressionlessly said, let go, then brother will show you the textbook-level bed skills. Jiang Qiao. She immediately grabbed him, and hurriedly said, wait. Wait. Ming Siren turned his head, raised his eyebrows slightly. What? There is something else. What? He looked unconvinced, looked her up and down, hummed, and said casually, I thought you were dressed like this because you couldn't wait again. Okay, brother can just relax for a while. Jiang Qiao was really pissed off by him. Ming Siren. When the man heard that she didn't want it, he had already walked past her towards the living room, and said lazily, I'm here. When he reached the living room, his footsteps paused slightly, turned his head, raised his pretty eyebrows slightly, smiling. Tell me, what did you do wrong? Jiang Qiao's heart skipped a beat instantly, and she tried to stay calm. What happened? Ming Siren glanced at the sumptuous dinner on the table. If something big hadn't happened, would I have been treated like this? Jiang Qiao immediately retorted. Nothing happened. Okay. Ming Siren didn't believe it. He washed his hands and walked over, took out a chair and sat down, and said elegantly, tell me, as long as you are not in love with someone else, your dear can forgive you. Jiang Qiao took off her apron, hugged him from behind, kissed his cheek coquettishly, and pecked him lightly. No. I do this because I like you. She stretched out her voice. I like you very, very much. Ming Siren chuckled, and was particularly pleased by her words. Say a few more words. Brother Siren. Why are you so nice? Ming Siren pulled her hand, stopped her from massaging him, lowered his eyes, and kissed her fingertips, let her sit down, looked up with a smile. Really? He stopped her from serving him smoothly and naturally, and his cherishment for her seemed to be engraved in his bones. Jiang Qiao was almost overwhelmed by his gentle little details, leaned over and kissed him on the chin, said with a smile, I really love you so much. Ming Siren smiled. Okay. Sit down and eat. During the meal, Jiang Qiao glanced at Ming Siren and asked casually while eating, Are you busy tomorrow? Tomorrow? Ming Siren paused with his knife and fork and raised his eyes. What wrong? Is there something? Chapter 497. Pretty cute. Nothing. Jiang Qiao coughed lightly, said, My brother wants to see you for something. Ming Siren raised his eyebrows. What does he want to see me about? Jiang Qiao. He just asked me to call you over. Ming Siren went to get the phone on the table, said lightly, Then I call him and ask. Jiang Qiao's eyelids jumped, and immediately said, Oh, right. I remember, he wants to see you for that. Ming Siren took the phone, paused slightly, and waited for her quietly. Jiang Qiao had been talking for a long time, but she still didn't come up with anything. Her big eyes turned back and forth, and she suddenly said, Are we getting married soon? When he said the word marriage, Ming Siren paused, and his expression suddenly became much happier. He looked at her, and his lips curled up slightly. Well, continue. Jiang Qiao lied without thinking. Then, I just wanted you to have a better relationship. So I told my brother that you praised him behind his back. Ming Siren heard this and slowly frowned. I praised him. Jiang Qiao nodded. Yeah. Ming Siren frowned, with a look of refusal, asked, What did I praise him for? I told my brother that. You said he was handsome behind his back, and you thought he was your idol, and the goal of learning and improvement. Ming Siren. He put down his knife and fork, leaned back, sneered. Does he believe it? Jiang Qiao shook his head immediately, said seriously, He doesn't believe it, so I asked you to ask tomorrow. You must not let it slip, it is related to our future happiness. Ming Siren didn't agree. Jiang Qiao held his hand, with a sincere face. Dear, I really hope your relationship can get better, you are the two closest people to me. Ming Siren didn't say anything. Jiang Qiao immediately acted like a spoiled child. Brother Siran. Brother C ran. Ming Siren was so annoyed by her that a smile overflowed from his eyes. Okay, I know, sit down. Jiang Qiao immediately praised him. Dear, you are so good. After dinner, Ming Siren went upstairs to work. Jiang Qiao sat on the sofa, did a big thing, said to 089 who came over with fruit, Little baby, am I awesome? The little robot immediately said, Of course the master is awesome. Jiang Wallace Qiao raised her long legs. Haha, what Jiang Zealand Ming Siren, aren't they still being played around by her? She is the best, awesome. The next day, in the spacious and bright office, Ming Siren finished work very early that day. He glanced at his watch, remembering Jiang Qiao instructions to him, and said to the assistant, who came from outside, Prepare the car. Since Jiang Zealand returned to China, Boss Jiang has intentionally or unintentionally handed over the company affairs to him. Jiang Zealand is not very interested in this aspect, but Boss Jiang has always been very persistent. Jiang Company Building. Jiang Zealand had just finished a meeting, and he hadn't sat down for long when he heard the assistant knocking on the door. Without raising his eyelids, he signed his name and said in a cold voice, Come in. The assistant glanced at the overly cold and handsome boss in front of him, and said, Boss Jiang, the president of Ming Group wants to see you. Jiang Zealand remembered this. His hand holding the pen paused, his body leaned back slightly, then narrowed his eyes, and suddenly sneered. The assistant looked at his appearance, and felt inexplicably scary. When he looked again, Jiang Zealand had returned to his expressionless look, and in the next second, he heard him say something impolite. Let him roll in. Assistant. Of course. The assistant did not dare to let Ming Siren roll in according to Jiang Zealand's original words, and walked outside, and he respectfully invited this important guest, who was also a big boss, in. Mr. Jiang is waiting for you inside. Opening the door for Ming Siren, the assistant said softly. Ming Siren was full of noble and lazy temperament. Without saying anything, he walked in with long legs. The assistant glanced at it, and saw these two handsome men in the same frame. It was really pleasing to the eyes. Ming Siren walked into the office, his eyes swept over Jiang Zealand, and said lightly, Brother Zealand is looking for me. Jiang Zealand didn't look at him. Ming Siren didn't think about what he could say in response. He walked to the sofa, and sat down leisurely. Jiang Zealand was doing work, and he sat there waiting. His long legs crossed elegantly, as if he was in his own office. Half an hour later, Jiang Zealand finally finished, glanced at him coldly, and said, Qiao said that you said that. Is it true? Those words of praise for him. Ming Siren thought of Jiang Qiao instructions last night, his eyebrows slightly raised. And then he said nonchalantly, I said it. What wrong? He held a magazine in his hand. And when he said this, he looked more bossy than him, the owner of the office. Jiang Zealand nodded and smiled. That smile was very cold, he said. Just admit it. Ming Siren sneered, said lazily, What there to be afraid of admitting? Jiang Zealand stared at him for a few seconds, and slowly put the cap on the pen in his hand. Good, very good. He put the pen into the pen holder, and his voice was emotionless. Then let me ask another question. What is the reason for you to think so? What is the reason for you to think so? So he needs to praise him specifically? Ming Siren tooted, closed the magazine, glanced at him, and thought lightly, This Brother Zealand is really narcissistic. He threw the magazine on the table, spoke lazily, and his attitude was so perfunctory. Behavior, personality, everything. Jiang Zealand's face instantly looked like a 1,000-year-old snowfield, so cold that it seemed to be frozen. He stood up, unbuttoned his cuffs, and walked towards Ming Siren while unbuttoning them. He sneered and repeated what he had just said. Oh! All of them made him feel that he liked men. The man had broad shoulders and long legs, with perfect proportions. He came to Ming Siren in a few steps and said, Ming Siren. Ming Siren raised his eyelids, his thin lips slightly curled, his long legs were still crossed, looking at him, with no sign of getting up. He spoke lazily. What? Jiang Zealand leaned down, moved a little closer to him. His eyes were very dangerous. His voice was low and cold. Do you want to die? Ming Siren listened to his tone, raised his eyebrows slightly, and then he spoke lazily, saying, Is Brother Zealand's personality so arrogant? She was actually angry when she was praised. He looked at his delicate and cold face, with a lazy and casual expression, as if he had eaten a bear heart and a leopard courage, and said fearlessly, It quite cute. When these 4 words fell into Jiang Zealan's ears, the veins on the man's forehead jumped fiercely. And for a moment, he seemed to have suffered the greatest mental damage in his life. The assistant happened to push the door in at this moment. Hearing this, his scalp tightened instantly, as if he had heard something important that he shouldn't have heard. He swallowed his saliva, and then quietly closed the door for them. There was a light bang. Jiang Zealan turned his head, glanced in the direction where the assistant left, and closed his eyes. He opened his eyes again, looked at the man in front of him, who looked nonchalant, and stood up slowly. Jiang Zealan was wearing a black suit, with a slender and upright body, and he was abstinent and rigorous everywhere. At this moment, he put his tongue against his back teeth, looked at Ming Siren, sneered and said, "If I don't beat you to death today, I will feel sorry for myself." Chapter 498, She Blocked Me Again. Ming Siren, ? He raised his eyebrows, and said lightly, "So I praised someone wrongly." Praise? Jiang Zealan was so angry that he laughed, saying that I like men. Is that called praise? When the words "I like men" reached Ming Siren's ears, the expression on his face paused slightly. He looked at Jiang Zealan, and slowly frowned. "I said you like men?" The two looked at each other. The air was quiet. Then the 2 men understood something at the same time in an instant. Ming Siren had already taken out his cell phone. "I call her." In the office where you could hear a pin drop, after Ming Siren called Jiang Qiao, a familiar female voice soon came from the receiver. "Hello, the number you dialed is busy." Ming Siren put away his cell phone expressionlessly, and said to Jiang Zealan very skillfully, "She blocked me again." Jiang Zealan. The man had a face that said, "This is your sister, she usually treats me like this," and said lightly, "She probably doesn't dare to answer my call now you try it." Jiang Zealan looked at him for a moment, then took out his cell phone and called Jiang Qiao. His number was connected. At this time, in a bar in the city center, the music was deafening, and Jiang Qiao was standing there dancing with her celebrity friends. She was outstandingly beautiful, with a bright smile, and she said to everyone present with great interest, "I will pay for all the consumption today. Everyone have fun." With her words, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became more lively. Beside her, and Dai's hand was on her shoulder. The beauty leaned close to her ear and asked, "How come you have time to invite us out today?" Jiang Qiao smiled, like a little son, "Because I am free today." And Dai raised her eyebrows. Suddenly she heard something and said, "Qiao Qiao, your phone seems to be ringing." Jiang Qiao took out her phone, and saw the name on it. Her eyelids twitched slightly. After saying something to Dai, she came out of the dance floor, found a relatively quiet place, and answered the call. In the office, Jiang Zealan heard the phone being connected, and then Jiang Qiao's full-throated voice, "Ah, my dear. Great. Handsome brother. Do you have anything to tell me?" Jiang Zealan loosened his tie, and said in a light tone, "Don't you have anything to say?" "I'm sorry, brother. You are my brother. Can't you forgive your lovely sister for telling a little lie?" Jiang Zealan hadn't said anything yet. Jiang Qiao's voice on the other end of the phone suddenly lowered a little, sounding a bit sneaky, and asked her, "Brother, is C-Ram with you now?" Jiang Zealan glanced at the man on the sofa. He was sitting on the sofa leisurely, looking at him, with an expectant expression on his face. Jiang Zealan looked away expressionlessly, and said lightly, "He not here." Jiang Qiao, "Oh, that good, brother. I'm going home to sleep tonight. Remember to leave the door open for me." Jiang Zealan ignored her, and only asked, "Where are you now?" Jiang Qiao said directly, "Oh, I'm working hard in the company. Where else can I be?" As soon as she finished speaking, the door behind her was suddenly pushed open, and then she heard the cheerful voice of her sister, "Qiao Qiao. What are you doing? Come back and dance." Jiang Qiao wanted to cover her phone, but it was too late. At the same time, the deafening music in the bar also poured into Jiang Zealan's side. Chapter 499, 30 million? Jiang Zealan was silent for a moment, and then said, "Are you in the bar now?" He glanced at Ming Siren, and the man had already stood up from the sofa, and lowered his eyes to adjust his sleeves, and smiled with his thin lips, but that smile looked creepy no matter how you looked at it. Jiang Zealan retracted his gaze, and his tone was emotionless. "Which bar are you in? I pick you up." Jiang Qiao hesitated. "No need. My dear brother. I'm already so old." Address? Jiang Qiao, XX Street. XX. Hang up the phone, looked up again. The person in front of him had already walked out of the office. Jiang Zealan put away his phone expressionlessly, and walked out. Jiang Qiao put away her phone, scratched her cute little head, felt something might be a little bad. She wanted to slip away. Back to her seat, the girls who usually looked like ladies were having a great time, and when they saw her coming, they immediately waved, "Qiao Qiao, come here." Jiang Qiao went to get her bag, and waved her hand. "Oh, sisters, I have something to do. Let's get together later." Her sisters would never let her go like that, and immediately stopped her. "It's not easy to get together with you once. No, you have to drink at least 2 glasses. Otherwise you won't recognize us as your friends." There was an echo from the side, and then Dai took a glass of prepared wine and put it directly in front of her. "It seems that you can't leave. Drink it obediently." Jiang Qiao had no choice but to put her bag aside and go get the wine. "Okay, I have a drink then." She was urged to drink, and at this moment, a hand quietly reached out to take her bag that was on the chair next to her. Just as the hand was about to touch Jiang Qiao's bag, Jiang Qiao suddenly grabbed the hand and frowned warily. "What are you doing?" Hearing the noise, and Dai and the others also turned their heads to look over. The girl whose hand was grabbed by Jiang Qiao was only about 12 or 13 years old. When she was caught stealing, she immediately struggled violently. "Let me go!" "Let go!" How could Jiang Qiao let her go? He applied a little force on his hand, and the girl immediately screamed, "It hurts! Are you sick? Why are you pinching me? Let go!" She pulled Jiang Qiao's hand hard. Jiang Qiao was wearing a lady's watch on her wrist, which was pulled off during her commotion. The quarrel alarmed the people in the bar, and soon the person in charge rushed over. "Excuse me. What happened?" Jiang Qiao glanced at him, raised his chin towards the little girl, and said, "This little girl stole my things." "Who stole your things? Don't spit blood on others." The little girl pursed her lips and looked at Jiang Qiao with a bad look. The person in charge knew the true identity of Jiang Qiao and her group, even though they were not dressed like celebrities at the moment. Their aura of not being easy to mess with was written in their eyes and eyebrows. He apologized to her immediately. He turned around and was about to ask someone to take away the little girl who sneaked in for no reason. Suddenly, someone hurried over and shouted, "Xiao Yu." The fierce girl's eyes suddenly turned red. She turned around and shouted, "Sister Xiao." Lin Jia came over, hugged the girl named Xiao Yu, comforted her, and then raised her eyes and said coldly, "I'm sorry. I brought this little girl here." "What the matter?" And Dai and the other sisters looked at her lazily. The woman was dressed casually, without a hat or makeup, with fair skin and a sharp look in her eyes. "Do you think this person looks a bit like Qiao Qiao?" one of the sisters suddenly said. And Dai held her chin to watch the fun. She raised her eyebrows when she heard the words, and said nonchalantly, "Is there?" Before Jiang Qiao answered, Lin Zia's eyes fell on Jiang Qiao's hand holding Xiao Yu's wrist. Her eyebrows suddenly frowned, and her voice became colder. "Let go." Jiang Qiao was scolded, raised her eyebrows, and let go. "Are you her guardian? This little girl just stole something from me." Lin Zia frowned, and looked at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu moved her mouth. "Sister Xiao, I didn't." She lowered her head, and rubbed her wrist. Lin Zia's eyes fell on her wrist, and found that the place where Jiang Qiao had just grabbed her was already red. Her face suddenly turned colder, and she asked Jiang Qiao directly, "How much?" Jiang Qiao was stunned when she heard this. "What? I'm asking you, what did she steal from you, and how much is it worth? I found out before she even stole it." Lin Zio didn't wait for her to finish, and took out her wallet from her pocket, and took out a card and put it on the table at the bar. Her voice was cold. "I took the person away." The child was bewildered for a moment. "I apologize to you on her behalf. Since you didn't lose anything, this should be enough to make up for it. The card doesn't have a password." She apologized simply and neatly, and was about to leave with Xiao Yu. Jiang Qiao's beautiful cat eyes flickered. She bent down to pick up her watch that had fallen on the ground. She took a look and saw that it was broken. She said lazily without raising her eyelids, "Huh? Did I say that this was something that could be settled by paying money?" Lin Jia paused, and turned back expressionlessly. "What are you going to do?" Jiang Qiao looked at her eyes, smiled, and raised an eyebrow. "Okay. Since you want to pay, it okay." She put her watch on the card she just gave her. "My watch is worth 30 million. And it was just broken by that little girl." After she said this, the air seemed to be quiet. The person in charge of the bar took a breath of cold air and looked at the watch in disbelief. 30 million? And Dai and the others couldn't help but laugh. It was always Jiang Qiao who threw other people cards. How could it be her turn to throw cards at others? You want to throw money at her face, but that asking for trouble. They looked at Lin Xiao. This person is really interesting. You always try to make trouble for Jiang Qiao. Jiang Qiao looked at her and said calmly, I just don't know if the money in your card is enough. Lin Xiao was also stunned when she heard Jiang Qiao say 30 million. She couldn't help but glance at the watch. Her face slowly darkened. 30 million? Can it be whatever you say? Jiang Qiao spoke carelessly, with a hint of teasing in it. Oh, if you don't believe me, I can call my assistant to bring you the invoices, receipts, and purchase records. The woman stood there lazily, with a noble demeanor of a young lady. No one would think she was lying. Seeing this, Lin Xiao pursed her lips, and her face finally changed. The little girl next to her was stunned when she heard this number. She almost cried and screamed at Jiang Qiao, I didn't break your watch. You broke it yourself. She cried until she was hoarse, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Jiang Qiao was completely indifferent. She even wanted to pick her ears, and said lazily, Are you done yelling? Pay for it. Chapter 500. Give me the surveillance video of this section. She will make anyone who makes her unhappy, even if she didn't intend to make anyone pay at the beginning. Lin Xiao looked at Jiang Qiao for a moment, took out her mobile phone, and dialed a number. She said a few words, and then said to Jiang Qiao, Give me the card number. I will have someone transfer the money to you later. The little girl screamed, Sister Xiao. Lin Xiao lowered her eyes and glanced at her. Her facial features softened a lot, and she reached out to wipe her tears. Okay. Don't cry. She always seemed quite calm and self-controlled, and only showed her gentle side to the little girl named Xiaoyu. Jiang Qiao looked at her calmly, asked the bar manager to bring a pen and paper, wrote down a string of numbers, and handed it to her, smiling brightly and beautifully. Then please. Lin Xiao's eyes stayed on her face for a few seconds, said nothing, took the note, turned around and took Xiaoyu away. On the contrary, the little girl she was holding beside her stared at her angrily, and looked at her coldly before leaving. Not like a child. Jiang Qiao seemed not to notice, and said to the person in charge, who was relieved that the dispute was over, Give me the surveillance video of this section of your bar. The person in charge was stunned, and Dai shook her glass and asked her with a smile, What are you doing? Jiang Qiao, just in case. There are many people here, and there may be people who want to blackmail me. She lifted her hair and smiled artificially. Oh, after all, when you are famous, you will have more trouble. Several people laughed, and one of the little sisters couldn't help pinching her little face. Yes. 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 Our Qiao Qiao is the most famous. Why are you so cute? Jiang Qiao let her pinch him, and turned to the bar manager and said, If anyone asks, just say that the surveillance video of your bar is broken today. The manager couldn't afford to offend this group of rich girls, and when he met her eyes, he lowered his head and said, Okay, okay. And Dai said, Qiao Qiao has been very vigilant recently. Jiang Qiao immediately came over and said to her, That right. I've been following the wise man route recently. And Dai cooperated and said, Oh, how did you follow the wise man route? Jiang Qiao put his hand on her shoulder, and his expression was full of pride. Oh, I'm not bragging to you. It's just my brother and C ran. She waved her hand and said disdainfully, Neither of them can match me. And Dai looked at her and raised her eyebrows. Are you sure? Jiang Qiao then told her what happened. And Dai was drinking and almost spit out the wine after listening. She coughed twice and raised her eyes. Are you going to die? Jiang Qiao, what are you afraid of? And Dai rolled her eyes, looked at her fearless face, and suddenly said, Qiao Qiao, look at the door. Is your Siran here? Jiang Qiao almost jumped up with a startle, and the hair on her body seemed to stand up. Where? Where? After waiting for a long time, she could not see anyone. When she turned her head, she met in Dai's mischievous eyes. She immediately knew that she was deceived, and rushed over to scratch her. You are deceiving me. Right. And Dai smiled and dodged her. Who told you to brag? Laughing, she glanced at the door, and suddenly saw a person. The man was full of noble clothes, and his white shirt and black trousers were out of tune with the atmosphere in the bar. But his slender and upright body, and a face that could be called a demon, attracted everyone's attention in an instant. His eyes swept across the scene, as if he was looking for something, and finally found it. And his sight was fixed on Jiang Qiao. Chapter 501 Two Big Demons Are Coming. After a 2-second pause, he walked towards this direction with long legs. And Dai couldn't laugh anymore. Touched Jiang Qiao, said nervously, Qiao Qiao, Qiao Qiao, your man is here. Jiang Qiao didn't even turn her head, continued to tickle her. It funny, I'm such a smart person. Will I be fooled by you again? How many times do you want to use this trick? And Dai. In front, Ming Siren had already walked through the crowd. Not only that, and Dai also saw Jiang Zilan, who walked in leisurely one step behind. This aura was like the sudden arrival of a great devil. And even her eyelids twitched. Qiao Qiao might have to die here today. Jiang Qiao was scratching and Dai, and suddenly felt a chill rising from her back. She paused, but she stubbornly did not turn back, until the man's slightly cold hand pinched the back of her neck. She trembled, swallowed her saliva, turned her head slowly, and then met Ming Siren pair of peach blossom eyes that seemed to smile but not smile. The man glared at her, and said slowly, it was fun. Huh? Jiang Qiao blinked, and said softly, not bad. Ming Siren chuckled, very gently, do you want to play more? Jiang Qiao, then I play for a while? Ming Siren looked at her. Jiang Qiao immediately said seriously, no. 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 What the fun in this? She held in Dai and another sister hands tightly. And she didn't want to let go even if she died. Sisters. I'm leaving. I'm leaving now. And Dai lifted her little paw that was tightly grasping her, smiling, my dear, take care. Jiang Qiao. She cast a look of help to the other sisters, but these women looked at Ming Siren and Jiang Zilan, and immediately screamed, so handsome. So handsome. Such legs and waist. Our little Qiao Qiao is so lucky. Long time no see. Ming Siren, since you have a boyfriend, does your brother have a girlfriend? Can you introduce one to us? I can be Qiao Qiao's sister-in-law. Brother Zilan, take care of me. I really can. Jiang Qiao. These women who value love over friendship. Jiang Zilan had already walked over, and saw Jiang Qiao angry eyes, and glanced at her coldly. The little fire in Jiang Qiao's eyes immediately went out, with a pretty face that looked harmless to humans and animals, and said sweetly and obediently, ah, my dear brother. My dear brother. She emphasized the words dear brother, and smiled at him with her cat eyes, so cute. However, Jiang Zilan glanced at her lightly, and said directly to Ming Siren, just don't hit me. Ming Siren, okay. Jiang Qiao. Brother. Jiang Zilan turned a blind eye, and let Jiang Qiao be dragged out of the bar by Ming Siren. However, Ming Siren, who already had a partner, could not leave. But it was difficult for him to leave. He was forced to stay and drink 2 glasses of wine with Dai and the others before he was allowed to leave. After leaving the bar, a door blocked the noise. The smell of alcohol infected Jiang Zilan, who reached out to unbutton 2 buttons, stood there for 2 seconds, and then walked towards the car parked on the side of the road. Just as he reached out to open the car door, a woman suddenly ran up from behind him and grabbed the corner of his clothes. Wait a minute. The woman ran. Her voice was a little breathless, and her eyes fell directly on his face. And her eyes, which had always been cold, were slightly warm. She didn't see it clearly last time. She will definitely not make a mistake again this time. Chapter 502. Do you still remember me? Jiang Zilan tilted his head, looked at the woman, then lowered his gaze, and landed on her hand holding the corner of his clothes, frowning and saying, let go. Lin Jia did not let go. Her lips moved. She asked, do you still remember me? The bodyguard saw this scene, and immediately got out of the car. Master. Jiang Zilan said coldly that he didn't know her, then opened the car door, and bent down to get in the car. Lin Jia wanted to ask more, but the bodyguard had already closed the car door for Jiang Zilan. Miss. I'm sorry. Please make way. Lin Jia took 2 steps back, but her eyes were still fixed on the man sitting in the car. Her eyelashes moved. I don't know her, but she was younger at the time, so it's not impossible that he couldn't recognize her at the moment. In the car, the bodyguard looked at the woman who was still standing there through the rearview mirror, thinking. After a while, he suddenly said, Master, I remember who this woman is. Jiang Zilan didn't say anything. The bodyguard continued, a few years ago, when you were abroad, you met a little girl. Because she looked a bit like Miss Jiang Qiao, you helped her. It seems to be this person. He also suddenly remembered her when he saw her appearance. No wonder he felt that she was strangely familiar at the glance just now. Really? Jiang Zilan leaned back, looking nonchalant. Master, do you still remember? The man said in a flat tone. I forgot. Lin Jia stood there for a while, immersed in her own thoughts. Her hand was held by the little girl. She looked down and saw Xiaoyu, and curled her lips. Let go. Sister Jiao. I'm sorry. I made you pay so much money. Lin Jia touched her head, and then said, let me see your wrist. Xiaoyu's slender wrist was still a little red. Lin Jia's eyes darkened, and said, don't let others hurt you again in the future. Xiaoyu nodded obediently. Sister Jiao. I understand. Well, let go. Xiaoyu let Lin Jia lead her hand and leave. She turned her head and looked at the direction of the bar again, and whispered, I won't let that bitch go. Lin Jia didn't hear clearly, and looked at her and asked, what did you say? Xiaoyu raised her head and smiled brightly. Nothing. Jiang Qiao was taken to the car by Ming Siren. The man said directly to the driver, drive. Then he glanced at her, girlfriend. Jiang Qiao immediately looked innocent. Dear, why are you so fierce? Your brother said I told him behind his back that he likes men. Jiang Qiao stretched out her hand and gestured, I was just joking. Ming Siren said with a half smile, you become more capable, huh? Jiang Qiao immediately hugged his arm and said softly, no matter how capable I am, I can't escape the palm of my brother's siren hand. When Jiang Qiao was well behaved, her mouth seemed to be covered with honey. Ming Siren looked at her for a few seconds and didn't fall for her tricks and slapped her hand away. Don't touch me. Of course he wouldn't use much force on her, but Jiang Qiao instantly looked as if she was being abused by him. She screamed in pain, covered the place where he hit her, and looked hurt. You hit me. You actually hit me. Ming Siren smiled and said, you're trying to scam me, right? She groaned and sank down on the seat. You've changed. You don't love me anymore. You don't spoil me as much as before. Ming Siren. Chapter 503. Do you want to bully me? Jiang Qiao lay there aggrieved. My life. I am really miserable. What is the evil person complaining first? Ming Siren was amused by her. Jiang Qiao. She groaned, ignoring him. I am so sad. The man reached out to pull her up. Get up. What a cruel man. You don't cherish me after you got me. Do you want to abandon me in the future? I just played a little joke on you. You actually treated me like this. The driver in front couldn't help laughing. Ming Siren just watched her acting quietly. Jiang Qiao hummed for a long time, but got no response, and secretly glanced back, and met Ming Siren's expression of whether to laugh or not. She immediately turned her head. Ming Siren. The car stopped. Jiang Qiao's eyelids twitched, and she wanted to run immediately, but Ming Siren grabbed her hand directly. Where are you running to? Jiang Qiao. How can you see me wanting to run? I just want to get off the car. Ming Siren took her hand and got out of the car with her. The driver drove away quickly. Ming Siren opened the door. Jiang Qiao clung to the door frame and refused to go in. Do you want to bully me? Ming Siren's eyes fell on her, and he looked her up and down. That depends on what kind of bullying. You rascal. Ming Siren raised his eyebrows, pried her fingers off the door frame one by one, and slammed the door shut. Jiang Qiao jumped on him, wrapped her soft arms around his neck, and kissed him. Ming Siren paused, and subconsciously held her waist. Jiang Qiao took the initiative to kiss him, and hugged him and kissed him deeply. Seeing the man slowly relax, her Adam apple rolled slightly, and her beautiful peach blossom eyes were filled with desire. She pushed him away and ran upstairs quickly. If you have to describe it, it was as fast as a rabbit. Ming Siren, who was suddenly toyed with and suddenly thrown away, was still in a state of confusion, watching her running away quickly. After a while, he narrowed his eyes and chuckled softly. That look was dangerous. Jiang Qiao ran into the study and immediately locked the door, clapping her hands in triumph. Haha, Ming Siren is still too young to fight with her. She walked to the table and pulled out the drawer, where all the spare keys in the house were placed, so he couldn't come in today. Not long after, there was a knock on the door, followed by a man's lazy and casual voice. Open the door. Jiang Qiao sat on the sofa, took the laptop, and heard the voice of the person on the other side of the door. I think we should be separated for a while. You should calm down first. Ming Siren crossed his arms, leaning against the door. He chuckled. I'm calm. Jiang Qiao took the headphones, then turned on a movie, and said directly, good night, dear. After that, she put on the headphones. The phone vibrated, It was a video sent by and Dai. The person in charge of the bar had given her the surveillance video. Jiang Qiao glanced at it, and then saved it. She gradually immersed herself in the plot, kicked off her shoes, and lifted her long legs. She didn't know how leisurely. While she was relaxing, the key was inserted into the lock, and the door was opened smoothly from the outside. The lazy and handsome man walked in with an elegant pace, neither hurried nor slow. The music in Jiang Qiao headphones was still playing, but she didn't hear it. She changed her posture, and then looked up and met Ming's siren eyes. Chapter 504. Don't come over here. The man's slender white hand was holding a bunch of keys that he had made at some point. His voice was casual and sexy. I'm coming. Dear Jiang Qiao. She took off her headphones, put the computer aside, and ran out at the fastest speed in her life. However, the man grabbed her waist and pressed her into his arms. Jiang Qiao screamed softly, "Ah! Don't come over here." Ming's siren smiled happily, pressed the arrogant cat that was still baring its teeth and claws, and kissed her cheek. "Let me think about it. How should I deal with you? What a cruel man you." Before she finished speaking, the man directly carried her on his shoulders. The feeling of blood rushing to her head instantly made her scream. "What are you doing?" Ming's siren hit her on the buttocks. "Don't move." Jiang Qiao instantly calmed down, crying pitifully. "I was wrong. I won't dare to do it next time." Ming's siren, brother siren. The man ignored her. Jiang Qiao hummed, "Dear, baby, my beloved boyfriend." Ming's siren brought her to the room, put her on the bed, and looked down at her. He unbuttoned his sleeves, showing a leisurely elegance and sexiness. He said lazily, "My beloved girlfriend, you seem to be getting more and more arrogant recently." Ming's siren looked at her and said slowly, "Brother has to teach you a lesson." Seeing him approaching, Jiang Qiao immediately used her hands and feet to crawl to the side. "Speak nicely. Don't touch me." The man grabbed her ankles, raised his eyes when he heard the words, and chuckled casually. "Are the only things I need to move in a while?" Jiang Qiao. She blushed and took the pillow and hit him. "Be a human being. Be a human being." Ming's siren laughed and blocked the pillow, leaning down. "Being a human being is boring. Creating people is interesting. Let's do it together." "Sister Qiao Qiao." Jiang Qiao screamed, Ming's siren. It was late at night. The girl named Xiaoyu, who was helped by Lin Yi, returned to the door of the bar. A boy who was only a few years older than her came out. He was still wearing the clothes of a bartender, holding a few photos in his hand. The two met stealthily, then took a taxi to their rental place. "Xiaoyu, are we really going to do this? Will it cause trouble for Sister Jiao?" the boy asked. "What does this have to do with Sister Jiao? I just want to teach that bitch a lesson." Xiaoyu looked at the photos. These were taken when she and Jiang Qiao had a dispute. The angle was well chosen. It looked like Jiang Qiao was unilaterally making things difficult for her. She curled her lips, looking at the boy who was still a little hesitant, with a sinister light flashing in her eyes. "Do you know how much money Sister Jiao paid for that bitch? 30 million. It was obviously she who broke the watch, but she slandered me. How can I let that kind of woman off easily?" The boy stopped talking. Although he was older than her, it was obvious that the little girl named Xiaoyu was in a dominant position between the two. He pursed his lips. "But with just these few photos, what can you do? I've already checked it out. That woman is very popular on the internet. As long as I send out the photos and videos of her abusing me, she'd be finished. Didn't you also say that the surveillance camera in your bar is broken? Who can testify for her?" Xiaoyu sneered. "For a star who cares about his image, this method is necessary to teach him a lesson. But stop talking and help me record it." Xiaoyu handed him the phone, sorted out her expression, and asked the boy to record her. The girl, who had just had a sinister look on her face, immediately became tearful and pitiful when the camera was pointed at her. She was about to speak, but suddenly remembered something, stopped the boy, and took a look at the wrist that Jiang Qiao had held. The redness from the previous scratch had faded over time, and now there seemed to be no trace. Xiaoyu's eyes were slightly cold, and her nails dug several holes on it fiercely. In an instant, her slender wrist became bloody, but she didn't even move her eyebrows. The boy hand holding the phone trembled, and he exclaimed and stepped forward. "Xiaoyu, what are you doing?" Xiaoyu said expressionlessly, "Go on." The boy looked at her for a while, and returned to his original position to take a picture of her. Xiaoyu cried heartbreakingly. Her eyes were sincere as she spoke. She told all about how Jiang Qiao accused her of stealing her things in the bar, asked her to pay for it, and held her tightly, and wouldn't let her leave, causing her to get hurt. She filmed several times in succession. Xiaoyu didn't miss any details, and spent several hours on a short video of a few minutes. She checked it back and forth and didn't find any mistakes. And then she was satisfied. The boy looked at this video that even he couldn't help but feel distressed, and licked his dry lips. Will everyone believe it now? Xiaoyu nodded, of course. She raised her eyes, and a smile appeared on her lips. But there was no smile in her eyes. She said, I am just a child who knows nothing. How can a child lie? The air in the rental house was very quiet. The boy looked at her, and when he heard her say how could a child lie, he felt a chill in his heart. Xiaoyu was a child who had a comprehensive grasp of the information on the internet. She looked at several marketing accounts, and finally thought about it, and decided to send this video to a Weibo blogger who specialized in blackmailing Jiang Qiao. If it is sent to ordinary marketing accounts, they may not take it seriously, and they may even betray her. If Jiang Qiao is informed of this in advance, it will be troublesome. Only if these things are sent to the haters, who usually focus on Jiang Qiao mistakes, will they quickly attract attention, and those people will do whatever it takes to escalate the matter. Sure enough, although it was late at night, the blogger contacted her immediately. Oh my god, is this true? Xiaoyu replied immediately. It's true, you also saw where I was injured, I didn't tell a single lie. The blogger over there was obviously very excited, and replied to her a few more times. Xiaoyu then sent the photos she took that night. Xiaoyu, there are photos as evidence, you can see how she embarrassed me at that time. The Weibo blogger confirmed the photos, and instantly became excited. Ha ha ha. Jiang bitch must die this time. How could she slander and hurt a child? This matter must be exposed. Oh. Yes. Dear. Is your family here? Go to the hospital to treat your wound. It's hot. Don't let it get inflamed. Xiaoyu talked to her a few more times, and finally succeeded in getting some money. Then she put down her phone. It was almost dawn outside. She stretched, and went back to her room to sleep. Chapter 505. My level of White Lotus is higher than yours. The next morning, the topic of Jiang Qiao's suspected abuse of the little girl was bought by the haters, and became a hot search. At the beginning, the number of discussions was only a few hundred. The haters released the video of Xiaoyu crying. The little girl's heart-wrenching cry was very contagious. She was dressed simply, her face was full of tears. The netizens who saw it early in the morning felt very uncomfortable. In addition, there were several bloody scars on her wrists. Accompanied by her narration of Jiang Qiao's slander of her stealing things, everyone's sympathy for her reached the peak. But at the beginning, everyone was still very rational. Although the little girl was pitiful, she couldn't be taken for granted. Under the video, most comments were that Sister Qiao was not that kind of person, and whether there was any misunderstanding. But at this time, the haters immediately released the photos taken in the bar. In the photo, Jiang Qiao held the little girl hand tightly, and it was obvious that she was in a strong position. The little girl was crying and struggling desperately, but Jiang Qiao never let go of her hand. This set of photos is very suggestive. With the instigation of the haters, the netizens are now somewhat wavering. Apart from anything else, Jiang Qiao seems to be really making things difficult for a child. It was still early in the morning, and not many people were discussing it. But as time went by, the popularity of the word Jiang Qiao itself, coupled with the provocativeness of the word abuse, this entry quickly became a hot search, and more netizens participated in the discussion. At this time, the haters who were disguised as passers-by began to stir up trouble. I tell you the truth, do you think Jiang Qiao doesn't like little girls? In the variety show a while ago, her indifferent attitude towards Tian made me feel uncomfortable at the time. Above, I think so too. Everyone said she was cute at the time, which made me feel confused. The little girl cried so sadly. She must be very sad to be slandered. It really painful to watch. She should be a girl from a poor family. Jiang Qiao is so rich. Why bother with her? Or do you think that the poor little girl is the one who stole her things? This is a bit of a loss of good impression. This kind of comments are endless. The originally wavering passers-by were immediately overwhelmed by this rhythm. Even if they had 4 points of suspicion and disgust towards Jiang Qiao, then it rose to 8 points at this moment. There were people who agreed and criticized, and some even shouted for Jiang Qiao to come out and explain. When this matter became a big deal, even netizens on a certain website began to analyze Jiang Qiao's mental state, and compiled data to analyze whether she really hated the little girl. Jiang Qiao woke up at 10 o'clock in the morning. She covered her waist and greeted Ming Siren. This man had made her like this. But he went on a business trip in high spirits. After getting up and washing up, Jiang Qiao lay on the sofa and took out her mobile phone lazily. Then she found that her mobile phone was about to explode. She glanced at it, then clicked on the messages sent by her friends, and logged into Weibo in confusion. After a casual glance, Jiang Qiao was shocked and stood up from the sofa immediately. Oh wow! Look! Look! What did she say? What did she say? She said that when you are famous, you will have troubles. Someone wants to harm her. And here it comes. The words resourceful, far-sighted, and intelligent are probably created specifically for her. Jiang Qiao curled her lips, feeling like she had gotten something without any effort. She immediately posted on Weibo, Jiang Qiao v. I didn't bully anyone. Breaking. Seeing this Weibo she posted. Netizens. ? The first reaction was, what are you doing? Even Qiao fans saw Jiang Qiao in this mode for the first time, and immediately showed a black ? face. Sister? Jiang Qiao adhered to the principle that if the other party was a white lotus, she would be a white lotus than the other party, and she cried and recorded a video of herself, and posted it on Weibo. So the netizens who scolded Jiang Qiao soon found that Jiang Qiao had posted an explanation video. Everyone immediately clicked to watch it. In the video, Jiang Qiao started off by choking up. Hello everyone, I am Jiang Qiao, I didn't bully the kids. Woo! Netizens. When the video was first opened, what everyone saw was Jiang Qiao with red eyes, pale face, slightly messy hair, but still impeccably beautiful. But after a closer look, netizens found something wrong. Her eyes were red, but that was clearly red eyeshadow, her face was white, but that was clearly powder, and her slightly messy hair was just right, clearly a delicate and pitiful girl makeup. In an instant, 10,000 horses galloped through the hearts of netizens. Jiang Qiao. And Jiang Qiao continued, I am so sad. You are wronging me like this. What kind of person am I? Don't you know it? As she said this, she bit her lip, took the tissue beside her, and wiped her tears with a look of great pain. Looking at her like this, the netizens' desire to complain in their hearts was so strong that they couldn't help it. Shit! This pretentious woman! This pretentious woman! Sister, tell me the truth, how long have you been wearing this contrived makeup? Sister, your lipstick is rubbed onto the tissue. Sister, you have been crying for such a long time, and you haven't shed a single tear. I give up. I haven't heard a word Jiang Qiao has said until now, and all I can think of is the devilish and contrived words at the beginning. Woo! Ha ha! I am really dying of laughter. As soon as Jiang Qiao posted this video, the netizens who wanted to scold her were instantly attracted by her actions, and the questions they were about to ask turned into complaints, and the atmosphere changed instantly. In the video, Jiang Qiao was in so much pain that she wanted to vomit. She covered her chest and raised her beautiful eyes with tears in her eyes. The little girl in the video was wrongly accusing me. The wound on her hand was not caused by me. She wanted to steal things. I just grabbed her and didn't let her go. I didn't hurt her. You have to believe me. She looked so fragile that she said, if you don't believe me, I will cry for you. Netizens couldn't help laughing. Can you be more pretentious? However, at this time, some people have also seen this video, but only some rational netizens have commented and questioned her. Don't be so joking, you said you didn't hurt her, where the evidence? The bloody wound on her hand is there. You just post this video and want everyone to believe you. Ridiculous. Jiang Qiao seemed to be waiting for this sentence, and immediately replied to the other party. Jiang Qiao v. Well said, then why did you all believe that little girl just because she posted a video? She is weak and she is right. I am rich and I deserve it. Right? Chapter 506, do you want to ruin her life? The netizen was not willing to give in, if it wasn't you. Where did the wound on her hand come from? Did she scratch it herself? She is just a child, what are you implying? And the photo clearly shows that you grabbed her hand, you don't want to say that the photo is photoshopped. Do you? Jiang Qiao v. Photos are not enough, why don't you open your eyes and take a closer look at what is going on in the video? After Jiang Qiao replied, she directly posted the surveillance video of the bar. The surveillance video shows that the little girl, who was crying so hard in the video, came behind Jiang Qiao and reached out her hand secretly, trying to steal her bag, but was caught by the vigilant Jiang Qiao. The little girl struggled desperately, prying Jiang Qiao's hand apart. It was clear from the video that she used a lot of strength. At this moment, the watch on Jiang Qiao's wrist fell to the ground. Then the person in charge came to deal with it. And the video ended here. Although the video is short. The little girl behavior of stealing things cannot be washed away from any angle. It wasn't that Jiang Qiao hurt her intentionally. But she was stealing things herself. Netizens were shocked. Since the truth was like this, how could that little girl have the nerve to post such a video to slander others? Did she post the video on her own, or was someone behind it? Netizens found it incredible. Especially in the video where she swore that Jiang Qiao hurt her in such and such a way and asked her to pay money. With tears all over her face. Netizens with strong empathy felt sorry for her and cried when they saw her like that. But it turned out that all this was fake? This is too scary. Let's look at Jiang Qiao again. If there was no video, wouldn't the public really be deceived by the little girl and attack her? Thinking of this, everyone suddenly felt goosebumps. And along with the surprise, there was also anger. How old is this girl? She would use netizens to attack others? Too scary. What's wrong with this little girl? Who is the team behind her? The acting is so good, almost fooled me. An adult. This little girl pissed me off. Do you think she's a little mentally ill, antisocial? So scary. Is there anyone who can check her identity? Shall you watch the netizens who had originally insulted Jiang Qiao turn around and attack her because of the reverse video that Jiang Qiao had produced? Her face suddenly changed, especially when she saw that those people wanted to investigate her identity. She finally panicked. No matter how vicious she was just a little girl of 12 or 13 years old. When faced with such a situation, she didn't know what to do for a while. She looked at the boy next to her and said angrily, "Didn't you say that the surveillance camera in the bar was broken that day? What going on?" The young man who worked as a bartender in the bar didn't know what was going on either, and hurriedly shook his head and said, "Our manager said the surveillance was broken. I don't know either." He anxiously said to Xiaoyu, "Are those people on the internet trying to find out about you?" Xiaoyu, "Let's tell Sister Jiu about this as soon as possible." Xiaoyu immediately rejected it, clenching her fists tightly. "No! We can't let Sister Jiu worry about us anymore." She pursed her lips tightly. All this is to blame on that bad woman named Jiang Qiao. Although Xiaoyu was reluctant to tell Lin Yi about this, the boy beside her thought about it carefully and felt that this matter was not something they could handle. He took advantage of Xiaoyu's inattention and secretly went out to call Lin Ziya. Lin Ziya didn't know much about the things on the internet. When she heard about this, she was stunned. "You said Xiaoyu was exposed?" The boy told her the whole process and asked her, "Sister Jiao, what do you think we should do?" Lin Jia comforted him. And then said calmly, "I will send someone to pick you up later. You and Xiaoyu can stay at my place for a while. Besides," she paused, "I will find a way to deal with that woman last night." The woman yesterday was called Jiang Qiao. She is the daughter of the president of Jiang Group. The boy was afraid that Lin Yi didn't know her identity. "Okay. I know. I will contact her. Don't worry." After hanging up the phone, Lin Jiao got up to make arrangements. In the afternoon, Jiang Qiao had just arrived at the company not long ago when she heard the assistant knocking on the door. She said, "Come in. Boss Jiang. A lady named Lin Jiao wants to see you." Jiang Qiao was reading a document. She had beautiful makeup and long hair that was neatly groomed. She looked bright and charming without losing her aura. She didn't even raise her eyelids when she heard the words. She said calmly, "I don't know her. I won't see her." "Yes. I go tell her right away." The assistant left, and Jiang Qiao continued to read the document. But after a few minutes, there was a noise outside. And then the door of her office was violently pushed open from outside. Jiang Qiao frowned and raised her eyes. The assistant said in panic, "I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. I didn't stop you." Jiang Qiao. "Right. I want to talk to you about something." Lin Jia was slim, wearing black casual clothes, looking very low-key. Compared with the bright and delicate Jiang Qiao, she seemed more casual. Jiang Qiao looked at her, without saying a word. After 2 seconds, she turned her eyes away lightly. "There are many people looking for me. Do I have to meet them one by one?" "Throw it out." The last 3 words were said to the assistant. The assistant did not dare to delay any longer. No matter whether Lin Yi was willing or not, he dragged her out forcefully. Unlike usual, Jiang Qiao never laughed casually while working. Her aura was full of the boss, and no one in the company dared to question her casually. Lin Yi shook off the assistant, and her voice was a little colder than before. She seemed very dissatisfied with Jiang Qiao's attitude and said directly, 5 minutes, it won't delay you too much time." I came here for Xiao Yu matter. Jiang Qiao raised her eyes, turned the pen in her hand, looked at Lin Xiao for a while, then said to the assistant, "You go out first." The assistant looked at Lin Xiao, nodded and replied, "Yes." The door closed, and the office fell into silence. Jiang Qiao, go. Lin Xiao was a man of few words, and went straight to the point. Xiao Yu is a little girl I rescued. Her father is sick, needs money for treatment, doesn't want to always rely on me, so I was tempted to steal your things. I hope you understand. Jiang Qiao laughed out loud. Don't want to rely on you all the time. So steal things? This logic is really touching. Lin Xiao listened to the disdain in Jiang Qiao's tone. Frowned slightly. Why not eat meat? Not everyone has the conditions like you. She is still young after all. I hope you can give her a chance. Delete the video on the internet. At this point, Lin Xiao felt a little cold in her heart, and stared at Jiang Qiao. She is only 13 years old. Have you ever thought about the consequences of posting that video online? Do you want to ruin her life? Chapter 507. If I can't tear it down, I tear you down. She wants to ruin that little girl life? Interesting. Jiang Qiao sneered. She not very capable, but her mind is quite vicious. You taught her well. Lin Xiao's face changed slightly. What do you mean? Being poor is not a reason for her to steal other people's things, nor is it a reason for you to be so high and mighty and generous to others, and force me to forgive her. If you really want to do that for her good, you might as well teach her how to behave first. So, you're not going to delete the video on your Weibo? Jiang Qiao raised her eyebrows. It depends on whether you have the ability to make me delete it. If not, it will stay on my Weibo forever. I can't stop netizens from doing anything. After all, if I don't clarify, I will be the one being attacked by them. Lin Xiao found that no matter which aspect she spoke from, it seemed that she couldn't convince this woman. She looked at her for a moment and said coldly, "How much money do you want?" Jiang Qiao shrugged and chuckled. Which eye of yours saw that I was short of money? Money and persuasion didn't work. Lin Xiao turned and left. She would always find a way to make Xi unwillingly delete the video. Jiang Qiao glanced at her back, raised her eyebrows, and continued to work. This weekend, Ming Siren was not there. Jiang Qiao had nothing to do, so she went to a personal exhibition. I heard that this painter was good at painting, and even Lin Chong had praised him. Jiang Qiao came to the exhibition, wandered around, and stared at the paintings on the wall. To be honest, she didn't see anything good about it. She was just watching it casually, quietly. When footsteps came from the front, Jiang Qiao looked up, and then paused. Lin Xiao wore a skirt today. She looked less cold and more feminine. It was not until now that Jiang Qiao realized a little bit late, this woman seemed a little like her. Jiang Qiao raised her chin proudly, of course, but the kind of resemblance that was crushed by her. It's not scary to have similar faces. Whoever is ugly will be embarrassed. Lin Xiao discovered this earlier than Jiang Qiao. She felt that her face was strangely familiar in the bar. It's just that this similarity with her did not make her feel happy, because the other party was superior. She simply ignored Jiang Qiao's aggressive beauty, and said in a calm voice, "Ms. Jiang, you still don't plan to delete the video, right?" In the past few days, netizens have dug up Xiao Yu's identity, her residence, including her parents and their current situation. If it weren't for her protection, it's still unknown what would happen now. Even so, Jiang Qiao has never deleted the video, completely ignoring the harm caused to others. She could pay people to delete other videos online, but she couldn't do anything about Jiang Qiao Weibo. Jiang Qiao only glanced at her, and turned her eyes away. You have always protected that little girl. What wrong? You can't protect her now? Lin Xiao breathed heavily. She has learned her lesson. She is just a child after all. That enough. Jiang Qiao curled her lips. You seem to have never thought of asking her to apologize to me. Lin Xiao looked at Jiang Qiao's appearance, pursed her lips. She stared at her for a while, suddenly said in a cold voice, "It seems that Miss Jiang is not suitable to stay here." She directly said to the staff standing next to her, "Please ask Miss Jiang to leave." Jiang Qiao raised her eyebrows, looked her up and down, sneered. "Please leave?" You said please leave? Please leave. Who do you think you are? The staff walked up directly, said to Jiang Qiao, "Miss, please leave." Jiang Qiao said expressionlessly, "Call your boss out." The next second, the staff member looked in the direction of Lin Xiao and said, "My boss is here." The air was quiet. Jiang Qiao slowly raised her eyes, looking at Lin Xiao, who looked cold. She looked like a question mark. Lin Xiao glanced at Jiang Qiao with a cold look, and then lifted her leg and left directly. Jiang Qiao was then invited out of the gallery by the staff. She stood at the door of the gallery, watching the people who kept coming in, and then looked back at the staff who turned around and left directly, and felt that her lungs were about to explode in an instant. She took a breath and laughed out loud out of anger. This was the first time she had ever been driven out of a place. Drive out. Jiang had never suffered such humiliation before. Xiao stepped into the car in high heels, and as she walked to the car, she took out her cell phone from her bag and dialed a number. The driver saw her coming out of the gallery and quickly opened the door for her, asking, "Miss, are you having fun?" Unexpectedly, this remark immediately touched Jiang Qiao's anger point. She was so angry that she sneered, "Are you having fun? I am having so much fun." Driver. He didn't dare to say anything else, and hurriedly opened the car door for Jiang Qiao. When Jiang Qiao bent down and got in, her voice was heard, "Tear down this gallery within 3 days. If you can't tear it down, I will tear you down." Driver. Who on earth has offended their eldest daughter? Are you going to die? Obviously. She has become more stable in the past 2 years. Who made her want to fight? Jiang Qiao finished the call and dialed Lin Chong number again. Sister Qiao Qiao. A deep and pleasant male voice came from the other end. In the past 2 years, the talented young painter has grown up. Jiang Qiao, the painter you praised. Sister Qiao Qiao. Are you talking about the mysterious painter codenamed L? Yes. That rubbish. After a pause, Jiang Qiao heard what he meant, narrowed her eyes, and asked, "Why? You seem to admire her?" At this moment, Lin Chong, who was preparing to give a lecture at a foreign university, suddenly felt a chill behind him. He reacted very quickly and shook his head and said, "I don't appreciate it. I have never said such a stupid thing. It impossible. I am a black fan of that L. From now on, I will never be able to coexist with her in the field of painting. Either she or I or she." Lin Chong finished a long sentence in one breath without any pause. Jiang Qiao, be good. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Qiao still felt unsatisfied. She thought about how Lin Zia looked just now. Pretend to be cool in front of her. Very good, very good. She has a grudge against her. Ming Siren will be away on business for half a month this time. Jiang Qiao is bored staying in an empty villa, so she moved back to her parents' home with their cats, dogs and little robots. After work the day, Jiang Qiao was listening to the person on the phone reporting to her about the situation of Lin He Gallery. When she looked up, she saw Jiang Zealand coming down from upstairs. The man put one hand in his trouser pocket, his figure was tall and slender, and he was pleasing to the eye no matter how you looked at him. He came over, glanced at her lightly, and Jiang Zealand tapped her on the head. "Are you going to play billiards?" Jiang Qiao, "No, I'm not in the mood." Chapter 508 Jiang Zealand Style Warmth. She was still brooding over the fact that Lin Yeo had acted so well in front of her and succeeded. It was no exaggeration to say that it was a stain on her for life. The more she thought about it, the tighter Jiang Qiao's face became. She couldn't stand it. She had to do something to her. Jiang Zealand glanced at her expression, raised his eyebrows, and said in a particularly light tone, "If you don't go, I will tear down 089. Jiang Qiao, question mark. She raised her head suddenly. "Brother." 089 walked over from the direction of the kitchen with his short legs, with a soft voice, and hugged Jiang Zealand's legs and said, "Master, please don't tear me down." The cold-blooded Jiang Zealand was indifferent, and just asked Jiang Qiao lightly, "Are you going?" "Brother." "You devil." Jiang Qiao hung up the phone, walked over and pried open the little robot's short hands, and said angrily, "Don't ask him. A bad guy. He is a heartless person." 089 baby voice sounded particularly aggrieved, and asked her, "Master, when are we going back to Dad's house?" Jiang Qiao touched it, and comforted it softly like coaxing a child. "Be good. We will go back when Dad comes back." 089 nodded obediently. "Yeah." Jiang Zealand looked at 089 with a half-smile. "Dad, I didn't really intend to tear him apart just now, but now it's not certain." 089 seemed to feel the man's gaze, and silently moved behind Jiang Qiao. "Are you going?" The bad guy Jiang Zealand retracted his gaze, and asked again. "Go. Go, is it not okay for me to go?" Jiang Qiao got up, and went upstairs with a stern face. "I don't know what happened to her brother today. Why did he insist on playing billiards with her?" Jiang Zealand leaned against the sofa, glanced at Jiang Qiao, who was obviously much more energetic, and retracted his gaze. He looked at the bewildered 089 calmly, and after a few seconds, hooked his finger at it. 089 trembled. Detecting Jiang Zilin's emotions, 089 couldn't help but move towards him no matter how scared he was. Master, I was wrong. The man was full of aura, and the way he looked at people with his eyes downcast would scare even a living person, let alone the robot he made himself. Jiang Zilin reached out and knocked on its little head. He said in a light tone, I come back and tell you who your real father is. 089. It whined and moved away from him. So scary. The master is really scary. Not long after, Jiang Qiao came down from upstairs. She put on some light makeup and changed into a dress. She looked bright and beautiful with just a simple dress. Jiang Zilin glanced at her casually, stood up straight, and then threw the car keys in his hand to her. You drive on the way. Jiang Qiao took the car keys and snorted in dissatisfaction. You are the one who took me out to play. Why do you want me to drive? Jiang Zilin was too lazy to pay attention to her, and walked out the door. When he arrived at the car, he opened the passenger door and sat in, and then leaned back and closed his eyes to rest. Jiang Qiao, the old driver, had to drive all the way to take him to his destination. When they arrived at the place where they usually played billiards, Jiang Zilin raised his chin, looking lazy as if he was taking his dog out for a walk, and said lightly, Go and play. After that, he found a seat and sat down. Sit down. Sit down. Come up. Come up. Jiang Qiao opened her eyes wide. ? Did she say she wanted to play? She paused for a moment and asked him, Brother, don't you want to play? Jiang Zilin said casually, You play? Then why did he have to bring her here? As if he saw her doubt, Jiang Zilin tilted his head and said slowly, Isn't it okay for me to make time to accompany you to relax? He looked like your dear brother. I made time to accompany you to relax. Do you still want me to play with you? Jiang Qiao. Did she ask him to accompany her? Does she need it? Besides, who said she needed to relax? Why was he so caring in such a strange place? Jiang Qiao complaints filled the screen, but in the end, seeing her brother looking at her lazily, she still felt the warmth from Jiang Zilin unexpectedly. She hummed twice, said nothing, and went to get the cue obediently. They did not choose a separate room, but chose an open billiard room with 7 or 8 billiard tables. At this time, in addition to them, there were already many people gathered at other tables. With Jiang Qiao looks, it's rare for her not to be approached when she goes out. But most of them are just friendly people who want to make friends. Jiang Qiao has a good temper, and she soon plays with a group of people who come to talk to her. Jiang Zilin has always known Jiang Qiao's strong ability to make friends, and he was relieved to see her having fun. Miss, you look so familiar, someone said while looking at Jiang Qiao's face. Jiang Qiao hit a shot, and curled her lips. Before you think I look familiar, you will lose. After taking a look at the situation on the table, the other party shouted, Ah! Sister, you are so awesome. Jiang Zilin received a call in the middle of the conversation, and he walked out of the billiard room. The billiard room was on the 2nd floor, and he could see people coming and going by looking down. He put his hand on the railing and listened to the report on the other end of the phone nonchalantly. Lin Jia saw him at this time. She came out to play with her friends, and felt stuffy after staying in the billiard room for a long time. So she came out to get some fresh air. And then she saw him at a glance. The man was elegant and upright. From this angle, you could see his tight and white neckline and sexy Adam apple. As he moved, his Adam apple rolled up and down, and Lin Jio's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. She subconsciously curled her palms tightly, and her heart felt like it was gently held by a hand, and that feeling was numb, and she couldn't help but take a step forward. She looked down at her high heels and skirt, and fortunately, she was out with friends today, and she didn't dress so casually. She put the hair that fell on her ears behind her ears, adjusted her skirt, and walked towards him. When Lin Zio walked to Jiang Zilin just hung up the phone. He turned his head and met the woman's eyes. Lin Zio was touched by his naturally cold eyes, and felt her heart tighten a little. She hurriedly said, Hello. I am the little girl you helped in Country M 4 years ago. Do you still remember me? Her voice was a little unstable. She was afraid that he would reply to her directly that he didn't know her and turn away like that day. Her eyes moved, and she thought of something. She hurriedly took out her mobile phone. flipped out her photos from 4 years ago from the album, and handed them to him. Her tone was quite nervous and uneasy. I looked like this 4 years ago. I was injured at that time. You asked someone to treat me. Do you still remember? Since she met him, she saved her photos from 4 years ago in her mobile phone, just so that he could remember them after seeing them. Chapter 509 slapped Lin Ji in the face. She will never forget how he looked at that time. The man was reserved and noble. It was easy for the 16-year-old girl to fall for him. Facing the woman's expectant eyes, Jiang Zilin's cold eyes fell on the photo. At this time, Jiang Qiao just finished a game and came out. Those guys were too bad. She defeated them all in a short time. At this moment, she came out to find her brother. Just as she opened the door of the billiard room, she suddenly heard a familiar voice. Do you still remember me? The female voice was nervous and uneasy, clearly mixed with expectation and shyness, and anyone who saw it could see that she had a girlish heart full of love for the other person. Jiang Qiao suddenly stopped. Her beautiful cat eyes slightly widened. She poked out a cute head, looking forward furtively. What going on? What going on? The woman didn't dare to breathe heavily. Her eyes fell directly on the man, and she said softly, My name is Lin Zio. Jiang Qiao swallowed her saliva. When she confessed to Ming Siren, her heartbeat was not so fast. She glanced at the tall and handsome back of her brother, and then glanced at Lin Zio's shy and nervous face. Jiang Qiao. No matter how many exclamation marks she used, she could not describe her mood at the moment. At this moment, Jiang Qiao was so excited that she almost threw a set of punches on the spot. Thank God. Thank God. Thank her dear parents. Thank them for giving her such a handsome brother. Jiang Qiao covered her chest, almost crying. She had never respected her dear brother as much as she did today. Isn't this just pulling the enemy bitch face over for her to hit? Is her brother a human? No. Her brother is a god. Forever a god. In front. Jiang Zilin's eyes did not stay on the photo for long. Jiang Qiao only looked at his back, and knew that this heartless man was impatient again. He was about to turn into a ruthless rejection machine. Her eyes lit up, and she straightened her back immediately, stretched out her hand, and suddenly opened the door of the billiard room. The door hit the wall, making a loud noise. Bang! The two people in front were interrupted and looked at her at the same time. Jiang Qiao raised her chin slightly, and her eyes swept over Lin Jia. Her eyes were as disdainful and sarcastic as possible. She looked at her as if she was looking at a dead ant. Lin Jia was stunned when she saw her, and frowned subconsciously. Jiang Qiao just glanced at her, and then cast her eyes on Jiang Zilin, who was full of iceberg temperament. She blinked her big eyes, looking at him, then opened her red lips slightly, said, Dear love. The voice was as sweet as it could be. Jiang Zilin knew she was going to do something weird just by looking at her eyes, but at this moment, hearing her 3 sudden words, he was still stimulated and his eyelids twitched. What the hell? Jiang Qiao seemed to be unable to see Jiang Zilin's eyes, walked towards him in her high heels, grabbed his arm, looked at him, and angrily accused, What are you talking to this woman about? Jiang Zilin looked at her coldly with his eyes downcast, without saying anything. Lin Zio had been in a state of daze since Jiang Qiao came out, and when she heard Jiang Qiao dear, she didn't come back to her senses for several seconds. Her brain seemed to be blank for a moment, making her unable to react. At this moment, she saw Jiang Qiao walking towards the man step by step, and her eyelashes couldn't help but tremble, and her nerves were like a taut thread, pulling little by little, making her scalp gradually ache. Especially when Jiang Qiao hugged Jiang Zilin's arm without hesitation. She clearly felt her heart being hit hard. She looked at the two of them in disbelief, and her face began to turn pale little by little. Jiang Zilin did not respond, and there was no problem for Jiang Qiao to continue acting. She leaned her head on Jiang Zilin's shoulder in a pretentious manner, because Jiang Zilin did not cooperate. The posture looked stiff no matter how you looked at it. However, Lin Jia was in great mental damage, and did not notice it at all. At this time, Jiang Qiao seemed to feel that the stimulation was not enough. She rolled her eyes, suddenly exclaimed, covered her mouth, and said in a bitch-like tone, Hey, this sister seems to look a bit like me. When Lin Jia heard her words, her body shook, and she looked up suddenly. Jiang Qiao's cat eyes were curved, and she almost told her directly, Why does he care about you? It because you look like me. Looking at Lin Jia's pale face, Jiang Qiao curled the corners of her mouth. Stupid. You little bitch who took the substitute script. You are just my substitute. I am the white moonlight of your sweetheart. The script she designed was so good. It was heartbreaking to think about it. Lin Yi was indeed thinking the same way as Jiang Qiao designed it. She pursed her lips tightly. Her nails dug deep into her palms. And her heart was in turmoil. It turned out that he helped her just because she was a little similar to his girlfriend. No wonder he didn't recognize her. She thought it was a stunning first encounter. But it turned out to be just because of another person. Jiang Qiao's eyes were sparkling. And she just watched Lin Yi torture herself crazily. And she felt so happy inside. The little bitch face was still not white enough. Why hasn't she cried yet? After a few seconds, Lin Yi seemed to finally be unable to bear it anymore. Finally, she turned around and walked away quickly. Jiang Qiao looked at her miserable figure, smacked her lips, and withdrew her gaze with some regret. She thought she could hold on a little longer. After retracting her gaze, Jiang Qiao met Jiang Zilin's gaze. She immediately gave him a brilliant smile. "Ah, my dear brother, why are you looking at me like that?" Jiang Zilin raised his eyebrows and asked calmly, "Why did she offend you?" "Offended me?" When Jiang Qiao heard this, she snorted coldly, let go of Jiang Zilin, and said seriously, "Brother, I tell you this, if you marry a woman like this as my sister-in-law, I will commit suicide immediately to show you." Jiang Zilin. He withdrew his gaze from her face in boredom, and walked towards the billiard room with long legs. When Jiang Qiao saw him leave, she immediately trotted after him, and leaned over. "I'm telling you the truth. I'm not kidding. You're not really interested in this kind of person. Are you, brother? Your vision is not that bad. Right? Brother?" Jiang Zilin listened to her brother, and didn't bother to pay attention to her. He put his hand on her face, and pushed her away. "Okay, stay away from me." Jiang Qiao took his hand away, angrily said, "Brother, if you like that kind of person, you might as well like a man." Jiang Zilin. He turned his head, and laughed out of anger. "Come here." Chapter 510 Account Hacker. Jiang Qiao walked up to him angrily. Jiang Zilin stretched out his hand and flicked her forehead, accompanied by Jiang Qiao's scream of pain, then heard the man's faint voice. "I don't like it. I'm not interested. Did you hear me?" Jiang Qiao covered her head, but immediately became happy, with a smile. "You are worthy of being my brother, you know. You are the male god. No one doesn't like you." No one can resist Jiang Qiao's sweet mouth. Jiang Zilin glanced at her with a smile, and didn't bother to pay attention. On the other side, Lin Yi returned to the billiard room in a daze. Her friend called her several times in a row, but she was in a daze, and didn't hear. Jiu. The friend patted her shoulder. Lin Yi suddenly came to her senses, and looked up in a daze. "Ah!" Her friend observed her face. "You look so ugly. What wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Lin Yi shook her head, and the scene of the two people together flashed before her eyes, and her face gradually became colder, and she pursed her lips tightly. Seeing that she seemed uncomfortable, Lin Ji's friends did not play for long and soon prepared to go back. As soon as they came out, they ran into Jiang Qiao, who was also ready to go back after having enough fun. However, Jiang Qiao and Jiang Zilin were walking in front, and did not pay attention to them, who came out later. Lin Yi saw the man who seemed cold and unapproachable to her, slightly turning his head to talk to Jiang Qiao. He was tall and straight, with a soft profile. The two of them were just walking together, but they looked clearly intimate and harmonious. "Hey, isn't that Jiang Qiao?" At this time, Lin Zi's friends also saw Jiang Qiao and said, "Who is the man next to her? He is so handsome. Is he her boyfriend?" The person being asked looked at the man carefully and said hesitantly, "No way. Isn't her boyfriend Ming Siren, the president of Ming Group? This man doesn't look like him. Jiang Qiao is so popular on the internet now. She has also watched her live broadcast, and naturally seen her stunning boyfriend. But the man next to her looked very unfamiliar. I had never seen him before." When Lin Yi heard her say this, she was stunned. As the group was talking, Jiang Qiao and Jiang Zilin had already left the billiard hall. Lin Yi subconsciously pushed the door and walked out, and her companions hurriedly followed her. To be honest, I quite like Jiang Qiao. I was in her fan group for a while ago. Lin Zi's companion said this, and took out his mobile phone to take a picture of Jiang Qiao. It was not easy to meet the idol she liked. Of course, she had to take a picture to keep as a souvenir. As she took the picture, she looked at the woman's face on the screen and exclaimed, "Wow. I'm not saying. This lady face has never collapsed." Jiang Qiao and Jiang Zilin's car was parked not far away. The luxury car was low-key but noble. Jiang Qiao ran to the passenger seat, and opened the door for her brother personally. "Brother, Please sit down. She was in a very happy mood after slapping the little bitch in the face. And she was no longer reluctant before coming. Jiang Zealand walked over with long legs, curled his thin lips, patted her little head, then bent down and got in. The car drove away quickly. Lin He waited until the car disappeared from her sight, turned her head, and asked her companions, "Do you know who Jiang Qiao's boyfriend is?" "I know only Jia. You have been abroad all the time. So you don't know these domestic news. Jiang Qiao is often on the hot search." Lin He moved her eyelashes. "Do you have a photo of her boyfriend?" "I have it. I saved it." The person who spoke flipped through the photos saved in his mobile phone. The man's face was a screenshot from the live broadcast that day. He had a straight nose and thin lips, and peach blossom eyes with a gentle smile, and an impeccable and charming appearance. Lin Jia looked at the photo. Since Jiang Qiao already had him, what was going on between her and that man? Lin Jia's eyes flickered slightly, looking at the friend who had just taken the photo, asked, "Show me what you just took." The photo just happened to capture the scene where the man had just intimately patted Jiang Qiao's head. But the man was facing away from the camera, so only his tall back was captured. Her eyes were slightly cold, and after looking at it for a few seconds, she said to the friend, "Send me a copy of the photo." "Okay." "Jia, do you like Jiang Qiao too?" Lin Jia didn't say anything. "Like?" She pulled a corner of her mouth, her eyes slightly cold. That night, Lin Jia returned home and turned on the computer. The little girl named Xiao Yu heard her coming back, knocked on the door, and after getting Lin Jia permission, she pushed the door open and walked in timidly. "Sister Jiao." Lin Jia took a look. "Waiter over. What wrong? Are you having a nightmare again?" Jiang Qiao's indulgence led to netizens being unscrupulous. Xiao Yu met netizens when she went to visit her parents and was frightened. She has been having nightmares in recent days. Xiao Yu hugged Lin Jiao. "Sister Jiao, I'm so scared." Lin Yi comforted her a few words. "It's okay. Don't be afraid. I'm here." Xiao Yu saw the photo of Jiang Qiao that Lin Yi uploaded to the computer from the corner of her eye, and was stunned. "Sister Jiao, what is this?" Lin Ziyu didn't look back, but smiled. "Don't worry. Sister Jiao will get you back from her for all the suffering you have endured." Xiao Yu buried his head in her arms and nodded gently. After Xiao Yu left, Lin Jiao called a friend. She leaned back in her seat, looking at the dim room, with a cold look in her eyes. "I didn't want to bother you. Please do me a favor." That night, while netizens were surfing the internet passionately, some netizens suddenly found that Jiang Qiao Weibo interface had changed. First, her avatar changed, from a selfie to a picture with a few words printed on it. Then netizens clicked on it, and found a few words written on it, which were, "I cheated, I am guilty." Netizens who saw this suddenly felt a little nervous. What is going on? Looking at her Weibo again, the cover picture was also changed, and it was replaced with a picture of her being touched on the head by a man. It was too obvious that her account had been hacked, but seeing Jiang Qiao Weibo suddenly changed like this, everyone was still surprised, and they all came to watch. The 6 words on her avatar were very suggestive. Seeing those words, even if it was an ordinary photo, people would subconsciously suspect that the man and woman in the photo were in a relationship, not to mention that the man in the photo was touching Jiang Qiao's head at this moment. Intimacy was everywhere. What is going on? Jiang Qiao is having another cheating scandal? Chapter 511. Don't seduce me. It had been only a short time since she had an affair with a male idol. Why does she always have such an incident? As the saying goes, a fly won't bite an egg without cracks. It happened so many times. She can't be that innocent. Right? Please, last time. Sister Qiao clearly released the video of the male idol taking off his clothes and asking for unspoken rules. Are you blind? You can throw all kinds of dirty water on Sister Qiao? Maybe Jiang Qiao used her power to force the male idol to shoot such a video to whitewash herself? Forget about that time. How will she explain this time? I will say that I feel sorry for Ming Father first. The above, Ming Father doesn't need a bastard like you to feel sorry for him. The internet became lively again because Jiang Qiao's account was suddenly hacked, and some videos and photos on Jiang Qiao Weibo were deleted, including the surveillance video of Xiao Yu stealing things, all deleted completely. Lin Xia looked at the Weibo she had just downloaded with an indifferent expression. She looked at the online discussions about Jiang Qiao, and thought coldly, this time, these so-called netizens will not target Xiao Yu again. Lin Xia's fingers paused slightly, as she clicked on the photo of Jiang Qiao interacting intimately with a man on the homepage. If they were really together, after this incident, there would be no possibility. She looked at Jiang Qiao's smiling face coldly. Since she has a boyfriend, she still flirts with other men. So she should be punished. She just exposed it to the public. And she still thought it was too light. How could such a woman deserve his love? How could she deserve it? Lin Yi was browsing Weibo when her phone suddenly vibrated. She glanced at the caller ID, slid her finger lightly, and pressed the answer button. Hello? She was just listening to the staff words casually. But after just 2 sentences, her face changed slightly. And she stood up suddenly, saying word by word, "What did you say? The gallery is going to be demolished?" She pursed her lips. Who told you? How is this possible? She didn't know what the person on the other end of the phone said. And her face became more and more gloomy. So, it was someone from Jiang Qiao's side who did this. Because they were unhappy with me kicking her out? Just because of this, she was going to tear down her gallery. Lin Zio clenched her palms. She listened to the staff words, and calmed down quickly. When she opened her eyes again, there was no emotion in her eyes. Okay, I got it. I hang up first. After hanging up the phone, Lin Zia looked at the things on the table, reached out, and swept them to the ground. A loud crackling sound suddenly came from the room. Lin Zi's chest rose and fell. That crazy woman. Jiang crazy woman Xiao. Just after taking a shower, just after changing into comfortable clothes and video chatting with Si Ran, suddenly, she received a call from the company PR manager. She was chewing an apple while listening to the PR manager words. As she listened, she paused chewing the apple. What did you say? She took her phone to log into Weibo. Sure enough, she found that she couldn't log in at all. She changed her small account to search her Weibo. Then she found that her avatar and cover had been changed. There were a few words written on her profile picture. I cheated, I am guilty. At the same time, her Weibo also deleted the video of the little girl named Xiaoyu stealing things. Jiang Qiao looked at the cover of her and her brother. She didn't even need to guess who did it. The location was the entrance of the billiard hall today. Who else could it be except that little bitch named Lin Zio? It seems that tearing down her gallery is not enough. She still wants to go against her. Right? But now Jiang Qiao can't log into her Weibo, which completely affects her speed of quarreling, and she immediately starts knocking on the table and shouting, Brother Si Ran. Brother Si Ran. On the other side of the video, Ming Siren was working. His phone was just hanging there. He was still focusing most of his energy on work. His black shirt made him look a little more abstinent. Hearing Jiang Qiao's voice at this moment, he raised his eyes. Asked, what wrong? Jiang Qiao immediately complained. Someone bullied me and hacked my Weibo account. Please help me fix it, quickly. The woman's eyes sparkled. She complained to him so confidently. Her voice was soft. Hearing it in Ming Siren's ears, he couldn't help laughing. She has completely changed into the way she was when they were dating before. Arrogant and willful. And full of dependence on him. Ming Siren turned his pen, put his work aside, turned on the computer, and said to her in a low, lazy and sexy voice, okay. Jiang Qiao saw that the man did these little things for her without any impatience. His fingers were typing on the keyboard, staring at the screen, and his expression was serious. Jiang Qiao had nothing to do at this time. So she rested her chin on her hand and moved closer to the phone. Looking at his appearance, she couldn't help but say, you are so sexy now, Brother Siren. Ming Siren stared at the screen and said casually, don't seduce me. Jiang Qiao snorted twice. She said she was seducing him. Ming Siren did it quickly. Jiang Qiao successfully logged into Weibo soon. She said to him, okay, you work. I won't bother you. Ming Siren looked at her and said, what happened? I will handle it for you. Jiang Qiao immediately shook her head. What the point? No. She is a person who never relies on men to fight. Ming Siren. He shook his head, smiled helplessly, took the document. At this time, the internet was discussing the relationship between Jiang Qiao and the mysterious man, and there was no lack of insults and slanders against her. Jiang Qiao flipped through the comments, such as she looks like a promiscuous person, sorry Ming Siren, flies don't bite seamless eggs and so on, as if they would not stop until they stepped on her to the ground. Only her old fans were defending her, saying that it was just a pat on the head. Can't it be just an ordinary friendship? The netizens were taking it too far. There are also a few fans with good memory who are wondering, hey, how come this handsome man looks so familiar when looking at his back? Who is he? But there are too many handsome guys around Qiajia. They couldn't remember who it was for a while. Jiang Qiao was browsing Weibo, and at this time, She suddenly saw a comment like this in her Weibo, Jiang Qiao. This woman is fickle. Eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. If I were Ming Siren, I would immediately find out who this adulterer is. No matter what, I would beat him up first to relieve my anger. Too cowardly, it a waste of time to be the president of Ming Group. Jiang Qiao. Jiang Qiao looked at this big brother comment, almost choked on her saliva, typed on the phone, and replied to him directly. Jiang Qiao v. I think this person, even if it was Siren, he wouldn't dare to beat him. Chapter 512, Jiang Zilan. The most beautiful woman in the world. The big brother replied to her immediately. Don't dare? What's wrong? Can he still be the king of the world? Jiang Qiao v. Oh, that's not the case, he is my brother. Manual goodbye. Jiang Qiao's last reply was forwarded by her. Many netizens looked at the two words brother in this line. The first to react were the old fans who knew Jiang Zilan. They were instantly excited. Fuck. I remembered it. I finally remembered it. No wonder I felt familiar with that handsome guy's back photo. It turned out to be my brother. It's our brother Zilan. How could we forget my brother? In addition to Father Ming, brother Zilan is also a god. No way. Sister Qiao's brother is really too low-key, even more low-key than Father Ming. It's understandable that most people have forgotten him. Wow. I really want to see what he looks like now, Sister Qiao. Please live broadcast. The word brother suddenly evoked the memories of these old fans. Recalling the man who was so cool, the old fans began to scream like crazy. Brother Zilan. Unlike the old fans, the new group of netizens who had not participated in the events 2 years ago were stunned. Looking at this group of excited people, the first reaction was, where do you have so many brothers? And this complaint was confidently replied by Jiang Qiao's old fans. Damn! All the good-looking ones are brothers. In addition to them, there are also some people who were aroused by the discussion of Jiang Qiao's old fans. Immediately began to ask, what does brother Jiang Qiao look like? Is he pretty? I'm so curious. The main reason is that Jiang Qiao's looks are there. Since the sister is so pretty, then the brother shouldn't be that bad. Right? Everyone just imagines that he shouldn't be that bad. Even if he can't compare to our sister Qiao, he should still be a handsome guy. I'm really looking forward to it. Who has a photo? Please +1 for the photo. Seeing these people asking like this, Jiang Qiao's old fans couldn't help but reply below. A handsome guy? My dears, you underestimate brother Zilan. Jiang Zilan is a real beauty. And he is not just a name for nothing. Sisters, just use your exaggerated imagination. Brother Zilan is really super handsome. You know what Ming father looks like. Right? Brother Zilan is at that level. Ha ha ha. Yes. I remember those 2 long legs. Especially. I am greedy. Seeing the descriptions and crazy praises from Jiang Qiao old fans, everyone's curiosity was instantly aroused. What does he look like? Of course. There are also haters, who are trying to make their presence felt at this time. What handsome guy. If you have the guts, post a photo. What are you bragging about? I just searched online, and I didn't find any photo of Jiang Qiao's brother. Of course. You can brag about him as much as you want. Oh, the winner in life has one more character, a handsome brother. I know all this. Jiang Qiao's old fans simply don't care about these haters' words. No matter how they provoke, each of them is full of bad taste. They just refuse to post photos of Jiang Zilan. You bastards, I let you run wild for a while, and then wait to be slapped in the face. In the room, Jiang Qiao's little eyes stared at the netizens who were arguing on the phone, and sometimes when she saw an interesting joke, she couldn't help but curl her lips. Ming Siren had been working until now, and was a little tired. He got up to pour a cup of coffee, and then sat back, lazily propping up his head, just looking at Jiang Qiao. The peach blossom eyes were slightly smiling. Ming Siren was working. Jiang Qiao was embarrassed to keep disturbing him, and looked up after browsing Weibo for a while, but was caught off guard by the man's gentle and doting eyes, and he just looked at her, and he didn't know how long he looked. Jiang Qiao's heart suddenly started beating faster. She pursed her lips, her ears felt hot. What was this man secretly watching her do? It was really embarrassing. When will you be back? She put down her phone. Soon, miss me? Jiang Qiao raised her eyes, met the man's eyes, she nodded, then thought of something, suddenly said, by the way, your son is about to be torn apart by my brother. Ming Siren took 2 seconds to react to realize that she was talking about 089. He paused for a moment, and said slowly, you scared me. When I heard about the son, I thought you were pregnant. Jiang Qiao. Ming Siren propped up his head, looking at her, said nonchalantly, "Brother is so happy for nothing. He did it on purpose." Jiang Qiao Weibo post of Dear Brother. Quipped the online incidents instantly, but although the netizens calmed down, some people tossed and turned, and could not fall asleep all night. Lin Yeo lay on the bed. Without turning on the lights in the room, she lay there for a while, and then suddenly stood up. She took the phone, opened Weibo, and stared at the words Dear Brother in Jiang Qiao Weibo post. It her brother. It actually her brother. Jiang Qiao lied to her. She not his girlfriend at all. She saw what she was thinking, so she treated her like that on purpose. And she herself didn't leave any room for it. Jiang Qiao is his sister. If she slanders her in front of him, what should he do? For a moment, Lin Zio was in a state of confusion. She was excited that the man and Jiang Qiao were just siblings, but she was also annoyed that they were actually siblings. All night long, Lin Zio was thinking about all sorts of things, and couldn't fall asleep at all. The next day, Lin Jia didn't eat breakfast. She took the car keys and drove out. She came to the door of Jiang Qiao Company and waited. At 8 o'clock, Lin Jia saw Jiang Qiao coming to the company. She immediately got out of the car, walked a few steps and stopped her. "Let talk." Jiang Qiao glanced at this woman, and what came to her mind were the words on her Weibo avatar last night. "I cheated and I am guilty." Such a self-righteous and despicable woman. Jiang Qiao looked down on her from the bottom of her heart. She said calmly, "I don't think we have anything to talk about." She reached out to press the special elevator. Lin Jia stood in front of her. Her face was tense. "You lied to me. You and him are just siblings. But you lied to me that you are his girlfriend. Why?" Jiang Qiao looked at her, a little amused, and said bluntly, "You don't think that if I didn't say that yesterday, my brother would like you, right? Where does the confidence come from?" Lin Jia's face turned green and red when she said that. "If you don't come out, no one knows what the result will be." Jiang Qiao listened to this and raised her eyebrows. "I did make trouble, but my brother didn't stop me. If he had any interest in you, it would be useless for me to make a fuss, right?" After saying this, Jiang Qiao went around Lin Zio and got on the elevator. Chapter 513 I'm being covered up by someone. The lethality of this sentence can be seen from the fact that Lin Jia's face turned pale. Jiang Qiao was indifferent to this, and the elevator door closed quickly. In the afternoon, Jiang Qiao was invited by a friend to go to the winery for wine tasting. She asked the driver to drive her. While waiting, she caught a glimpse of Lin Zio's car. She hadn't left yet. Jiang Qiao ignored her, and got in the car as soon as the driver came. Through the rearview mirror, she saw Lin Zio's car following closely, as if it was a sign of a desperate struggle. Jiang Qiao sighed softly. It was the first time she was so annoyed by someone. "Miss, you can't drink much. When I came here, the young master told you to drink less." Jiang Qiao nodded. "Yes, I know." She leaned back in her seat to rest. More than an hour later, the car arrived at the destination. Jiang Qiao opened the door and got out. A friend came to pick her up. Jiang Qiao couldn't help but smile and walked in with her friend. Lin Zio then got out of the car, took a look at the winery, and then walked in. This winery is very large. It is said that it is a private family winery, and its products are of the level that can be served in state banquets. Jiang Qiao took a look and nodded. Indeed, even the aroma of wine floating around was filled with a super rich smell. While talking to her friend, Jiang Qiao heard footsteps coming towards her. When she looked up, she saw the lingering Lin Jia. Jiang Qiao was impatient. "What the matter with you?" Lin Jia said in a cold tone. "I said, let talk." The friend next to Jiang Qiao asked her, "Qiao Qiao, who is this?" Jiang Qiao did not answer, stared at Lin Zio for a moment, said, "Go ahead, what do you want to talk about?" Lin Jia pursed her lips, then said, "I want to see your brother." Jiang Qiao, ? She smiled. "You want to see my brother?" Lin Zio nodded. She didn't know where the man lived, nor where could she meet him again. The only thing she could do was to contact him again through Jiang Qiao. Jiang Qiao looked at her for a while. "Are you crazy?" She really doubted that this woman had any mental problems. Wasn't her brother's attitude towards her obvious enough? Why did she insist on it? Besides, even if she could be understood as being infatuated, didn't she know what she had done to him? Why did she think her brother would accept her? She really had a poisonous brain. Listening to Jiang Qiao's sarcastic tone, Lin Zia didn't even move her eyebrows. "I just want to see him." Why are you so guilty? Why don't you let me see him? Jiang Qiao was so angry that she almost laughed. This person was simply unreasonable. In the distance, hearing the voice coming from the distance, the woman stopped, turned her head, faced in that direction, and asked the bodyguard beside her, "Who is there?" The bodyguard looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a familiar figure. He hurriedly said to the woman beside him, "Miss, it Mr. Jiang's sister." Yi Suiyu eyebrows moved slightly. "Jiang Qiao?" The bodyguard replied, "Yes, it her." Yi Suiyu held a cane in her hand, tapped the ground lightly, and raised the corner of her lips. "Really? She here too?" She said lightly. "Let go and take a look." "And here at Jiang Qiao place." Lin Zia was stopping Jiang Qiao from leaving. Jiang Qiao was impatient, and called the waiter in the manner over, and said directly, "Let her go out. It disturbing us." The waiter was a little hesitant when he heard it. This was not something he could decide. Everyone who came here was a guest. And he glanced at Lin Zia, who didn't seem to have done anything out of the ordinary. "Miss, if you think it too noisy here, why don't you go inside and take a look?" the waiter said politely. But it was clear that he didn't intend to ask Lin Zia to leave. Jiang Qiao frowned. Seeing this, Lin Zia sneered. Jiang Qiao's eyes suddenly came over. But there was no fear on Lin Zia's face. She curled her lips, and even said, "It seems that you are disappointed." Jiang Qiao touched the back teeth with the tip of her tongue. "Shit!" thinking of what she had done to herself. Lin Zia continued expressionlessly, "You think you can tear down my gallery and walk around everywhere? If you are so powerful, you can tear down this winery too. Do you have such great ability?" Looking at Jiang Qiao's face at the moment, Lin Zia felt a little happy. She couldn't tell whether she should soften her attitude and ask Jiang Qiao to let her see her brother, or whether she should be tough for Xiaoyu. She just knew that she couldn't help herself when she saw Jiang Qiao's smug expression. "I couldn't help but want to make the smile on her face disappear completely." Lin Zia looked at Jiang Qiao's face, and said lightly, "Unfortunately, this place is not yours, you can't let me out." When she said this, Jiang Qiao remembered the day when Lin Zia kicked her out of her gallery. It was such a shame. Jiang Qiao's friends felt that Jiang Qiao was about to burn, and quickly pulled her back. "Qiao, calm down. Calm down." Jiang Qiao was just about to tear this bitch apart, but a woman chuckle suddenly sounded at this moment. Jiang Qiao raised her eyes, and looked towards the source of the voice. Lin Zia also turned her head. Yi Suiyu was holding a cane in her hand, and walked at a leisurely pace. She was very beautiful, and her steps were elegant and calm. She wore a long skirt, and she could clearly feel the nobility and arrogance of a young lady. She couldn't see, but she found Lin Zia's position accurately. Lin Zia looked at the impeccable appearance of this woman and frowned subconsciously. Yi Suiyu faced her direction. Her voice was a little colder than hers, but it was not annoying at all. She said lightly, "Come here, ask this lady to leave." Lin Zia was stunned. The bodyguard had already stepped forward, and directly grabbed Lin Zia's arm, saying to her, "Please go." "Who are you? Let go!" Lin Zia was immediately angry. Yi Suiyu seemed to have noticed Lin Zia's emotions, facing her direction, and smiled gently. "I'm sorry, although this place is not hers, but it is mine," she said. "I want to ask a few people to leave, and it is still possible." Lin Zia looked at Jiang Qiao, and then at the blind woman in front of her. Her face changed slightly, and forgot to speak for a while. Before she could react, she was forcefully asked to leave by the bodyguard. She looked much more embarrassed than the day Jiang Qiao was asked to leave. It was quiet all around. In addition to the smell of wine, there was also a faint scent of women in the air. Jiang Qiao's beautiful cat eyes blinked twice. The whole person. A thought suddenly floated in her mind. Is this being covered by someone? Or is it a beautiful lady? Yi Suiyu faced Jiang Qiao's direction and greeted her with a smile. "Long time no see. Jiang Zilan's sister." Chapter 514. "So you are also greedy for my brother?" She knows this beautiful sister. Yi Suiyu, her brother high school classmate. Jiang Qiao looked at her with sparkling eyes. "Hello." Yi Suiyu stretched out her hand in the direction of Jiang Qiao, and said in a gentle voice, "I have kept a few bottles of treasures. Shall we go and taste them together?" Jiang Qiao subconsciously held her hand, and then her eyelashes moved slightly. "Wow, so soft." Yi Suiyu said to the bodyguard beside him, "Lead the way." Jiang Qiao and her friends went to Yi Suiyu underground wine cellar, and tasted her treasured red wine. The mellow taste spread between her lips and teeth. Jiang Qiao was in a very good mood, and said to Yi Suiyu, Thank you for helping me slap that little bitch in the face just now. As the saying goes, as long as they hit the same little bitch in the face, then they are good sisters. In the wine cellar, the warm tone lights made the woman's face more delicate. Except for the lifeless eyes, her face was impeccable. Hearing this, Yi Suiyu curled her lips. She supported her chin with one hand, and gently shook the red wine in the glass with the other hand, and gently asked Jiang Qiao, "Are you really thanking me?" Jiang Qiao nodded immediately, as cute as a naive person. Yeah. Yi Suiyu smiled. She asked Jiang Qiao to come over, and then she stroked her head like a petting kitten, and said in a gentle voice with endless temptation, "Then please invite me to your house for a meal?" After a pause, she moved closer to her, and said with her red lips, "Call your brother." Jiang Qiao. She looked at the beautiful hand of the woman who was stroking her hair, and then looked at the gentle but sinister-looking beautiful woman opposite her. "So you are also greedy for my brother body?" Jiang Qiao felt that she might have been blinded by beauty, and she herself didn't know what was going on, so she took Yi Suiyu to her car. She sat in the car, with a stern face, and a very serious expression. After a while, Yi Suiyu opened the door, and got in gracefully. Her bodyguard brought the gift she brought for her first visit, and handed it to Yi Suiyu, and reminded her, "Miss, be careful on the road." Yi Suiyu said, "Yes." The faint fragrance on the woman's body made people feel comfortable. Closing the car door, the outside noise was blocked, and the car seemed very quiet. The driver started the car and drove home. Jiang Qiao glanced at her. The woman's eyelashes were slightly drooping, and her nose was straight. Just looking at her gave people a sense of nobility. She retracted her gaze. She thought she was attracted by her personality charm and helped her. But she didn't expect it was because of her brother. Yi Suiyu clearly couldn't see Jiang Qiao's face at the moment, but he seemed to know her little emotions and took a gift from the paper bag at hand. She said, "This is for you." Jiang Qiao looked at the blue box on her lap. Still with a stern face, "Don't think I forgive you just because you're pretty. Even if you give me a gift." Yi Suiyu has a very good temper. She is a few years older than Jiang Qiao. At this moment, she just thinks she very interesting, and her tone contains some laughter. "Open it first." Jiang Qiao heard this and sneered. "Oh, is she the one who is short of money?" She opened the box carelessly, and tried to make it clear to her, "I'm telling you, I'm not the kind of person who can be easily bribed. And you have other intentions." Shit. Before she finished speaking, Jiang Qiao suddenly widened her eyes when she saw what was in the box. Chapter 515. I'm determined to be your friend. The air was quiet. Jiang Qiao slowly swallowed her saliva, and stretched out her hand. With trembling hands, she took out the platinum crown inlaid with many large diamonds, and hundreds of diamond fragments. Looking at Yi Suiyu, "Excuse me, is this the crown named Flame, which was designed by a mysterious designer, the treasure of the UL brand, and which I have tried to buy hundreds of times, but they refuse to sell it to me?" Yi Suiyu listened to her super long prefix, and couldn't help laughing. "As long as you like it." Jiang Qiao hadn't recovered from her shock yet. Her eyes seemed to be glued to the crown. Didn't they say that this crown was the first work of that designer? Why didn't she refuse to sell it? How did you buy it? The designer who designed this crown was very mysterious, but very talented. Jiang Qiao guessed that she should be a woman, because her works were very dreamy and beautiful, just like the embodiment of every girl dream. When Yi Suiyu heard the word designer, her lifeless eyes moved slightly. She curled her lips, and said, "Maybe a fate?" Jiang Qiao didn't notice her expression. She couldn't let go of the beautiful crown. She looked at her and said, "Are you really willing to give it to me?" "Why?" "Because." Yi Suiyu paused slightly, and her slender white fingers touched the crown. Then she took it from Jiang Qiao's hand, and put it on Jiang Qiao's head slowly but accurately. She said in a gentle voice, "You are just a little princess." The woman's voice was soft, and it just went into her ears, as if it had the power to bewitch people, and made people's hearts tremble. Jiang Qiao was caught off guard when she heard this. It was the first time that someone praised her for looking like a princess. Her ears blushed as she said loudly, "I'm determined to be your friend." How could he be so discerning? Yi Suiyu couldn't help laughing. "Why don't you look like your brother at all?" Jiang Qiao said, as a matter of course, "I look like him. I never find a boyfriend in this life." The two chatted all the way, and before long, Jiang Qiao and Yi Suiyu arrived home. Jiang Qiao's parents happened to be there. When Yi Suiyu took out the gift for their first meeting, they didn't care at first, but soon they opened it, and found it really fragrant. No one was short of money, but unfortunately, Yi Suiyu hit them in the most vulnerable spot. At night, a black car drove in from the night. The car door opened. Shiny leather shoes stepped on the ground. Jiang Zealand bent down slightly to get out of the car. His cold eyes swept towards the bright villa, then walked in with long legs. The driver drove away. Before Jiang Zealand even reached the door, he heard a voice with laughter coming from inside the house. He raised his eyebrows slightly, but did not take it seriously. He walked in while loosening his tie. Jiang Qiao and the others were sitting on the sofa in the living room. When they saw the man, they immediately said, "Zealand is back? Are you tired? Brother, you are back." Jiang Zealand. Hello. Jiang Zealand did not take these words to heart at first. He just responded and went upstairs. He was a little tired and was about to take a shower. But as soon as he stepped on the stairs, he suddenly seemed to realize something and stopped. He slowly turned his head. He saw Yi Suiyu, the woman, sitting upright on the sofa, with his parents, facing his direction. As if she noticed that he was not moving, she said very naturally, "Have you had dinner?" Jiang Zealand, ? Chapter 516 Sister, you are really brave. Jiang Qiao turned her head. Yes. Brother, have you had dinner? Jiang Zealand's eyes fell on Yi Suiyu for a few seconds, furrowed his eyebrows, and said lightly, "Why is she here?" Jiang Qiao immediately said very righteously, "She is my guest." Jiang Zealand glanced at her, then turned his head without any reaction, and walked upstairs. Jiang Qiao leaned on the sofa and called him, "Brother, are you not going to have dinner?" "Yeah. There are guests at home. Why don't you just leave without entertaining them?" Jiang Zealand said casually, "You invited the guests, you should entertain them." Jiang Qiao. She looked at Yi Suiyu. The woman was sitting on the sofa, quite calm, not even moving her eyebrows. Not long after, the food was served on the table. Jiang Qiao got up and approached Yi Suiyu and asked her secretly, "What do you like about my brother, who is such a cold-blooded rejection machine?" What Jiang Qiao didn't expect was that Yi Suiyu smiled. Her cold and beautiful eyes softened instantly. She said, "I just like you." Jiang Qiao was touched. This black-bellied beauty didn't seem to be just greedy for her brother body. She actually liked his big devil inner self. Jiang Qiao shook her head. Incredible. Incredible. At the dinner table, Jiang Qiao was very enthusiastic. She picked up some food for Yi Suiyu. "Little sister, eat more." Yi Suiyu smiled and thanked her. "Thank you." Jiang Qiao mother Wanqiu looked at Yi Suiyu and said, "Miss Yi, just call me Suiyu." Wanqiu smiled and said, "Okay, Suiyu." Jia Qiao said that you and our Zeilon were high school classmates? "Yes. I've lived to this age, but this is the first time I've seen Zeilon classmates come to my house." Wanqiu sighed. "I always thought that no one would want to be with him because of his bad temper." Jiang Qiao. "Mom?" Yi Suiyu chuckled. "No. He has always been very popular. Both men and women like him very much. But maybe no one dares to follow him back." Wanqiu said so. After all, he is her son. Hearing her say that, she immediately asked curiously, "Really? Many people like him?" "Yes." Yi Suiyu said in a gentle voice, "Like me. I had a crush on him throughout my school years." As soon as these words fell, the table was instantly quiet. Mr. Jiang was choked and coughed twice, then raised his eyes and looked at her. Wanqiu was also stunned. Jiang Qiao ate silently. "Sister, you are really brave." Jiang Zealand came out of the shower to pour water. As soon as he walked downstairs, he heard his parents' voices with obvious gossip and excitement. What happened next? What happened later? Yi Suiyu said calmly. "Later. He didn't accept me. I was too sad. And there were some misunderstandings. So I went to study abroad. Later, 2 years ago, I got into some trouble. And I met him again. He helped me solve it. At that time, I felt that he was the only one I could have." Jiang Zealand walked downstairs and saw that the 3 people in the restaurant were not eating. They just listened to Yi Suiyu talking eagerly. Yi Suiyu seemed like a pyramid scheme leader, shaking his head and sighing artificially. "Sure enough, when you are young, you can't meet someone too amazing. Otherwise you won't be able to spend the rest of your life in peace. He is really too good." Jiang Qinheng and Wanqiu were embarrassed by the praise. "Oh Suiyu, look at what you said. He is not that good, he is a heartless man. Girls are grateful to have him." "That right. My brother is really a weird person. Jiang Zealand? ? The man took a long step, walked over slowly, and put the water cup in his hand on the table. The water cup hit the table, making a light sound. The table was silent for a moment. Jiang Zealand was tall and graceful, and had an icy aura. He glanced at them calmly and said, "Did you have a good chat?" The three of them immediately fell silent. Jiang Zealand retracted his gaze, and looked at Yi Suiyu. "Have you finished eating? I take you home." Yi Suiyu faced him, paused for a few seconds, and curled her lips. "Okay," she said. "But I'm not familiar with your home. Can you take me out?" As she spoke, she extended her hand to Jiang Zealand, and it was obvious that she wanted him to hold her hand. The three of them ate silently, but were secretly watching them. Seeing Yi Suiyu operation, he praised her as a master. Jiang Zealand put one hand in his pocket, without even raising his eyelids, took her folding cane, and threw it away expressionlessly, touched her hand with the end, and said in a very cold voice, "Hold it yourself." It was also obvious that he didn't want to hold someone's hand directly. As soon as he did this, Jiang Qiao and the other three. Yi Suiyu was also silent for a while, and then reluctantly held one end of the cane, said goodbye to Jiang Qiao and the others, and was taken away by him. Looking at the backs of the two, Wan Qiao covered his forehead and sighed with great sorrow. "Will I be able to hold my grandson in my life?" Jiang Qiao muttered, "I don't think so." Outside the door, Yi Suiyu almost missed a step when she was about to go down the stairs. Jiang Zealand supported her and frowned. "Be careful." Yi Suiyu touched his slightly cool hand. Her mouth slightly curved. And she said, "I touched it." Jiang Zealand glanced at her expressionlessly. "Do you want me to throw you out?" Her eyes slightly curved. "How to throw?" "Throw while holding." Jiang Zealand looked at her coldly without saying anything. A few seconds later, Yi Suiyu said honestly, "I was wrong. Let her wait here first." Jiang Zealand went to drive over. The neon lights of the city flickered at night. Jiang Zealand propped his elbow on the car window, supported his head, and held the steering wheel with his other hand. With a somewhat casual posture, he had just taken a shower, and his body smelled clean and good. Yi Suiyu wanted to say a few words to him, but he didn't say anything in this atmosphere. Jiang Zealand drove fast but steadily. It didn't take long for him to park the car in front of the Yi family. He said calmly, "We're here." Yi Suiyu didn't get out of the car right away. He said, "Xiao Qiao is very cute." When Jiang Qiao was mentioned, Jiang Zealand pulled his lips and said a few more words. It was very noisy. Although it was such an evaluation, the indulgence in his tone was obvious. Yi Suiyu couldn't help but curl his lips. At this time, the bodyguard saw the car parked at the door and immediately walked in this direction. Yi Suiyu tilted her head, but couldn't find a topic for a while, and pursed her lips. "Then I leave," Jiang Zealand said lightly. "Wait." Yi Suiyu paused immediately. Because she couldn't see, her other senses were more obvious. She clearly felt the man approaching her, and her back couldn't help but tense. The pleasant smell of the man was very close to her. Just when she was nervous and at a loss, a subtle sound rang in her ears. Chapter 517. The little bitch still wants to be famous? He helped her unbuckle her seat belt. Yi Suiyu eyelashes moved slightly, and said softly, "Thank you." Jiang Zealand didn't say anything. After she got out of the car, he didn't stay for long, and left quickly. Yi Suiyu faced the direction the car left, until the bodyguard came over and said, "Miss?" Yi Suiyu turned around, and his mouth slightly curved, and said in a relaxed voice, "Let go." Jiang Zealand returned home, and Jiang Qiao was the only one left in the living room. Seeing him, Jiang Qiao immediately strolled over, staring at him with her eyes. Jiang Zealand raised her eyebrows. "What are you looking at? Sending Sister Suiyu home?" Jiang Zealand put the car keys on the table, and hummed. "What do you feel?" "What do you mean?" Jiang Zealand walked past her, and went upstairs. Jiang Qiao followed him. "Are you moved?" Sister Suiyu said, "She has liked you for many years." Jiang Zealand ignored her, and went upstairs directly. Jiang Qiao followed him and chattered, until Jiang Zealand opened the door, and threw her a word, "Noisy." Then he slammed the door shut, and locked her out. Jiang Qiao. He will be single forever. Since Ming Siren went on a business trip, Jiang Qiao had free time. That night, she was lying on the bed applying a facial mask, browsing Weibo, her long white and slender legs swaying very leisurely. Clicking on the hot search list, she casually clicked on the first hot search entry. The hot search was a video. She opened it and watched it. At this time, Jiang Qiao was still a little absent-minded, looking at her nails, wondering when to get a manicure, but when her eyes glanced at her phone, after watching it for 2 seconds, she suddenly sat up from the bed. Today, there is a popular video circulating on the internet. Jiang Mingyan, who was once a national actress and is now a famous jewelry designer, is 45 years old this year. She suddenly fell ill on the way to an event and her condition was very critical. The road conditions were very bad at the time, and the car they were driving had problems. Just when the staff in the car were extremely desperate, a sports car suddenly approached. After asking, the people in the car immediately put Jiang Mingyan in their car, drove all the way, and sent Jiang Mingyan to the hospital in the shortest time. The reason why this video has caused such a big response on the internet, in addition to the fact that the person being rescued is Jiang Mingyan, the most important reason is the driver. The driver is a woman, and her driving skills are excellent. She was seen overtaking one after another on the road surveillance video, and she drove at full speed all the way. In particular, there was a video that captured her face. Although it was a little blurry, it can still be seen that her appearance is very superior. In addition, she was driving a luxury car. She had skills, good looks, and money. Netizens automatically imagined a beautiful, rich, and beautiful lady, and praised her countless times. Jiang Qiao was watching this video and watching the netizens' praises. Her temples were throbbing. This woman, who was driving the car, but that bitch Lin Jiao. She saved someone. Is there anything more infuriating than watching a bitch showing off? Jiang Qiao took off the mask on her face. How could she tolerate this? Just when everyone was praising the racing girl who saved someone, the owner of the DX Racing Club directly posted on Weibo. DX Racing Club V, in case someone pretends to be someone else and takes our honor, I will come forward to claim it first. This lady is our female team member codenamed L. She is great, isn't she? This response from DX Racing Club immediately attracted the attention of netizens. It that lady. Ah, so handsome. The racer who looks a bit like Jiang Qiao. Right? She is so great. I love her so much. Although this lady is great, it's not appropriate for you to imply Xiaojia in a sarcastic way. Right? When did she receive your honor? Last time it was just a mistake by the fans. Why are you bringing it up when it has been resolved? This DX Racing Club owner Gao Qi is a moron. I think he has forgotten what it was like when Sister Qiao abused him on the racing track last time. Let's discuss. Don't bring up Sister Qiao, just take her away. Fans can take her away. I think this cool girl is much better than her. For this Weibo post by DX Club owner Gao Qi, there were heated discussions in the comments below. At this time, Gao Qi simply ignored those comments that said she had a sarcastic connotation towards Jiang Qiao, and directly blocked those people, deleted the comments, and put the likes that criticized and slandered Jiang Qiao at the top. After finishing all this, he posted a few more photos of Lin Jiao. Although Gao Qi is not a very good person, he has a good eye. All the photos he selected are very artistic. None of them show Lin Jiao full face. Either only half of her face or a pointed chin is shown, which adds to the mystery and arouses the interest of netizens. She looks so beautiful. What should I do if I love her even more? Everyone says she looks like Jiang Qiao. But is she actually more beautiful than Jiang Qiao? I'm excited just imagining it. Ha ha ha. The above, Jiang Qiao has been marketing the image of a great beauty, but she might get slapped in the face by a real great beauty. She has a great figure. Does she have a Weibo account? I want to follow her. Can you release a frontal photo? I really want to see it. Because of the photos of Lin Yi released by the DX Racing Club, the popularity on the internet has increased by another level instantly. Jiang Qiao saw this disgusting news late at night, and she was in no mood to sleep. She couldn't stand the little bitch being in the spotlight, but she actually dared to step on her? You deserve to be ripped off. Jiang Qiao took the phone and prepared to type a reply to the racing club that stepped on her, but just after she typed 2 words, her slender white fingers suddenly paused. Jiang Qiao tilted her cute little head. Hiss. How could she take advantage of her popularity? Tearing her off is tantamount to poverty alleviation. Jiang Qiao, the self-proclaimed top traffic star, retracted her hand that was about to type and retaliate. She put down the phone, got off the bed, went to the bathroom and washed her face first. After returning, she took the phone and directly dialed the number of her company public relations manager. Mr. Jiang? After hearing the PR manager answer the phone, Jiang Qiao sat on the bed, her long legs elegantly crossed. and said lightly, "Did you see the hot search on Weibo?" The PR manager quickly responded, "Yes. Mr. Jiang, do you have any instructions?" Jiang Qiao held the phone. She had just washed her face, and her face was as white and clean as a peeled egg. She glanced at her nails, and said casually with a bossy aura, "All the hot searches about that L, remove them all. Want to be famous? Oh, I'm going to make her disappear." Chapter 518. Our CO Jiang is so charming. When the PR manager heard Jiang Qiao instructions, he was slightly stunned, but he quickly reacted and said immediately, "Yes, I understand." Jiang Qiao hung up the phone, snorted, threw the phone, and fell on the bed with satisfaction. "I crush you, you little bitch." That night, the cool lady codenamed L, who was originally hotly discussed on the hot search list, suddenly disappeared from the hot search list. Without the hot search, there was no place for netizens to gather, and the discussion naturally went down. All the Weibo posts by marketing accounts trying to catch the wave of popularity were blocked, restricted or deleted, so that Lin Yi video was only popular for a few hours and quickly disappeared from the public view. Gao Qi, the owner of DX Racing Club, was excited when he saw Lin Yi suddenly become popular on the internet. But when he opened the list again not long after, he found that Lin Zio hot search was gone. Gao Qi, ? He searched for Lin Zia keywords in the search bar, but found that all the popular videos were deleted, or the videos were unavailable. The reason why Gao Qi posted Lin Zia photo in such a high profile was because Lin Yi herself did not refuse this time. He felt that Zia was also interested in crushing Jiang Qiao, the woman. He wanted her to be more popular than Jiang Qiao, but it was suddenly cut off. How could he tolerate this? Gao Qi immediately contacted several big marketing accounts to ask what was going on. The cryptic reply he got in the end was, the big boss had blocked it. Big boss? Blocked? Gao Qi was instantly furious. Zhio had just returned to China and had never offended anyone. The only person with whom she had a conflict of interest was Jiang Qiao. This woman was probably worried that netizens would no longer be interested in her after knowing that Zhio was more talented than her, so she did such a despicable thing to prevent her from becoming popular. It was simply shameless. Gao Qi immediately contacted them and asked them to continue posting news about Lin Zio. But the meaning revealed in the words of these marketing accounts was that they could not afford to offend her because of her background. In addition, there was another point. She paid a lot of money. Gao Qi, ? He was immediately irritated by this sentence. Who the hell is not a rich second generation? Who is he looking down on by saying this? He immediately replied that he would pay more, but the other party replied lightly, then you have to add another zero after that. Gao Qi, ? After calculating the number, Gao Qi's face turned green. Jiang Qiao is crazy. She has money but nowhere to spend it. Right? Jiang Qiao, who has money but nowhere to spend it, is preparing to pick up her boyfriend to return home the next afternoon. She contacted the staff of Ming Siren Company and prepared to give him a surprise. This staff was new and was also a CP fan of the two. When Jiang Qiao said she wanted to give Ming Siren a surprise, she immediately said excitedly, "Mr. Jiang, I will help you record a vlog to pick you up at the airport. Fans must also want to see you and Mr. Ming show your affection occasionally." The CP fans of the two were too humble. Ming Siren was very low-key. It was only during that live broadcast that he was off camera. It was difficult to get a sweet moment at other times. It was not easy to get such an opportunity. How could he miss it? Jiang Qiao didn't care about it. She waved her hand and said, "Go ahead and shoot." The staff immediately found the filming equipment and asked Jiang Qiao curiously while filming, "Boss Jiang, how are you going to surprise Boss Ming?" Jiang Qiao asked the bodyguard to carry the suitcase to her and waved at her. "Which one do you think looks good on me?" Seeing that she was very interested, the staff thought that the suitcase must be filled with beautiful long dresses of the new season. She had already imagined the eye-catching scene of the bright and delicate young lady and the lazy and elegant president of the Ming family hugging at the airport. So she hurried over and aimed the camera at the suitcase. But the next second, Jiang Qiao quickly opened the suitcase for her, revealing the dinosaur head inside. "Which one is better looking? This one or this one?" Jiang Qiao pointed at the dinosaur doll costume and another Kumaman doll costume and asked her. The staff slowly typed a string of question marks. After a moment, she finally realized, "Is Mr. Jiang going to wear this to pick up Mr. Ming? Is it cute?" Jiang Qiao raised her head. She was squatting next to the suitcase at the moment, with a small face and big eyes looking at her. The staff was immediately attracted by her. Sister, you are so cute. It just that. Mr. Ming may not recognize you. Hearing this, Jiang Qiao laughed out loud immediately. She stood up, put her hand on the shoulder of the staff, said in a serious tone, "You still don't understand Ming's siren feelings for me. I'm telling you, don't say I'm wearing this." She kicked the suitcase. "Even if I turned into ashes and soaked in water, he would recognize me in a second. That person can feel my breath and know who I am." The staff member was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously said, "Really?" Jiang Qiao said, as a matter of course, "Oh. He loves me. Of course this level is not a problem." The staff member blinked twice. It was a bit hard to imagine Mr. Ming like this, but she could intuitively dig out some of their love stories, and hurriedly asked, "Mr. Jiang, when you first got together, who chased whom between you and Mr. Ming?" As a senior CP fan, she certainly knew that the two had broken up once. It was Mr. Ming who pursued Mr. Jiang at that time. However, she was a little curious about how the two were together when they were young. Who pursued whom? Jiang Qiao had walked to the suitcase again. Hearing this, she raised her head. "Is there any need to ask?" She coughed lightly. "Of course he pursued me." "Staff, it has always been Mr. Ming who pursued you." Jiang Qiao took the Kumaman doll costume and sighed. "I think he is a poor little guy. He can't live without me. He pestered me all day and said he liked me. That's why I got along with him. Otherwise, I would ignore him. There were many people who pursued me at the beginning." The staff member said in agreement, "Wow. President Jiang is really charming." Jiang Qiao, "Yeah." Jiang Qiao finally chose the Kumaman doll costume. She tried it on. After a while, the staff and bodyguards saw a doll with a black body and a cute expression coming out. The staff member couldn't help but walk forward. "Sister Qiao is so cute." Jiang Qiao's voice came out. "It's just a little boring." Listening to her aggrieved voice, the staff member couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Who told you to do this when you have nothing to do?" Arriving at the airport, it didn't take long for Ming's siren to come out. The man was in a suit and had a tall and slender figure. Jiang Qiao's eyes lit up, and she immediately ran towards him. Ming's siren was talking to his assistant with his head tilted to his side. When he looked up, he saw a black thing jumping and running towards him, very happy. Whose idiot is this? Ming's siren didn't even raise his eyelids and stepped aside, and this Kumaman brushed past him. Chapter 519. How come I've become so ugly? Jiang Qiao. Jiang Qiao. I be recognized by my boyfriend even if I turn into ashes. She turned around and looked at the man back in disbelief. In front, Ming's siren looked down at his watch, his pretty eyebrows slightly twisted. Xiao Qiao said, "She was coming to pick me up. Why can't I see anyone?" The assistant looked around. Jiang Qiao clearly saw the assistant gaze lingering on her for a moment. Then he continued to look to the side, as if he didn't see anything. "Maybe he outside, Mr. Ming. Why don't we go outside and wait?" Ming's siren said nothing, and walked out with long legs. Jiang Qiao stood still. The staff in charge of filming quietly walked over to comfort her. "But maybe I didn't see it clearly. There were too many people at the airport. Mr. Ming couldn't feel your presence." Jiang Qiao. She lowered her head and said nothing, walking with short legs, following the man. Her pitiful and depressed feeling overflowed the screen. Ming's siren walked out of the airport. Still didn't see Jiang Qiao. He took the phone and called her, but the call went through, but no one answered. Ming's siren looked at the phone that was automatically hung up at the end. What happened? He called Jiang Qiao again. He caught a glimpse of the cute black Kumaman behind him. He frowned slightly. He asked, "Why does this ugly thing always follow me?" Jiang Qiao, ? Can you say it again? The assistant said, "Maybe there is an event somewhere nearby." Ming's siren asked casually, and turned his eyes away. The call was still not connected. He was a little worried that Jiang Qiao might have encountered something on the road. Just as he was about to leave, the Kumaman behind him suddenly lifted up its short legs and kicked him. Ming's siren looked at the small footprint on his trousers, raised his eyes, and glanced at it. Jiang was very playful. He lowered his head and looked around, and picked up a mineral water bottle cap that had fallen on the ground and threw it at his haute couture suit. Ming's siren frowned and looked at it for a few seconds, then seemed to realize something. His eyes moved slightly, and he walked towards it with long legs. Jiang turned around and ran after being playful, but he was caught by him after a few steps. Ming's siren took off the doll costume, and he saw the woman's angry face. His eyes fell on her face, and after looking at it for a few seconds, his fingertips fell on her cheek, gently rubbed it, and said slowly, "Isn't this my beautiful girlfriend?" Jiang Qiao said dissatisfiedly, You didn't recognize me. He chuckled. Why are you dressed like this? I just want to give you a surprise. She asked, am I cute? She tilted her head, her cheeks were white, and asked him just like that. The man stood there against the light, looking at her, his pupils were dark and gentle, he couldn't help but chuckle, and kissed her lips. Very cute. Jiang Qiao, oh! You are worthy of me. Ming Siren shook his head and chuckled, and took her hand and got into the car. In the car, the staff member was holding the vlogging equipment in a proper manner. She looked at the two people in the back seat of the car, coughed lightly, and asked Ming Siren boldly, Mr. Ming? Mr. Jiang said that you were the one who pursued her when she was young. Then I want to ask on behalf of our thousands of fans. How did you pursue her at the beginning? Was it hard? Jiang Qiao eyelids jumped, and she immediately turned her head towards the car window. Ming Siren heard this, and he paused after pinching Jiang Qiao fingers lightly. He said slowly, was it hard for me to pursue you? Qiao Qiao's sister? Jiang Qiao. Ming Siren was in a lazy posture, leaning back slightly, showing a nice neckline. He glanced at Jiang Qiao, and snorted lazily. It okay, because I'm pretty, it reasonable to work harder. Jiang Qiao's ears turned red, and she immediately reached out to pinch him. Ming Siren chuckled and grabbed her hand. You hit me, if I tell the truth? As a staff member who is a fan of the couple, he was fed with dog food, holding the filming equipment, with an anti-smile on his face. Halfway through the journey, Jiang Qiao rubbed her eyes from time to time. Ming Siren was the first to notice her movements. He tilted his head to look at her and asked, what wrong? I don't know. My eyes suddenly felt itchy. Ming Siren frowned slightly, let her face him, raised her chin, and his eyes swept over her eyes. It seems a little red. Jiang Qiao felt itchy and wanted to rub her eyes, but he held her wrist. Don't rub it. He frowned, looked at her for a few seconds, then said directly to the driver, don't go back yet, go to the hospital. It wasn't a long journey from the airport to the hospital. But Jiang Qiao's eyes started to become red and swollen, and it seemed to be getting worse. The staff member looked back at her and gasped, Mr. Jiang, are you allergic? Jiang Qiao was itchy and didn't answer. The car drove to the hospital quickly, and the doctor checked her and said, it not an allergy. It inflammation. It may be due to contact with something unclean, but it nothing serious. It will be fine in a few days after taking medicine. At this point, he paused, looked at Jiang Qiao, and said, it may affect your appearance a little. At this time, Jiang Qiao didn't realize what the doctor meant. After the doctor left, she took a small mirror from her bag and looked at herself. The next second, she took a breath and sat up from the stool. Fuck. How come I'm so ugly? Ming Siren took out the medicine and heard her say this. He walked over and touched her head. Let go. Go home. Jiang Qiao's eyes were glued to the mirror. Still in shock, oh my god. I look like a pig. Because of the eyes. The left side of her face was also a little swollen. Ming Siren looked down at her for a few seconds and said, no. Not too swollen. Jiang Qiao came in front of him. Really? Ming Siren, yeah. Really not swollen. She leaned in close. A bit like the pitiful cat stung by a bee on the internet. Looking at him sadly. Ming Siren turned his face away and coughed lightly. Jiang Qiao was particularly sensitive at this time, and immediately gave him a fierce look. Did you laugh just now? Ming Siren, I didn't. You just laughed. She threw herself on him. You actually laughed at me. You are so good. Ming Siren. Ming Siren hugged her. His peach blossom eyes were full of smiles, and his chest was shaking slightly. Why are you so cute? Don't think that praising me can cover up the fact that you laugh at me. Ming Siren lowered his eyes and kissed her slightly swollen face. No. My Qiao Qiao looks good no matter what. The staff member who filmed the vlog sighed with the equipment. Wow. Very love. She edited today video material and sent it to a colleague in the company publicity department. And then the colleague posted it on the official Weibo of Ming Group. Chapter 520. I was attracted by the handsome guy eyes. The words Ming Group official microblog seemed to represent high-end, and suddenly released a vlog, which naturally attracted everyone's attention, not to mention that it was filmed by Jiang Qiao and Ming Siren. When netizens clicked it, they saw Jiang Qiao wearing a Kumaman doll costume, and saying that she was going to the airport to pick up Ming Siren. She put her arm around the staff's shoulder and boasted confidently, my boyfriend loves me, that person can feel my breath and know who I am him. Even if I turn into ash and soak in water, he can recognize me. As a result, the next second, the scene turned to the airport, and netizens saw the tall and straight man move aside and pass by her without looking sideways. Netizens, haha. God can recognize you. So this is the fairy love I expected? Manual Doghead. Laughing to death. The marketing account has something to write again. And the rich family is a fake couple. Ming father is so tall and handsome. I am amazed every time I see him. However, although netizens posted like this, anyone who saw the subsequent interaction between the two would not think that their relationship was bad. You don't even need to see what they said or did. You can feel it just by looking at the way they look at each other. Especially Ming Siren, wherever his eyes fell, it was Jiang Qiao. I had never felt anything for this couple before, but today I was really touched by the look in this handsome guy's eyes. This kind of attention to Jiang Qiao little details is so touching. At the end of the vlog, Jiang Qiao's eyes suddenly had problems, because the interaction between the two people afterwards was very sweet. The staff did not cut it out, so everyone saw Jiang Qiao's slightly swollen cheeks. However, most of the comments at this time were friendly. And most of the comments were sweet. Occasionally, there was a person who said that Xiao Jia's appearance had dropped drastically. And it was also in a teasing tone. This situation continued until Jiang Mingyan, the jewelry designer saved by Lin Ziyo, posted a Weibo. After all, Jiang Mingyan was once a national actress. She is not married yet. And her career is booming. She is the object of admiration for many people. This sudden illness and hospitalization have attracted a lot of attention. After she woke up, she posted a Weibo, praising Lin Ziyo and expressing her hope to recognize her as a goddaughter. The Weibo post was accompanied by the extremely cool racing video of Lin Ziyo saving her. Originally, Jiang Qiao removed the trending search and deleted the video online, and Lin Ziyo's popularity had already gone down. This time, Jiang Mingyan suddenly posted a Weibo, and was very dissatisfied with Lin Ziyo's low popularity. She also expressed that she hoped everyone could get to know this good girl, and she would draw one person from the reposts to give away a grand prize of 200,000 yuan. Jiang Mingyan adoption of a goddaughter, the grand prize, and the cool little sister. These 3 points, any one of which is enough to attract people's attention, after a set of operations, directly brought up the popularity again. At this time, Gao Qi seemed to be waiting for this opportunity. He immediately forwarded Jiang Mingyan Weibo, and announced Lin Ziyo's new Weibo account to the public. DX Racing Club V. This is the Weibo account of the young lady you asked for. She originally wanted to be low-key and didn't want to open it. But I persuaded her for a long time. And she was also very grateful to you who liked her. So she opened it. Everyone should be gentle to the young lady. At LGA netizens clicked on the Weibo ID given by Gao Qi, and found that this cool young lady had posted a set of 9 square photos a few minutes ago. There is not even a single word. Only a few pictures. Unlike Jiang Qiao, you can feel her aloofness through the screen. When netizens clicked on the picture she posted, they found that Miss Xiao was doing extreme sports, such as racing, bungee jumping, skateboarding, surfing, etc. She looked very charming. In addition, she has a good figure. At first glance, she is the most popular type of girl at the moment, who loves sports and is aloof and cool. She didn't show her face in any of the photos. Only her eyes or pointed chin, which was full of mystery, and immediately aroused the interest of netizens. Fuck. How can she do everything? Is she a goddess? So beautiful. 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 Exactly the state I admire. Healthy and self-disciplined. The young lady is so great. Although Lin Ziyo only posted a few photos, but with her speeding to save Jiang Mingyan, netizens have their own filters for her. And with the rhythm in the comments, the image of a perfect goddess appeared in front of everyone. The term Almighty Goddess soon became a hot search. With more attention, some passers-by and netizens could not help but comment while praising her. I have to say, she really looks a bit like Xiao Jia. And it is understandable that Xiao Jia fans would make a mistake, since she looks like Jiang Qiao. This sister must be a great beauty. Not only is she talented, but she is also so beautiful. And she is rich. Wow. I am so jealous. Is this another Jiang Qiao? There were many comments like this, and each one received high praise. Before long, the fact that the all-round goddess looked like Jiang Qiao received a lot of discussion. Some netizens even put the photos of the two together, thinking that they could be a couple. However, this situation did not last long. On the night that Lin He posted the group of photos, she posted another video. At this time, many people were following her. When they saw the video she posted, they immediately clicked in. In the video, the woman was dressed casually, wearing a black mask on her face, covering most of her face. She entered her bathroom with her mobile phone. There were some toiletries on the low-key and clean washstand. In addition, there was a pair of black scissors. She looked at herself in front of the camera for a few seconds, and then loosened her tied long hair. The next second, the netizens who watched her video opened their eyes wide instantly, and saw the woman took the scissors and cut her long hair without hesitation. Although her hair was not as delicate as Jiang Qiao, it was obviously smooth, black and long and very beautiful. The netizens in front of the screen took a breath when they saw this scene. Next, she continued to trim her hair, exposing her neck and ears. She seemed to care nothing about her hair, and threw them into the trash can, leaning forward slightly to look at the mirror. Her eyes were cold, her eyebrows did not move, and she looked extremely handsome. The netizens were extremely surprised by her operation, and just when they didn't know what she meant, at this time, they saw a line of words slowly appear on the screen. I don't look like anyone I am myself. Chapter 521. Are you happier? Netizens who saw this line of words, everyone instantly got goosebumps. So she didn't like netizens saying that she looked like Jiang Qiao, so she just cut her long hair? Indeed, she not only looks a bit like Jiang Qiao, but they even have similar hairstyles. After this haircut, they can be distinguished at a glance. But will everyone just cut off their long hair that they have been growing for many years just because others say that they look a bit similar? Isn't this sister too amazing? In the end, Lin Xiao went to wash her hair, and then walked out of the camera, leaving only her back to the netizens. Before the screen went black, a line of words appeared on the screen again. I hope everyone will have the courage to break the shackles, and be brave enough to be themselves. Netizens instantly. She is so cool. Fuck. Fuck, I am so handsome. I really love this character that does not cater to anyone, who wants to be told that they look like someone all the time. It not surprising that she would be angry. The netizens are really weird. The girl is probably more beautiful than Jiang Qiao without the mask. Why should she be told that she looks like her all the time? Does she really think she is stunning? Compared to this, I am really attracted to her. This super positive and talented girl is much better than someone who always shows off her wealth meaninglessly. Lin Yeo cut her hair on the first day of opening her Weibo account. This behavior directly caused a sensation on the internet and attracted a large number of fans. The haters who were implying Jiang Qiao arrived late. And because Lin Xiao was so blatant that she didn't even try to hide her dislike of being told that she looked like Jiang Qiao. Some people who liked Lin Xiao began to belittle Jiang Qiao intentionally or unintentionally. It seemed that those who liked a maverick girl like Lin Xiao were superior to those who liked Jiang Qiao, and they had a sense of superiority. Of course, Qiao's fans would not allow them to humiliate her like this, and they started to criticize her directly in the comment section. This time, Lin Xiao had just opened her Weibo account, and it caused a bloody storm. Jiang Qiao's eyes were swollen. She stayed at home for the past 2 days and didn't go anywhere. Life was extremely boring. Bored, she lay on the sofa, watching TV intermittently. The ragdoll cat came over, rubbed her fingertips, and meowed twice. Jiang Qiao raised her hand and stroked its little head casually, turned over, and stretched out her voice. I'm so bored. The villa seemed very empty. She was still living at her parents' house. Her brother went to the company, and her parents were not at home. Except for the servants, she was the only one left at home. It was almost noon, and the servant had prepared the meal. He came over and said, Miss, lunch is ready. Jiang Qiao replied lazily, but she remained motionless. At this time, her cell phone on the table suddenly rang. Jiang Qiao didn't raise her eyelids, nor did she look at who was calling. She reached out and took it weakly. Hello, in the office of Ming Group. Ming Siren finished his work, leaned back, raised his chin slightly, and raised his hand to unbutton a button. Hearing Jiang Qiao's lazy voice, he couldn't help but chuckle. Have you had lunch? No. Jiang Qiao listened to her boyfriend's voice and said, I can't eat without you. Can you come and have lunch with me? I have to have lunch with my clients at noon. Jiang Qiao immediately said, You don't love me anymore. Ming Siren was too lazy to pay attention to her words. At this time, the assistant knocked on the door and saw that he was on the phone. He lowered his voice and said, Mr. Ming, the car is ready. Ming Siren stood up, took the suit jacket from the hanger beside him, put it on, and walked out. He was tall and long-legged, and his posture was calm and elegant. He said casually, What do you want to eat in the evening? I bring it back to you. Jiang Qiao snorted twice. I'm not happy. I won't eat anything you bring me. He chuckled casually. Unhappy? Jiang Qiao hummed. At this time, a news item was broadcast on TV, which attracted her attention. The host was introducing an auction. Jiang Qiao's eyes fell on the long dress on display, looking at its intricate and luxurious patterns, and every amazing line. The big eye that was not swollen stared at it, like a cat staring at a small fish, without blinking. This dress was auctioned off at a sky-high price. It is said that the buyer is a mysterious wealthy businessman who is very generous. Jiang Qiao did not hear what the host said. There was only one sentence in her mind. This dress is too beautiful. She did not pay attention to what Ming Siren said. She immediately got off the sofa and leaned over to stare at it. At the end of the show, the auction price was announced. Jiang Qiao, who was coveting the dress, looked at the pile of coins and counted them one by one. When she counted to the end, she gasped, and her heart sank instantly. There are not many skirts in the world that can make her gasp. Jiang Qiao counted again, and after confirming that she had counted correctly, she stood up and smacked her lips. Forget it. Forget it. If I didn't buy it, I didn't buy it. If I look closely, the skirt is not particularly beautiful. Did you hear that? At this time, Ming Siren on the other end of the phone spoke. Jiang Qiao, ah? What did you just say? Ming Siren knew she didn't listen, so he said, I said someone might knock later. Before he finished speaking, the doorbell of Jiang Qiao's house rang. The servant was cutting things in the kitchen and didn't hear it. Jiang Qiao said to Ming Siren, someone is coming. I hang up first. She hung up the phone and walked to the door to open it. As soon as she opened the door, Jiang Qiao saw several staff members standing there, and Ming Siren's secretary was standing next to them. She was stunned. What are you doing? The skirt that Mr. Ming bought for you has been shipped back. He is not available, so I brought it to you. Jiang Qiao was stunned, and then, slowly, let them in. The staff put the skirt in the living room, and under Jiang Qiao's gaze, slowly pulled open the dust cover on the skirt. So Jiang Qiao saw the gorgeous long skirt that was just on the TV, appearing in front of her little by little. Her eyes slowly widened, and the whole person instantly. The clothes were delivered, and the secretary said goodbye to her and left with her. Jiang Qiao heard the door close, ran to the coffee table quickly, took the phone, and dialed the man number. As soon as the call was connected, she immediately said, ah. Ming Siren chuckled. Did you get it? When did you buy it for me? When I was on a business trip abroad. I thought it was very suitable for you, so I bought it. Jiang Qiao didn't know what to say anymore. Her face was slightly flushed. The man's voice was low and pleasant, and he slowly hooked her ear. Now, are you happier, Sister Qiao Qiao? Chapter 522. Jiang Qiao, who is worthy of comparing with me. Jiang Qiao said loudly, I decided to treat you better in the future. Oh, he said in a loose tone, lazily, you finally know that you are not good to me? She ignored this sentence with a guilty conscience and kissed the phone. I love you so much. She ran. The man laughed softly. Okay, let go eat. Hang up the phone. Jiang Qiao walked over humming a song, touched the skirt, thinking about changing it now to appreciate her beauty. Just as she happily hugged the skirt, she caught a glimpse of the mirror in the living room. She put it down silently again. Still, wait until the redness and swelling subside. Jiang Qiao was in a good mood, washed her hands, and walked to the dining table. She had nothing to do, took her phone and browsed Weibo while eating slowly. She clicked on the hot topics, and saw the entry I am myself ranked first. What the hell? Jiang Qiao clicked on it carelessly, and the next second, she saw Lin Jia's face, which she could recognize even with a mask on. Not to mention her Weibo ID is LGU. Jiang Qiao frowned. Why is this little bitch on the hot search? She clicked on her video, and then watched this woman cut her hair in front of the camera, leaving a cool back view for the camera. The video ended with a pretentious sentence, I don't look like anyone, I am myself Jiang Qiao, ? Of course you don't look like anyone, you are so ugly. Sister. She could see who she was implying in this Weibo post, blinked, and then flipped through a few photos in the album, and put together a 9-square grid, and posted a Weibo post. So, the netizens who were belittling Jiang Qiao saw Jiang Qiao posting on Weibo. Lin Ji posted a 9-grid photo to show that she could race cars, bungee jump, skateboard and surf. Jiang Qiao 9-grid photo also shows that she can race cars, bungee jump, skateboard and surf. But compared with Lin Jiao, Hers is of a higher standard, more difficult, and she is surrounded by bigwigs in this field. And she also has her own topics. Of course you are yourself, who is worthy of comparing with me? Netizens. Question mark. She is implying others. Right? Right? Absolutely. This kind of blatant, cannot even be called connotation, can be regarded as a direct attack on Weibo, which directly made netizens type a string of question marks. Is it so tough? Sister? Only the fans of Xiao were not surprised at all. Do these people think that Jiang professional fighting player Xiao is just a name for nothing? They immediately cooperated and started the 10th level of Yin and Yang mode to Lin Zio under her Weibo. There is a difference between immortals and animals. Xiao is not advisable to go to the moon and make a fuss. Ms. Elgio, I am aloof and low-key, but I want to show off all my skills to everyone on the first day of opening Weibo. It has to be a 9-square grid, so that everyone can praise me as awesome. Manual dog head. I am dying of laughter, to be honest. It has been a long time since I have seen such a person who is eager to post all the certificates he won in elementary school. My Xiao Jia has been popular for so long, if she hadn't told us fans, we would not know that she would do these things. This Ms. L started to show off as soon as she opened her Weibo account. Is she an elementary school student? Xiao fans are as poisonous as any other fans. When Lin Yeo fans saw their weird words, their breath was immediately blocked in their chest, and they almost couldn't breathe. They immediately started to rant against the pretty fans. However, the pretty fans had practiced typing very fast in the past 2 years. One person could easily rant against 10 people. Lin Zio fans were no match for them. They were soon ranted into going offline and shutting themselves down. At this time, the pretty fans finally had time to appreciate the pictures posted by Jiang Qiao. They clicked on them one by one. Although Jiang Qiao posted these pictures just to rant against people, it had to be admitted that she was really good. With so many skills, she was simply the fairy sister herself. When scrolling to the last photo, fans found something wrong. In the last photo, Jiang Qiao did not show any skills. She only took a photo of a man. The man was wearing a suit and was wearing a watch. A small part of the white shirt cuff was exposed on his wrist. The photo only showed him below his chin. But he looked like an iceberg man even through the screen. This kind of handsome man who made people think he was handsome even without seeing his face immediately aroused the curiosity of netizens. They asked who he was under Jiang Qiao Weibo. Jiang Qiao replied quickly, Jiang Qiao V, damn. It's someone who will never get it in this life. Netizens, question mark. Netizens were confused, but Lin Jiao, who saw her Weibo, clenched her teeth. Even if the photo didn't show her face, how could she not recognize the person she liked? Jiang Qiao refused to let her see him, but took such a photo to mock her. The joints of her hand holding the phone turned white, she bit her lip, suddenly threw the phone heavily on the bed, and stood up and strode out of the bedroom. On the other side, after Jiang Qiao posted these, she finally felt relieved, put down her phone, and concentrated on eating. The news that Jiang Qiao and Lin Zio, who became famous for their racing videos, were not getting along quickly on the internet. First, Lin Yeo directly refused to be told that she looked like Jiang Qiao. Then Jiang Qiao retorted that she was not worthy of being compared with her. The strong smell of gunpowder almost burst out of the screen. The two protagonists started to tear each other apart, and their respective fans were naturally not to be outdone, and they frequently started a war of words. Just as the two sides were fighting more and more fiercely, Jiang Mengyan suddenly posted another Weibo. Jiang Mengyan v. Xia is a good girl. I think everyone who has seen her will like her. She saved me. To express my gratitude, I will give her eternity. I hope that at the jewelry party 2 days later, you will also like this perfect girl. At LGU Jiang Mengyan, as soon as this Weibo was posted, it immediately caused a stir on the internet. Jewelry party? Does that mean Miss Xia will show up at this party? I'm so looking forward to it. Wait. Eternity? Is it the diamond crown worth 27 million, which is so beautiful that it makes people intoxicated? It's so beautiful. Super beautiful +1, movie actress and Jia borrowed it to wear it before. The pictures of that set were so beautiful that they went viral. I wonder what the effect will be when Miss Xia wears it. I really want to see it. It will definitely be amazing. Need I say more currently? Except for the UL brand treasure. Flame, there is nothing more beautiful than eternity, but flame. It too noble and cold, not something that ordinary people would wear. Eternity is more down to earth. Upstairs, it turns out that I'm not the only one obsessed with flame. The mysterious designer of UL is simply amazing. Some actresses want to borrow their jewelry. They don't even look at them. They don't care about money at all. I've never seen anyone wearing flame on their head. Chapter 523. UL brand? Netizens were discussing. Unconsciously the topic went off track. Some netizens posted a picture of the crown named Flame, a beautiful and dreamy crown, with diamonds reflecting dazzling light, attracting the eyes of every girl. It makes people envious and amazed. Flame is an unattainable dream. It's just a thought. Eternity is not bad either, especially since Miss Jia's face is about to be exposed. I bet she is definitely more beautiful than Jiang Qiao. When Jiang Qiao tries to act cool again, I wonder if she can still act cool. As a passerby, I have to say that Miss Jia is really popular, and Jiang Mengyan is there to protect her. This popularity is close to Jiang Qiao, and Jiang Qiao must be feeling a sense of crisis. Ha ha ha. There is nothing we can do. Eternity is given out, and Jiang Qiao is killed instantly. At this time, perhaps only the legendary brand UL can make an official announcement to have a chance to compete with Miss Jia. Laughing with sidelong eyes. The person above is laughing so hard. Will UL look for Jiang Qiao? Let go to sleep. I can dream of anything. The discussion on the internet was very lively. Jiang Qiao didn't know. She was idle at home, so she invited Yi Suiyu to come and play. The beautiful sister happily accepted the invitation. When she arrived, Jiang Qiao was waiting at the door to pick her up. Seeing her get off the car, she immediately walked over, took the cane from the bodyguard, pulled Yi Suiyu's hand, led her in, and carefully reminded her, "There is a step up." Yi Suiyu curled his lips, reached out, and touched her head. "Good girl." Jiang Qiao. This sister is really weird. Opening the door, Jiang Qiao just took her in. She heard her say, "Is your brother here?" Jiang Qiao was about to speak, when she saw a man walking down from upstairs with long legs, holding a document in his hand, with a cold and noble temperament. Glancing at the two of them, he paused for a rare moment, raised his eyebrows slightly, and then spoke softly. "Two people share one eye. You are quite economical." Jiang Qiao. Jiang Qiao now has an eye patch on one eye, and Yi Suiyu next to her relies on her to lead the way. The two of them standing together are the four words disabled but strong-willed. Jiang Qiao instantly exploded, and her eyes widened. "Brother, you are so annoying." Jiang Zealand didn't even raise his eyelids. When he passed by her, raised his hand, and hit her on the head with a document, and said nonchalantly, "Let go." Jiang Qiao touched the place where he hit her, and was so angry that she wanted to bite him. She turned around and said to Yi Suiyu directly, "Don't like him anymore, find someone else you like, I introduce you." Yi Suiyu, "Okay, find someone who better looking than your brother." Jiang Qiao instantly wilted. That might be a little difficult. Yi Suiyu couldn't help but smile faintly. But Jiang Qiao realized something again, and asked, "But you can't see my brother, how do you know he good looking?" Yi Suiyu, "Everyone says so. Being good looking can't make a living." Jiang Qiao muttered bad things about Jiang Zealand. "He is very fierce, not as gentle as Si Ran in our family." Yi Suiyu listened, just smiled, and said nothing. It was comfortable to chat with Yi Suiyu. She knew a lot, was worldly wise, but not worldly wise. Jiang Qiao liked to chat with her. The TV was playing advertisements. Jiang Qiao sat on the sofa, brought dessert to Yi Suiyu. At this time Yi Suiyu's cell phone rang. She stood up and answered it. While waiting for her, Jiang Qiao also took the cell phone and flipped through it casually. And then she saw the news on the hot search that Jiang Mengying gave Lin Ziyongling and invited her to attend the jewelry party. Jewelry party? What? Jiang Qiao did not receive an invitation to this party. She looked at the netizens in the comments who were mocking her, and immediately got angry. UL brand? She didn't believe that she couldn't handle this brand. Under the ridicule of netizens, Jiang Qiao immediately felt that the dessert in her hand was not fragrant. She took the phone, pressed a number, and called her assistant. The call was quickly connected. Jiang Qiao immediately said, "Contact the person in charge of the UL brand for me. Just say I want to talk to them about cooperation, and ask them to make time, as soon as possible." The assistant responded, and did it right away. After a while, the assistant called her back. "Mr. Jiang, I just contacted UL headquarters. They said they are not interested in working with anyone." Jiang Qiao, ? Started again. Jiang Qiao felt the shadow of being rejected by them one after another, and not selling her the flame crown. What wrong with this brand? Don't they know that the ones who pay are the fathers? Tell them I will pay a lot of money. The assistant knew Jiang Qiao character very well, and immediately said, "I said it." But the people at their headquarters said they are not short of money. Jiang Qiao. Question mark. There are still people who directly say they are not short of money. Is this jewelry brand stupid? After hanging up the assistant phone, Jiang Qiao began to feel annoyed. It was the first time she met a brand that didn't cost money. And she didn't even need her money. After Yi Suiyu finished the call, she came over with a blind stick. She quickly felt Jiang Qiao's mood and asked with a smile, "Qiao Qiao. What wrong?" The woman called her name, with a soft tone at the end, which sounded very pleasant. But Jiang Qiao was not in the mood to appreciate it. She scrolled through her phone, looking at the comments that said UL would definitely not pay attention to her, and said, "Is there something wrong with this UL brand? They don't want my money." When Yi Suiyu heard those words, her eyes moved slightly, and she asked, "Oh? UL brand? What wrong with him?" Jiang Qiao suddenly remembered something, and immediately stood up and said, "By the way, Sister Suiyu, how did you buy the crown you gave me?" Yi Suiyu raised her eyebrows slightly, and after a 2-second pause, she said, "I asked a friend to buy it for me. Do you know anyone in UL?" Yi Suiyu was silent for a moment, and then said, "I think so." Jiang Qiao immediately moved closer, almost in front of her, and spoke in a soft tone, like a kitten acting like a spoiled child. "Sister Suiyu. Sister Suiyu. Can you help me contact that person? I have something to ask you." Yi Suiyu couldn't help laughing. "Okay. Don't worry. Tell me first. What happened?" Jiang Qiao told her what happened, including the words that netizens were mocking her with. Yi Suiyu's expression showed nothing. After listening to her, he took the phone a few seconds later, walked away, and made a phone call in a low voice. At this time, netizens were still discussing it. One netizen directly said sarcastically, "TSK. UL fan said, Jiang Qiao, please don't take advantage of the popularity of our jewelry brand." But just after this comment was posted, everyone found that the aloof UL brand official website posted a Weibo. Chapter 524 Because She is Beautiful. UL Jewelry Official Weibo V. UL newly launched Huayuan Jewelry Series presents the brand spirit with low-key elegance. 2 days later, at the jewelry dinner, Miss Jiang Qiao will show everyone the charm of the Huayuan series. At Jiang Qiao accompanying pictures are pictures of necklaces and earrings from the Huayuan series, which combine elegance and fantasy, and are as beautiful as ever. Looking at this paragraph of words, netizens rubbed their eyes, as if they didn't recognize them, and began to type stiffly. Is it my eyes that are blurry, or has UL Jewelry been hacked? Otherwise, how could I see Jiang Qiao name appear in this Weibo? This is not true. This is absolutely not true. I don't believe it. Would UL be interested in her? They don't even like supermodels like Sun Yu, and directly say that she is superficial and ugly, and not worthy of their jewelry. Would they choose Jiang Qiao to display? Impossible. If UL is kidnapped. Just blink. Please. However, 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed, UL Jewelry still had no intention of deleting or clarifying, and the hands of netizens began to tremble slightly as they typed. In other words, this is true. Instant, fuck. Netizens just said that only UL brand can make an official announcement at this time. Jiang Qiao can compete with Miss Xiao, but it was officially announced. Is this a slap in our face? Why did you choose her? Why? Did she give you money? The above. I would rather Jiang Qiao gave them money, but UL is rich, they don't care, just pick Jiang Qiao. Why? Fuck. What good about Jiang Qiao? Is she as good as Sun Yu? What kind of amazing life is Jiang Qiao? What wrong with this sister? What wrong with her? I suddenly want to pay my respects to her. Because of the sudden official announcement of the legendary brand UL, netizens were immediately in an uproar. The comments under this Weibo post were in a mess. Some people sighed and were convinced. Some were skeptical. And some people frantically asked why UL chose Jiang Qiao. The official Weibo of UL directly responded to the comment about what good about Jiang Qiao. UL Jewelry Official Weibo V. Because it is beautiful. For short words, very UL style. Because it is beautiful. Because it is beautiful. Looking at these words, netizens were so angry that they were about to type. The 4 words beautiful ass were about to be typed out, but Jiang Qiao's overly bright and delicate face suddenly appeared in their minds. Shit! There is really no way to refute it. At home, Jiang Qiao was waiting for Yi Suiyu to introduce her to someone from UL. She held her phone, and laid down on her side, and shouted at the top of her voice, Suiyu, are you still not well? Has your friend not contacted you yet? Yi Sui was holding a cup of coffee and felt Jiang Qiao's furry head rubbing against her shoulder. Hearing her tone, she couldn't help but smile. It already healed. Jiang Qiao was shocked, and her eyes widened a little. Healed? Didn't she just make a phone call? Yi Sui said, why don't you check Weibo? Jiang Qiao looked at her half-believingly, then sat up straight, took out her phone, and logged into her account. Then, she saw the official Weibo post from UL. Jiang Qiao, ? What going on? Jiang Qiao was shocked. How arrogant is the UL brand? You can tell from the fact that she just threw money at them. But they were indifferent. She looked at Yi Sui. Sister Sui, how did you do it? The woman just smiled and said nothing. Jiang Qiao was instantly excited. She glanced at the netizens who were slapped in the face in the comments. She felt so happy. Immediately went over to hug her, her eyes sparkling. Are you an angel? Yi Sui was hit hard by her, steadied the cup in his hand, and chuckled helplessly. The coffee is going to spill. Online, because of UL operation, the happiest people are Qiao fans. No matter 2 years ago, or 2 years later, their Qiojia face-slapping personality has never changed. Come on, keep mocking, your father Jiang will always be your father Jiang. It's time to type the words Jiang Qiao is awesome on the public screen again. Wow. I love Qiojia to death. Compared with this, those who mocked Jiang Qiao crazily before were very upset. Why did UL take a fancy to Jiang Qiao? Just when everyone was being insulted by Qiao's fans, and dared not say anything. A few comments popped up. Actually, there is no need for everyone to be so excited. Although UL gave the Huayan series to Jiang Qiao. Anyone who knows a little about this brand knows that this series is not their main promotion at all. It is just a new model of the season. Don't think that this brand values her because of UL's reputation. It feels more like fooling a fool. I agree with the above statement. I have been following this brand for many years. The Huayan series is indeed the most low-key one. Although it is also beautiful, in terms of value, it is not at the same level as Eternity. If UL really values Jiang Qiao, it is impossible to give her only this. Not to mention the store treasure. The Flame Crown, the UL brand also has 10 classics, but not even one of those 10 classics was given to her. You think about it. Think about it carefully. Fuck. Could it be that because of Jiang Qiao identity, the other party could not refuse and officially announce her? After all, Jiang Qiao family is so rich, and they are all in the same circle. So it's not easy for them to do something too extreme. It feels like I have discovered the inside story of a wealthy family. Ha. Netizens of this generation are getting harder and harder to fool. If UL is reluctantly speaking up for Jiang Qiao because of this, then Jiang Qiao is too embarrassed. Right? If I were her, I would be so embarrassed. Qiao fans who were excited were caught off guard when they saw these comments under UL official Weibo account, and it was like a mouthful of shit was forced into their mouths. They were immediately furious. What nonsense are these people talking about? They are trying to save face after being slapped in the face. They must be pissed off that UL didn't find them. They are so horny. It's a pity that they don't write novels. Qiao fans immediately started to criticize those comments. However, these people felt that they were very reasonable. They seemed to have found a way to fight back against Qiao fans. As long as Qiao fans refuted them, they would ask why UL didn't give Jiang Qiao the top 10 classics. Qiao fans couldn't find a reason to refute them for a while. And they were really angry for a while. And these people continue to be sarcastic. Although we don't have UL, we have Eternity. At least it's not a perfunctory small necklace and broken earrings. At the dinner, I'm waiting for a Jiang Qiao who was beaten by Miss Xia. Squinting smile. Chapter 525. Damn the desire to win. Oh! There is one more thing. How come you all forgot? UL said that Jiang Qiao was chosen to showcase the Huayan series because she is pretty. But do they know what Jiang Qiao looks like now? If they saw her face, would they not even give her the Huayan series? The netizens who saw this comment were stunned, and this person directly posted Jiang Qiao's slightly swollen face in the vlog under this comment. The vlog was posted on the official Weibo account of Ming Group. The people who watched it at that time were also fans of Jiang Qiao and Ming Siren. The focus at that time was not on Jiang Qiao's face, but on the details of their sweet interactions. No one paid much attention to Jiang Qiao's face. But now that this screenshot has been posted, it is quite malicious. Jiang Qiao's eyes are red and swollen, and her cheeks are slightly swollen. Although she is still a long way from being ugly, there is naturally a gap with her usual top appearance. In addition, this netizen deliberately sharpened the photo, so that in the eyes of netizens, this photo is evidence of a decline in appearance. What happened to her face? Oh my god. It feels a little ugly. Please, Jiang Qiao seems to have an eye inflammation. It's okay to criticize other things, but Jiang Qiao appearance is really nothing to criticize. Okay, the vlog is so long, and the point is not there, and it will be fine in 2 days. There's no need to say that about her. Right? Now I'm really worried about Jiang Qiao. 2 days later at the jewelry banquet, Miss Jiao will wear eternity, with a face that may be much more beautiful than Jiang Qiao, and Ms. Jiang Mingyan will escort her. After this crazy beating, how can she be popular in the future? I can already imagine what a cruel comparison of appearance will be at that time. Jiang Qiao is so unlucky. She doesn't have the blessing of top jewelry, and her eyes are still like that. I don't know if her eyes will be fine by then. The battle between Jiang Qiao and Lin Yeo has not officially started yet, but it has already caused a stir on the internet. Therefore, everyone is looking forward to the jewelry banquet in 2 days. Miss Jiao's appearance at the dinner party was overwhelmingly popular. She never showed her face from beginning to end, and was full of mystery. She had a similar outline to the beautiful Jiang Qiao, and the rumor that she was much prettier than Jiang Qiao came out from nowhere, which led to fans' expectations of her from the beginning. Everyone was looking forward to what a face prettier than Jiang Qiao would look like. Jiang Qiao's eyes were recovering. She was ordered not to look at electronic products for a long time, so from morning to night, she was either looking at flowers or grass, living like a retired old man. The swelling on her face had gone. Only her eyes were still red. At this moment, she rested her chin on the man's shoulder, stretched out her voice, and said, "Brother Si Ran Ming's siren hands did not stop typing. His eyes were still on the laptop screen. And he lazily responded, Jiang Qiao rubbed his ear and whispered, "Don't work." Ming Siren curled his lips, and his attitude was like coaxing a child, "Be good. Go play somewhere else." Jiang Qiao continued to rub him, "Be intimate with me for a while." The room was very quiet. Ming Siren paused while typing, listening to her words. He raised his eyebrows and chuckled slowly. "Oh? What kind of affection? Hold me." Ming Siren's slender fingers continued to type on the keyboard. He threw a few words to her lazily. Too low level, not interested. Jiang Qiao continued to harass him. But Ming Siren was really busy today. Seeing that he was concentrating on his work, Jiang Qiao let it go after making a fuss for a while. Walked away. After walking around for a while, he took out a book from the bookshelf and read it. Ming Siren was busy for half an hour. Rubbed his wrist, and looked up to see Jiang Qiao quietly leaning on the sofa, holding a book, shaking her calves gently, and reading seriously. The woman had fair cheeks, a straight nose, and occasional small movements that made people feel soft. It seemed that he had ignored her just now. Ming Siren pressed his eyebrows, got up and walked to the bathroom, ready to wash his face and accompany his girlfriend. Jiang Qiao was halfway through reading a book when he heard footsteps coming from the front. He looked up and saw Ming Siren walking towards him. The man was elegant and upright, full of dignity, and his voice was gentle and casual. "Qiao Qiao." Jiang Qiao immediately put down the book, and her beautiful cat eyes curved. "Do you want to be intimate with me for a while?" Ming Siren leaned over, rubbed her nose, and said in a low and lazy voice, "Well?" Jiang Qiao smiled and stretched out his arms. Ming Siren was about to pick her up from the sofa, and Jiang Qiao's cell phone in her pocket suddenly rang. She raised her hand to stop him, looked at the number of the public relations manager, and picked up the phone carelessly. "Hello?" Ming Siren lowered his eyes and kissed her fingertips. Jiang Qiao felt a little itchy. She couldn't help but smile and pull back. She was having a good time flirting. The man was about to continue. After listening to the PR manager talk about what happened online, Jiang Qiao's voice suddenly rose. "What did you say?" Ming Siren held her hand and asked, "What wrong?" Jiang Qiao ignored him. Ming Siren raised his eyebrows and asked again. Jiang Qiao got up from his arms and waved his hand like a puppy. "Go away." Ming Siren, ? The air was quiet. Ming Siren glanced at her with a half smile. The way Jiang Qiao left the arms of the man who just wanted to be intimate with her was like a scumbag who would not recognize her after putting on his pants. Ming Siren narrowed his eyes slightly and called her, "Jiang Qiao." Jiang Qiao didn't even look at him. She looked like she was going to fight with him. She had forgotten about being intimate or not, turned around and was about to walk out. But before she took 2 steps, Ming Siren grabbed her waist and pulled her back. Where are you going? Jiang Qiao didn't even look at him. She had hung up the phone with the PR manager. She took out her phone and dialed another number. She spoke quickly and clearly. Contact the best stylist and doctor for me. The jewelry banquet in 2 days. Make sure there is no trace on my face. Ming Tumansi ran, just looked at her big eyes shining, arranging everything for herself from head to toe. After a while, she seemed to finally realize his existence. She looked up and kissed him on the lips very perfunctorily. Be good, I have something to do, you go and play by yourself. After saying that, she pulled his hand away and immediately ran downstairs. At the same time, her voice came from outside, sounding very excited. The little bitch dares to compete with me in beauty, I will torture her to death. Oh, my damn desire to win. Ming Siren. Chapter 526, I think you deserve a kiss. The jewelry banquet will be held in 2 days. On the day before, which happened to be Saturday, Jiang Qiao dragged Ming Siren out. The man lazily leaned on the passenger seat, wearing a pair of sunglasses on his face. He didn't wear a suit today, but dressed casually, with a lazy vibe, a bit like a romantic nobleman. Jiang Qiao held the steering wheel, looking like a seasoned driver. The photographer sitting in the back seat held his equipment, his heart beating a little fast. Mr. Jiang, you are? Jiang Qiao covered herself tightly with a mask and sunglasses. She hid in the room this morning and did some things secretly. Ming Siren didn't know what she did in there. At this time, he glanced at her and said in a calm tone, Why, you brought a photographer with you on a date with your brother? Jiang Qiao ignored him and drove all the way to the hospital entrance. After parking the car, she turned her head and said to the photographer, You will take a sneak shot of me later. Remember to take a picture of the hospital building as well. Also, make sure you take a picture of me in a bad way. The photographer had never heard of such a request since he started working in this industry. And he was stunned. Jiang Qiao glanced at him. And then she took off her mask and sunglasses in front of the two of them. Ming Siren. He turned his face away silently. It must be said that Jiang Qiao makeup skills are very good. She looked like she was allergic at this time, which was more serious than in the vlog, but not too exaggerated. It just lowered her appearance to a lower level. At this moment, the woman touched her face. Sighed artificially. Jiang Qiao's face is rotten due to allergies, and the jewelry night banquet may be overshadowed. I have thought of the title for them. Photographer. Okay. He understands. In order to slap the faces of netizens. Jiang father really spared no effort. Jiang Qiao said to Ming Siren, Let go. Baby! Ming Siren glanced at her lazily. Oh! Now it baby. As soon as she got off the car, Jiang Qiao hooked Ming Siren's arm, and the man pulled her claws away. Jiang Qiao immediately leaned over. What wrong? She came closer, and the face that Ming Siren thought was a little funny jumped into his eyes. The man couldn't help but turn his head away. Stay away from me. Don't make me laugh. Do you dislike me? Jiang Qiao immediately came closer. Do you think I'm ugly? The man covered her face with his hand and chuckled softly. Go away. Jiang Qiao hissed softly and immediately jumped over and pecked him on the face. I think you deserve a kiss. The photographer with the equipment wanted to capture Jiang Qiao's ugly photos, but he didn't expect to take pictures of the two fathers' sweet love life. The single photographer was a bit upset. Were they asking him to take ugly photos, or to eat dog food? On that day, the marketing account posted a group of photos of Jiang Qiao, who seemed to have facial problems, and was in a bad mood. In the photos, Jiang Qiao had just come out of the hospital. She was wearing a mask in the first few photos, and in the last 2 photos, she seemed to feel very depressed, and took off the mask, so her face with a declining appearance was exposed. She frowned, and looked a little bored. When the haters saw those photos, they were immediately shocked. Oh no! Jiang Qiao, this bad woman, finally got caught by them. This day can be called a carnival day for the haters. They took this set of photos and began to mock Jiang Qiao, and this black hot search was not removed, and it stayed in the front row for a whole day, so that even passers-by knew that Jiang Qiao's face suddenly had a big problem, and her appearance dropped seriously, and she might be beaten when she competed on the same stage at the jewelry night banquet. Amidst the expectations of everyone, the jewelry night banquet finally arrived. This banquet was discussed in various ways before it started. The heat reached its peak. That evening, all the major media occupied the media area early, waiting for the arrival of the protagonists. Netizens began to look forward to it an hour in advance. From time to time, they refreshed the webpage. The comments under the live broadcast platform were refreshed very quickly. I'm waiting to take a screenshot of Miss G Beauty. Aw, Miss Gio. Come on. I'm different. Today I'm here to see the white, rich and beautiful girl make a fool of herself. My beautiful sister is kind-hearted. My beautiful sister has billions of assets. My beautiful sister is a face-slapping demon. My beautiful sister is kind-hearted. My beautiful sister has billions of assets. My beautiful sister is a face-slapping demon. Just when everyone was happily refreshing the comments and discussing, a large number of comment control troops suddenly came to the comment area and quickly refreshed the comments that criticized Jiang Qiao and those who were looking forward to Lin Zio. Everyone, ? It wasn't until someone went to Jiang Qiao's super topic that they found out that their big fans were calling for control of comments. The nosy netizens immediately started to criticize. Are you stupid to control comments in this situation? Aren't you afraid that passers-by will have a bad impression of Jiang Qiao? However, Qiao fans didn't back off at all this time, and replied without hesitation. Oh, I think I'm saving people, doing charity, supporting female celebrities to resist sexual harassment, and you passers-by haven't been very good to her. You're just like fence-sitters. You scold her at the slightest sign of trouble. It doesn't matter if you have a bad impression, anyway. We are the boss, and we don't need you to vote for us. Support us. And by peripherals, it doesn't matter if you have a bad impression, we don't care. Netizens, ? The fans of Qiao typed slowly. Sisters, if there are any passers-by coming to make trouble again, we will treat them as trolls and curse them to death. The fans of Qiao finally figured it out. Before, they were too bound by the rules of the circle, and they were always hesitant, for fear of causing Jiang Qiao to be criticized. But they were so cowardly, and it didn't stop Jiang Qiao from being criticized. In this case, why should they keep a low profile? Their boss is the boss. In the future, Jiang Qiao will be a nobody in the circle. Those netizens who asked about the good things were scolded by Qiao's fans. And finally, they couldn't stand it and left in disgrace. With the control of comments, the insults against Jiang Qiao in the live broadcast room suddenly decreased a lot. Finally, at 8 o'clock in the evening, the live broadcast officially began. This jewelry night banquet was star-studded, with a red carpet of 100 meters. At the beginning, this year's popular boy band appeared, instantly attracting the attention of countless netizens. Following closely were the female stars, who often appear in TV dramas. They were dressed brightly, smiled and greeted the camera. Generous and decent. Everyone is so beautiful. But I am still looking forward to the appearance of eternity. Yes. Where is Miss Gia? Why hasn't she come out yet? I am so sleepy waiting. I am a little nervous. What going on? After 15 minutes of live broadcast, when everyone was getting bored, the sound of an engine suddenly rang out in the quiet live broadcast room. The netizens were stunned. The next second, they saw a blue convertible sports car coming from a distance at an astonishing speed, and then it drifted beautifully and stopped in the camera. Chapter 527 Jewelry Night Banquet Appearance. The netizens were stunned. Even the people at the scene were obviously stunned by this scene. What going on? Who is it? Driving to the red carpet? They looked at the person sitting in the car, and saw a woman wearing sunglasses. Her face was a little unclear because of the distance, but she didn't let the netizens wait too long, and quickly opened the door and got out of the car. When all the cameras were aimed at her, she slowly scanned the surroundings, then raised her hand, and slowly took off the sunglasses on her face. In fact, after she got out of the car, when the camera scanned the crown on her head, netizens knew who she was. The beautiful eternal, dazzling design, although not as dreamy as flame, is also a synonym for beauty. Her short hair was a little messy because of the speeding, and she wore a long skirt, showing her exquisite figure. She stood next to the car in high heels. When the camera was pointed at her, she casually threw the car keys to the staff, who came over and said coldly, "Please help me drive the car away." It missed Gia. Fuck, I don't know what to say. Driving to the red carpet, this appearance is too awesome, so cool. She has such a good temperament, I'm stunned, oh my god. Because of this opening, netizens were shocked again for a while. The comments on the barrage were all praising her. And the media had been waiting for a long time, naturally. They would not miss this opportunity, they rushed forward. Miss Gia. You are Miss Gia. Right? Why did you think of racing to the red carpet? Is this your own idea? What do you think of your relationship with Jiang Qiao? Questions came one after another. Lin Zio frowned slightly. She spoke in a calm voice. Ask one by one. Her temperament was rather cold, which was completely different from the stars in the entertainment industry. The media immediately became more curious about her, and almost surrounded Lin Yeo. In the live broadcast room, the barrage was equally excited. Everyone had not yet recovered from her dashing appearance. Look at her, her temperament is amazing, she has a bit of a cold vibe, just as I imagined. She has a very comfortable look, is this Miss Yeo? I love her. So Miss Yeo looks like this? Ha ha ha. I laughed my ass off, I thought she was so beautiful, but she looks like this. I read the comments for a long time. Even more amazing, you guys keep praising her, from temperament to figure, but no one praises her face, you guys really love her. Her? Ha ha. +1, I am not a fan of Jiang Qiao. Nor a fan of this Miss Yeo. I just heard that she is prettier than Jiang Qiao, so I came to watch with great expectations. But, she is at most a low-profile version of Jiang Qiao. How can she be as beautiful and charming as Jiang Qiao? These two comments are very abrupt among the comments praising Lin Ziyu. The fans who just praised Lin Jia seem to have been hit in the sore spot, and they became angry instantly. Can you have some manners? Is Miss Yeo not cool enough or not pretty enough? I just like her type. Okay. Low-profile version? Didn't your mother teach you not to casually comment on other people's looks? That right. I just think Miss Yeo is more beautiful. Aesthetics is something that everyone has their own opinions on. How can you force us to think that something is not beautiful? Jiang Qiao fans are just mean. They don't even look at what Jiang Qiao looks like now. They still dare to mock others for being ugly. Aren't they afraid that their own faces will be completely rotten? Being ridiculed like this, Lin Ziyu fans were not willing to be outdone. In addition, Jiang Qiao's ugly picture yesterday was posted on the internet for a day, which just made it convenient for them. They immediately started to post Jiang Qiao's ugly pictures in the comment section. And as if they were deliberately comparing Lin Ziyu with her, they put the picture of Lin Ziyu wearing Yongling today, and the picture of Jiang Qiao's rotten face together. Everyone come and see who is the inferior one. Are the pretty fans blind? You don't know until you compare. Miss Yeo is clearly 100 blocks ahead of her. And I want to add one more sentence. Miss Yeo's crown is really beautiful. Ha ha ha. Yes, Miss Yeo's crown is really beautiful. Do you have one? Some people. Instead of mocking others for being ugly, why not go and see what kind of person they're now? Lin Ziya's fans were crazy in the barrage, and at the scene, Lin Ziya answered the reporters' questions one by one. She doesn't seem to like to smile, but the more she looks like this, the more people who like her think she has a good temperament, extremely fashionable and advanced. At this time, Jiang Mengyan and her team also came over. She seemed to be protecting her goddaughter, helping her to smooth things over with a smile, giving her timely advice, and attracting media people favorability. At the scene, Jiang Mengyan glanced at Lin Ziyu. She could imagine how many people on the internet would like this girl after today. Lin Ziyu noticed her gaze, smiled at her, and then the two of them prepared to go inside. Seeing that Lin Ziyu's appearance was about to end perfectly. At this time, because the two of them spent too much time on the red carpet, the next car also arrived. The extended Lincoln, with a black body, was slowly approaching, exuding a sense of nobility. At this time, several staff members received instructions from the intercom and immediately rushed to the front. They looked serious and walked very fast. Everyone who saw them could not help but quiet down and followed them with curious eyes. What happened? The Lincoln slowly stopped, and the staff members immediately stepped forward, bent down, and opened the door for the people in the car with visible respect. Who's coming? Feeling like a big shot. This is quite a grand occasion. The netizens who were commenting on the bullet screen also stopped arguing, and couldn't help but look at the people in the car with curiosity. Under everyone's sight, the first thing that caught their eyes was the woman's high heels, the cold white and slender ankles, which were white without any flaws. The woman lifted her skirt lightly, bent down slightly, and lowered her head to get out of the car. Perhaps because she felt the tension of the staff just now, the scene was very quiet at this moment. The camera moved from bottom to top, capturing the woman's figure inch by inch. The complicated and luxurious long skirt refracted the light under the light. The tube-top design revealed the beautiful shoulder and neck lines of a woman. Her long hair was slightly curled, scattered on her shoulders, slightly fluffy. The camera moved up, and then there was that breathtakingly beautiful face. It was Jiang Qiao. Jiang Qiao's makeup today was very delicate. Even every strand of hair was well groomed. She was already a great beauty, and with a rare thoughtful dressing, the effect was obvious. The netizens who commented on the bullet screen were silent for a moment. Chapter 528 Look. What is Jiang Qiao wearing on her head? A few seconds passed. Didn't they say there was something wrong with her face? Then who is this woman who looks so beautiful that she seems to be glowing? What going on? Who said she was ugly? Isn't this woman more beautiful than usual? It her appearance that not good. Say it again, that she not good looking. Not only the netizens, even the haters were confused. They looked at Jiang Qiao, whose appearance dropped more than 10 times in the photo yesterday, with a confused look on their faces, and then looked at the woman in front of the camera, who was so beautiful that they felt their souls were seduced by her at a glance. What going on? Netizens were immersed in surprise, and at this time, some people found a bigger problem. Their eyes moved from Jiang Qiao's exquisite face, and then slowly to her head. They looked at the beautiful, dreamy, mysterious crown. A few seconds later, some people trembled and began to type, Wait, don't worry about her face, have you noticed? What is Jiang Qiao wearing on her head? As this barrage came out, people who had just ignored the accessories on Jiang Qiao because of her perfect appearance began to shift their attention to her. Then, everyone started to shiver. Yes, was my eyes blurry? Why does the crown on her head look a bit like the legendary flame? What should I do? I think so too. In the strange silence, one comment stood out. How can this be a bit like? I am a jewelry designer, I won't make a mistake, this is flame. Jiang Qiao is awesome. When netizens saw those words, their hearts skipped a beat. It really flame. The woman is wearing a long dress, and the crown on her head is particularly eye-catching. She is also wearing earrings and a necklace from the Huayun series. However, the two pieces of jewelry are very low-key, because the crown is dreamy and dazzling. This low-key style just matches it very well, and it doesn't look cumbersome or complicated. Netizens understood the meaning of the UL brand in an instant. It is precisely because she is wearing flame that she was given the relatively low-key Huayun series. They thought UL didn't value her. This is not valuing her. It is obvious that UL values her very much. UL brand treats Jiang Qiao like her own daughter. Right? What is the relationship between them? Flame. With a crown of this level present, the eternity on Lin Zia's head is no longer attractive, and the limelight is suppressed in an instant, and even the brilliance seems to be dimmed a lot. Especially Jiang Qiao's gorgeous dress, which is worthy of this crown from head to toe. Compared with Lin Zia's dress, even if you don't look at her face, it's not an exaggeration to say that she is beaten. I just checked, Jiang Qiao's long dress is also very famous. The price is very beautiful, to the extent that it can make people gasp. I have only now truly realized what it means to be rich. Oh my god, is Jiang Qiao crazy beautiful today? Is she a princess? Jiang Qiao was very satisfied with the expressions of the crowd at the moment. Her eyes swept across the scene, and finally fell on Lin Ziyao, who was staring at her coldly. She raised her eyebrows slightly, and walked directly towards her. To be precise, she did not walk towards her, but walked towards the media area. Lin Hio and Jiang Mengyan were so fascinated by her that no one mentioned leaving, and stood there waiting for her to arrive. Jiang Mengyan saw Jiang Qiao coming, and her eyes swept over the crown on her head. And she smiled and said, Ms. Jiang Qiao. Hello. Is that flame on your head? Jiang Qiao curled her lips. Yes. It really beautiful. Her eternity was compared to it. Jiang Mengyan laughed dryly, and said, but I remember that the UL brand said it would never lend it out. Today. What going on? Oh! Won't you lend it out? Jiang Qiao said sarcastically. Sorry, this is a gift from a sister, I don't know. Give it to her. Hearing her words, the people at the scene and netizens were excited again. How valuable is this crown? It was actually given to her like this, and Jiang Qiao's tone was quite nonchalant. What kind of daily life is this for the rich? Flame. Can be given casually? Jiang Mengyan stopped talking. At this time, the reporter's attention fell on Jiang Qiao. They immediately transferred the microphone from Lin Jia to Jiang Qiao. A group of people approached Jiang Qiao, and the compliments to Lin Zia were no longer paid attention to. The difference in treatment was very obvious. Lin Jia pursed her lips, and her eyes were slightly cold. Ms. Jiang Qiao, your photos were circulated on the internet yesterday. In those photos, your appearance was very different from now. What going on? Jiang Qiao was surprised when she heard this. Ah! What photos? The reporter saw that her face was full of the words, oh my god. What going on? I don't know. So he immediately took out his phone and found the group of pictures on Weibo, showed them to Jiang Qiao, and observed her reaction. Jiang Qiao looked at the phone screen, slightly widened her eyes, and shook her head innocently. I don't know. She suddenly seemed to think of something, and suddenly said, maybe some haters deliberately photoshopped the pictures to discredit me. I don't know why. Some netizens are very malicious to me. When she said this, her eyelashes drooped slightly, and she looked a little sad. Jiang Qiao, this beautiful lady, has always been a wild and beautiful lady. It was the first time for netizens to see her look so pitiful, especially today. Her makeup was delicate and pure, with her eyes drooped. She looked so pitiful. Not to mention the fans. Even passers-by felt a little distressed at this moment. To be honest, do the haters have any heart? Jiang Qiao just had an eye inflammation, but she couldn't wait to Photoshop her picture to make it look bad, spread rumors that her appearance has seriously declined. Isn't that too much? All the fans feel sorry for Jiang Qiao. The beautiful lady is really miserable. Jiang Qiao loyal fans are here. I will scold anyone who criticizes Jiang Qiao appearance. At this moment, Jiang Qiao haters are holding their phones, watching the crazy diss on the barrage, with a lot of question marks in their heads. No, who photoshopped her picture? Who spread rumors about her? Seeing that the netizens were getting more and more aggressive in their comments, the haters started to speak passionately. Fuck. We really didn't Photoshop her picture this time. No. She must have been acting. Jiang Qiao. This woman. She is such a scheming bitch, and wants us to take the blame. Oh. You still don't admit it. Dare to do it but not admit it. Do we think we don't know Jiang Qiao's character? She has always been daring and responsible for it. Slandering you to take the blame? Is she that kind of person? These haters are really cowards. The haters looked at their ridicule, and were so angry that their eyes went dark. Fuck daring and responsible for it. Isn't she that kind of person? She is that kind of person. Okay. Chapter 529 Overwhelming Beauty. At the scene, Lin Hia saw Jiang Qiao pretentious look, her expression darkened, and she turned and left. Jiang Qiao had been paying attention to her for a long time, and when she saw that she wanted to leave, her beautiful cat eyes blinked, and immediately took a few quick steps forward to stop her. Wow, this is Miss Xiu? In the impression of netizens, Lin Xiu and Jiang Qiao had never met before, and now they saw these two women who had been arguing and mocking each other online in the same frame, and they were immediately shocked, and their eyes lit up. Netizens, it started. It started. The war of words is about to begin. Lin Xiu looked at Jiang Qiao coldly, without saying anything. When the two were in the same picture, the contrast in all aspects was even more obvious. Jiang Qiao had perfect bone structure, excellent shoulder and neck lines, and her cold white skin. When the two stood together, the contrast was simply cruel. Lin Yi's originally outstanding temperament was completely insignificant in front of Jiang Qiao's overwhelming beauty. It was like the crowns on their heads, one large and one small, which instantly dimmed. I feel a little bit abused. Jiang Qiao's face is like a bug. She is bright and charming when she dresses up casually. Not to mention that she is so carefully dressed now. She is simply awesome. Nonsense, Jiang Qiao was the first person that female stars didn't want to be in the same frame with. She is a nightmare for female stars in the entertainment industry. Why did this Xiu provoke her? Jiang Qiao looked Lin Xiu up and down. Lin Xiu felt that her eyes made her extremely uncomfortable. She was about to ask her what she was looking at in a cold voice, but she saw this woman lifting her hair, and then she spoke slowly. Well, we really don't look alike. Whether it was the audience or netizens, they all gasped at the same time. Jiang Qiao's words were like a slap in Lin Xiu's face. They could feel the woman's humiliation through the screen. But Lin Xiu couldn't refute it. Lin Xiu's chest rose and fell violently. No woman would be able to remain calm after being mocked for her appearance. She said, "You?" Jiang Mengyan, who was next to her, noticed it in time, and pulled Lin Xiu to stop her from losing her composure in public. She smiled and said to Jiang Qiao, "Then Miss Jiang, we leave first." Jiang Qiao glanced at Lin Xiu indifferently, without saying anything. Jiang Mengyan left with Lin Xiu first. Among the reporters someone said, "Mr. Jiang, I am your fan. Can you sign an autograph for me?" Jiang Qiao raised her eyebrows, turned her head to look at the other person, and readily agreed. Jiang Qiao's stunning appearance made Lin Xiu's limelight stolen. The rumor that Lin Xiu was more beautiful than Jiang Qiao on the internet suddenly seemed ridiculous in front of the photo of the two of them together. I have to admit that Jiang Dad is Jiang Dad. Her beauty is invincible. At this time, in the venue of the jewelry night banquet, Jiang Mengyan was talking to Lin Xiu in a soft voice, telling her not to care about what happened tonight. Lin Xiao's mood quickly calmed down. She straightened her back again, showing everyone a calm and dignified look, so the number of people who laughed at her gradually decreased. Just when Lin Xiao was completely suppressed, a tall foreign man saw her, exclaimed, and then walked towards her quickly. The people who came to attend the jewelry dinner had all arrived. At this time, the live broadcast had been switched from the outside to the inside. The netizens who were paying attention to jewelry suddenly heard this voice, and immediately looked at the two curiously. So they saw the young and handsome jewelry designer Kyle, who excitedly came to Lin Xiao, and then reached out and hugged her warmly. The netizens' eyes widened immediately. Kyle is very famous in the designer circle. He has some talent, and the reason why the general netizens know him, in addition to his identity, the main reason is his handsome face. Kyle stood out among all the designers with his handsome face. He was very popular on the internet for a while. When netizens mentioned jewelry designers, he was the first one they thought of. Everyone was surprised to see him hugging Lin Xiao enthusiastically. Do they know each other? Look at Kyle's excitement. Ah! Don't. Kyle is mine. He is so handsome. I envy Miss Xiao so much. At the scene at this time, Kyle hugged Lin Xiao for a long time before letting go. He seemed to have a good impression of Lin Xiao. He did not hide it even in front of so many people. He asked her with a smile in English why she was here. Lin Xiao was also very nice. The two of them smiled and talked, looking very familiar. Although it was just a simple greeting, the picture of the two standing together was very harmonious and well matched. There were many comments of envy for Lin Xiao on the barrage. This is the first time I see Kyle so happy. I feel jealous. Miss Xiao knows such a talented and handsome person. I feel so great. Look, Kyle seems to have only her in his eyes. I can imagine a 100,000 word long article about handsome men and beautiful women. Isn't anyone impressed by Miss Xiao connections? First it was Jiang Mengyan. Then Kyle, who has such a good relationship with people. As the two were talking, Jiang Qiao came in from outside. Kyle's eyes casually swept over Jiang Qiao, and then his eyes could not help but pause. Jiang Qiao did not pay attention to his eyes, but saw Lin Xiao talking to a foreign man. She raised her eyebrows. Who is that? At this time, the host of this night banquet spoke. Actually, today, there is also a mysterious designer who came to the scene. Many beautiful jewelry are made by her. She has always been low-key, in fact. Even we didn't expect to invite her today. Jiang Qiao's attitude was somewhat nonchalant, and she listened to the host's speech. At this time, people gathered in groups of 3 or 4 at the banquet, especially Lin Xiao's group. Everyone surrounded her, and it was very lively. However, Jiang Qiao's identity as the boss was there, and no one dared to come and talk to her for a while. Jiang Qiao didn't care, and took a glass of champagne from the waiter. After listening to the host's suspense, she continued, that person, she is the one who designed the flame, the author of the crown, and also the boss behind the UL jewelry brand. When the host said this, the scene suddenly became quiet, and there was a burst of unbelievable noise. The designer who designed the flame has never shown his face. No matter how much the crown was praised by everyone, he never made a public statement. He is known for his aloofness and uniqueness. He was invited to today's jewelry dinner? Jiang Qiao also opened her eyes wide. She subconsciously touched the crown on her head. The owner of the crown is here? There were many jewelry designers who were fans of this person at the scene. They were very excited when they heard this. Netizens were even more so. They typed very fast. The author of Flame also came to the scene. Am I dreaming? She is my idol. Fuck. Jiang Qiao came wearing Flame. The designer also showed up at the same time. Could this person come for Jiang Qiao? The comments above almost made me laugh to death. Didn't Jiang Qiao say that the crown was given to her by a certain sister? Can you please stop flattering yourself whenever you get the chance? Seeing that Miss Xiao knows the designer, fans of Qiao can't wait to find one for their own idol. Don't rush to embarrass yourself. Okay. While netizens were discussing fiercely, the host turned his attention to the entrance. Chapter 530 Famous Scene Warning. Now we invite the designer of the UL brand, Yi Suiyu Miss Yi. As the host introduced, the audience in the quiet venue turned their attention to the entrance. 1 second, 2 seconds, a woman in a light-colored long skirt slowly walked in from outside. Compared to others, she was dressed relatively low-key, but her face was so beautiful that it could not be ignored. It was exactly the face of the heroine in a romance novel. It was the kind of stunning face that did not affect her appearance even though it was obvious that her eyes seemed invisible. Jiang Qiao had just glanced over casually, and suddenly saw such a face. The champagne she had just drunk almost choked her, and she coughed. The whole person, Yi Suiyu, was next to a bodyguard. The tall and straight bodyguard in a black suit was guarding her side, and the aura of a young lady was overwhelming. Yi Suiyu couldn't see, but her hearing was particularly sharp. The scene was very quiet at the moment. Although Jiang Qiao suppressed her cough, she still heard it. She tilted her head in that direction. The bodyguard beside her whispered to her, "It missed Jiang Qiao. She saw you." Yi Suiyu seemed to have guessed Jiang Qiao's mental activity at the moment, and smiled immediately. Jiang Qiao saw Yi Suiyu, the black-bellied woman, showing her a cunning and deliberate smile. And suddenly, her little heart was like being scratched by a cat. This woman! Lin Jia also saw Yi Suiyu, and immediately remembered the embarrassment of being driven away from the winery that day. And her face became uglier. It's Jiang Qiao friend again. She is actually the designer of Flame. Thinking that she would be made a joke of by these two people tonight, Lin Jia slowly clenched her palms, and a chill rolled in her heart. At this moment, the netizens were already boiling with excitement. Flame. The designer is indeed a young lady. And she is such a beautiful young lady. So beautiful, but can't she see? She can design such a dreamy and romantic crown even if she can't see. Is she a god? She has bodyguards when traveling. I have only seen them in TV dramas. This cold and beautiful lady from a wealthy family is so cute. There are many designers at the scene who regard Yi Suiyu as an idol. They stared at her with very hot eyes. The host just wanted her to say hello to everyone. Yi Suiyu raised her head, and her exquisite face came into everyone's eyes. The people below cheered. Yi Suiyu paused, then smiled helplessly. Her smile touched the netizens instantly, and they were moved like crazy. Jiang Qiao, who can resist this? Host, Ms. Yi has always been very low-key. We are very surprised to have you here today. Can I ask why you came to this fashion dinner? Yi Suiyu paused, then spoke slowly. The woman's voice was very nice, and people couldn't help but want to keep looking at her. Flame was designed when I was 18 years old. It is romantic and dreamy, carrying all my girlish thoughts. I have always been looking forward to having a beautiful and clean girl wearing it in the future. On the day when my dream comes true, I will naturally come to see it, even if she didn't see it with her own eyes. Yi Suiyu faced Jiang Qiao. His eyes were very gentle, and said with a smile, I heard that Qiao was very beautiful today, wasn't she? In the quiet scene, the woman spoke in a gentle tone, and when the two words Qiao came out of her mouth, the netizens were all stunned, and before they could come back to their senses, the light suddenly hid Jiang Qiao. At this moment, the surroundings were dim, only Jiang Qiao's body was bright. She looked up blankly, her eyes were black and white, her long hair was soft, and her crown was stunning. Instantly, that clean girlish feeling hit everyone's heart. Netizens, fuck! If before getting off the car, people just sighed at Jiang Qiao's usual beauty, and didn't take it seriously, at this moment, all the netizens who saw Jiang Qiao clearly felt their hearts being pulled. What is the feeling of heartbeat? This is it. MLM leader Sui Yu, with just a few simple words, directly added a sense of story to Jiang Qiao's beauty, raising her beauty to a higher level. Jiang Qiao's inadvertent eye raise, and the perfect light, directly created a famous scene. This beautiful glance was immediately captured, causing netizens to exclaim wildly, Sister Qiao is so beautiful. This sister can kill with her face. From what Miss Yi said just now, it is obvious that she knows Jiang Qiao. Are they acquaintances? Damn it! The sister who gave her the crown that Jiang Qiao mentioned. Could it be her? And from the look on Sister Qiao's face, it seems that she didn't know beforehand. This kind of beautiful and talented elder sister indulges her younger sister mischief. What kind of peerless group love article is this? Stop talking. I'm really jealous. I'm almost jealous. Jiang Qiao just listened to Yi Suiyu gently praising her beauty in front of so many people. And the people at the scene looked at her at the same time, and nodded in cooperation. She couldn't hold it in, and the next second, in front of everyone, her face flushed. Ha! Shit, I've never seen Sister Qiao blush. She embarrassed, she can actually be embarrassed. Sister Qiao is so cute, she was saying she was the prettiest girl in the world when she got off the car. But now she blushes without saying a word when others praise her. What kind of Sundra little cat is she? No matter if it was netizens or the people at the scene, everyone's attention was focused on Jiang Qiao and Yi Suiyu and Lin Xiao, who was highly discussed before the live broadcast. was completely turned into a background board. Yisuayu came over quickly. Jiang Qiao looked at the scheming woman approaching her and said, "Why didn't you tell me that you were the boss of UL?" Yisuayu smiled and said, "You didn't ask me either." Jiang Qiao. She knew she would say that. Yisuayu identity as a famous designer was there. And soon many people came to greet her. Even Kyle, who was next to Linzia just now, came over. After talking to Yisuayu for a few words, he turned his attention to Jiang Qiao and swept his eyes over her and said, "Hello." Jiang Qiao had no interest in him. She nodded perfunctorily, took her phone, and walked out of the crowd. She glanced at Yisuayu, who was talking to the jewelry designers, and sent a message to her brother. "Something wrong? Come quickly. This beautiful sister helped her so much. She couldn't be ungrateful. Right?" After a while, Jiang Zealand replied to her slowly with a symbol. Chapter 531 Textbook Level Treatment of Bitches. Jiang Qiao immediately typed a reply to him. "Brother, I want to go home, come and pick me up." At first, Jiang Zealand ignored her. After a while, he called her back directly. Jiang Qiao looked at the 3 words "Big Devil" on it, and shuddered and almost hung up the phone. She avoided the crowd, coughed lightly, and answered the call in a sneaky way. "Hello? Brother." The man's naturally cold voice came from the other side. "Where the driver?" Jiang Qiao had prepared her words long ago, and immediately said, "The driver had something urgent to do at home, so I asked him to go back first. I'm in a video conference. You can ask Ming Siren to pick you up." He seemed to want to hang up the phone directly. Jiang Qiao hurriedly said, "Ceylon is sick today. He is very sick. He can't come to pick me up." On the other side, Jiang Zealand frowned. "Is he sick?" He held the phone. His eyebrows were slender and cold. And he said coldly, "Wasn't he still alive and kicking a few days ago? What wrong with him?" Lively and energetic. Jiang Qiao listened to Jiang Zealand adjectives, and her mouth twitched. After 2 seconds, she replied, "He caught a cold, had a headache, and couldn't go out." Jiang Zealand immediately sneered. "That boy is really weak." Jiang Qiao. "Are you going to pick me up?" Jiang Qiao rolled her eyes. "I feel a little uncomfortable. I want to go home." This sentence really worked. Jiang Qiao soon heard the sound of someone getting up over there. Jiang Zealand took the car key and opened the door. "Address." Jiang Qiao replied him, hearing him coming downstairs. She was afraid that he was too worried about her. So she added, "Actually, I'm not feeling particularly uncomfortable. Brother, please drive slowly on the road and be careful." Jiang Zealand didn't answer her, and hung up the phone. Looking at the gradually darkening screen, Jiang Qiao raised her eyes, looked at Yisuayu in the field, and said with a sigh, "Damn. She is really a clever little ghost." Jiang Qiao returned to the field again, and Yisuayu heard her voice and asked in her direction, "What did you do just now?" "I went to the bathroom." Yisuayu didn't seem to have any doubts, and nodded, indicating that she understood. The two talked for a while, and Lin Ziyu suddenly walked towards them. Jiang Qiao was the first to notice her, and raised her eyebrows slightly, but didn't say anything. Lin Ziya's eyes fell on Yisuayu, and she looked at her eyes for a few seconds. Then she turned her eyes away coldly, and turned her eyes to Jiang Qiao. Then she heard her coldly say, "Since you have known each other for a long time, why bother pretending on a public platform? Do you feel so happy to fool netizens?" Jiang Qiao raised her eyebrows slightly. "What do you mean? Flame was given to you by her. You already knew that she was the designer of UL. When netizens misunderstood UL and looked down on you, you should have clarified it long ago. Why did you let the situation develop? You are treating everyone as a joke. Right?" Jiang Qiao listened to her words that destroyed her worldview and almost doubted her life. Where did this extraordinary saint come from? Netizens made random guesses and slandered her, and finally got slapped in the face by her. They still blame her for not clarifying when those people guessed wrong, causing them to get slapped in the face? Jiang Qiao was so angry that she almost laughed. Before she could say anything, Yisuayu raised his hand and threw the wine in his hand at her. Lin Yi was just opposite her, and she was not on guard against her. She was directly splashed. She quickly took 2 steps back, but her skirt was already stained. She raised her head suddenly and stared at her angrily. Yisuayu had a delicate face. His eyebrows did not move at all, and his tone was even colder than hers. "Sorry. My hand slipped." But there was no embarrassment in her tone. Lin Jia's face was cold. "You did it on purpose." "Yes, I did it on purpose." Yi Suiyu spoke slowly. But according to your logic just now, this is also your fault. Why didn't you predict and calm my anger before I got angry? You didn't do it well enough. Jiang Qiao couldn't help laughing out loud. Spirit. Refreshing. Refreshing. Lin Hio looked down at the stains on her body, her lips tightly pursed. The waiter noticed the situation here and hurried over. Excuse me. What happened? Lin Hio stared at Yi Suiyu coldly and raised her voice a few degrees. This woman threw wine at me. Her voice was not low, and the people at the scene couldn't help but look at her. Noticing this scene, they were all a little surprised, especially when they heard that Yi Suiyu threw wine at her. They were all stunned. But the next second, everyone saw that the accused Yi Suiyu eyelashes trembled. Her soft neck drooped slightly, and she whispered, sorry. I'm blind. I didn't see. Jiang Qiao. Sister. Lin Xiu's breath was choked. Ms. Yi, are you okay? We will clean up immediately. Watch your step, and don't get hurt. Even the waiter's attention was on Yi Suiyu, looking at her with full kindness. Yi Suiyu responded appropriately. I'm fine. Then, in front of everyone, she said to Lin Xiu, Sister, are you okay? Lin Xiu turned and left. Although she didn't say a word, but Jiang Qiao could feel that she must be cursing in her heart at this moment. Saying who the hell is your sister? She gone? Jiang Qiao nodded. She gone. Yi Suiyu, who had shown Jiang Qiao how to deal with such a bitch, took the towel handed by the waiter and wiped her hands. She looked like she could beat 10 people with this level of skill. She was extremely calm. Jiang Qiao looked at Yi Suiyu with bright eyes, with an expression that said she had learned something. The bodyguard beside Yi Suiyu looked at his own daughter, and then looked at Jiang Qiao, and a bad feeling welled up in his heart. Why does he feel that Mr. Jiang Zilin's sister is going to learn bad things? Why doesn't his eldest daughter know how to teach her lover sister to learn good things? The night banquet ended soon after. Jiang Qiao and Yi Suiyu went out. Jiang Zilin's car was already parked outside. Jiang Qiao saw it and quickly grabbed Yi Suiyu, who was about to leave, and said, My brother is here. The woman immediately stopped and said to the bodyguard beside her, You go back first. The bodyguard looked at the tacit understanding between the two women. Jiang Qiao was just about to take Yi Suiyu to the car when Lin Xiu came out with a gloomy face. When she passed them, she stopped and said, Don't be happy too soon. Jiang Qiao looked at her and felt disgusted. She caught a glimpse of Jiang Zilin opening the door and getting out of the car. Her eyes suddenly lit up and said, Anyway, you won't be the one who is happy in the end. She took the clueless Yi Suiyu and walked forward. When she reached the front, she suddenly reached out and pushed the woman into the man's arms. Chapter 532 I hope someone is okay. Yi Suiyu was caught off guard. She was pushed so hard in the dark that she almost cried out. But the next second she felt that she had bumped into someone. She was supported by her waist. A cold and pleasant smell filled her nose. It was a familiar smell. She stopped moving immediately. Lin Xiu felt disdainful when she heard Jiang Qiao words. She sneered and was about to step forward. But when she saw the tall and straight man, her feet seemed to be glued to the ground instantly. And she couldn't move at all. Jiang Zilin subconsciously held the woman who was pushed over. In the dim light, he had a handsome face and cold eyes. When he realized who was in his arms, Jiang Zilin raised his eyes and looked at Jiang Qiao with calm eyes. Jiang Qiao looked into the eyes of the man. She didn't look innocent. But Jiang Zilin's gaze was too oppressive. She soon couldn't hold on any longer. She pursed her lips and complained, Brother, why are you hugging me? Jiang Zilin gave her a look that said get her back for a while, and reached out to push Yi Suiyu away. However, he pushed but failed. He used some strength in his hands, and finally pulled the person away. Yi Suiyu couldn't hold him anymore, and raised her head, with a look of pity on her face. She imitated Jiang Qiao and deliberately called him, Hello, brother. Jiang Zilin ignored her, glanced at the two of them coldly, and directly threw out two words, Get in the car. Then he opened the door and got in the car first. Jiang Qiao coughed lightly, stepped forward to open the door for Yi Suiyu, and the two sat in the back seat. When closing the car door, Jiang Qiao caught a glimpse of Lin Xiu standing there, looking in this direction, without moving. Jiang Qiao, I hope that person is okay. JPG. The black car quickly drove out of sight, but in front of Lin Xiu's eyes, the scene of the woman hugging him just now was still there. The part of his body that was splashed with wine was still wet, and it felt a little cold when the night wind blew. Jiang Qiao, Yi Suiyu, Lin Xiu slowly clenched her palms, with an ugly look on her face. What's so great about that? He's just a blind man. A blind man, that all? It was late when Jiang Qiao returned to the villa where she lived with Ming Siren. She opened the door, and found that the lights in the living room were off. She changed her shoes, looked in the direction of the bedroom, then lifted her skirt, and went upstairs lightly. The bedroom door was only half closed, the bedside light was warm. The man leaned on the bed, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. Jiang Qiao slowly closed the door, and quietly approached him. Ming Siren was holding a book in his hand, and there was a mobile phone next to him, staying on the live broadcast page, but it showed that the live broadcast had ended. Jiang Qiao couldn't help but smile. So he fell asleep while watching her live broadcast at home? It was rare to see him so defenseless. She sat by the bed and looked at him curiously for a long time. Ming Siren didn't wake up. His long and dense eyelashes cast a small shadow under his eyes. Jiang Qiao watched, and then moved closer to him. Ming Siren was sleeping. Suddenly, he felt a little itchy on his face. He slowly opened his eyes, and met the beautiful smiling eyes of the woman. He stretched out his hand and fell on her soft hair. With his eyes half closed, his voice was still hoarse from just waking up. Are you back? Jiang Qiao kissed his face. Why did you go to bed so early? Sleepy. Ming Siren seemed to want to sleep. Jiang Qiao slid her hand down to tickle him. He smiled and grabbed her hand. Without opening his eyes, his voice was hoarse and sexy. Be good. Chapter 533 I love you so much. Jiang Qiao didn't listen to him. Kisses him a few more times on the face, kicks off her shoes, and almost presses her whole body on him. Am I beautiful today? Brother Siran, The man hums, beautiful. You haven't looked at me yet. Ming Siran opened his eyes. The man has a pair of peach blossom eyes with perfect shape, looking passionate and gentle. His eyes fell on the crown on her head, and then slid down inch by inch, from her smooth and full forehead, to a pair of upturned cat eyes, to her straight nose, soft lips. He said, beautiful. He looked particularly attractive. Jiang Qiao put her head against his forehead and said softly, say you like me. Ming Siren smiled. The next second, Jiang Qiao felt dizzy, and was pressed down by him. The man held her waist, his thin lips pressed against her earlobe, his warm breath brushed her ear. I think you don't want to sleep tonight. Do you? Jiang Qiao was pressed down by him, and she smiled and put her arms around his neck. Aren't you sleepy? He did not stand up, slightly hunched his body, his chin rested on the side of her neck. Hearing this, he chuckled lazily. I still have the energy to deal with you. The crown on Jiang Qiao's head was taken off by him. Jiang Qiao gently kicked him. I haven't taken a shower yet. I'm going to take a shower. I go in a while. Jiang Qiao struggled, pushed him away directly, then jumped off the bed, took clean clothes, and ran into the bathroom without looking back. Baby, wait for me in bed. Wanted to sleep, but was woken up, was aroused, and then the other party went to take a shower again. Ming Siren. Jiang Qiao took off her makeup and took a shower. After nearly an hour in the bathroom, she came out. She thought Ming Siren must have fallen asleep. But when she looked at the bed, she saw the man was still reading. Jiang Qiao said, so obedient. Brother Siren? You're waiting for me so obediently. Ming Siren put down the book and said in a dangerous tone, come here. Jiang Qiao laughed out loud, walked over to hug him, and kissed him on the lips. I love you so much. The man snorted. It's useless to say you love me. Jiang Qiao's hair was still wet. She didn't blow dry it when she came out. Ming Siren glanced at her, got off the bed, went to the bathroom and got a hair dryer, let her sit down, and patiently blew her hair. Jiang Qiao looked up, said in a sweet voice, I really love you, I love you so much. Ming Siren glanced at her and ignored her. While Ming Siren was blowing her hair, Jiang Qiao had nothing to do, and took the man's mobile phone on the bed. His mobile phone recorded her fingerprint. Jiang Qiao easily unlocked it. She clicked in and took a look. The man didn't have any entertainment software on his mobile phone. The only ones he had were Weibo and live broadcast software that he kept just to watch her. Jiang Qiao logged into his Weibo account. Ming Siren hadn't posted on Weibo for a long time. Even the vlog was posted by the company official Weibo account. The latest Weibo post was 2 years ago. She casually clicked into his private messages. Although he didn't post on Weibo, there were surprisingly many private messages from netizens. Jiang Qiao was just browsing when she had nothing to do, but as she read through them, she was filled with questions, especially when she clicked into a private message and saw the photos sent by the other party. What wrong? Ming Siren saw that she didn't say anything, and leaned over to look at the phone she was holding. Jiang Qiao took a breath, and immediately covered his eyes with her hands. Don't look. Chapter 534 Ming Siren. He is mine. The man long eyelashes brushed against her palm, paused, puzzled. Huh? Jiang Qiao locked the phone screen, got up and walked to the bed. She originally wanted to use his account to post on Weibo directly, but then thought about it, logged into her own Weibo. Ming Siren watched the woman typing quickly with a tense face. Looking very serious, he raised his eyebrows, turned off the hair dryer first, and put it back. At this time, netizens are still awake. The stunning scene of Jiang Qiao looking up blankly at the jewelry dinner tonight was made into an animated picture, and netizens forwarded it in large numbers, and countless people praised her appearance. Because of that crown, in a short time, she has been called the beautiful little princess of the prosperous age. And at this time, netizens found that Jiang Qiao posted on Weibo. Netizens who were expecting her to post a few high-definition beauty pictures in person clicked on her account excitedly, but they found that she directly sent 3 passionate comments. Jiang Qiao v. Some women. Try to send those inexplicable pornographic pictures to my boyfriend again. I will kill you. Netizens. ? The confused netizens have not yet reacted to what happened. After refreshing Weibo, they found that she had posted 2 more. Jiang Qiao v. He can't see it. You should just give up on that idea. Jiang Qiao v. Ming Siren is mine. Okay. Looking at the large number of exclamation marks, Jiang Qiao anger can be felt through the screen. Netizens immediately commented. What happened? What happened? Did someone send erotic pictures to Ming father? Wow, who? Who sent those pictures to Ming father? He has a girlfriend. But he still sends those pictures. How shameless. Ha ha ha. Xiao Jia is angry. This woman has never had a passionate 3-game fight. Is she finally excited about Ming father? Why do I feel like I've eaten a piece of candy when I saw the last sentence? Wow. It yours. He is yours. My CP is real. Jiang Qiao angrily criticized the woman who sent the picture to Ming Siren 3 times in the middle of the night. The possessive tone caught netizens off guard. In the room, Jiang Qiao finished posting on Weibo, put her phone on the table, and went to bed angrily. Ming Siren came out of the bathroom and saw Jiang Qiao lying on the bed without saying a word, looking angry. He picked up his phone and glanced at it casually. The first thing that caught his eye was the Weibo post posted by Jiang Qiao. When he saw the third post, his lazy expression paused slightly, looked at her, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Jiang Qiao closed her eyes to calm down, and felt the other side of the bed sink. The man turned off the bedside lamp, and the room darkened. He reached out and pulled her into his arms. Jiang Qiao pushed him away. Go away. Go away. I don't want to hug you. Ming Siren laughed softly. What wrong? Jiang Qiao ignored him and turned her head to the other side. In the darkness, she felt the man slowly approaching, getting close to her, and said in a low, lazy and sexy voice, Qiao Qiao. Jiang Qiao's ears were a little itchy because of his shouting. The man's fingers fell on the back of her neck, and then began to slide down slowly. Don't touch me. The man didn't listen at all. His movements were lazy. Until the butterfly bone, Jiang Qiao couldn't help shrinking down. Ming Siren. At this moment, Ming Siren's lips replaced his hands and fell on her skin. Jiang Qiao was startled and wanted to turn back, but he held her shoulders. Chapter 535 Beauty of the Soul. In the darkness, the man slowly approached, his breath sprinkled on the skin, laughed softly. Don't move. A low and bewitching voice, word by word, am I not yours? Jiang Qiao beauty, and the exposure of the UL brand designer occupied the hot search. Lin Zi's popularity also rose afterwards, but it was because a blogger posted a comparison picture of her and Jiang Qiao. In the comparison picture, no matter from which angle, Jiang Qiao's appearance is much better than Lin Ziao. At this time, a passerby casually commented, low-profile version of Jiang Qiao. Manual dog head. It was directly pushed to the top of the hot comments. The next day, netizens found that Lin Zi posted a Weibo. Her Weibo still did not have a single text, only pictures. She posted 12 pictures, and without exception, they were all private messages from netizens. Qiao Qiao is the most beautiful. Ugh, you dare to compare with my sister Qiao with such an ugly face. Are you convinced now? Another day of being turned gay by Jiang Dad. I advise you to compare with Jiang Dad less in the future. Don't you have any idea of what you are like? My Qiao Ren is the best in the world. Ugly women. Die for me. I feel like vomiting when I see you. Did Jiang Qiao marry me today? You are so ugly that I want to twist your head off. I just got a fist hard when I saw you. Vomiting. Vomiting. How many companies does Jiang Dad have? People like you don't deserve to live in this world. Hee hee. I'll send you a wreath. You're welcome. And so on. 12 pictures. All of them are very vicious and explicit insults. And the later they are, the more nasty the insults are. Seeing this, netizens were shocked. What are these? Are these people crazy? I was speechless. These are all Jiang Qiao fans. Does she not care about them? Are all Jiang Qiao fans so uncultured? Like a bunch of mad dogs. I give up. I feel sorry for the little sister, who was bitten by a mad dog. I don't know if Lin Yi didn't notice or did it on purpose. She didn't blur the private messages of the people, so that their IDs were exposed, and the private messages she intercepted were almost all sent to her by Jiang Qiao fans. Seeing these foul-mouthed comments, netizens were immediately disgusted, and their love for Lin Zi instantly reached the peak. Even if Miss Xiao is not as beautiful as Jiang Qiao, she is not bad at all. Where does Jiang Qiao fans get their sense of superiority? Yes, I just like Miss Xiao cool style. Isn't it? Aesthetics is a matter of opinion. I don't think Jiang Qiao is beautiful at all, and now seeing her indulge these fans makes me even more sick. Miss Xiao. Don't pay attention to these idiots. They are crazy about chasing stars. I don't know what's wrong with them to come here to scold you. Seeing these fans' comments, netizens' favorable impression of Jiang Qiao also dropped a lot, blaming her in the comments for not being optimistic about her fans. Lin Yi replied to the person who comforted her in the comments, Xiao, I'm fine, but no one wants to be called the low-profile version of XX. I really don't know what these people are thinking. Hearing her helpless tone, the fans felt extremely distressed, and were even more disgusted with those who cursed, and immediately followed the ID, and went to their Weibo, to vent their anger for Lin Xiao. And seeing the pictures posted by Lin Xiao, the most confused ones were Jiang Qiao fans. Last night, their Qiao Jia had already beaten her in all aspects. There was no need for fans to send these to Lin Xiao. It was enough to just look at the comparison pictures of the two, who would be so bored to send her a private message. Moreover, they have already made a rule, not to cause trouble, but not to be afraid of trouble. No one would be stupid enough to take the initiative to bring bad things to Jiang Qiao. How could so many people send insulting remarks to Lin Xiao? The big fans immediately started to investigate what was going on. They did not dare to rule out that some individual fans were extreme and looking for trouble, so they investigated very carefully. But after a thorough investigation, they found that many of the IDs exposed by Lin Xiao were registered not long ago. And except for the IDs that can be seen at a glance who is the fan, these people's Weibo did not even have many contents about Jiang Qiao. Damn! This is clearly a deliberate frame-up. The big fans reacted, and immediately organized an anti-black campaign, however. Lin Xiao's popularity was there, and the first thing netizens saw was the disgusting insults, and then the ID of Jiang Qiao fans, and they immediately thought that Jiang Qiao and Jiang Qiao fans were disgusting, and their first reaction was to feel sorry for Lin Xiao, and the long list of explanations from the big fans did not win the understanding of passers-by, but instead received a round of ridicule. So they are all framing your sister, and all these fans are not yours? They are really good at lying with their eyes open. When they disagree with each other, they immediately label their true fans as black fans. Haha, Jiang Qiao fans. You have no heart. I just saw a Jiang Qiao fan who insulted Miss Xiao in a private message, and reposted Jiang Qiao Weibo, shouting that sister is so beautiful. Is this also a black fan? Do you think passers-by are all fools? The fan explanation was not understood by passers-by, and the hot comments were all about how miserable Lin Xiao was. Soon, Lin Xiao was bullied online, Jiang Qiao fans. These two entries became hot searches. After reading the whole story, all passers-by stood on Lin Xiao's side without exception, denouncing the stench of the fan circle. Jiang Qiao indulged fans and disappointed them, etc. No one mentioned the topic of the previous low-profile version of Jiang Qiao anymore. After reading this, Qiao fans were instantly disgusted by Lin Xiao. This woman trick of cutting off the source of the trouble was really fucking amazing. At this time, Lin Xiao, who had gained the sympathy and attention of countless netizens, jointly posted a Weibo with Jiang Mengyan. Xiao, after the dinner last night, I discussed with my godmother. Eternity. It is very beautiful. But the crown is there. It will always be just a cold crown. I want to auction it off. The money from the auction will be donated to the children in the poor mountainous areas, so that they can have warmth this winter. Thank you, godmother, for understanding me. At Jiang Mengyan quickly forwarded Lin Xiao Weibo. Jiang Mengyan v. Xiao is a kind girl. I hope everyone will not judge people only by appearance. In this world, character is the most important. Xiao happens to have the best character. She convinced me. Eternity. Since it was given to her, then its owner is Xiao, and she can do whatever she wants with it. After these two Weibo posts were published, netizens were all moved, especially when Lin Xiao was being bullied online. She was still able to maintain such a noble and kind heart, and now even passers-by who previously thought she was a low-profile version of Jiang Qiao felt embarrassed. Nothing can compare to the beauty of the soul, and winning with appearance, that is too cheap. Chapter 536 True Face. It feels like Jiang Qiao is a beautiful and exquisite vulgar person. Although Lin Xiao is a little inferior to her in appearance, she is a real beauty with great ambitions and great love in her heart. It is better not to compare the two of them. There is no comparison. Yes, Jiang Qiao is always talking about superficial things. Her fans are always biting and tearing each other apart, which makes the entertainment industry so chaotic now. People like her should get out of the circle as soon as possible. Ah, I miss every word of the lady above. Even if Jiang Qiao fans really insulted Lin Xiao in private messages, what does that have to do with Jiang Qiao herself? How can she be considered a vulgar beauty? You are not as pretty as others, so you degrade them as vulgar? It is so sour that it really opened my eyes. Ah, isn't it just a crown auction? Is it necessary to exaggerate it like this? It makes me embarrassed. Just a crown auction? If you have the guts, let Jiang Qiao auction her. Flame. As well. Will she be willing to do so? She is obviously not willing to donate a single cent, and still says that generous people donate too little. TSK, this is the quality of people who like Jiang Qiao. Lin Xiao sold this misery quite well, attracting sympathy from many passers-by, taking this opportunity to decide to auction. Eternity. It even attracted a wave of goodwill. Her Weibo was full of comments praising her and belittling Jiang Qiao. Occasionally, one or two rational passers-by expressed speechlessness, and were quickly retorted. Jiang Qiao saw Lin Xiao operation during a break from work. When she saw the comment exquisite and beautiful vulgar things, she narrowed her eyes slightly, then called her bodyguard and whispered a few words. After giving the order, she put the matter aside and continued to devote herself to work. Online. The topic of Lin Xiao being bullied by Jiang Qiao fans online remained high. The effect of the dirty words in the private messages was too direct. After the rhythm was set, public opinion was very unfavorable to Jiang Qiao. Just when netizens were trying to seek justice for Lin Xiao, a surveillance video suddenly became a hot search. In that video, Lin Xiao was holding a little girl hand, and the two seemed to have a good relationship. Netizens looked at the little girl and felt that she looked familiar. Suddenly, everyone remembered, isn't this the antisocial little girl Xiaoyu, who had previously falsely accused Jiang Qiao of abusing her and cried heartbreakingly in the video? In the video, she swore that Jiang Qiao had slandered her for stealing things and asked her to pay for it, but Jiang Qiao filmed a video and proved that she was a thief. Because her performance was too sincere and scary, netizens also doxed her online, thinking that she might need a mental evaluation. How could such a little girl be with Miss Xiao? What going on? I'm a little confused. Isn't this little girl the one who framed Sister Qiao? Does Miss Xiao know her? Not only does she know her, it seems like they have a very good relationship in the video. Why does Miss Xiao have a good relationship with this little girl? Does she know her true identity? That means Jiang Qiao and Lin Xiao have known each other for a long time? The person behind this little girl was never found. I make a bold guess. Do you think Lin Xiao is the one? Fuck. Stop talking. I'm getting goosebumps. Chapter 537. Everyone seems to have been used as a gun by her. Xiaoyu is too young, but she is more skilled in framing people than adults, and she left a very deep impression on netizens online. Now seeing that Lin Xiao and she have a very good relationship, everyone thought about it, and instantly the hairs on their back stood up. What going on? When Lin Xiao cut her hair, she said to the public that she looked like no one, I am myself, and she gained a lot of fans, and netizens praised her for being brave and cool, and scolded Jiang Qiao for showing off her wealth without any reason, and now she has taken screenshots of the private messages from Jiang Qiao fans, and the righteous passers-by feel sorry for her, and scolded Jiang Qiao for indulging her fans without any bottom line. It seems, Lin Xiao always stands on the commanding heights, intentionally or unintentionally guiding netizens to step on Jiang Qiao. Everyone seems to have been used as a gun by her. If this Xiaoyu still knows her, then has she always been targeting Jiang Qiao? After calming down and thinking about it, the netizens' scalps are a little numb. Although this video is only a short clip, the effect it brings is extremely great. Everyone instantly forgot about speaking up for her, and conspiracy theories flew one after another. Fans who were tricked by Lin Hyo naturally would not miss this good opportunity, and began to add fuel to the fire in the comment area, and portrayed Lin Hyo as a vicious and scheming woman. In a short period of time, public opinion changed again. Jiang Qiao video easily destroyed the image created by Lin Hyo. At this moment, no one cared whether Jiang Qiao fans scolded her, but just wanted to know what kind of person Lin Hyo was. Until that afternoon, everyone found that Lin Hyo had posted on Weibo. It is a video. However, the character is not Lin Hyo, but Xiaoyu. The whole thing has nothing to do with Sister Jiao, so don't scold her. Sister Jiu is very kind. I was unwilling to pay Jiang Qiao money, so I took the initiative to slander Jiang Qiao. I also posted this video secretly. Sister Jia doesn't know. You can scold me if you want, I'm sorry. Xiaoyu posted an apology video, bowed her head to explain the misunderstanding for Lin Hyo. Netizens were skeptical, and there was no conclusion, but when Lin Hyo herself saw the video, she was extremely angry. She immediately logged into her account and deleted the video. She drove directly to Jiang Qiao company and wanted to go in, but was stopped by the bodyguard. Lin Hyo waited outside with a cold face until Jiang Qiao got off work. When she saw her coming out, she stopped her without hesitation. I said, Xiaoyu is still young. And I also said that posting the video online would ruin her life. It seems that you didn't listen to what I said? Jiang Qiao looked at the angry Lin Hyo opposite her and chuckled. You don't seem to feel that it is your own responsibility at all. Lin Hyo pursed her lips and said coldly, This is a matter between the two of us. Why do you want to involve a child? Jiang Qiao looked at her for a few times and said slowly, It was you who involved her. You didn't show your righteousness when you tried to discredit me. Since you lost, don't be so angry here. I am ashamed for you even if you don't feel ashamed. You? Jiang Qiao walked past her, stepped forward in high heels, and sneered, You are a hypocrite. A coward. Lin Hyo's face turned blue after being scolded by her. She clenched her fingers little by little. Do you really think you are so great? Jiang Qiao didn't even turn her head. I am great. Chapter 538. It turns out that Jiang Qiao can also be humiliated. Lin Hyo stared at her back, with a deep and unfathomable look in her eyes. Jiang Qiao's birthday is coming soon. A week before her birthday, she began to receive gifts from friends all over the world. Some of them were sent to her home, and some were sent directly to the company. As soon as Ming Siren went downstairs, he saw Jiang Qiao holding a letter opener, sitting in the middle of the pile of gifts surrounding her, and frowning as she thought about which one to open first. He curved his lips, adjusted his cuffs and walked over, looking at the gifts that almost covered her, slowly said, Sister Qiao Qiao is so popular. Jiang Qiao immediately raised her head, stretched out her hand to him. What about yours? Her palms were white, her fingers were slender. The morning light shone in from outside, making her eyes bright and vivid. Ming Siren looked at her for a few seconds, bent down, and kissed her palm. Amid the numbness that suddenly ran through his spine, the man stood up straight, and said casually, This? Jiang Qiao clenched her palms. Don't try to fool me. Ming Siren chuckled, walked towards the door with long legs. Jiang Qiao ran over from behind him, jumped onto his back, and circled his neck. Ming Siren. The woman bumped into his back. Ming Siren calmly carried her on his back, with a smile in his peach blossom eyes, and replied lazily, Others have given me so much. As my boyfriend, shouldn't you prepare a big surprise for me? Ming Siren. What do you want? Jiang Qiao almost broke her voice when she heard this. You haven't prepared yet. There are only a few days left. The man suddenly laughed out loud. He raised his eyebrows slightly, turned his head to look at her. Do you love me or the gift I gave you? Here it comes. The scumbag quotes are coming. Jiang Qiao locked his neck, lowered her head. My love for you doesn't stop me from loving your gift. Give it all to me. Ming Siren reached out his hand, pressed the back of her head. A long, deep kiss, his warm breath sprinkled on her lips. He slightly separated his lips. His dark eyes stared at her, speaking in a gentle tone, slowly said, Okay, I give it all to you. Jiang Qiao's body was almost softened by his kiss, hugging his neck, and humming against him. You said it. She clung to him and refused to get off. Ming Siren glanced at her, slowly said, How about I not go to work today? He had already put one hand on his tie. Brother. Seeing you like this, it would be embarrassing to leave like this. Right? Jiang Qiao looked at his posture. Her eyelids twitched, and she immediately jumped off him. No need to see you off. Ming Siren looked at her figure running away quickly, put down his hand on his tie, and snorted. That afternoon, in Jiang Qiao company, the assistant brought in several trainees. Those trainees were all young and handsome, and they were all pleasing to the eye. As soon as they came in, they immediately greeted Jiang Qiao. Their voices were neat and loud. Jiang Qiao sat on the office chair, looked at them twice, and then motioned them to sit down. These people didn't have the chance to meet Jiang Qiao normally. They thought she would be difficult to get along with, and were a little nervous. However, after a few words, they found that the boss was professional and interesting, and gradually relaxed. Your debut song will be produced by the company. Before Jiang Qiao finished speaking, a trainee sitting on the sofa suddenly stood up and said, "Boss." Jiang Qiao looked at him in confusion. The boy pointed at the things on her desk and said excitedly, "Is that the album of Jin Sheng teacher on your desk?" Jin Sheng is a singer and a composer. He has never shown his face, but whenever he releases a song, it always tops the domestic and foreign music charts. Jiang Qiao glanced at the birthday present that had been opened on the table and nodded, yes. The trainee was so excited that his eyes almost lit up. Will our debut song be composed by teacher Jin Sheng for us? Jiang Qiao paused and explained, for your debut song. Our company has found a composer specifically for you. His teammates beside him were all embarrassed, and quickly pulled him up. Don't dream. Brother, we are not famous yet. Do you think you are a top star? Even if you are a top star, people may not respond to you. The trainee, Jiang Qiao chuckled, and saw that the trainee eyes were glued to the album on her desk. And she hooked her finger at him. Come here. The trainee also felt that he was a little embarrassed just now, and immediately came over with red ears. Jiang Qiao took a signed out-of-print album from the table and handed it to him. For you. I wish you a bright future. Really, really? The trainee was so excited that he was at a loss. On the one hand because of the out-of-print album of Jin Sheng, and on the other hand because of Jiang Qiao words. He swallowed his saliva, took it nervously, looked at Jiang Qiao, and blushed and expressed his determination. Boss, I will definitely perform well, and make a lot of money for you. Jiang Qiao has soft long hair and bright face. She smiled again after hearing the words and took the document. Okay. I count on you then. The trainee, who was inspired by this sentence and blushed, left the office with his teammates who envied him. Boss Jiang is really perfect. A beautiful, gentle, rich sister or something. Don't dream. His companion patted him on the head. First, find a boyfriend who is half as rich as her. Ming father is always a father. The trainee touched his head. Who can't have a dream? Before the official debut, because the members of this boy band are all good-looking, they have gained a group of fans based on their photos, and many people are looking forward to their debut. And Jiang Qiao has given them top-notch configurations. Just looking at the teachers who compose, write lyrics and choreograph, netizens can't help but look forward to a top-notch boy band. All arrangements were originally going on as usual. Unexpectedly, the day after the list was circulated on the internet, the composers and songwriters all issued a statement, saying that they would not write lyrics and music for the trainees signed by Jiang Qiao. Whether it is the lyricist or the composer, these two are both influential people in the circle. They denied it all, which surprised netizens. What? Didn't teacher Adai and Owen write the lyrics and music? I was looking forward to it. Is it just a pie in the sky? As soon as the list was exposed, the marketing account couldn't wait to brag that Jiang Qiao had a good lineup and was scheduled to be in the top boy band. Now that the lyricists and composers have denied it one after another, I feel a little embarrassed, since the news dared to be released. It is probably not groundless. Jiang Qiao is so rich. He wouldn't brag like this. I just don't know why he suddenly regretted it. It turns out that Jiang Qiao can also be defeated. Chapter 539. Don't mess with him. When Jiang Qiao heard the assistant report that the songwriters and composers had rejected the news one after another, she was also a little surprised, looking up and saying, Did they say why? No, they just said they wouldn't write for the trainees you signed. Not writing for the trainees she signed. Jiang Qiao got the point. So the reason was her? Putting down the pen in her hand, Jiang Qiao thought for half a second, took the car keys, and left the office. She and her assistant followed the address and found the homes of the lyricist and composer. Knocking on the door. Sorry. My husband is not feeling well, so he won't see you. The first person to come out was Owen's wife, who refused to meet her. Then she went to the lyricist to die home, and got the same result. The other party was also sick, and didn't see her. The assistant said, "Mr. Jiang, look at this." Jiang Qiao glanced at the villa in front of her, and said lightly, "Forget it if you don't want to see me. It's not like there are no other lyricists and composers. We can invite others." The assistant was a little worried, but in China, these two people's strength and appeal are top-notch, and their external publicity is also the top configuration. If these two people quit at this juncture, it will have a great impact on the company boy band in public opinion. The assistant frowned in confusion. "I really don't know why it happened suddenly. It was fine yesterday." Jiang Qiao weighed the car keys in her hand, smiled, and said in an unclear tone, "I hope they are really uncomfortable. Otherwise, I will know that they are playing tricks on me." Jiang Qiao didn't finish the rest of her words, but the assistant who saw her expression was frightened. "Who is going against Jiang, Dad? Are you going to die?" The two of them didn't want to, and Jiang Qiao didn't force them. Later, she even sent some comfort items. The assistant looked at Jiang Qiao's kind and gentle attitude and shuddered for no reason. It was a peaceful afternoon. However, in the evening of that day, Lin Jiao, who was in the whirlpool of public opinion, posted a video, which attracted everyone's attention. Since Xiaoyu apologized and said that her slandering of Jiang Qiao had nothing to do with Lin Jiao. And later there were marketing accounts on the internet that revealed that Lin Jiao did compensate Jiang Qiao, and was very polite from beginning to end. Netizens were skeptical about this matter, and no longer had such great malice towards Lin Jiao. At this moment, seeing that she posted a video, I immediately clicked in. In the video, Lin Jiao seemed to be in a renovated basement or something like that, with spray paint on the wall, and full of young people unique elements. Lin Jiao was indeed surrounded by young people, dressed casually and trendy, with hats pulled down, and in the dim space, it was hard to see what they looked like. Lin Jiao was wearing jeans and a sweatshirt, with short and neat hair. She glanced at the person filming her, and then took the microphone and went on stage. Behind her was the person accompanying her. As the music sounded, she began to sing. Different from the cold impression she left on the public, she was very relaxed on the stage, singing, dancing and swinging, having fun with her companions, and the group of young people looked happy and cheerful. Netizens were infected by their atmosphere. Looking at Lin Jiao like this, they felt surprised and fresh. But this was secondary, because netizens soon discovered another key point in this video. Wait! Did friends notice? Is the man sitting on the sofa a Dai? Fuck! Why is a Dai here with Lin Jiao? Although the light is a little dim, but isn't the man playing the drums Owen? Aren't they all composers for Jiang Qiao? Why are they all here with Lin Jiao? Oh my god, it really them. So the one who made Jiang Qiao lose face was Lin Jiao. Watching this video, the netizens were silent for 2 seconds, and then reacted at the same time. So, are the two people Discord going to be completely exposed? Yesterday, it was just reported that Jiang Qiao signed a contract with the trainee songwriter, and today the songwriter quit, and then Lin Jiao posted such a video right after. They don't think that Lin Jiao posted such a video at this time just to show that she can sing, it obviously to let netizens see Adai and Owen. It was like telling netizens openly that both Adai and Owen were stolen away by her. The smell of gunpowder burst out of the screen. Netizens were a little surprised. Did Lin Jiao officially declare war on Jiang Qiao? And the song Lin Jiao chose was also very provocative. The more netizens listened, the more they felt that Lin Jiao was confronting Jiang Qiao head-on. This is really... I don't know what method Lin Jiao used to steal the people around Jiang Qiao, and she actually stole them away. Netizens swallowed their saliva, and felt that a big drama seemed to be coming. In the office, Jiang Qiao's computer was playing a video of Lin Jiao singing. The woman held her chin, watching the people singing and dancing in the video, and her red lips slightly parted. Oh! The assistant, who had already seen the video, felt her scalp tingling when she heard her voice. Jiang Qiao didn't seem angry at all. Her eyes fell on the composer who was originally her lyricist, and said with a smile, "They really lied to me. Assistant, it over. Wait for death. There no hope." Jiang Qiao watched for a while, turned off the video, and said to the assistant, "Contact a new songwriter, someone with ability, money is not a problem." The assistant quickly responded, "Okay, but..." She paused, thinking of Jiang Qiao's temper, and said, "What about Adai and Owen? What are you going to do?" Jiang Qiao raised his eyebrows and looked up. What wrong with him? The assistant looked confused. Ah, don't mess with him. Jiang Qiao seemed to see what she was thinking, leaned back, and said in confusion, am I such a bad person? Assistant, ah, aren't you? Looking at Jiang Qiao's pure and innocent face, the assistant thought he had misunderstood Jiang Qiao, quickly said sorry, and was about to leave. Just as he took a step, Jiang Qiao's unhurried voice came from behind. Within 3 years, Adai and Owen will spend the rest of their illness. They don't need all the job offers, understand? The assistant paused, looked back at the woman. Okay. You are worthy of it. Lin Ziyao's obvious move to challenge Jiang Qiao has aroused great interest among netizens. Adai and Owen refused to write lyrics and music for Jiang Qiao's trainee. Everyone is looking forward to how Jiang Qiao will fight back. Soon, there was news on the internet saying that Dongshi Films is looking for a new composer, and it seems to be targeting the youngest one in China, and even offered a sky-high price to win him over. Originally, everyone thought that Jiang Qiao would definitely win him over this time, but who would have thought that the young composer publicly refused shortly after the news came out? And this one refused even more harshly than Adai and Owen. Chapter 540, How could Ming Father suddenly appear? He even said that his compositions were for elegant and unique people, not vulgar people who only had money. No matter how much money the other party offered, he would not accept it. There was no lack of contempt for Jiang Qiao in his words. When these words were released, even most netizens felt that, oh, really courageous. The courage to risk one life. The courageous composer is named Zhong Kai, only 22 years old. This year, he became famous for a song he collaborated with a popular traffic star. He became famous quickly, and also faded quickly. However, because he had helped pregnant women speak out, he left a good impression on the public at the beginning. And because of his handsome appearance, although there are some shortcomings, he is also sought after by some people. After this statement was made, his company was very scared, and quickly clarified that it was a misunderstanding, but Zhong Kai himself didn't care, and even sent several Weibo posts despite being blocked. Composer Zhong Kai V, if I was banned, it must be someone who did it, please netizen supervise. Composer Zhong Kai V, I be frank, Shiyo and I are good friends. Just because someone repeatedly harassed a child, and caused her to suffer online violence, I can't compose for the artist she signed. Composer Zhong Kai V, freedom of speech, is there no different voice in the entertainment industry? If this continues, won't she dominate the entertainment industry? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have money? His statement that if he is banned, it must be someone else doing, has blocked Jiang Qiao way to deal with him from the beginning. If Jiang Qiao really does something to him at this time, it really proves that she dominates the entertainment industry. When many netizens are paying attention, Jiang Qiao really can't do anything to him. Jiang Qiao was not always paying attention to the internet. The work of contacting new songwriters was done by the company's special personnel. She was a little tired after work that day. After taking a shower, she wanted to go to bed. Ming Siren was reading a book. Jiang Qiao walked over and hugged him from behind. Kissed him on the face. See Ran, I'm going to sleep first. I'm so sleepy. Ming Siren turned his head to look at her. At this time, Jiang Qiao was so sleepy that she couldn't even open her eyes. He curled his lips and reached out to touch her face. Go. Jiang Qiao climbed onto the bed. She was really tired and soon fell into a deep sleep. The bedroom was very quiet. The clock pointed to 9 o'clock. Ming Siren had just turned a page of the book when his cell phone on the table began to vibrate. It was Jiang Qiao's phone. He glanced at the caller ID, reached out to take it, and slid his slender fingers gently. He pressed the answer button. Hello? The person on the other end was stunned when he heard his voice. And after a while he said, Mr. Ming? Ming Siren's eyes were still on the book, and his voice was low and lazy. It me. The PR manager hesitated for a moment, and asked, Is Ms. Jiang here? She asleep. Do you need anything? The PR manager didn't know whether he should tell him. Ming Siren seemed to have realized something, and said without raising his eyelids, Go ahead. The PR manager immediately said, The composer Zhong Kai who said Ms. Jiang was vulgar, and refused to accept Ms. Jiang's invitation, just started a live broadcast with Lin Ziyo. The two of them were connected live, playing and singing. Zhong Kai also implied something about Ms. Jiang, saying that Ms. Jiang was superficial and vulgar, and was not worthy of him composing music. The more he talked, the PR manager voice became softer, although Mr. Ming looked carefree. For some reason, he was more afraid of this father than Mr. Jiang, who was ruthless when it came to tearing people apart. Superficial and vulgar? Ming Siren repeated. his voice lacking emotion. The PR manager replied tremblingly. Yes. Moreover, Zhong Kai also posted on Weibo that it was Jiang Qiao who had recently targeted him, and that it must have been Jiang Qiao who had caused his problems. So they didn't know whether they should cut off his live broadcast. If they were not careful, Mr. Jiang would be accused of bullying the weak. So I called to ask Jiang Qiao. Ming Siren took the phone, turned his head to look at Jiang Qiao, who was sleeping peacefully. He stood up from his seat, walked out of the bedroom, and said without emotion, "What else did he say?" On the way to the study, Ming Siren listened to the public relations manager. 2 minutes later, he turned on the computer, threw him a sentence "I understand," and then hung up the phone. The public relations manager on the other end was still a little confused, holding the phone. Got it? What did this father understand? In the live broadcast room, Lin Hio had just left for something, and Zhong Kai was left alone, holding a guitar and interacting with netizens. He was watching the comments on the live broadcast, while answering netizens' questions in a disjointed manner. Are you afraid of someone? No, what is there for her to be afraid of? Dad Jiang? Oh, who gave her the nickname, and she's still a dad, but she really good at bragging. I'm disgusted. TSKI? Zhong Kai. Don't have the word admitting defeat in my dictionary. Please stop making trouble. Zhong Kai was live streaming at home, using his own computer. He plucked the strings of the piano, hummed a song, and looked very comfortable and relaxed. At this time, a small window popped up on his computer. He moved the mouse, closed it casually, and continued to chat with netizens. He didn't take it seriously. At the other end, in the quiet study, the man's slender white fingers tapped the keyboard. He looked lazy, staring at the computer screen, and he had a sense of careless leisure. Before long, he had mastered everything in the other person's computer. Zhong Kai was halfway through the conversation, and was about to pour himself a glass of water, saying to the netizen, "Wait a minute. Before he finished speaking, the words "live broadcast is connecting" suddenly appeared on the computer screen. He was stunned and stopped. He asked, "What is this?" Netizens who were watching Zhong Kai live broadcast were also stunned when they saw these words. Everyone thought that Lin Zio was back. But the next second, the screen flashed, and then the live broadcast screen was divided into two, and the other side became a man. Ming Siren sat behind his desk, wearing a white shirt and black trousers, with a stunning face, like a demon. He unbuttoned 2 buttons of his shirt, revealing a beautiful and sexy neckline, and every inch of his body seemed to be full of charm. Seeing himself on the screen, he glanced at the camera casually. With this glance, the girls watching the live broadcast instantly felt that he was looking at them, and they felt like they were struck, and their heartbeats began to soar. Fuck. It Daddy Ming. How come Daddy Ming suddenly appeared here? It my husband. I call him husband first out of respect. What kind of beauty is this? Please tell me. I know. Zhong Kai implied Sister Qiao in his live broadcast. Dad Ming must be here to help Sister Qiao clean up the mess. I'm excited. Is Daddy Ming finally no longer low-key? Chapter 541. You have a problem with my girlfriend? Off topic, I want to confess, I actually thought Zhong Kai was handsome before. I'm sorry, I kowtow. I was short-sighted. It turns out that the real gods look like this. I apologize madly for my superficiality before. Ming Siren's sudden appearance shocked the onlookers, and they were excited instantly. It's Ming's father. Zhong Kai was still in a daze. He didn't know why Ming Siren suddenly appeared in his live broadcast room, even though he was not connected to him live. He frowned, and immediately tried to turn off the live broadcast, but was prompted that he could not do it. What happened? Ming Siren leaned forward slightly, and said in a low and lazy voice, I heard that you have a lot of opinions about my girlfriend? It was a simple action, but he did it very well. The netizens in the live broadcast room didn't even hear what he was saying. The barrage was already filled with the word husband. Ming Siren glanced casually, raised his eyebrows slightly, and his peach blossom eyes drew a seductive arc. He said, I prefer Qiao Qiao to call me these 2 words. Hearing who he was talking to, the netizens in the barrage were already intoxicated by his smiling peach blossom eyes, and were satisfied with being so sweet, and immediately responded, Yes, whatever you say is what it is. Qiao Qiao. Why is Chujia named so sweet when he calls it out? Why? Because he has a pretty face. Why else? I will die with my eyes closed after being looked at by his gentle eyes. Why is Chujia so lucky? In front of the real top-notch, everyone is an honest beauty seeker, Except for some of Zhong Kai diehard fans, the others who were just watching the fun almost changed sides in an instant and called him brother, husband, Ming, and dad too happily. Zhong Kai heard Ming's siren question and immediately understood something. He was not in a hurry to turn off the live broadcast. He let go of his hand, sneered, and said, "So? Jiang Qiao is not capable of doing it herself. So she asked her boyfriend to help. Right?" As soon as he said this, before Ming's siren spoke, the netizens on the barrage exploded. "Fuck! How can you talk to Ming father? Be more polite. Okay? Who do you think you are? If you say something sarcastic to Ming father again, I will knock your head off. Stop talking. Okay? It really unfair for the handsome guy to talk to you." When the pretty fans heard that Ming's siren came to Zhong Kai live broadcast room, they rushed over immediately, ready to fight for their father Ming and scold the keyboard warriors. They prepared a series of insulting words, but they were caught off guard to see that not only no one scolded Ming's siren in the barrage, but also helped Ming's siren scold Zhong Kai. Pretty fans, it's so fucking real. When Ming's siren heard Zhong Kai words, he didn't react in anger. He moved the mouse, opened a file, and then looked at the contents, and said lightly, "June 23rd. Cloudy." He still didn't divorce his wife, saying that his child was sick, asking me to wait. How long should I wait? Ming's siren voice is lazy and pleasant. He lazily recites a paragraph. When the content reaches the ears of netizens, everyone is a little confused. What is Ming father reciting? Didn't divorce his wife? What is this? A diary? Whose? Who cheated? Ah. Ming father lazy and casual male god voice is so fucking good, voice control is satisfied. Netizens still don't know what Ming's siren is saying, but Zhong Kai, who was holding a guitar and looked indifferent, gradually changed his expression. He raised his head and looked at the man on the other side of the camera. The calmness on his face broke a little bit, and Ming's siren continued. "June 24, Xiaoyu, he still didn't come. I couldn't stand it anymore. I called him more than a dozen times. Later his wife answered. He grabbed the phone in a panic. I don't know if his wife has any doubts. It would be best if that woman would take the initiative to divorce." At this time, Zhong Kai's hands began to tremble. He wanted to turn off the computer in a panic, but he couldn't turn it off for a long time, and then he thought of unplugging the power cord, and at this time, Ming's siren had already started reading the third diary. "June 24, Xiaoyu, he came, we were on the sofa." Ming's siren paused here, raised his eyes, and glanced at Zhong Kai, smiled lazily. "Wow." Zhong Kai almost knelt down to him, and instantly shouted, "Jiang Qiao is my dad." In the quiet live broadcast room, Ming's siren raised his eyes. He heard Zhong Kai apologize sincerely on the other end, and he wanted to kneel down to Ming's siren on the spot. "I was wrong, I was really wrong. I must be crazy to imply Jiang Qiao. Jiang Qiao is beautiful, generous and rich, perfect and impeccable. Why do I think she is vulgar? It obviously me who is so vulgar. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Ming's siren glanced at the photos saved in Zhong Kai's computer, glanced at him, smiled. "That it? I'm not worthy of composing for the artist signed by Jiang Qiao. I will never attack Qiao Jie again. I'm young and ignorant. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I was very wrong." Netizens were caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. All of them were stunned. What going on? What did Ming father just say? Zhong Kai was so arrogant just now, looking like he was the best in the world, and even if you have money, you can't do anything to me. How come he suddenly became cowardly? Netizens were confused. After Zhong Kai apologized, he didn't dare to confront Ming's siren live anymore. He looked at the computer he couldn't control, trembled and found the plug, and immediately unplugged it. In the live broadcast room, Zhong Kai's side quickly went dark. The barrage was full of netizens asking questions. What happened? Ming's siren didn't explain to them at all. From beginning to end, he did things neatly and efficiently, not giving the other party any leeway, and easily solved the problem. After that, he planned to exit the live broadcast room. Netizens had long seen what he meant, and they didn't even ask about what happened just now, and immediately started the crazy retention mode. "Don't go. Don't go. Woo 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 Dad Ming. Please chat with us for a few more words. Just 2 words. Husband. Husband, we don't know when we can see each other again after this separation. Please chat for a while. Please be more high profile, handsome guy. Please don't waste your looks." Ming's siren ignored them, and directly planned to turn off the live broadcast. At this moment, Jiang Qiao rubbed her eyes, and pushed open the door. She was still half asleep, with messy hair and pale skin. Seeing him in the study, she came over immediately. "What are you doing?" she said in a sleepy voice. Hearing this voice, the netizens on the bullet screen instantly became more alert. Chijia. Chijia is here too. Chapter 542, she started again. Ming Siren glanced at her. "Why are you up?" Jiang Qiao said, as a matter of course. "As someone who likes you so much, how can I sleep well without you around?" The barrage immediately. Oh. She started again. This woman is like a completely different person when she is with Ming Father. Keep going. Chijia, why are you so soft? You are so good at sweet talk. Is that how you coax Ming Father into his hand? When Ming Siren heard her words, the elegant and noble man lowered his eyes and smiled softly. His eyebrows were gentle, and he seemed to be very fond of her tricks. The netizens who commented on the comments didn't know how to be jealous. "Ah, you are so gentle, brother." At this time, Jiang Qiao had already come over. Ming Siren reached out and held her hand. Ignoring the protests of the netizens who commented on the comments, he turned off the live broadcast directly. "What are you doing?" Jiang Qiao half closed her eyes, wrapped her arms around his neck, and was still somewhat lazily held in his arms. Ming Siren kissed her, whispered that he didn't do anything, turned off the computer, and took her back to bed. Although the diary-like things Ming Siren read during the live broadcast confused netizens, but the content was so informative that netizens who had time would certainly not let it go. Especially since Zhong Kai was so nervous, and even apologized and called Jiang Qiao daddy. There was something fishy going on. There is no impenetrable wall in the entertainment industry. According to what Ming Siren read, in almost one night, the news that Zhong Kai had interfered with other people's marriages and acted as a male mistress was exposed. The entertainment industry has always been zero tolerance for such things. Soon, Zhong Kai Weibo was full of criticism and disappointment. Although Zhong Kai has some popularity, he is not a real traffic star after all, and he does not have many die-hard fans. Soon, passers-by launched a boycott, and Zhong Kai became synonymous with mistress and scumbag. After the incident became a big deal online, the man-wife naturally knew about it. In anger, she threw paint on the door of Zhong Kai house. Now even Zhong Kai partners have some concerns and have expressed their positions, saying that they refuse to cooperate with him again. Zhong Kai went from being an excellent composer to being the target of everyone's criticism. Just overnight. That evening, Ming Siren came out of the company and saw Zhong Kai walking towards him. After just one day, he became much more decadent, with untidy beard and bloodshot eyes. The bodyguard saw him and immediately exclaimed, "Mr. Ming, be careful." The next second, Zhong Kai rushed towards him. Ming Siren didn't even raise his eyelids, but reacted very quickly, punching Zhong Kai in the face, and then kicked him out with his leg. Zhong Kai clenched his fists, gnashed his teeth, and stared at Ming Siren. "Do you have to be so ruthless?" He just ridiculed Jiang Qiao a few times. That all. But he directly destroyed him. Ming Siren glared at Zhong Kai coldly. His delicate and handsome face had no expression. After 2 seconds, he spoke lightly. "No one can use the word superficial and vulgar to describe my woman." Zhong Kai had already been in a state of excitement. Hearing this, he said directly, "She is just that kind of bitch." The bodyguard next to him changed his face, subconsciously looked at Ming Siren, and saw the tall and straight man sneered. The next second, Zhong Kai screamed again. The elegant and noble man in a suit stepped on Zhong Kai's hand. Chapter 543. Your boyfriend is so handsome. He curled his peach blossom eyes slightly, speaking lazily, raising his hand to untie his tie, his dark eyes staring at him, and raised his voice. "Really? Say it again for me to hear?" In the next 10 seconds, the bodyguards watched the man who was just in the meeting room as elegant as a nobleman and attacked him mercilessly. His every move was cruel, and a scream of pain that made their scalps numb came to their ears. The bodyguards couldn't bear to watch. If you mess with Jiang Father, you will get a swollen face at most. But Ming Father is not interested in playing the game. Any attack that is not for the purpose of killing you is a hooligan. She actually ran to him and yelled at his woman. Is she crazy? Ming Siren rarely took action, but he did it before. This time, the video of his action was filmed and uploaded to the internet. So netizens saw the man who was gentle to Jiang Qiao in the live broadcast yesterday, wearing an expensive and abstinent high-end suit, beating people. Shiny black leather shoes stepped on the man's hand. He bent down slightly and said something to Zhong Kai. His expression was leisurely and indifferent. Ming Siren beat someone up. The president of Ming Group used violence in the street. Everyone's first reaction should have been this. However, netizens' focus was not on this at the moment. What is this? I'm crazy. My hands are shaking. What is this contrast? Ming father perfectly interprets what a suit thug is. In the last second, he is dressed in a suit and is elegant and dignified. In the next second, he is cold, elegant and violent. It's so fucking sexy. Fuck. I can't take it anymore. This is too touching. I know why his fans called him daddy. I thought he was just a gentle and good-tempered type. It turns out that he is also a hot and lustful daddy. Do these legs, waist and Adam Apple really exist? Sister Chiao, please share some of your blessings with me. I thought netizens would criticize Ming Siren for his actions, but I didn't expect that netizens didn't care about Zhong Kai lying on the ground. All they saw was Ming Siren. Occasionally someone would ask, and I would be directly told, haha, I mean someone else's girlfriend, shouldn't someone who destroys someone else's family be beaten? I think Ming father beating was relatively light. I blocked it back. Jiang Qiao accidentally saw the video of her boyfriend beating someone while browsing Weibo. When she saw the scene of Ming Siren beating Zhong Kai, she was completely confused. Jiang Qiao v. ? Juo Tiantianshan, ah. The deadly sexy suit thug Ming dad? So horny. Seeing that she reposted it, netizens immediately commented. Ha ha ha. Sister Chiao, why are you posting ? Haven't you seen your boyfriend beat someone up? Wow. Your boyfriend is so handsome. But I'm a little worried that this video will be spread everywhere. Will Ming father be in trouble? After all, no matter how scumbag Zhong Kai is, he still beat someone up. The above. If Ming Group wanted to do public relations, it would have done it long ago. Don't you understand the meaning of letting this video be played? Besides, even if they take a step back, they still have an elite team of lawyers. Don't bother. There are all kinds of comments, and most of them are envious and sighing. Ming Siren didn't keep a low profile when he helped Jiang Qiao deal with the people this time. His intention to defend Jiang Qiao is almost overflowing the screen. Not long after Jiang Qiao reposted it this time, everyone found that Ming Siren commented under her Weibo. Xchadzvi, what are you surprised about? You know that my brother has abs. Chapter 544 Jin Sheng returns to China. Jiang Qiao who saw this. Netizens were caught off guard by Ming Siren's affectionate show, looking at his abdominal muscles and the rippling waves. Everyone was tickled. Brother Siren. Ming Siren solved Zhong Kai, but Dongsher Film still hasn't found an excellent lyricist. Some sarcastic haters made comments at this time. Oh, it's good to have a handsome boyfriend, even if you are incompetent. You can show affection to divert everyone's attention. Here they come, they may be late, but they will never be absent. The above, the excellent composer is indeed Lin Xiao. Jiang Qiao just can't compare with her in this respect. What else is there to say? Is it sour to mention it? Jiang Qiao flipped through the comments, and when she saw the haters were still dancing in her comment area, she frowned. She glanced at the several signed albums of Jin Sheng on the office desk. After a moment, she took the phone and walked to the French window, and dialed the man number expressionlessly. Not long after, the call was connected, and a low and hoarse male voice with sleepiness came from the other end, and he could feel his sleepiness through the phone. Hello? Which one? Jiang Qiao said with a stern face. Your father? Jin Sheng. That night, the news that the famous composer Jin Sheng was going to return to China spread on the internet. This news instantly overshadowed the news that Zhong Kai was a male mistress. If Zhong Kai gained attention by luck and cooperating with popular traffic, and barely had the false reputation of a composer, then Jin Sheng is a truly talented boss, without any doubt at home and abroad. He not only composes for singers, but also serves as a composer in movies, and has won many awards. Even the number of fans in China is not inferior to some traffic stars. When they heard that he was going to return to China, the netizens were instantly excited. After all, although Jin Sheng is famous at home and abroad, he can be regarded as very low-key. I don't know what he is doing in China this time. If anyone can cooperate with him, then the popularity will definitely explode. After hearing the news, some anxious fans rushed to Jiang Qiao's Weibo almost impatiently. Qiao Jie. Go and invite Mr. Jin Sheng. We have money, we can use the money to get him to compose for our artists. If we can invite Mr. Jin Sheng, Adai, Owen, and Zhong Kai, they are all shit. Okay. They are all foot-washing maids. Ah, I feel so good just thinking about it, Chujia. Use your money power quickly. However, these comments were ridiculed by the haters. Chiao fans really think too much. Even Zhong Kai doesn't like your sister. Would a real master be willing to cooperate with her? Don't go and ask for favors like Zhong Kai did, and end up humiliating yourself. Chiao fans are really my source of happiness. You are short of money now? You are throwing money at me. You seem to be joking. After the haters insulted Chiao fans, they went to Lin Zia and told her to be careful of Jiang Qiao and not to be overturned by her. Compared to the haters, Lin Ji seemed much more relaxed and directly replied with a word of peace of mind. With her words, the haters felt as if they had taken a reassurance pill. Now it seems that the only one who can control Jiang Qiao is Lin Zia. I don't know how many cards this sister has hidden, but in terms of connections, Jiang Qiao is obviously not as good as her. The next day, the airport. Jiang Qiao wore sunglasses and leaned against the car waiting for someone. Not long after, a man dressed casually came out. Here. Jiang Qiao waved at him. Jin Sheng walked over and stood in front of Jiang Qiao. The man had long legs and a narrow waist, looking tall and handsome. He looked at her and said in a very leisurely tone, "Miss Jiang, I still have work abroad. What is the matter that you have to call me back?" Jiang Qiao crossed her arms, frowned and said confidently, "It's my birthday. Do you think it enough to give me a few broken CDs?" Broken. Jin Sheng's eyelids twitched, and just as he was about to speak, Jiang Qiao waved her hand at him and said neatly, "Get in the car. Get in the car. Don't be so fussy." After that, she opened the car door and got in. Jin Sheng. He shook his head and smiled, walked to the other side, opened the car door and got in. "Fasten your seatbelt." Jin Sheng did as he was told. Just as he inserted the seatbelt into the card slot, Jiang Qiao stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the car rushed out immediately. In the car, Jin Sheng took off his hat, turned his head to look at this bright and delicate woman, raised his eyebrows. "Tell me, what do you want me to help you with?" Jiang Qiao glanced at him, unlocked the phone, and threw it to him. Seeing her throw the phone over, her expression was a little serious. Jin Sheng thought she had encountered something serious, and looked through it carefully. But after reading it all of Jin Sheng, ? He said that it? Jiang Qiao immediately said, "What do you mean by that?" Jin Sheng sorted out the course of events and said word by word, "So, you called me back from abroad just to tear up a woman? Isn't it my birthday?" Jin Sheng. But why did he feel that asking him to celebrate her birthday was just a side thing, and fighting for her was the big deal? After the news of Jin Sheng's return to China was released, some people were paying close attention to it. Not long after Jiang Qiao's car left, a sports car drove over. Lin Jiao got out of the car, she took her cell phone, and strode into the airport. "Are you sure Jin Sheng's flight is at 3 o'clock today?" "I'm not sure about the exact time." After a pause, the person on the other end hurriedly said, "But he is indeed returning to China today." Lin Jiao frowned. The person on the other end of the phone continued, "I send you his agent contact information later. It took a lot of effort to get it. The rest depends on you." "Yeah. Actually, you don't have to worry so much. I don't think Jiang Qiao can invite Jin Sheng." "Don't worry. I know." Lin Ji curled her lips sarcastically and said, "Just be prepared. Also, do you plan to go against Jiang Qiao all the time? After all, that person is her brother." Hearing these two words, Lin Ji paused slightly. And then she sneered, "Do you think she will help me if I treat her well now? In this case, why should I be wronged? I will return the way she treated Xiaoyu. It's fair, isn't it?" The person on the other end of the phone was about to say something, but Lin Zia didn't want to say anything more, and just said that this was it for now, and hung up the phone. Then she pulled out the photo of Jin Sheng that she had finally got from her phone, entered the airport lobby, and started looking for someone. On the other side, Jiang Qiao. After inviting Jin Sheng to dinner, Jiang Qiao took the man's phone directly. "Quick. Post on Weibo. Chapter 545 Don't tell my girlfriend what to do." Jin Sheng glanced at Jiang Qiao, leaned on the sofa, crossed his long legs, touched his neck. "Hey, I suddenly feel a little thirsty." Jiang Qiao. Jin Sheng, "It would be great if someone could pour me a cup of coffee right now." Jiang Qiao. She glanced at him, said nothing, and went over to make him coffee. Jin Sheng's eyes moved, staring at her back. "Oh no, Miss Jiang is really obedient now. It's really rare to see this." After a while, Jiang Qiao made coffee and came over. Jin Sheng saw her, and sat up straighter. The coffee cup was in front of him. Jiang Qiao looked at him. Is it okay? Jin Sheng took the coffee and took a sip. His eyebrows moved slightly. His voice was leisurely. In addition to coffee, I also want to eat some fruit now. Seeing that Jiang Qiao didn't move, he glanced at his phone and slowly took it over. That way, I think I'd be more motivated to post on Weibo. Jiang Qiao, this bastard. She raised her leg and kicked him. Hearing Jin Sheng scream of pain, Jiang Qiao went to the kitchen to wash the fruit. Ming Siren came down from upstairs and saw Jin Sheng half leaning on the sofa, squinting his eyes, and instructing his girlfriend in a long tone, like a master. Miss Jiang, I want to eat grapes, please wash more grapes. Ming Siren, ? Jiang Qiao had almost finished washing, and walked out with a fruit plate, and ran into Ming Siren head-on. The man looked at her lazily, and beckoned to her. Jiang Qiao eyes curved, and she immediately handed him the fruit plate. Ming Siren took the fruit from her, held it with one hand, and then walked towards Jin Sheng with long legs. Jin Sheng had not yet realized the danger, and half closed his eyes. Hearing footsteps coming towards him, he continued to speak, please help me peel the skin. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a lazy hum from above his head. Do you want me to peel your skin too? Jin Sheng suddenly opened his eyes, and saw the fruit plate hitting his face. Jin Sheng almost screamed. Brother C ran. Ming Siren glanced at him nonchalantly, and said lazily, I don't have such an unfilial brother as you. Jin Sheng. Ming Siren put the plate aside, and said to him lightly, don't order my girlfriend. Jin Sheng. Jiang Qiao eyes were curved, and she walked over with a smile. Can I post on Weibo? Jin Sheng was soaked with water. He sighed softly, glanced at Ming Siren's tall and slender figure, and lowered his voice to Jiang Qiao. Wu Xia said that your brother Siren is easy to get along with, but he is so fierce. Wu Xia knew Jin Sheng. Jiang Qiao had always been talking about brother Siren. He probably told him about it in private. Jiang Qiao, if you continue to do it, he will make sure you don't see the sun tomorrow. Who is her brother Siren? Jin Sheng, show off. Keep showing off. Too lazy to continue. Jin Sheng took his mobile phone from the table. At the same time, Lin Jio had just started live streaming. She started live streaming this time, mainly to explain to netizens the follow-up of the auction of the Eternal Crown. I have already given the money to the charity, and asked the staff to help me buy a batch of winter clothes, which will be delivered to the children in the mountainous areas soon. Here are the specific details, you can take a look. She held several detailed reports in her hand, and showed them to everyone in front of the camera. She did charity so openly and transparently, and the comments were full of praise. Lin Jia glanced at the comments from time to time, and answered questions from netizens. In addition, regarding Zhong Kai matter, I want to apologize to everyone. I admire his talent very much, and I am not aware of his private life. Of course, I am not trying to shirk responsibility. Zhong Kai is indeed my friend. Since he did something wrong, he should be punished. I am also saying sorry to everyone on his behalf. Lin Hio bowed her head and apologized. Her words were sincere, and with the charity just now, netizens felt sympathy for her almost immediately. Miss, don't apologize. This matter has nothing to do with you. It's Zhong Kai who is a scumbag. That right. We won't blame you. If someone scolds you occasionally, ignore them. They are just idiots. Miss Jio is beautiful and kind. We all see it. No need to apologize. Lin Jio didn't dwell on this matter, and quickly changed the subject. At this time, a fan asked how Lin Jio knew so many composers. Lin Jio smiled and said, actually, we are just like-minded. I like music and try all kinds of things. These composers are also very unique. We hit it off right away. Maybe I just suit their taste. I am very grateful. Wow. The more I listen, the more I feel that Miss Jio is talented and well-connected. It great. It means Jiang Qiao is too ordinary. So those composers don't like her? I don't care about anything else. I just want to know who Jin Shen will work with. Seeing the last comment, Lin Jio eyelashes moved, and suddenly said, actually, I tried to contact Jin Sheng. As she finished her words, the live broadcast room exploded instantly. Miss Jio, you even know Jin Sheng? It over. Jiang Qiao is completely finished now. So not only a die. Owen. Zhong Kai. Miss Jio also has Jin Sheng as a trump card? I'm convinced. I'm completely convinced. Lin Jia paused and said, but I'm not sure if I can contact him now. However, the netizens in the barrage now just think that she is being modest. With the 3 songwriters in front of her. Can Jin Sheng be an exception? Lin Jia thought about it and gave up the explanation. She had already contacted the staff of Jin Sheng. After she revealed her thoughts, they seemed to be willing. It should only be a matter of time to win over Jin Sheng. She didn't care how much it cost, as long as she could make Jiang Qiao embarrassed. Thinking of this, Lin Jia felt comfortable all over. With Lin Jia's words, Jiang Qiao haters finally had the capital to dance, and started to mock Jiang Qiao fans. Qiao fans, keep showing off. So what if your sister is rich? In the end, she still loses to Miss Xiao? Are you angry that Lin Jia crushed you 3 times? Just ask you if you are angry? I am dying of laughter. Jiang Qiao is being crushed by Lin Xiao. Will the boy band she signed with also have to delay their debut? Qiao fans were so angry at these haters that they jumped up and down. Just when they were about to start to attack back, some netizens found that Jiang Qiao posted on Weibo. Not only did she post on Weibo, she also tagged an account that made netizens rub their eyes 3 times. Jiang Qiao v. Oh no! Since I can't invite a first-class lyricist and composer, then I will invite a super first-class one. Welcome Mr. Jin Sheng to join. At Jin Sheng. Chapter 546. Teacher Jin Sheng doesn't admire her. As soon as this Weibo was released, the netizens all had the same reaction. What's going on? What's the situation? Lin Jia has said that she has contacted Jin Sheng. Since she dared to say it, the meaning is very clear, that Jin Sheng will definitely be invited. Why did Jiang Qiao suddenly announce that Jin Sheng was invited? Is it true or false? The haters arrived before the fans, and their reaction was more excited than that of ordinary netizens. You invited Jin Sheng? What a joke. Isn't it because Miss Lin Jia has stimulated him to be stupid? I feel like Jiang Qiao is like a madman now. However, before the haters posted a few malicious comments, after refreshing the comments, netizens found that the famous composer Jin Sheng had commented on her. Jin Sheng v. It is my honor to cooperate with Dongshi Films. I hope that we can present a good work in the end. Hard Jin Sheng is mostly active abroad, and rarely posts on Weibo, but there are many fans who follow his account. The haters looked at this comment. Their faces were a little stiff. They slowly clicked in. And then, they saw the verified account showing the composer Jin Sheng. It was the real person. In an instant, the haters said. Jin Sheng's reply was more powerful than any other reply. Like a slap in the face, which slammed them hard in the face and instantly shut them up. At this time, the most excited ones were the fans. When they saw Jin Sheng's reply, the fans frantically typed on the keyboard, who said he lost? There is no word lose in your father Jiang dictionary. Ha ha ha. I'm sorry, my sister has money, and can do whatever she wants. A Dai Owen is nothing. Let me show you a real composer. How does it feel to be beaten by my sister Qiao again? Are you angry? I just want to ask you if you are angry? Where did Lin Jia get the courage to compete with Jiang Qiao in everything? This is so embarrassing. I really love Sister Qiao. How arrogant the haters were just now. How happy the fans are to fight back now. Directly return the ridicule of the haters just now. Just know that, Dad Jiang will never let you down. At this time, Qiao fans remembered that the little bitch Lin Jia was still live streaming, and immediately rushed into Lin Jia live streaming room to watch the fun. Lin Jia didn't know Jiang Qiao had posted a Weibo at this time. Because fans hoped that she could talk to them more, she took her phone and patiently told fans about her experience. Actually, rock climbing is very interesting. It can exercise endurance, if you have free time. Everyone can try it. Yes, I like sports. A six-pack? I have one. I don't like to spend time dressing myself up. I feel that those people's lives are wasted on this. Beauty competition is so childish, it's meaningless. She said this in the live broadcast room, and naturally many fans agreed with her. Yes, I feel that Jiang Qiao is always doing this kind of meaningless things. So boring. Those who like her are probably elementary school students. Those with a little education level probably won't regard her as an idol. Ha ha ha. I still prefer Miss Jia type. Hee hee. Lin Jia looked at these comments, and slightly raised her lips. She was about to continue. But suddenly, the number of people in her live broadcast room increased sharply, and the comments belonging to her fans were all suppressed, and replaced by a neat sentence. Still live streaming? Your father Jiang has invited Jin Sheng. Still live streaming? Your father Jiang has invited Jin Sheng. Still live streaming? Your father Jiang has invited Jin Sheng. These comments were very orderly, and they filled up her live streaming room in an instant. And their IDs were easy to identify. Lin Zia looked at one of the users named Jiang Qiao. Face slapping persona will never fall, and combined with the content she posted, her face finally changed. She immediately took another spare phone at hand, and quickly logged into Weibo, searching for Jiang Qiao Weibo name. It took almost no effort to see Jiang Qiao Weibo post, and even saw Jin Sheng response in her comment. Lin Zia stared at the line of words, as if she wanted to stare a hole in her phone. When she used her spare phone to read the information, she avoided the camera of the phone, so netizens did not see her suddenly gloomy expression and eyes. However, not seeing it does not mean that they can't imagine what her face is like at the moment. Xiao fans happily started to make sarcastic remarks. And after a while, Lin Zia looked at the barrage again, and what she saw was the irony that instantly made her angry. Ugly people are more likely to do bad things. So your existence is to set off my Qijia perfection. I'm sorry for misunderstanding you. Even the last comment about Jiang Qiao black hair almost made her breath stop instantly. Disappointed, I thought I could be Jiang Qiao, but it turns out that I don't have much ability. Lin Zia clenched her palm suddenly, and it took a few seconds to calm down. She sat up straighter, looking at these comments, curled the corners of her mouth, said lightly, "Oh, I saw the Weibo, so it just like this?" The fans who were madly mocking her laughed out loud when they saw her say this. It started, "I'm so awesome, but my sister Qiao started to show off. You pretend to be calm, and people who don't know you will really think you are a king. Ha ha ha." The previous sentence made me laugh to death. Lin Yu saw the sentence Jiang Qiao started to show off, and the veins on her forehead jumped violently. However, she didn't care how the people in the barrage mocked her. At least there was no anger on her face. She said lightly, "At the beginning, Adai and Owen also planned to write lyrics and music for the artists signed by her company. But what happened?" She paused deliberately, and spoke slowly, which made the fans angry. "I told you. I have tried to contact Jin Sheng, but we don't know what will happen in the end. Are some fans too happy too early? I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen such shameless people." The fans were really amused. Lin Zia was going to be shameless, and announce that she was competing with their sister Qiao for the girl? The fans went up and trolled her 3 times. But Lin Zia's words made her fans feel hopeful again. That right. We don't know what the final result will be. Do Qiao fans think that everything will be fine now that Jin Sheng has been invited? It's just that the money is in place, hee. Is this worth showing off? I think if the money is the same, Jin Sheng will definitely choose Miss Xi Yao, who has connotation and charm. Just look at Adai Owen final choice. Jiang Qiao just has some money, Jin Sheng doesn't appreciate her. Chapter 547. Wait for a slap in the face. Teacher Jin Sheng doesn't admire her. The last few words simply expressed the thoughts of Lin Zia and her fans. That right. What's so great about it? When teacher Jin Sheng meets Miss Xiao, he will naturally know who to choose. What are the pretty fans proud of now? Lin Yeo saw that she had appeased the fans, and successfully aroused the anger of the pretty fans, so she said goodbye to the netizens, and then left the live broadcast. In the bedroom, the air was quiet. Lin Yeo thought about the humiliation from her fans just now, raised her hand, and slammed the live broadcast phone on the table. For a moment, she wanted to sweep everything on the table, bit her lips and held back. She took a few deep breaths, slowly calmed down, and dialed the number of Jin Sheng agent. I didn't expect that. I just missed Jin Sheng at the airport, and Jiang Qiao took advantage of it. That woman. After a few waiting tones, the other side answered the phone. Hello? Lin Yi quickly came back to her senses and said hurriedly, "It me. Lin Yi, who called you before. I like teacher Jin Sheng very much and hope to have a chance to cooperate with him. If possible, can you make an appointment with teacher Jin Sheng for us to meet?" Fearing that the other party would refuse, Lin Yi lowered her attitude and said respectfully, "Just a meeting will be enough." There was a pause on the other side. And then she said, regarding the meeting, "I will contact teacher Jin Sheng himself to see if he is willing." Seeing hope, Lin Jiao immediately said, Okay, I have time these days. And it up to Mr. Jin Sheng. After hanging up the phone, Jin Sheng agent called Jin Sheng. At that time, Jin Sheng had just come out of Jiang Qiao villa. "You really don't live in my house?" Jiang Qiao said, "I don't mind." Jin Sheng glanced at the man beside her, who was in a lazy posture, and cast his eyes at him after hearing Jiang Qiao words. "Does he mind?" The car stopped outside the villa, and Jin Sheng waved to her. I stay in the hotel tonight. Okay. I'm leaving. He turned around and was about to leave. Jiang Qiao suddenly remembered something and said, Wait. She turned around, ran upstairs, ran downstairs, carrying a lot of things in her hands, and then stuffed all the things into Jin Sheng. I almost forgot. You have been having trouble sleeping. I asked someone to visit a few old Chinese doctors a while ago. This is the medicine he prescribed. Of course, the main treatment is diet. You try it first. If it works, we will find him again. Jiang Qiao had a small face and bright cat eyes. She said a lot in a crackling manner, and her voice was crisp and pleasant. Jin Sheng held a heavy concern, and his eyelids drooped slightly, and then he curled his lips, and he didn't bother to be polite with her, and replied, Yeah. Friends are mutual, and no one is stupid. If Jiang Qiao didn't treat him well, how could he let her call him and come over willingly? He turned around with a pile of things and said, Let go. Be careful on the road. After getting in the car and closing the door, the phone in his pocket began to vibrate. Jin Sheng took it and took a look. It was his agent. He glanced at Jiang Qiao and Ming Siren outside the car, and then answered the call. What wrong? The agent told him that Lin Jia wanted to see him. Lin Jiu. Jin Sheng listened to the 3 words from his agent's mouth, and recalled what the woman Jiang Qiao asked him to see had done. The descriptions of Jiang Qiao as a superficial and vulgar person instantly appeared in front of his eyes. Jin Sheng stretched his long legs, without raising his eyelids, said calmly, Okay, then let her come. I meet her. After receiving a reply from Jin Sheng agent, saying that Mr. Jin Sheng would be happy to meet her, Lin Zia's eyes lit up, and the previous unhappiness was instantly swept away. She knew she still had a chance. The time was set for the next day at noon. When the time came, Lin Zia packed up and went to the hotel where Jin Sheng was. She took the elevator to enter the hotel, according to the room number, came to Jin Sheng's door, and knocked on the door. Not long after, footsteps were heard from inside the door, and someone opened the door for her. Lin Jia paused, looking at the tall and handsome man in front of her, and was surprised at his youth and handsomeness. This man's appearance was even more outstanding than in the photo. Miss Xiao? Jin Sheng smiled warmly, opened the door for her, and looked very polite and gentlemanly. Come in. Lin Jia glanced at him and walked in. Before coming, Lin Jia had fully investigated Jin Sheng's life experience and knew how to impress him. After the two sat down, Lin Jia began to follow the plan step by step. Jin Sheng listened attentively, occasionally interjecting, and seemed very interested. An hour passed, and Jin Sheng glanced at his watch. Lin Jia also felt that she had said enough, so she stretched out her hand. I really hope to cooperate with teacher Jin Sheng. I think teacher Jin Sheng will like the atmosphere between us more than a superficial partner. It is obvious who the superficial partner she was referring to is. Jin Sheng glanced at her, admired her very much and held her hand. Indeed, I am now looking forward to cooperating with Miss Yi in the future. This was a promise. Lin Zia's eyes sparkled, and she smiled. I will send someone to deliver the cooperation agreement later. Please take a look at the details first. If there is no problem, we will sign it tomorrow. Jin Sheng smiled slightly. No problem. The whole process went incredibly smoothly. Seeing Jin Sheng personally sending her out, and not hiding his admiration for her, Lin Jia couldn't help but feel in a good mood. After she left the hotel and got in the car, she took her mobile phone and joined her fan group. Fans were full of enthusiasm. Lin Jia was very happy and talked a lot more. Miss Xiao, how is Jin Sheng going? We can't let Jiang Qiao, that little bitch, suppress us. Yes. Miss Xiao, have you contacted Mr. Jin Sheng? Is he difficult to get along with? Is it difficult to invite him to your place? It was almost a done deal. Lin Jia didn't want to hide it from her fans anymore. With a smile in her eyes, she replied directly, Lin Jia v. It's not difficult to get along with. I just came out of Mr. Jin Sheng's place. He admires me very much. Lin Jia v. Let me put it this way. What you are worried about will not happen. Someone is too happy too early. Just wait to be slapped in the face. If Jin Sheng hadn't shown that he liked her too much, Lin Jia wouldn't have said these things to her fans with such confidence, but Jin Sheng's attitude made her feel that it was okay even if he said so. Lin Jia spit out the foul air in her chest fiercely. When she thought of the official announcement tomorrow, Jiang Qiao's embarrassed look, she suddenly felt physically and mentally relaxed. Lin Zia's words were quickly posted by fans. The real owner said it so confidently, the fans certainly wouldn't be timid, and they took screenshots and slapped them in the faces of Qiao fans. Chapter 548 Teacher Jin Sheng is so cool and tough. They even went to Jiang Qiao's fan chat, and started to attack like crazy there. Yao is the real one. How are Jiang bitch and her lickers feeling now? Yesterday they were so proud, now can you show me another one? Does it slap me in the face? It's so funny. Under this post, they posted the 2 sentences that Lin He said in the fan group. And all the comments under this post are echoed by Lin Zia's fans. How do Qiao fans feel now? Your sister has been slapped in the face again. Hee. Even if Jiang Biao gives teacher Jin Sheng a lot of money, she still doesn't like her. As long as our sister says a word, teacher Jin Sheng will reject Jiang Biao for our sister. Oh! I really love teacher Jin Sheng to death. How proud Qiao fans were at the beginning, how embarrassed they are now, ha ha ha. Of course, Lin Zia fans will not miss such an opportunity. Almost all of them rushed into Jiang Qiao's super chat, ridiculing her and saying foul things, without any scruples. The fans who were enjoying a peaceful life were caught off guard when they saw these, and immediately became angry. They clicked on the screenshots posted by Lin Zia fans, and saw the words Lin He said in the fan group. The first reaction was, how could it be? Teacher Jin Sheng admired Lin Zia very much, and let them wait to be slapped in the face. How is this possible? But if there is no basis, how could Lin Zia say these words so confidently? The fans were a little unsure about what was going on. What methods did that despicable and shameless bitch Lin Zia use again? Could it be that even teacher Jin Sheng was bribed by her? It's not that they don't believe their Qiaojia, it's just that Lin Zia is too mean, and she may not have done anything behind the scenes. Compared to Qiao fans who still don't know what happened, Lin Zia's fans are so proud that they fly. After being humiliated by Qiao fans yesterday, they vowed to make a big news this time. Even Jin Sheng chose their sister. What an exciting thing! When I think of Jiang Biao's arrogant face yesterday, if this news is released, she will be so angry. Just thinking about it makes my scalp numb. Thinking of this, Lin Zia fans can't sit still, and immediately decide to buy hot searches for Lin Zia. So, after harassing Jiang Qiao fans in the super chat, Lin Zia fans spent money to buy the 3 terms Jin Sheng appreciates Lin Zia. Jin Sheng refuses to cooperate with Jiang Qiao. Jiang Qiao was severely slapped in the face into hot searches. It about Jiang Qiao. The heat always rises quickly. Not long after, there were already many discussions under the entry. Teacher Jin Sheng chose Lin Zia? No way. Wasn't Jiang Qiao robbed of her songwriter again? This is too miserable. By the way, what did Lin Zia do to make so many teachers work with her even if they would rather not get paid? This personality is quite charming. It feels like Jiang Qiao has really met her match this time. Not a match. Jiang Qiao is not as good as her. Even after the official announcement of the cooperation, she was still robbed. Doesn't this mean that Jiang Qiao is not as good as Lin Zia? Apart from anything else, Lin Zia is really awesome. Isn't it just a screenshot? What Lin Zia said is an imperial decree. You just believe whatever I say, use your brain. Please, did teacher Jin Sheng post on Weibo? Said he would cooperate with Lin Zia? Why didn't he say that it was just the little bitch own fantasy? Qiao fans are still deceiving themselves. Do you think Lin Zia is the kind of person who talks nonsense? Generally speaking. If she dares to say it, it proves that it is a done deal. Just wait, maybe Jiang Qiao will post on Weibo today saying that there was an accident, and she can't cooperate with teacher Jin Sheng. I feel a little sorry for Jiang Qiao. This time Jiang father is really miserable. When everyone saw the screenshots of Lin Zia fan circle, they were immediately surprised at Lin Zia personality charm, and lamented that Jiang Qiao was really slapped in the face this time, and lost miserably. Since this was the first time someone dared to compete with Jiang Qiao openly, and actually won. This matter remained popular on the hot search, and with the reposting of marketing accounts. In a short period of time, this matter received huge attention. Lin Zia fans flocked to Lin Zia Weibo to flatter her. Sister is awesome. Sister is so cool. I love her. Sister Jiu is so handsome. Newcomer report. I came here to see the hot search. I am curious about the sister who is even more awesome than Jiang Qiao. Can anyone tell me what this sister can do? The above. Sister Jia can do everything, especially extreme sports, and has a wide range of hobbies, which is much better than the women who only know how to wear heavy makeup and act pretentiously all day long. She is a real positive energy treasure girl, and it is worth following her. Yes, Yes. Yes. Our sister also has a vest line. I really love it. Because of the trending searches, even some passers-by who didn't know her before clicked the follow button on Weibo because they were curious about her personality charm. At this time, Lin Ziya's fans took the opportunity to quickly explain Lin Ziya's advantages. Lin Ziya's popularity has soared. Lin Ziya herself has naturally heard about fans buying hot searches for her, but she didn't care. She just casually scrolled through the hot comments. When she saw the interesting microblog mocking Jiang Qiao, she also liked it. And because of Lin Ziya everyone also believed that Jin Sheng had chosen Lin Ziya 100%. Otherwise, who would be so high profile? Unless they were mentally retarded. Just when the entry stayed on the hot search for 2 hours, and the popularity expanded to the point where it was known to almost the entire network, everyone found that the Jin Sheng teacher, who had been at the center of the discussion, had posted a microblog. Lin Ziya fans were so excited that they rushed to see it. Is it an official announcement of the collaboration with their sister? Or an announcement of the breakup of the collaboration with Jiang Qiao? Either way, it was very exciting. They looked at the Weibo post from Jin Sheng and subconsciously read it out. Jin Sheng V. I have been composing for so many years, but this is the first time I have met such a superficial and stupid person. It is really a fantasy for me to collaborate with her. When they read this, Lin Ziya fans blushed with excitement and almost laughed out loud. Teacher Jin Sheng is really cool and tough. He actually said that to Jiang Qiao. Now, no matter Jiang Qiao or her fans, I am afraid they will be ashamed to death. They smiled. Continue to read, Jin Sheng V. She pestered me and asked to meet him. But she said nothing. She was so arrogant that she thought she was the only one who could cooperate with me. I really don't know where she got the face. That woman named Lin Ziya really opened my eyes. Chapter 549. It's so cool. When Lin Ziya's fans read this, their voices suddenly paused, and the happy smiles on their faces gradually froze. They read it again from beginning to end, rubbed their eyes, and reconfirmed the words in the Weibo. Lin Ziyao. Not Jiang Qiao, but Lin Ziya. Lin Ziya. Lin Ziya's fans were suddenly startled, and sat up all of a sudden. What's going on? Did teacher Jin Sheng really not write it wrong? Shouldn't this superficial and stupid comment be for Jiang Qiao? How could it be their sister? Looking at this despising, disdainful comment, Lin Ziya fans were completely panicked. What went wrong? And because Lin Ziya fans had been frantically buying hot searches to top up the popularity since a few hours ago, swearing to spread the news of Jiang Qiao being slapped in the face to the whole network, Jin Sheng Weibo has been followed by marketing accounts. So as soon as he posted this Weibo, it was quickly forwarded by marketing accounts. When the marketing accounts saw this super reversal, even they almost couldn't help but burst out laughing. What the hell? After the marketing accounts forwarded it, both passers-by and fans saw the Weibo post by Jin Sheng. It's no exaggeration to say that the whole network was confused. What going on? What going on? What does Jin Sheng mean by this Weibo post? Did he really write it right? Nothing meaningful, self-conceited, superficial and stupid. Are these all ways to describe Lin Ziya? Really not Jiang Qiao? Not Jiang Qiao. Someone just asked. Teacher Jin Sheng directly said that the woman he was talking about was called Lin Ziya. Seeing the last comment, netizens were shocked. After a pause, everyone continued to ask. What the hell? So teacher Jin Sheng actually dislikes Lin Ziya? Then why are Lin Ziya and her fans crazy saying that teacher Jin Sheng admires her today? What is she crazy about? She also said that Jiang Qiao should wait to be slapped in the face. Isn't it her who is slapped in the face? I am really full of question marks. What stimulated Lin Ziya? Seriously, is there something wrong with her brain? Ha ha ha. I am dying of laughter. It is so funny to be crazy. So Lin Ziya couldn't invite Jin Sheng, and then she started to fantasize, saying that Jin Sheng admired her, and boasted in the fan group that she would slap Jiang Qiao in the face. But was all this just her imagination? This sister is really amazing. It's okay for her to brag in the fan group alone, and she even bought herself to be on the hot search. Is she afraid that the whole country doesn't know that she is a fool? I laugh so hard that people within a 10-mile radius will have to use hearing aids for the rest of their lives. Lin Ziya is really an idiot, and her fans actually joined her in the fun? What even funnier is that some passers-by really think that Lin Ziya is better than Jiang Qiao, and boasted that she is better than Jiang Qiao, and now she is slapped in the face. Oh my god. Qiao fans saw this sudden reversal, read Jin Sheng Weibo twice, and just felt relieved. At the beginning, I don't know what method Lin Ziya used to make Zhong Kai madly mock their Qiujia. He also called them superficial and vulgar. Now, Jin Sheng teacher's Weibo directly returned those insults. It's so cool. It seems that this slap in the face was made by Jin Sheng teacher specifically for Jiang Qiao. When Qiao fans thought about it, they felt excited all over. How confident Lin Xiao's fans were at the beginning. How embarrassed they are now. Before the words mocking Jiang Qiao and her fans had faded, they were severely slapped in the face. They desperately bought themselves onto the hot search list. But before they could feel proud for long, they became the laughing stock of the whole country. Lin Xiao fans only felt their faces burning with pain, and they didn't even dare to speak anymore. They could only watch their fans and passers-by laugh at them crazily on the hot search list. Not long after, terms such as how stupid Lin Xiao is and the most embarrassing fan group in history were on the hot search list. And Lin Xiao fans immediately became the object of jokes in the fan circle. Before Lin Xiao sent out the cooperation agreement to Jin Sheng, she received a call from a friend who told her about the hot search. She was stunned for a moment and quickly logged into Weibo, and then saw the content of Jin Sheng Weibo. Her face changed a little bit, and she opened the hot search and found that she had become the object of ridicule on the internet. The room was dead silent. Lin Xiao breathing tightened, and she called Jin Sheng agent. However, the other party refused to answer. Lin Xiao's fingers were shaking. She took the car keys, drove all the way, and went directly to the hotel where Jin Sheng lived. She ignored Jin Sheng agent obstruction and knocked on Jin Sheng's door. Not long after, Jin Sheng opened the door for her from the inside. The man was dressed casually. When he saw her, he didn't show any unexpected expression. He even smiled a little on his handsome face. He said, "It Miss Xiao. What wrong?" Lin Xiao's eyes were full of bloodshot. "What do you mean by the Weibo you posted? We agreed to cooperate at the beginning." "Oh." Jin Sheng leaned against the door, looking somewhat relaxed, looking at her with a smile, said in a light voice, "Did I say that?" He looked at her suddenly changed expression, and said lightly, "Forgot." Lin Xiao clenched her hands at once, realizing that this man was playing tricks on her, and could hardly restrain herself from rushing forward. Jin Sheng seemed to have guessed her thoughts, and smiled. "Ms. Lin Xiao was dissatisfied with my Weibo, and came here to beat me up out of shame and anger. How about this title?" Lin Xiao's breathing fluctuated violently. "You're playing with me." Jin Sheng glanced at her, smiling. "Playing with you? Sorry. I'm looking at your face," he said lazily to his agent. "Show me a way." After that, he closed the door directly. Lin Xiao was dragged out by Jin Sheng's agent. She had never been so embarrassed before. She struggled to get rid of her agent hand, looked up at the hotel, and her lips turned white with anger. Now that public opinion has developed like this, even if she said that Jin Sheng was deliberately playing with her, people on the internet would no longer believe her. He made her a joke on the internet, with just a random Weibo post. Lin Xiao stared at the front with a sinister look. She had no grudges against Jin Sheng. So Jin Sheng did this for Jiang Qiao? She kicked the car hard, and was almost mad with anger. And at this time on the internet, Jiang grew pet Qiao. When this little bitch was being laughed at crazily, of course she would not stay still. She immediately started a live broadcast. But this time she did not start the live broadcast at home, but in the gym. The woman had long, soft hair tied up into a cute bun. She was wearing a sportswear, revealing her abs. She was posing in front of the camera. "Did you see that? Is my abs pretty?" Jiang Qiao walked a little further away, raised her chin. "Did you see my little muscles?" After she finished posing, she came over and began to imitate the way Lin Xiao criticized her during the live broadcast. She said in a bitchy tone, "Oh, I actually like sports, and I don't spend too much time dressing up. It's just that I'm pretty, and I don't want to crush someone just by dressing up. Then I'm said to have wasted my life on this." At this point, Jiang Qiao looked at the camera innocently and blinked. "Is it wrong that I'm prettier than someone?" Chapter 550 Ming Father's Small Abdominal Muscles. The netizens in the barrage have been laughing to death. "Did you see it? My sister Qiao also has a vest line." "Okay." Lin Xiao stepped on Sister Qiao in the live broadcast yesterday, and Sister Qiao fought back today. Ha ha. "I feel so good. Ah. I really love this pretentious woman." Jiang Qiao looked at the barrage that kept popping up. At this time, someone asked her why teacher Jin Sheng chose her instead of Lin Xiao. "Here it comes. I've finally been waiting for this sentence." Jiang Qiao cleared her throat, and said word by word, "Maybe I'm more unique, he really appreciates my talent." When this was said, everyone in the barrage. Wait, why does this sentence sound so familiar? Thinking carefully, when Lin Zio snatched those songwriters from Jiang Qiao, didn't she praise herself for stepping on Jiang Qiao in this way? It's just that she said it more obscurely, not as directly as Jiang Qiao. I didn't think so when Lin Jiu said that before. But now that Jiang Qiao said it so bluntly and pretentiously, I suddenly felt that Lin Zio words were full of bitch. Lin Jiu fans can be said to have lost face this time. They were already ridiculed by the whole network, and had no face to see anyone seeing Jiang Qiao being sarcastic. They couldn't help it. What do you mean by your talent? The money is in place. But you still want to establish yourself as a talented person. Shameless. You said it as if you are very familiar with teacher Jin Sheng. It's just an ordinary transaction. Don't flatter yourself. Although I don't know why teacher Jin Sheng didn't like Miss Yao. It doesn't mean that he really appreciates you. Can you stop it? Jiang Qiao looked at these comments, adhering to the belief that if I don't smash your face, I'm your grandson. Sneered, took the phone, and called Jin Sheng directly. The waiting tone didn't last long. Soon, the person on the other end pressed the answer button. So, all the netizens watching the live broadcast heard a cold, magnetic and extremely catchy voice at this moment. Hello? Netizens? ? Jiang Qiao said pretentiously. Teacher Jin Sheng. On the other end, hearing Jiang Qiao call of teacher, Jin Sheng eyelids twitched. What the matter again? He didn't say anything, waiting quietly to hear what Jiang Qiao was going to do. Jiang Qiao, I just read the Weibo post by Mr. Jin Sheng. So I was very curious. Why did Mr. Jin Sheng want to cooperate with me? Jin Sheng reacted faster than anyone else. And his tone was quite serious. It mainly because I admire you. Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang is elegant, calm and has temperament, talented and has capital. It's my honor to cooperate with you. Jiang Qiao, so that the case. Oh. Actually, I'm not that great. You are too modest. Netizens listened to the conversation. The first reaction was, is it really because of Jiang Qiao talent? The second reaction was, is Jin Sheng voice so nice? Jin Sheng himself admitted online that he cooperated with Jiang Qiao because of her personality charm. Lin Jiao fans were swollen in the face. Now they can't say a word at all. They can only roll out of the live broadcast room in shame. Jiang Qiao hung up the phone, glancing at the live broadcast camera. Her eyes clearly said, see? He did it because of my talent. The passers-by who were watching the excitement saw her look a little proud, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. What wrong with this sister? She too cute. After smashing Lin Zio and her fans' faces, Jiang Qiao was satisfied. She said goodbye to the netizens, and prepared to end the live broadcast. But at this time, the netizens saw the tall and straight man behind her, and quickly sent comments. It brother C ran. Dad Ming is also here to exercise. Are you here to train your abdominal muscles? My god. My abdominal muscles. Haha, but... Cough, to be honest, who doesn't want to see Ming father abdominal muscles? Jiang Qiao casually glanced at the barrage, and saw countless ecstatic wavy numbers at a glance. Jiang Qiao. At this time, Ming Siren had already walked over, and his slender white hand fell on Jiang Qiao's head, and his hand rested on her, and he lowered his head slightly to glance at the barrage, and when he saw the barrage teasing him, he couldn't help but chuckle, and his sexy and lazy voice slowly hooked his ears. Oh? Want to see? Instantly. The barrage was like crazy, posting the words want to see crazily, and the screen was almost stuck. Jiang Qiao turned her head quickly, looking at the beautiful face of the man beside her, who looked like a demon. Although Ming Siren was talking to the barrage netizens, his eyes were fixed on Jiang Qiao. As soon as Jiang Qiao turned her head, she bumped into his beautiful smiling peach blossom eyes. The man raised his voice at the end of his voice, glancing at her, said lazily, sorry, my sister Qiao Qiao doesn't allow me to show you. Netizens commenting on the comments. Why flirt with me if you don't want to marry me? Brother. In order to prevent this man from flirting with her anymore, Jiang Qiao didn't even have time to greet the netizens, and quickly turned off the live broadcast. Ming Siren lowered his eyes slightly, and his sight fell on Jiang Qiao's fair and delicate face. After looking at her for 2 seconds, he reached out and took her soft little hand, and then placed it on his abdomen. Before Jiang Qiao could react, the man came over, his pair of dark peach blossom eyes were all reflecting her figure, and his voice was a little softer, low and seductive. Come, brother Siren only lets you see, only lets you touch. Jiang Qiao. Seeing that she didn't say anything, he pushed harder, and continued, Do you like to touch me? Jiang Qiao eyelids jumped. She stretched out her hand and twisted his waist hard, successfully heard the man groan. Ming Siren looked at her, snorted and laughed. Are you trying to murder your husband? Jiang Qiao stared at her, and said fiercely, if you don't behave yourself, I will. He moved closer, his eyelids half drooped, and said nonchalantly, well? What are you going to do? I let you taste my power. What kind of power? Ming Siren glared at her. After 2 seconds, he chuckled lazily. Wow. It's incredible. My little sister Qiao Qiao has also learned to seduce people. Jiang Qiao? Question mark. What did she say to seduce people? Ming Siren lowered his head and kissed her fair little face, and his deep and sexy voice brushed past her ears. When can I taste your power? Now that you say that, brother is a little looking forward to it. Jiang Qiao continued to twist him. What are you thinking about, huh? Really want to know? Ming Siren chuckled and couldn't wait. Come here, I tell you. Jiang Qiao, shocked. She turned around and wanted to run. Ming Siren grabbed her waist, leaned over and whispered a few words in her ear. Chapter 551 at Brother Zaylon. The more Jiang Qiao listened, her face became redder. 10 seconds later, she reached out and covered his mouth. Shut up. Ming Siren chuckled softly, looking at her. His eyes were hard-moving. Lin Jiao made such a joke this time, becoming the laughing stock of the entire entertainment industry. Afterwards, she posted a Weibo to explain, but no one believed her. Instead, she was ridiculed by many passers-by. A few minutes later, Lin Ji had deleted the Weibo post herself. In contrast, Jiang Qiao's situation was going smoothly. Lin Jiao made a big fuss this time. On the other hand, the boy band signed by Dongshi Films has gained enough popularity before its debut. With the addition of Jin Sheng, Jiang Qiao has become the biggest winner this time. And the biggest winner, Jiang Qiao, is about to have a birthday. 2 days before her birthday, the whole network has already started to look forward to it. This rich female boss is usually high-profile enough, and this birthday must be even more so. I wonder what will happen at her birthday party, who will be invited. It's really exciting just to think about it. As the birthday girl, Jiang Qiao was very busy this week. In addition to the incident of slapping Lin Yi in the face, there were also friends who were coming to the birthday party, various arrangements, and so on. She received more than a dozen calls every day. In the end, Jiang Qiao was so scared of answering the phone that she would collapse on the sofa and not want to move even if she heard the phone ringing. In the living room, Jiang Zealand came down from upstairs. Just as he was about to go out, he heard the sound of Jiang Qiao's phone vibrating. He glanced at her, and Jiang Qiao didn't move. Jiang Zealand walked over with long legs, took the phone directly, and answered it with an expressionless face. Who is it? The person on the other end heard the man's low and cold voice, paused for a few seconds, then the soft voice with a smile, said gently, Oh, it's Brother Zealand. The woman's voice with a smile sounded particularly pleasant. Yi Suiyu sat on the bed, holding the phone, with soft and beautiful facial lines, said, I'm so lucky today. Jiang Zealand took the phone and looked at the notes on the phone screen. Jiang Qiao knew was Sister Yi. He frowned, ignored her words brother, looked at Jiang Qiao who was lying on the sofa half dead, raised his leg and kicked her, and asked Yi Suiyu lightly, Is there something wrong? Are you asking about your business? Or about Qiao Qiao business? Yi Suiyu said calmly, The business about you and the business about Qiao Qiao are different. Seeing that Jiang Qiao was still lying on the sofa like a dead fish, Jiang Zealand frowned, leaned over, reached out and grabbed her ears and pulled her up. Jiang Qiao screamed in pain immediately. Her beautiful cat eyes opened wide, glaring at him. Brother, what are you doing? You heard me. Jiang Zealand seemed to have not heard Jiang Qiao's accusation. Just glanced at her lightly, threw the phone to her, said someone is looking for you, and walked away. Jiang Qiao looked at the tall and cold figure of the man, muttered something, and then reached out to take the phone. Seeing that it was Yi Suiyu, her eyes lit up. Sister Suiyu, what the matter? In Jiang Qiao's eyes, due to Yi Suiyu help, she had automatically classified her as a good friend. Yi Suiyu said a few words on the other end. Jiang Qiao suddenly exclaimed, What did you say? Blind date? Chapter 552 Ling Xiao, what are you doing? She quickly lay on the sofa, raised her voice, and shouted to Jiang Zealand, Who are you going on a blind date with? Jiang Zealand poured himself a glass of water. He lowered his eyes. His skin was cold and pale, his eyebrows were as cold as ever, and there was no emotion on his face. Jiang Qiao said a few more words to Yi Suiyu, and then hung up the phone. She coughed twice, put her hands behind her back, and came to Jiang Zealand, looking at him with her eyes, turning back and forth. Jiang Zealand drank water expressionlessly, his sexy Adam apple rolling up and down. After moistening his throat, he tilted his head and glanced at her lightly, saying lightly, "I don't care about her affairs." Jiang Qiao looked at him and said in a very surprised tone, "I didn't tell you to care." Jiang Zealand. The man put the water cup on the table, making a light sound, and his hand slipped into his trouser pocket. He walked around her and prepared to go upstairs, throwing her 3 words, "That it." However, before Jiang Zealand took 2 steps, Jiang Qiao rushed over from behind and grabbed him. Jiang Zealand glanced at her coldly and raised his eyebrows. "Brother, take me there." Without waiting for Jiang Zealand to speak, Jiang Qiao said confidently, "Your dear sister is very tired today and doesn't want to drive at all." Jiang Zealand looked at her for a few seconds, stretched out his hand to pull away her hand that was pulling his sleeve. "I can pretend that I don't have a dear sister like you." Jiang Qiao. "Brother." Seeing that Jiang Zealand ignored her, she immediately hung her whole body on him, pestering him and not letting him go. "No way. No way. There really can't be a brother so cruel as to ignore his own sister." 5 minutes later, Jiang Zealand tapped the steering wheel with his fingers, waiting for Jiang Qiao to get in the car. Jiang Qiao is really worthy of being my Qiao. Opened the door and got in the car, and said, "Here is the address." Jiang Zealand glanced at it, and then started the car. On the way, Jiang Qiao looked at the man expression and asked gossipingly, "Brother, do you really not like Sister Suiyu at all? She is so beautiful." Jiang Zealand looked ahead, without even lifting his eyelids, said lightly, "Do you want me to throw you down?" Jiang Qiao turned around immediately. "Okay, I shut up now." Jiang Qiao was quiet all the way, and didn't say another word. After about half an hour, the car arrived at the destination. They agreed to meet at a cafe. As soon as the car stopped, Jiang Qiao saw Yi Suiyu sitting next to the glass window. The woman was wearing a light-colored long skirt, her long hair was black and smooth, and her profile was cool and delicate, which was a beauty that anyone could notice at first sight. Jiang Qiao once again lamented about her brother, who wasted the gifts of nature. She turned her head, and saw that the man was indifferent, and had no intention of getting off the car. She shook her head, and prepared to go in. However, as soon as she put her hand on the car door, she saw a man walking towards Yi Suiyu in the coffee shop. Then he said something, suddenly took the coffee cup in front of Yi Suiyu, and threw the coffee at Yi Suiyu. The woman couldn't see it with her eyes, and was splashed directly. Her face and body were immediately covered with coffee stains. Jiang Qiao screamed in surprise, and quickly opened the car door and got out. "What is this guy doing?" And at this moment in the coffee shop, Yi Suiyu eyelashes moved, and coffee drops fell from her fine eyelashes. The light-colored long skirt was already dirty, and there was a large stain on the chest. The bodyguard saw this scene, and immediately stepped forward to grab the man who splashed coffee on Yi Suiyu. "Mr. Ling, what are you doing?" Chapter 553. If you can't speak, shut up. The man who was stopped by the bodyguard looked furious. He raised his leg and kicked the bodyguard who was stopping him aside, and said arrogantly, "Get out of here." With this action, the bodyguard fell on the table and chair, and there was a burst of screams and exclamations around. Yi Suiyu still had no expression. She was beautiful, and if she didn't smile, she was the kind of noble and cold beauty that no one could get close to. Ling Muyun looked at her, his breathing was a little disordered, his Adam apple moved, and he raised his leg and walked towards her. The woman said nothing, but her noble and holy appearance made people want to belittle her. Ling Muyun's eyes fell on her dim eyes, paused for 2 seconds, then stretched out his hand and pinched her chin, lifted her face, stared at her with a slightly gloomy look, and whispered, "He is just a blind man. Why are you so proud?" "Huh?" His breath was slightly off, sweeping across her ear, and the distance was a little close. "You come to blind date with others, don't you think? Who else would want you besides me?" There was no emotion on Yi Suiyu's face. Her eyelashes were long and thin, trembling like black feathers. Ling Muyun was close to her, and could clearly see her delicate white skin, her straight nose, and her soft and beautiful red lips. His eyes moved, and he moved closer to her. But as soon as he made the move, he suddenly felt a sharp pain on his face. He hissed softly, and immediately stood up, and saw Yi Suiyu holding a small fork that came with the dessert. Facing him expressionlessly, Ling Miyun reached out and touched his face, which was a little wet. He looked down at the blood on his hand, and immediately cursed. He immediately raised his hand towards Yi Suiyu. However, before he could make a move to hit someone, his hand was firmly clamped by someone in the next second, and he couldn't move at all. Jiang Qiao ran over, and saw her brother holding the man's arm with a cold look in his eyes. Her breathing was a little uneven, and she hurried to Yi Suiyu's side. "Sister Suiyu, are you okay?" Yi Suiyu heard Jiang Qiao's voice, moved, shook his head, and she even had time to smile at her comfortingly. "I'm fine." Jiang Qiao was about to speak, when she heard the vicious voice of the man who poured coffee. "Let go." He saw who was holding him. His expression paused, and then he seemed to realize something. Sneering at you, he cast his eyes on Yi Suiyu, and both his tone and smile were full of malice. "Yi Suiyu, isn't this the man you like? Look, I'm here to help you." Yi Suiyu's fingertips moved slightly, and he subconsciously looked in the direction of Jiang Qiao. Jiang Qiao whispered, "My brother is here." Yi Suiyu's eyelashes trembled slightly, and he subconsciously wiped the coffee marks on his face. Seeing her action, Ling Miyun was instantly stung, and laughed even harder. "Wipe? What the point of wiping? You've been chasing me for so long, I still don't like you." He cast a glance at the expressionless Jiang Zilan, raised his eyebrows and sneered, with a disdainful tone, "Isn't it? Would you want such a blind man?" Jiang Qiao listened to the insulting words, and could hardly control her anger. She grabbed something at hand, and wanted to give this bastard a slap. But before she could do anything, she heard a loud noise. Ling Miyun fell to the ground hard. The sound of the broken bones made people's scalps numb. The man who had just punched him was tall and slender, and his whole body was cold. "If you can't speak, shut up." Chapter 554 The Handsome Demon King. Ling Miyun was beaten so hard that his eyes went dark. He couldn't even get up from the ground after the first blow, and fell down again. Jiang Qiao, as a bystander, hissed. She felt pain all over her body when she saw him like this. Yi Suiyu couldn't see it, but when she heard the loud noise, her nerves were tense. She asked Jiang Qiao hurriedly, Qiao, what wrong?" Jiang Qiao looked at the things in her hand, put them on the table. She came close to Yi Suiyu, and whispered, "My brother helped you beat the beast. Besides," Jiang Qiao stared at the expressionless man in front of her, whose hair seemed to be emitting cold air, and couldn't help saying, "This big devil is so handsome today." The man who has always been strict, abstinent, and restrained took action, and the contrast is not just exciting. Jiang Qiao, well, it seems that her brother's advantages are not just his face. Ling Miyun on the ground had blood on his mouth, and the man standing in front of him looked indifferent, and looked down at him, and the way he looked at him was no different from looking at trash. Ling Miyun was instantly irritated by his eyes, pulled the corner of his mouth, sneered, "You look down on her again. Why are you pretending to be a hero here?" Jiang Zilan said indifferently, "Is your ability to say these things to show that you are useless?" He didn't even raise his eyelids, spoken lightly, with a mocking tone. "It really shameful to chase a woman to this extent." Ling Miyun changed immediately. "What did you say?" Jiang Zilan ignored him, turned around and walked towards Jiang Qiao. Ling Miyun supported himself and climbed up from the ground. He looked very embarrassed. Seeing that they were about to leave, he immediately said, "Yi Suiyu, you have to have some shame. He just feels sorry for you. Do you really think he likes you? Have some self-respect. Please, come here." Jiang Zilan had already walked in front of Yi Suiyu, leaned down slightly and said, "Do you want to come with me?" His deep and magnetic voice made people's heartbeats accelerate and adrenaline soar. Even if it was just a casual question he asked in this situation. Yi Suiyu's throat moved, and she turned to the man, without even the slightest hesitation. Her voice was clear and firm, and she said, "Yes." She immediately reached for the cane and stood up. The bodyguard wanted to help her, but Yi Suiyu remembered something, moved her eyes, and handed one end of the cane to Jiang Zilan. The air was quiet, and the bodyguards were a little nervous. But Jiang Zilan just glanced at it casually, and took it without any emotion. Several people walked out of the cafe, and Jiang Qiao was at the end. She took out her wallet first, compensated for the losses in the cafe, and finally put the wallet in her small pocket. At this time, she suddenly caught a glimpse of Ling Miyun's gloomy eyes. Limping and preparing to chase him out, she took a few quick steps, and then kicked him from behind and kicked him to the ground again. Jiang Zuanqiao stepped on his hand with a crisp and clear sound. You bastard! You are PUAing your mother! Yi Suiyu bodyguards were guarding the car. Jiang Qiao came out after finishing the follow-up and got into the car, but found that the car was very quiet. She leaned over to look at her brother sitting in the driver's seat, then looked at Yi Suiyu, blinked, coughed lightly, broke the atmosphere, and said to Jiang Zilan, "Brother, you were so handsome just now." Jiang Zilan lazily propped up his head and ignored her after hearing that. Jiang Qiao didn't mind at all, leaning over and flattering her brother wave after wave. That punch really hit my heart. It was so handsome that it blinded my eyes. Really, I'm giving you a heart. She made a heart shape with her hands and smiled at Jiang Zilan. Jiang Zilan. The cold-blooded Jiang Zilan ignored her. Jiang Qiao turned around and asked Yi Suiyu, "Is it Sister Suiyu? Was my brother so handsome just now?" Yi Suiyu nodded immediately, speaking in a serious and affirmative tone. "The Black Knight himself, he is like a god." Jiang Zilan. He raised his hand to push back Jiang Qiao's head and glanced at Yi Suiyu again and said in a cold voice, "Be quiet." Jiang Qiao shrank back, patted his legs. "Oh, my brother is a humble person." Yi Suiyu nodded and said in a soft and pleasant voice, "I understand, god brothers of this level are all relatively low-key." In front, Jiang Zilan raised his hand and pressed his forehead tiredly. Headache? Jiang Qiao likes to chat with Yi Suiyu, but today, they chatted for only a few words. She received a call. Jiang Qiao pressed the answer button, and after listening to the person on the other end, she asked a question. "What do you mean the venue was occupied by someone?" "What else did the other end say?" Jiang Qiao interrupted him directly. "Okay, I know, I go over now." After that, she hung up the phone. Jiang Zilan glanced at her and asked calmly, "What wrong?" "Someone said that the place where I held my birthday party was occupied. So I went to check it out." As she moved, she caught a glimpse of Yi Suiyu sitting beside her, rolled her eyes, and said, "What if that man just now bothers Sister Suiyu again?" "Brother, Sister Suiyu will be sent home this time." After saying that, she didn't wait for Jiang Zilan to respond. She pushed the door, got out of the car and ran away in one go. Very skilled. Jiang Zilan. Yi Suiyu. The car got quieter. Always letting him take her home, Yi Suiyu pursed her lips, felt a little embarrassed. She put her hand on the handle inside the car, hesitated for a moment, said softly, "Well, or I can go back by myself." Her fingers had already gently opened the car door. Just when Yi Suiyu was about to get out of Jiang Zilan's car, she suddenly heard the man in front of her say, in a cold voice, as always, "Okay, I take you home." As if waiting for him to say this, the next second, Yi Suiyu immediately closed the car door again, put her hands on her knees, and sat down obediently. "Okay, then I trouble Brother Zilan." Jiang Zilan. The bodyguard drove behind. In the car, if Yi Suiyu didn't speak, don't expect Jiang Zilan to speak on his own initiative. Yi Suiyu was thinking about what to say to chat with him, suddenly felt a package thrown on her legs. She was stunned for a moment, raised her hand and touched it. It was a soft, wet tissue. Before she could react, she heard the man low and pleasant voice, "Wipe it off." The place where Ling Miyun splashed coffee was stained, and now it was stuck on her face, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. He noticed it. Yi Suiyu's eyes moved slightly, and after a 2-second pause, she curved her lips and responded softly, The wet tissue was pulled out, and it was slightly cool, but Yi Suiyu felt that it was more comfortable than ever. Her long and fine eyelashes moved, and she said to him, "Just now. Thank you for helping me." Chapter 555. Qiao Qiao's sister is so cool. Jiang Zilan held the steering wheel. His fingers were clearly jointed. A watch was exposed at the cuff of his suit, looking low-key and noble. Hearing this, he raised his eyebrows slightly, and said lazily, "Did I help you?" Yi Suiyu was stunned for a moment, then she turned her head slightly, and her gentle and smiling eyebrows were reflected in the car window. "You said no? Then let's just assume it no." Jiang Qiao rushed to the venue originally scheduled for the birthday party. The person in charge was waiting there early in the morning, and when he saw her, he immediately came over and bowed to apologize. "Miss Jiang, I'm really sorry to ask you to come here in person." "What going on?" Jiang Qiao looked at the venue. Because there would be many people coming to her birthday party, she chose a larger venue this time. How could it be occupied by someone? It like this. This place has been sold. The owner has changed. Originally, the sale did not break the lease, and it would not affect you. But last night, the new owner suddenly notified that it refused to open to the public. I'm sorry. We will actively compensate you for your losses. Jiang Qiao frowned. I don't need your compensation, I just need this place. I have printed the address on the invitation letter. You are refusing to open it now. Miss Jiang, I am sorry. Jiang Qiao said directly. Who is the new owner? Give me his contact information. I'm sorry we can't provide it. Jiang Qiao. The person in charge kept bowing and apologizing. Jiang Qiao felt like she had punched cotton, and it was not good to bully an innocent staff member too much. She frowned and said, Forget it, I find another place. The person in charge was relieved immediately. Thank you, Miss Jiang, for your understanding. We will actively compensate you for your losses. Jiang Qiao was too lazy to continue listening, and called her personal assistant, asking him to find a new place for the banquet. The venue was not difficult to find, and although it was a bit troublesome to change the venue temporarily, it was not a big problem. Jiang Qiao did not take it to heart. It was originally like this, but when Jiang Qiao received a call from her special assistant at night, on the phone, her special assistant told her, Lin Yi posted a Weibo at night, announcing that she would hold a banquet, and the venue was the place where she was rejected today. Her mood instantly exploded. Jiang Qiao took the phone and opened Weibo. Lin Ziyu had indeed posted a video not long ago. In the video, she told netizens that she would hold a banquet here, and would give netizens huge benefits. Then, as if on purpose, she pointed the camera at the venue where she was supposed to hold her birthday banquet, and filmed for more than 10 seconds. Jiang Qiao put the fork in her hand on the table and sneered. Across from her, the man who was having a candlelight dinner with her raised his eyes. His peach blossom eyes slightly raised. And seeing her sneer, he said, What wrong? Jiang Qiao locked her phone and put it on the table. She said to her boyfriend very seriously, Brother C. ran. The man curled his eyes, put down his knife and fork, leaned forward slightly, and listened to her carefully. His voice was extremely sexy. Jiang Qiao looked at him, to be honest. I'm very gentle. Right? Gentle. Ming Siren paused, raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Of course. Every aspect. Jiang Qiao patted her chest, staring at him with her beautiful cat eyes, with a puzzled expression. Ask yourself, I have been very good-tempered in the past 2 years. I didn't deal with any little bitches who annoyed me. I didn't ban them. I just slapped them in the face. I have been so good. How come there are always people who don't know what's good for them, and always bully me? Ming Siren turned his head away when he heard her say, I have been so good. How come there are always people who bully me? But he still couldn't help but chuckled. Jiang Qiao asked him, What are you laughing at? Ming Siren looked at her, curved his lips and said, Dear, the word bully shouldn't be used like this. Jiang Qiao heard this, and immediately gave him a small look. Ming Siren immediately said, Yes. That how it is used. Jiang Qiao sighed softly and said sadly, Oh, there are always people bullying me. So I can't always be bullied without fighting back. It makes me look useless. Ming Siren. He just watched her acting quietly. After Jiang Qiao's bright and sad look, she took the phone and made a call. At this moment, Jiang Qiao was not the same as before. Her voice was calm, and she had the aura of a female CEO. She said, Give me all the information about the Lin family, the company stocks and the family assets. I want to know everything. She is rich. Right? She has been making trouble for her time and again. She wants to see how rich she is. And how long can she be rich? After hanging up the phone, Jiang Qiao snorted coldly. And when she looked up again, she ran into Ming Siren's eyes that seemed to be smiling but not smiling. The man looked at her leisurely. And after taking in all her looks, he spoke slowly. Wow. Qiao Qiao's sister is so cool just now. Jiang Qiao. He stared at her. His voice was lazy. And he snorted like a demon. Brother likes it so much. Jiang Qiao glanced at him, pushed the stool with a stern face, stood up, and walked to Ming Siren in a few steps. How much do you like it? Please explain it in detail. If you can't tell me, don't even think about leaving today. Ming Siren held her waist, chuckled, then come closer. After what happened to Jin Sheng, Lin Ziyu was a joke on the internet. This time when she posted on Weibo, there were many sarcastic comments. But Lin Ziyu didn't seem to mind at all. She held a lottery in the comment area. Each of the things she gave away was valuable to ordinary netizens, but she only gave them to those fans who encouraged her. In this way, there were fewer sarcastic comments in the comment area, and more false praise. As for the video she posted, Netizens who know her temper and personality also made some analysis. This sister usually doesn't post any videos except for looking for trouble. As expected, this analysis was wrong. Wait a minute. The venue for the banquet that Lin Zia posted. Isn't it the place where Jiang Qiao is going to hold her birthday party? Is she stealing other people's things again? I give up. Does she have nothing to do all day? How did Jiang Qiao offend her? It feels like I'm stuck with shit. Xiao Jia. Run quickly, it feels like this woman is crazy. Lin Zia has robbed Jiang Qiao things several times. Except for some haters, who don't like Jiang Qiao, and are happy to see it happen, some normal netizens feel annoyed. It was indeed refreshing for them to be able to compete with Jiang Qiao, but it has been like this for a long time. Will this person ever stop? Is there something wrong with his brain? Chapter 556 How did Sister Qiao offend her? There are many negative comments about Lin Zia on the internet, but no matter what normal netizens say, Lin Zia still goes her own way. After announcing the venue of her banquet, she would announce several people who would attend her banquet every hour. At the beginning, she only announced idols and singers who were not very popular, and no one took it seriously, and mocked in the comment area. But as time went on, the celebrities she invited became more and more famous, and netizens gradually stopped laughing. Traffic, actors, directors, and even some interesting internet celebrities, with many fans were all on her invitation list. After the mocking netizens found out that she had also invited the stars they were fans of, they were even more speechless. Who is this Lin Zia? How does she know so many people in the entertainment industry? How much money does it cost? She is completely emptying the entertainment industry. To be honest, with so many traffic stars going to her party, who would pay attention to Jiang Qiao's birthday party? She is determined to suppress Jiang Qiao's limelight and deliberately disgust her on her birthday. It's really amazing. Just like what the netizen said, Lin Zia was deliberately disgusting Jiang Qiao. She knew what Jiang Qiao hated the most, so she picked on her anger points to provoke her. She didn't say anything directly, but her behavior alone was enough to disgust people. Lin Zia's behavior of deliberately disgusting Jiang Qiao was not over yet. Netizens began to pay attention to Jiang Qiao's birthday a few days ago. The main reason was that this sister was popular and rich. If nothing else, the beautiful, rich, tall and handsome men she invited were enough for netizens to look forward to. Although she didn't take the initiative to reveal anything, the topic of Jiang Qiao's birthday has been and is still very popular. Lin Zia started buying hot searches from the moment she announced the invited celebrities. Countless entries suppressed the popularity of Jiang Qiao's birthday. Not only that, she also withdrew Jiang Qiao hot searches. All entries about Jiang Qiao were suppressed behind more than a dozen others. The desire to steal her limelight overflowed the screen. So even though Jiang Qiao's birthday was getting closer, her popularity on the internet was getting lower and lower. Qiao fans who discovered this problem flooded into Lin Zia Weibo to criticize her. But Lin Zia directly deleted the comments and blocked them in one go, which made Qiao fans very angry. Lin Zia's actions are not limited to this. Even after the invitation list was announced, she posted another video. In the video, she changed her cold and cool image in the past, sat down with her friends and chatted, and greeted everyone in front of the camera. Because she has done too many actions in the past 2 days, most netizens stopped praising her when they saw her like this, and showed the expression of an old man on the subway looking at his phone. What does this woman want to do? Lin Zia. I saw someone in the comments asked me why I wanted to hold the party this time. She turned her eyes to the camera, smiled, and suddenly said, I tell you now. After that, she raised her chin to one of her friends, a Yuan. Go and bring Tao Tao over. Tao Tao? Netizens were stunned when they heard her words. Who is Tao Tao? When netizens were wondering, they saw Lin Zia's friend holding a fluffy thing and walking over. When they got closer, netizens realized that the fluffy thing was a papillon. Lin Zia took the papillon from her friend named Yuan and showed it to the netizens in front of the camera. This is my dog Tao Tao. Isn't it cute? Netizens looked at Lin Zia and the dog, and didn't say anything for a while. They intuitively felt that she wanted netizens to see more than just a dog. Sure enough, Lin Zia said to her other friend next, where is our Tao Tao clothes? Bring them here quickly. Amidst laughter, her friend brought the dog clothes over. Netizens increasingly felt that something was wrong. At this time, Lin Zia put Tao Tao on a chair, then took its clothes from her friend, and put them on it, while speaking to the camera. Our Tao Tao is very cute, docile and well-behaved, and has been with me since 2 years ago. She put a little skirt on the dog, and just as she said, the dog was docile and well-behaved, and did not struggle at all. She straightened the edge of its skirt, and then, as netizens frowned more and more, she put a small crown on the dog's head. Netizens gasped instantly. Lin Ziyu brought out a dog dressed exactly like the one Jiang Qiao had at the jewelry night party. Then, she smiled at the camera and said, "Actually, the reason I invited so many people to the party is to celebrate my son Tao Tao's birthday. Our Tao Tao is almost 3 years old." After she said this, netizens felt their scalps tighten. What the hell? What the hell? Is Lin Ziyu crazy? Jiang Qiao birthday. She celebrated her dog birthday. She also named her dog Tao Tao, Tao Tao, Qiao Qiao. Can she be more connotative? Snatching the songwriter, snatching the venue, buying hot searches, pressure? This is not enough. Now she calls Jiang Qiao a dog. Oh my god. This woman is really amazing. If Jiang Qiao doesn't tear her apart this time, I will write my name backwards. Qiujia will definitely tear her apart, but this woman is too disgusting. Even I can't stand it. Isn't she always taking the initiative to stir up trouble? How did Qiujia provoke her? She is really a psychopath. I am so sick. How could Sister Qiao have such bad luck to meet such a person on her birthday? What no one on the internet expected was that Lin Yi directly dressed a dog in the clothes and crown that Jiang Qiaoyan had worn to win the audience, and said that she was going to celebrate her dog birthday, madly mocking Jiang Qiao. Not to mention that Jiang Qiao fans couldn't help it. Even most of the passers-by couldn't stand it. This time, Lin Yi didn't buy the hot search, but because of what she did, the entry of Lin Yi celebrating the dog birthday was directly scolded by netizens, and became the #1 hot search. All the netizens who saw this couldn't help but say fuck. But Lin Yi remained indifferent. Since she was ridiculed by netizens for not inviting teacher Jin Sheng, she has been letting herself go. Even if netizens scold her, she doesn't take it to heart. She even provokes them. Not long after, she took photos of her dog named Tao Tao from various angles, and posted a Weibo as the accompanying picture. LGOV, a dog is a dog. No matter how beautiful it is still a dog. Sister will hold a birthday party for you. Don't bite anyone when the party comes. Heart. Rabbit. As soon as this Weibo was posted, it almost instantly ignited the anger of all netizens. Chapter 557, Killing Bitch Princess Jiang Xiaoqiao. Is she sick? A woman who is so shameless, disgusting and shameless, is really rare in the world. To be honest, in the entertainment industry, everyone is saying things that are not surprising. But it is the first time that she has such open and straightforward words. And everyone hates her. Especially when we are used to Jiang Qiao's direct confrontation, Lin Ziyu's actions this time are really hard for most people to accept. Fighting is also subject to the basic law. Okay? And Lin Ziyu doesn't need any more praise from netizens. She just needs to discuss Jiang Qiao. The higher the popularity of netizens, the more Jiang Qiao can see it. She is happy to see it happen. I don't know if it a coincidence. At this time, Lin Ziyu's true identity was also exposed by a marketing account. Daily Entertainment News V. Let me reveal a little news to everyone. The reason why Lin Ziyu, who has been discussed by everyone these 2 days, can fight back and forth with a rich and beautiful girl like Jiang Qiao is because she is the little princess of the Lin group. Yes, that is, the very rich Lin group. The reason why she can invite so many people in the entertainment industry is because she has no shortage of money, and can spend it at will. Last time, she suffered a loss from the songwriter Jin Sheng, which completely aroused her temper. This time, it seems that she wants to fight with Jiang Qiao to the end. I can only say that Lin Ziyu is not easy to mess with. Seeing the revelations on Weibo posted by this marketing account, netizens were stunned. Their eyes stayed on the words Little Princess of Lin Group for a while. And then, they went to check the Lin Group. After a while, I came back and typed in a state of aphasia. I originally thought that she was able to invite so many people because she was Jiang Mingyin's goddaughter. But now it seems that it is Lin Ziyu's own ability. With so much money, no wonder so many celebrities are willing to attend her banquet. The little princess of the Lin Group. So this is a war between rich and beautiful women. No wonder she has so many skills. It turns out that her family is comparable to Jiang Qiao's. So what if she is rich? She is still a disgusting woman. I don't have any good feelings towards her now, and I feel even more disgusted after seeing this revelation. Who cares if she is rich? That being said, if she is rich, it would be really difficult for Jiang Qiao to deal with her. Right? The internet suddenly revealed Lin Ziyu's identity. It turned out that she was also a white rich and beautiful woman, and netizens secretly sighed that Jiang Qiao might have run into a tough guy. And just when netizens were a little worried, they found that Jiang Qiao, who was meanly implied by Lin Jiu about her pet dog, finally posted on Weibo. Jiang Qiao v. waiting to go bankrupt. At LGU only has 4 simple words, extremely clean and neat, but the aura of the CEO that rushed out of the screen could not be concealed. Anyone can feel that she is angry. Yes, what Lin Ziyo did this time was too tasteless. Even ordinary netizens couldn't stand it, not to mention Jiang Qiao herself, who was scolded. This sister usually doesn't know how to write the 4 words endure anger and swallow silence. Not to mention this time she was criticized so wildly, it would be strange if she could endure it. Jiang Qiao reply not only made her fans so handsome, but also other passers-by and netizens were surprised by her handsomeness. Jiang Qiao has such a good personality, so approachable that netizens always forget her identity as a boss. Forget that she is more handsome than anyone else once she gets angry. Lin Yi's actions cause netizens' impression of her to plummet. Even if her identity as a rich and beautiful woman was exposed, netizens did not have much better impression of her. In the comment area, whether it was passers-by or fans, the majority supported Jiang Qiao. Ah, Sister Qiao. Come on. Kill this little bitch. I have never seen anyone more disgusting than Lin Ziao, Sister Qiao. Don't be polite, get her. Even though I think Jiang Qiao can't bankrupt someone, but putting this sentence here, I am really happy. Jiang Boss Qiao is so impressive. Soon after Jiang Qiao posted this Weibo, Lin Ziao replied to her. LGUV? Oh? Bankrupt? With you. If you can do it, you can try. Lin Yiu naturally thought Jiang Qiao was just bragging about those 4 words. And her reply was full of disdain. Did she think her company was just an ordinary small company? She could just let her say it would go bankrupt. She was really ignorant and arrogant. Jiang Qiao only tagged Lin Ziyu in the Weibo post of those 4 words. And other than that, she did not respond to her provocation. However, she changed her Weibo name shortly afterwards. From the simple 2 words Jiang Qiao to a long string of words, specializing in killing bitch princess Jiang Xiaoqiao. Seeing these words, netizens couldn't help but laughed out loud. Your sister Qiao is still your sister Qiao. Because of Jiang Qiao Weibo name, the 4 words bitch princess became a hot search, and became Lin Zio's new nickname, and netizens ridiculed her. When Lin Yiu saw the description of the bitch princess, her face became a little ugly. She was only able to be clever. She ignored her and continued to do her own thing. That day, she changed her Weibo avatar to the papillon with a crown. Perhaps because of Jiang Qiao Weibo post that told her to wait for bankruptcy, she no longer concealed her wealthy family background, and her food, accommodation and expenses all revealed the atmosphere of being rich. Chapter 558 Lin Jia's face must be swollen today. As if she was provoking Jiang Qiao, can she bankrupt her family? Faced with her provocation, compared to Jiang Qiao who was too lazy to talk to her, because she was determined to kill her, netizens were obviously more irritated. It'd been a long time since I met such an infuriating woman. At first, I thought she was cool and sassy. Is it possible that they were out of their minds at that time? Although Jiang Qiao said that Lin Zia should wait for bankruptcy, but just like Lin Zia said, they also felt that it was unlikely, especially when Lin Zia showed off her wealthy family background, and saw her strong financial resources, they felt that hope was even slimmer. They also wanted Xiao Jia to do it. But the result was obviously not what they wanted. Netizens who thought so hoped that Jiang Qiao would slap Lin Zia in the face somewhere else. They couldn't make her bankrupt, but they could at least embarrass her. At this time, a marketing account happened to post such a Weibo. Latest entertainment report v. Reliable news. Reliable news. Some netizens broke the news that Xiao Jia was also going to the airport to pick someone up. In the past 2 days, netizens were almost surrounded by the list of guests invited by Lin Jiao on the hot search. Even if they didn't want to see it, they were forced to look at it. Finally, a piece of news about Jiang Qiao appeared at this time, and it seemed that it could slap her in the face. Netizens were instantly excited. Yes, is it possible that only Lin Jiao can announce big stars to attend her banquet, but Sister Qiao can't? Sister Qiao is also a white, rich and beautiful woman who is no less beautiful than her. She will invite even more celebrities. Let's see how long that little bitch Lin Jiao can be so proud. Jiang Qiao's birthday is coming soon, but it's still a mystery who she invited. After finally getting some news, netizens will certainly not let it go, and immediately check who Jiang Qiao is going to pick up. The power of netizens is always strong. It didn't take long for the person Jiang Qiao was suspected to be picking up to be found out by everyone. Liang Qi seems to be returning to China. Liang Qi, an idol of a popular boy band. He has been developing abroad and has performed well in film and television variety shows. He is very popular both abroad and in China. With his handsome appearance, he has countless little fans. Once the news that Jiang Qiao might invite him spread, it quickly became popular on the internet. Young idols are always the most exciting. Netizens who don't like Lin Zio were excited when they saw Jiang Qiao invite such a popular traffic star. Lin Zio can invite traffic stars, and the traffic stars that Qiao Jie can invite are even more popular. She wants to crush Jiang Qiao in terms of appearance. She is dreaming. Lin Zio's use of a dog to imply Jiang Qiao affair went viral, and passers-by and netizens also joined in the fun and joined the fight. And soon the entry about Jiang Qiao picking up Liang Qi to return to China became more popular. More and more people came, and Jiang Qiao action of picking someone up naturally attracted everyone's attention. On the same day, at the airport, when Jiang Qiao's eye-catching fiery red sports car appeared in the eyes of netizens through the live broadcast screen, even some passers-by who were not her fans were a little excited. Here she comes. She really came. She really came to slap the face of that little bitch Lin Zio. A little internet celebrity was ready to take advantage of the popularity of this incident to get some traffic, and had set up the live broadcast early. When she saw Jiang Qiao, she immediately and quietly turned the camera to her car. Qiao's sports car is so damn cool, flashy and hot, woo. It really suits her. Wait, your father Jiang will slap you in the face soon. If you don't let your father Jiang show her connections, you really think you are something. At LGU. Ha ha ha. Come out and beat them up one by one. At LGU, netizens had been waiting in the live broadcast room of the internet celebrity for a long time. Seeing this, they immediately tagged Lin Zio, calling her to come out and get beaten up. In the car, Jiang Qiao didn't know someone was filming her. She took her phone and checked the time. Seeing that there was still some time before the flight arrived, she called her assistant first to arrange work matters. As she was talking, her eyes inadvertently glanced out the window, and suddenly saw a few girls talking not far from her car, looking at her from time to time. After arranging work matters, Jiang Qiao lowered the car window, leaned over slightly, and asked, "What wrong? What can I do for you?" When the girls saw her face, they screamed excitedly. They immediately ran towards her. "Hello, Sister Qiao. We are your fans. We love you so much." Jiang Qiao was stunned. She didn't expect to meet her fans here. She curled her lips and said, "Hello." The woman had fair skin, beautiful face, and curly hair scattered on her shoulders. She was full of the aura of a delicate young lady. The fans were struck by the beauty at close range. Their hearts were pounding. They couldn't say the rainbow farts they usually boasted about online when they saw her in person. Their minds were blank. The only feeling they had was, "Ah, sister, you are so beautiful. And you smell so good." Fortunately, Jiang Qiao has a very good personality. She can get along with anyone. After a few words, she relaxed the nervous fans. Jiang Qiao chatted with them for a while, then got out of the car, closed the door, and asked them with a smile on her beautiful face, "Are you here to pick someone up?" The fans, "We are here to see you beat up that little bitch Lin Zio." However, the fans did not say this to Jiang Qiao. They nodded randomly, afraid that she would continue to ask, and hurriedly asked, "Yes, Sister Qiao. Are you here too?" Jiang Qiao casually hummed, "I'm here to pick up a friend." Qiao fans almost asked if your friend was called Liang Qi, but they held back, just slightly widened their eyes, and asked tentatively with a little curiosity, "Qiao, is the friend you picked up a celebrity?" Jiang Qiao heard this, looked at them in surprise. "Yes, how did you know?" "Of course we know." Qiao fans were even more excited, and only two words floated through their minds. "It's settled. Lin Zio's face will be swollen today." They looked at each other, and then asked with a smile, "Is he very popular, and very handsome?" "Very popular? Very handsome?" Jiang Qiao imagined the man's face, and paused before speaking. "Okay, he looks good. As for whether he is popular or not." Jiang Qiao shook her head, and said twice, "I don't think he is good, just average." "Liang Qi is average?" The fans thought, "You are so modest." Jiang Qiao looked at the time. "I am going in. How about you?" How could those fans miss the upcoming scene, and hurriedly said, "We will go too, we will go too, our friends will be here soon." Jiang Qiao raised her eyebrows, and said nothing, and went into the airport hall with the girls. The internet celebrity, who was broadcasting her live, also hurried in, waiting to take pictures of the upcoming scene for netizens. Chapter 559. Do you think you are famous? Not long after Jiang Qiao and her fans entered the airport lobby, there was a sudden noise at the door. Jiang Qiao and her fans looked back. After seeing the person coming, their eyes paused slightly, and they couldn't help but frown. At the same time, netizens had the same reaction. What the hell? Why is Lin Jiao here? What is she doing here? Why is she everywhere? I give up. I'm really annoyed. She not here to pick someone up. Is she? Who is she here to pick up? I haven't heard of it. No matter who she picks up. Liang Qi is our Qiujia man anyway. And our Qiujia will definitely win this time. That right. Sisters, it even better if Lin Jia comes. Slap her in the face. And see what else she can say. When netizens saw that Lin Jia was here, they were immediately disgusted. Why is she everywhere? Lin Jia wore a shirt and a small suit, and looked particularly capable and refreshing. There were 2 tall bodyguards beside her. The people around her saw this, and couldn't help but look sideways in her direction. After all, not everyone can afford bodyguards. When she appears like this, she looks like a rich lady. Ugh, why does she bring bodyguards to the airport? Who knows her? She acts like she famous. She really good at pretending. That right, she pretending, as if she afraid that others don't know her family is rich. Jiang Qiao just listened to the little fans around her making crazy sarcasm one after another. Jiang Qiao. She glanced at Lin Xiao, who happened to look at her at the same time. Lin Xiao's eyes were cold and contemptuous. She looked at her, and then glanced at the fans around her, smiled with an ambiguous meaning, and turned away coldly. Seeing Jiang Qiao dead look, the little fans around her got even more angry. She laughing so ugly. What the hell is that? I'm so annoyed with her. Ugh ugh. Jiang Qiao couldn't help it, and burst out laughing. She reached out, and patted the heads of the little fans around her, saying, that enough. Stop making trouble. The fans who were patted on the head by the beautiful big sister instantly turned from level 10 trolls into whimpering monsters, and softened all of a sudden, nodding and saying, okay. If the sister doesn't let us scold her, we won't scold her. We listen to the sister. My sister Qiao is the most beautiful. My sister Qiao is the best. Jiang Qiao was made to laugh and cry by them, and shook her head helplessly. At this time, some people had come out one after another, and the news of Liang Qi return to China was known by his fans, and they naturally came to pick him up at the airport. Those girls were very well behaved, and did not make a noise, but when Liang Qi came out, they still couldn't help but rush up. For a while, the airport hall was full of screams. At the same time, not only Liang Qi fans were screaming, but also netizens watching the live broadcast and Jiang Qiao fans. Here he comes. Liang Qi is finally here. I'm looking forward to seeing the expression on Lin Xiao's face, ha ha ha. Just wait. You're not the only one who can get traffic. Okay? At LGL, the girls around Jiang Qiao were the same, excitedly saying, all Liang Qi is finally here. He's so handsome. Finally I can slap him in the face. They've been waiting for a long time. Jiang Qiao glanced at her fans, then looked at the man surrounded by a crowd, raised her eyebrows, and said nothing. Liang Qi was protected by his manager, and walked out from a group of star-chasing girls. He wore sunglasses, had gray hair, and looked exactly like the type of look that girls like nowadays. He looked around the venue, and finally seemed to have found someone, and walked towards Jiang Qiao. The fans looked at Lin Xiao, and then at their own sister. Ah! He is finally here. Just as the fans and netizens were waiting for Liang Qi to walk towards Jiang Qiao, the man passed Jiang Qiao directly and walked towards Lin Xiao, who was standing next to him with her arms around her chest. Xiao, long time no see. He took off his sunglasses, and amid the envious exclamations of the fans, he reached out and hugged her. Lin Xiao smiled and hugged back, long time no see. As she said this, her eyes passed Liang Qi, and her eyes swept over the stunned fans, and finally landed on Jiang Qiao. She slowly raised her lips, and looked at her in a protest, with more and more sarcasm in her eyes. The fans were speechless. This? How is it possible? When the netizens who watched the live broadcast saw the two people hugging, their minds went blank for a moment, and the smiles on their faces froze completely. Is Liang Qi returning to China for Lin Xiao? Not Sister Qiao? I am F** King mentally broken. What's going on? Fuck. How could it be? When the internet broke the news that Jiang Qiao was going to pick someone up, everyone naturally thought that she was picking up a celebrity. So when it was revealed that Liang Qi would return to China, they subconsciously linked the two of them together, and never thought it was because of Lin Ziyu. This news has been online for quite some time. Lin Jiao also posted on Weibo during this period. She must have known about this matter. That is to say, this bitch Lin Yiyo has been watching netizens' misunderstandings with a cold eye. She watched all this happen like a joke? Fuck. The netizens who realized that they were fooled were so angry that their lungs hurt. This bitch. This bitch. Everyone looked at Jiang Qiao in the live broadcast camera. The woman didn't know what happened yet. She was looking for something in the hall. Netizens had complicated expressions. So Jiang Qiao really just came to pick up a friend of hers? She seemed to have said that the man was a celebrity. But netizens knew in their hearts that he was definitely not a big shot, otherwise the news would have been all over the place. Since he was not as good as Liang Qi, the comparison between the two would only make Jiang Qiao look more miserable. Although Jiang Qiao did not start this slap in the face, Lin Jiao knew it in her heart. When netizens thought that it would make that bitch secretly happy, they were almost angry to death. Jiang Qiao looked around the venue, but couldn't find the person she was looking for. She took her phone and prepared to call him. She caught a glimpse of her fans staring at Liang Qi and Lin Jiao, their eyes almost bursting with anger. She looked at them and asked, "Do you like that male star too?" As soon as she finished her words, several of her fans seemed to have been stepped on, and immediately said excitedly, "No, no, no! Who would like him? We are not blind. He's so ugly. His legs are so short. He a perfect match with that ugly woman Lin Ziyu." Jiang Qiao, ? Suddenly, I don't understand what these girls are thinking. Jiang Qiao glanced at them, shook her head, and was about to make a call. A tall and slender figure came over in a few steps, covered his face tightly, sneakily hugged Jiang Qiao from the middle of the pretty pink, and then a deep and pleasant male voice came to her ears, "Go quickly." As soon as Jiang Qiao looked up, she met the man's eyes, which were as clean and beautiful as the sea. It was Wu Xia. Jiang Qiao was almost dragged by him. She staggered a little, frowned, and slapped his paw. "Do you think you are very popular? Why are you in a hurry?" "Wu Xia, ? He said in disbelief. "Am I not popular?" Jiang Qiao snorted. "You are quite confident." Obviously. When he stood with her brothers he ran. The girls didn't look at him. Wu Xia. He was about to speak, and the fans beside him suddenly found that Jiang Qiao was forcibly led forward by a suspicious man who was covered tightly. And they were all shocked. "Who are you?" Chapter 560, How could Wu Xia be here? They ran over immediately. Wu Xia subconsciously lowered his head to cover himself, but this behavior was regarded as suspicious evidence by these girls. They immediately stepped forward to push him away, protecting Jiang Qiao. "Don't touch my sister." Jiang Qiao was about to explain. A brave girl directly took Wu Xia's head off. "Do you believe we can call the police?" Before he said the word "call the police," he looked up. He saw a face that was too beautiful and delicate. "Wu Xia, it over." The little girl was still holding Wu Xia's hat, but her eyes slowly widened, her lips opened, pointed at him, after a while, shocked. You are..." She was so shocked that she couldn't speak. The little girl next to her raised her head, and saw Wu Xia's face unexpectedly, and immediately cried out, "Ah!" The woman's scream was particularly high-pitched, and it was heard clearly throughout the airport hall. Lin Ziyu. Liang Qi and his fans suddenly heard this, and all looked in this direction. That why, everyone saw the man face the next moment. Wu Xia was very tall, with a slender and upright figure. He was the type that would attract attention even without any decoration, with a straight nose, thin lips, and deep and beautiful eyes. A natural superstar. The whole hall suddenly became quiet, and then a burst of noise broke out. "Is it Wu Xia? It really Wu Xia? How could he be here? Oh my god!" After the shock, all the girls ran in this direction instantly. They pushed Jiang Qiao aside and surrounded Wu Xia. For a while, the airport hall was filled with screams of excitement. Even Liang Qi fans were no exception. For a world-class superstar like Wu Xia, running towards him was a completely instinctive reaction. Except for a few die-hard fans who were still holding on. There was no one around Liang Qi soon. Wu Xia was used to this kind of thing. She reluctantly asked the fans to calm down, then took the autograph pen from them and signed for them smoothly. Wu Xiao's return this time was kept completely secret. Even his fans didn't know, so when the netizens saw him, they were completely confused. Am I dazzled? How could Wu Xiao be here? Fuck, it really him. So damn handsome. Wait, my hands are shaking a little. If I'm not mistaken, he was standing with Xiao Jia just now. Right? Isn't that right? Old fans come to report, you are not mistaken. Xiao Jia and Wu Xiao are good friends. How the hell did I forget about this? Seeing this sentence from the old fan, the netizens in the barrage were stunned for 2 seconds and then began to type tremblingly. So, the person our Xiao Jia is going to meet is not Liang Qi, but Wu Xiao. After this was said, the live broadcast room was a little quiet for a moment. In other words, the person Jiang Qiao is going to meet is not that boy band idol Liang Qi, but a real, world-class superstar? The netizens in the barrage were instantly, fuck. She just said that he was just averagely popular, but come on. That Wu Xiao. She actually said that this world-class star is just average. What is popular in her eyes? In front of her. In Xiaojia's eyes. She is the most popular. Ha ha. So what was Lin Yi so proud of just now? In front of Wu Xiao. Liang Qi, who she picked up, is not even worthy of carrying the shoes of a superstar.